Welcome to Data Analytics and BI. So now we will discuss about the introduction to Power BI. So before we start with the Power BI, let us know what is business intelligence. So the Power BI has been evolved from the word business intelligence. So let's see what is business intelligence. So the business intelligence is the process, technology, and practice of collecting, analyzing, and presenting business data so that organizations can make informed decisions. Okay, so it is a collection of. So let me write over here. So it would be easy when you revise. So it is the collection of data. The first one is collecting the data. Collecting the data. And next one is analyzing the data. Analyzing the data. And the third one is presenting the business data. Presenting the data, the same data to the business owners or the stakeholders or the clients or the end user. So this is what the business intelligence. So that the organization can take the decisions based on the data that we have given or the presentation that we have given. So this is business intelligence. And now let us see what is Power BI. So let's see what is Power BI. So Power BI is the business intelligence tool that is used for converting the raw data into insightful analysis and reporting and data visualization. Now let's see what do we have here in step by step. Okay, so Power BI. So Power BI is a business intelligence tool. Yeah, that it is a business intelligence tool. So which is used for creating the interactive dashboard. The first thing is that interactive dashboard. And also it is used for converting the raw data into the insightful data. And the next one is it is used for making the reports and data visualization. So this is Power BI. And what do we have in the Power BI? Now let us see, there are three components in Power BI. So in Power BI, there are three components. The first and foremost component is Power BI desktop. Power BI desktop. The first component is Power BI desktop. And the second component is Power Query editor. Power Query editor. And third component is Power BI service. So in Power BI desktop is a free version, free license. We can have the way we download the applications from the Google Store. So we can easily download Power BI application from the Microsoft Store. Now let us see what kind of a views do we have in Power BI desktop. So there are three views. As we discussed, there are three views. The first component is Power BI desktop. The first component is Power BI desktop. So in Power BI desktop, there are three views. The first view is report view, where we use it for report building. So report view is used for report building and mainly for the data visualization part. So we have different types of visuals and we use it for report building. So this is the first view is report view. And the second view is table view, where we can see the data in the table format, in the tabular, in the columns and rows. And third view is model view. So here what do? We make the relation between the tables. So that the data that travels or passes through all the tables. So this is Power BI desktop. And the next one is For data transformation, we have Power Query Editor. For data transformation, we have Power Query Editor. Power Query Editor. So what do we have in Power Query Editor? Let us see that. So Power Query Editor is an ETL tool, extraction, transformation, and loading of the data. Extraction, transformation, and loading of the data. It's a mini ETL tool. So we have different transformation techniques. So what do we take? Transformation techniques. Transformation techniques used for cleaning the data, mainly used for data cleaning. So data cleaning. This Power Query Editor is used for data cleaning, data transformation, data changes, and data manipulation. And the next one is Power BI service. And the next one is Power BI service. Third component is Power BI service. Power BI service. So Power BI service is a cloud platform. Cloud platform. It is mainly used for sharing and collaboration of the report. Sharing and collaboration of the reports. So we build the report. So what do? We build the report in Power BI desktop. So if we have any data transformation, we do the data transformations in Power Query Editor and we click on close and apply. Those changes will be applied in Power BI desktop. And once we have completed the building of report building is completed, then what do? We need to publish the report. Why do we need to publish the report? To the cloud. So the users or the clients can easily access the reports. So here we have a concept called as workspace, and we have a concept called as restricting the report to restriction, report or the data set restriction. So what is report and what is data set? So when we build the report, we use few data sets. For example, from Power BI, we connect to Excel, or from Power BI, we connect to SQL Server. From Power BI, we connect to different data sources. When we publish the report, whatever the report that we have it, plus the data set that we used behind it will also be published. So in the workspace, what do? We can restrict the data set and also report from the users. So this is what we have it. So we have the admin level information, administration roles, admin roles. What are all the roles that we have? We have first one is admin, second one is member, and third one is contributor, fourth one is viewer. So this is used when we would like to give permission to the end user. So what this is for the workspace access. Okay, in the workspace, for example, there are 10 reports available. So do you want to give the access to the workspace? So when we give access to the workspace, the user or the client can see all the reports in the workspace. So that is administration level. So this is called as admin level, administration level. This Power BI desktop is a free version. It's a free version where we can easily download. This Power Query Editor is a ETL tool. It's a mini ETL tool. And Power BI service is a admin level. So which is used for sharing and collaboration of the reports to the end user. So this is what we have it in the free version. So now let us see. So now let us see. So how do we connect from Power BI to different applications? So now let us see how do we connect from Power BI to different reports, different data sets. So this is Power BI. So this is Power BI. Power BI. So we have, if you know about what is on-premise data sources and cloud platforms. So there are two types of data sources. The first one is on-premise data source, and the second one is cloud-based data sources. On-premise and cloud. So what is on-premise? On-premise data source. And cloud data source, cloud platform. I can simply say cloud platform. Okay. So what is on-premise data sources? So organization's data source. Simply, I can say organization data source. So what is organization data source? So it can be Excel. So it can be Excel. The data sources that is used within the organization and by the organization. Excel, CSV, or SharePoint, or database. These are all the organization data source. What is a cloud platform? Cloud data source. So whatever we have, the Azure technologies, Azure Databricks, data lake, data flow, data factory, and warehouse, or Azure SQL. So these are all the cloud platforms where from Power BI we can connect to all these data sources. So we can get the data from the Power BI into Power BI. So how do we get the data? So we can get it by clicking on the get data. We have an option called as the first step is get data from the source. The first step that we do is get data from the source. Okay. And the second step is, okay, once we get the data, then what do we need to do? For example, in Excel, we have 100 columns. So what do we need to do for our requirement or from the project? So we need only 50 records, 50 columns. So what do? We edit the data or we do data transformation. The second step is data transformation using our query editor. Once we clean the data, the next step is data modeling. Data modeling. So what do? We make the relation between the tables. So if we have more than one table, so we have a concept called as dimension and fact table. We will discuss that in further session, primary and foreign key. By using those things, we make the relation between the tables. And fourth step is implementing the DAX for in-depth analysis, data analysis expression. So we go for in-depth analysis by implementing the DAX. So once we have completed analyzing the data, so the next step is data visualization part. Data visualization. So what do we do in the data visualization? If you want to represent the analyzed data in a summarized way, so what do? We take different charts, visuals, plots, and graphs, and we represent it to the client. So what are the main graphs or the charts that we take, visuals that we take? If you want to compare the data, we go for bar chart. If you want to go for daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, half yearly, and yearly analysis, trend line of the data, so we go for line chart. So that is data visualization. And once we complete the building the report, okay, simply report building. Okay, so once we complete the building of the report, then what do we need to do? The next step is publish the report. Publish the report to Power BI service. The next step is Power BI service. So here comes the Power BI service. So here comes the Power BI service. So here comes the Power BI service. So in Power BI service, what do? We publish the reports. Whatever the report that we built, we publish the report. So here, the user can access the report. Power BI service. So here what the user can access, okay, which is used for sharing and collaboration. So here what do? If you are working on the sales report, we create a workspace called as sales workspace or sales team or sales and marketing. So we create a workspace called as a sales and marketing. In that sales and marketing, whatever the respective reports that we have built, okay, those reports are published into sales and marketing. So in the sales and marketing, as per the access that we give to the user, so those users or the clients, they can easily access the reports. So this is Power BI service. How does the client or the user access the report? So, so they can access the report in their system or in the mobile phone. They can access the report in their system or the mobile phone. So for this, we need to have the license. Okay. Now let us discuss about a little bit about the licensing part. This is just an overview. So in further session, we can discuss a lot of things. So in Power BI, we have three types of license. So in Power BI, we have three types of license. The first license is free license. Okay. So what do we do in the free license? So in the free license, it is used for report building. All functionalities, we will have all functionalities. We can build the report. We can build the report. But the only thing is that no sharing. No sharing. We can't share the reports. Okay. We can develop the reports. Okay. Simply we can develop the reports, but we can't share the report to other users, end user. Okay. The next functionality, the next license is the pro license. The next license is pro license. Pro license. So what do we have in the pro license? So we need to pay $14 per month for the license. $14 per month for the license. The way we buy the OTT platforms for 1 month, so it can be used for single user. So pro license is like a single user. So what we have it in the pro license, all functionalities plus sharing. So we will have the sharing. So we can publish the reports. So what is the data limit? 1 GB is the data limit for publishing the reports. We'll see that. We'll see what do we have in the different types of license. If the client wants to access the report, they should also have the pro license. That is the pro license. And the next one is another license that is used by the organization is premium per user or premium per capacity. Okay, the next license is premium per user. Premium per user or premium per capacity. Premium per capacity. So it is also called as PPU and it is called as PPC. PPC. So premium per capacity. Okay, for PPU it is $24. So it is $24. For PPC, premium per capacity, it is $4,995. Okay, to access the reports for advanced analysis. So premium per capacity is based on the capacity. How much capacity that you need in your organization. So PPU is used by single individual. PPC is used by the organization. Okay, if there are 100 users in the organization, so they want to access the reports, so then they go for the PPC, premium per capacity license. So this is about the license part and also Power BI. Now we will discuss about the Power BI license and also the connectivity modes. So basically Power BI has three licenses. The first one is free license. The first one is free license. And the second one is pro license. Third one is again uh, premium per capacity and premium per user.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you see the Power BI has three licenses. The first license is free license. Free license. So what do we have in the free license? We will have all kinds of functionalities. All kinds of functionalities. functionalities, and also we can go for we can develop the reports. We can develop the reports, but we can't share the reports. We can't share the reports. I mean, simply I can say publish the reports. Publish the reports. So this is for the free license. And the next one is pro license. Next one is pro license. Pro license. We will have all kinds of functionalities, all kinds of functionalities, and we can share the reports. We can share the reports. So this is pro license. And the next one is, there are again premium license. Again, we have two types in premium license. That is premium per capacity, premium per user, and premium per capacity. So what do we have? Premium per capacity. So in the premium per user, we need to pay $20 and we get the license. Every month we need to pay $20. For pro user, it is $14. Premium per capacity, it is for the organization. The way we have Office 365 applications and other applications that we buy from the Microsoft. So if you want to include the Power BI, I mean, in the Office 365, we have like Excel, PowerPoint, Teams, Outlook, etc., SharePoint. So if you want to also include Power BI, so we need to go for the organization. The employees who are working in the organization, everyone can access Power BI. So they should have, the organization capacity should have the premium per capacity. So it would be like $4,995 per month. Okay. So what do we have? Let us see the difference. So let us see what do we have in the license part. So there are, if you see the Power BI free, and individually we can connect individual user, I mean personal users. So connect to various data sources, and we can create the reports, dashboards in Power BI desktop, and we can publish, but we have the limited sharing. We can only have my workspace. Let us see the difference directly over here. Okay. So the functionalities, free license, we have all functionalities, but no sharing. For pro user, we have all functionalities. We can also share the reports. And for premium, yes, we have all the functionalities. Sharing capabilities, free, we cannot, but for pro user, we can share the user-based license. For example, I have developed the report and I have the pro user and you are my client. Okay, three of you are my clients. So the three of you should have the pro license to access the report. You should also be the pro user to access the report. And for premium per capacity or premium per user, they can also have the sharing capabilities. Coming to the cost. So it is a free version and it is $14 per month. Previously, it was like $10 only, but now it is $14 per month. And it is $24 per user per month. And for organization, okay, simple, I can simply take one small example. For example, if you would like to go for Netflix or Amazon Prime, for Netflix, it is like 199 rupees every month to access only for the single screen. Okay. And if you go for the Amazon Prime, it is like 149 rupees only. Only single screen, that is only on the mobile phone. So if you would like to upgrade it, or if you would go for 1499 rupees, you can create multiple profiles. So you can give it to your friends and your family members, up to 4 or 3 users only, 3 profiles only. Same thing with the Netflix, pay 6,000 rupees and you can create 4 or 5 and you can only share it. Now the Netflix has been changed. They have changed their rules. And for the data limit, so it is 1 GB. I mean, we can get 1 GB of the data into Power BI and we can go for developing of the reports. For pro user, it is 100 TB, 100 terabytes. For premium user, it is 400 TB. And end user should require the license to access. Simply, end user should require license to access the reports. And what is the refresh limit? What is refresh means? So we have a concept called as schedule refresh in Power BI. What is a schedule refresh? So client requests us to refresh the reports every day, refresh the data set every day. For example, if we are using Excel or the SharePoint folder or database as the data source that we have pulled into Power BI. So we have published the report online. So there are again refresh. There are like two types of refresh. Okay, we can refresh manually. So refresh manually. So there are two types of refresh. So let me show that to you. So let me show that to you. So there are like two types of refresh. First one is manual refresh. Manual refresh. This is in Power BI desktop. Power BI desktop. So every time I go here and I click on refresh, once I get the data into Power BI, I can click on the refresh for the new data, updated data. And second one is schedule refresh. Schedule refresh. For example, we have connected to the database. So every morning, every day, the data in the database gets refreshed in the morning, 8 o'clock, for example, 8 a.m. So what client is requesting, can you please schedule the refresh, or I would like to see the refresh data, updated data when I log in. So I log in at 10 a.m. Okay. So every day, what do? We schedule the refresh. Whenever the data is updated in the database, 1 hour later or 2 hours later, as per the time zone that we are in, we schedule the refresh. So that every day morning, the report will automatically refresh. There is no need of making any manual refresh. So that is schedule refresh. For pro user, it is 8 times a day. So for example, in the morning 8 o'clock, the database gets refreshed, afternoon 12 o'clock, again in the evening 6 o'clock, again at night 9 o'clock. So 4 times every day, the data is refreshed in the database. So what do we need to do? We need to schedule the refresh as per the requirement of the client. So what do we need to do? We need to schedule the refresh for pro user. For pro user, it is 8 times a day. So okay, you can ignore this. You can ignore this. For pro user, it is 8 times a day. For premium user, so it is 48 times a day. So every half an hour, we can schedule the refresh for a single report. So that is the refresh. And analysis type for pre and pro, it is basic analysis. For premium per capacity, we have like advanced analysis. What is advanced analysis? Artificial intelligence comes into picture. So we have a new co-pilot, just like the way we have ChatGPT, we have a co-pilot from the Microsoft. So we can also include the co-pilot. For the advanced analysis, you will get co-pilot. So the way we have Google Drive. So what do we do in the Google Drive? So for free user, so we will get 15 GB as a limit. Now we have a lot of data to be stored. So what do? We buy 100 GB for 699 rupees or 1300 rupees. No, I would like to go for more, 1 TB or 2 TB. So we need to pay more. So we have the same thing. If you want to go for more capacity, so we need to pay more amount. And best for. So this is used for small and medium businesses. For example, if you have startup, only there are 10 or 20 employees working in the organization. So they can go for pro user. Every month they pay some amount to the license and they get the application. And for the premium per capacity or premium per user, so they go for large and big enterprises. So multinational companies or big enterprises, they go for premium capacity, so that every employee in the organization, they can access Power BI Pro license or premium Power BI applications on the cloud. So this is Power BI license. Now let us get into the Power BI connectivity modes. So you can also go here, you can also search for the Power BI license, Power BI license, and click on go here. and you also have the pricing plan. So what do you see? Free. So you can try include in the Microsoft free account, no credit. So if you would like to go for Power BI Pro, it is $14 every month. Okay, you can publish and save the reports. So included in the Microsoft 365. So if you go for Power BI Premium per user, you have more frequent refreshes. You see available to buy. And if you see Power BI embedded, so you need to contact the Power BI Microsoft team, and you need to get the license from them. So this is, and what do you get? So advanced AI, you do not get it. So only in the Power BI Premium per user and Power BI capacity, you will get it. Advanced data flow. So these are all the, so you see Copilot in Fabric, and you see whatever we have discussed, we have it. 1 GB data limit, refresh 8 per day, 48, 48. And maximum storage, so it is 10 GB per license. It is 100 GB per license, 100 TB. Okay. I think we have the same thing, 10 GB. You see, 10 GB per license. Where is that? Yeah, 1 GB and 10 GB. So this is what we have it. So 10 GB. And also based on the capacity. Now let us see, we have Power BI connectivity modes. Okay, Power BI connectivity modes. Let's see that what we have it in here. So yeah, I think we have discussed it. So let me come down. Now let us go through the connectivity modes. Okay, now let us go through the connectivity modes. In Power BI, there are three connectivity modes. In Power BI, there are three connectivity modes. The first connectivity mode is import mode. One of the interview questions you are going to get in the interview. So what are the connectivity modes that you have used in your organization? How many connectivity modes are there? Okay. So the first one is import mode. So what is import mode? Get the data from the copy of the data from the data source. Simple. Copy of the data from the source. That's it. From the source. Whatever the data that we take into the Power BI. So what do? We go to Power BI. Click on the get data and click on Excel. So apart from the database, whatever the data that we take into Power BI, so we just take the copy of the data, whatever the data that is existing in the Excel, we get it into Power BI. That's it. This is import mode. And the second one is direct query mode. Direct query mode. What is a direct query mode? We will directly connect to, okay, directly connected to the database. So we will be directly connecting to the database. Database, what are all the database? We have SQL Server database, Oracle database, and IBM database. So we will directly from Power BI, we will directly connect to the database. And the next connection is live connection. Live connection. So what is a live connection? We connect to SSAS, SQL Server Analysis Service. Okay, SSAS, SQL Server Analysis Service. So where there is, we can't write anything, we will write only MDX or DAX functions to get the data. We can't see the data when we connect to the live connection. We can't see the data modeling also in the live connection. Let us see the difference in here. So what is import mode? We just import the data from the, or copy the data into Power BI. That's it. We just get the data from the source. And what is a direct query mode? Data remains at the source only. So where we get the data from the source only. And what is a live connection? Data and model remains at the source only. Okay. And what is the source connection in the import mode? That is SharePoint, Excel, CSV, PDF. These are all the import mode. And the next one is the database like SQL Server, Oracle are the source connection. And in the live connection, only single connection, that is SQL Server Analysis Service. And the next point is storage limit. For pro user, it is 1 GB. We can store the data 1 GB. For premium, it is 100 plus GB. And the next one is no data limit, because we are directly connecting to the database. So we can directly get the data into Power BI. For live connection, it is 100 TB. So do we have any limit? Yes, we have the limit. So based on the functionalities and DAX usage. So in the import mode, all the DAX functions are supported, but in the direct query mode, so we can't create the calculated columns. We will discuss that in further session. And in the live connection also, all the DAX functions are supported. Coming to the performance, okay. In the import mode and in the live connection, the performance is fast, because we are only getting the data from the source. But when we connect it to the direct query mode, okay, so we have the slower performance. It loads, the data loads when we connect to the direct query mode. I mean, when we directly connect to the database. And data refresh or updated data. So we are taking the copy of the data until and unless we click on the refresh button. So the data is refreshed in the Power BI when we go for import mode. But when we go for the direct query mode, whenever we open the Power BI report, so automatically it hits the database and we get the updated data. And in the live connection also, we get the updated data. So what are all the views available? For example, if we take the views that we have it in Power BI, so that is 3 views. Okay, what are all the views that are available? There are 3 views. What are the views? Report view, table view, and the model view. When we go for the import mode, we can see all these 3 views. But when we go for the direct query mode, we can see only the report view and the model view. We will not be able to see the table view. Okay. When we go for the live connection, we can only see the report view. We can't see the table view and the model view, because the data modeling already happens in the live connection and we will not be able to see the table view. So these are all the Power BI connectivity modes. Now let us see how do we, in the practical, now let us see how do we get the data into Power BI. So let me click on get data. So these are all the common data sources: Excel, data flow, SQL Server. First, let us import the data. You see, when I'm hovering over the Excel, import data from Microsoft Excel workbook. Let me click on this. Okay. For now, let me click on sales. Okay, one Excel file. Click on open. So now it is establishing the connection, and let me select only one table. Okay, so these are all the sheets available in that Excel. Calendar is a sheet, product is a sheet, sales is a sheet, and these are all, territory is a sheet. So what do we need to do? We need to check the box to get the data, and we can also preview the data. So what kind of a columns that we have it in that. Click on load. Once we click on load, the data will be loaded into Power BI. Okay, now you see the data will be loaded into Power BI. Yes, the data is loading. Yes, 58,189 rows are being loaded into Power BI. So if you see in the data, this sales is the table. So let me expand. So once I expand, I can see the columns that are available in the table. The one which you see with the summation symbol, these are all the numerical data type. Okay, format function, these are all the numeric data type. Okay, so let me go to the table view. So now we are able to see the data in the table format, in the columns and rows. In the model, we will see in the table format only. So now, so this is import mode. Okay, let me click on save as, and let me save the data into the folder import mode. So let me click on enter. Yes, we have loaded the data. Until and unless I click on refresh, we will be able to see the data. So let me click on file again, click on blank report. Now let us go through the direct query mode. Let's see what is a direct query mode. So let me open SQL Server. How do we get the data from the SQL Server? If you want to connect to SQL Server, so what do we need to have? So we need to have the server name and the database name. Okay. So here, let me click on SQL Server directly straightforward. In the SQL Server, when we connect to the SQL Server, we have two connectivity modes. First one is import mode. Second one is direct query mode. Let me expand advanced option. In the advanced option, we have command timeout and the SQL statement. We can write the SQL statement over here. So what do we need to enter? We need to enter the server name. Desktop CKDPU is the server name. Okay, let me enter the server name over here. Yes, we have entered the server name. Let me click on connect. Now, let me enter the database name. For now, let me go for the insurance DB. No, let me go for international export to DB. And let me click on enter. Okay. Here, what do I do? I'll write. Sorry, let me expand the tables and let me go for this one. Right click and go for select top 1000 rows. So let me take off this. Select the star from. Okay. So now let me copy this and paste it over here. SQL statement and click on OK. Now let us go through the import mode only. Click on OK. You see? So what we have the data over here, HS code, commodity code, state code, whatever the data that we have it over here, we have got the preview of the data. Let me click on load. You see now the data is loading, syncing schema, and now the data is loading. Yes, the data is loaded. Okay, what is the mode? What is the connectivity mode? It is import mode. Let me write import mode and click on enter. Go to the table view. Yes, we are able to see the data. Yes, we are able to see the data. Now let me click on, okay. Now let me go for taking, okay. Now let me go for click on get data, click on SQL Server. Let us go through the same thing. Now let me select direct query mode, okay. Copy this and now let me paste the database and also the server name, okay, and also the server name. Now let me click on OK. Let's see what is the difference that we have it in the, what is the difference between the import and direct query mode. Let it, yes, the data is loaded. Okay, now the data is loaded. Let me rename this as direct query mode. Okay, and now let me go to the table view. Okay, now I'm able to see the data. Import mode, yes, I clicked on import mode. Now I'm able to see the data. Now you observe. Let me click on direct query mode. Now you see we are not able to see the data. Why? This table cannot be shown because it is not in import mode. Okay. When I delete this, for example, when I delete the import mode, we will not be able to see the table view. Now we have import mode and direct query mode. That is the reason we are able to see the table view. And now let me go to model view and let me hover over it. So you see the name is direct query mode. Storage mode is direct query. Data source type is SQL Server database. And what is the server name and what is the database name. Okay. So this is what we have it. Now you see name, import mode, storage import, and the data is refreshed today at 10:30 a.m. You see. So what is the difference between, and if I, for SSAS, there is no, we can't connect to SSAS because there is no the server, the application available. So this is the difference between import mode and direct query mode. And one interview question. So why do we go for import mode? Why not? Sorry. Why do we go for direct query mode? Why not import mode? Direct query mode can handle huge amount of data, whereas import mode cannot handle huge amount of data. Okay. And one more thing. So the data is, we will have the slower performance, but we will have the updated data in the real time. But for the what do you say, import mode, it is not updated data. So you can handle, you can explain the same thing in the interview. So if I go for the live connection, okay, let me also show you the live connection. So for live connection, there are two things. The first one is SSAS, and the second one is Power BI semantic model. So you see, create a live connection to semantic models in the Power BI service. So what happens in the Power BI semantic model? So we connect to the data set in the Power BI service in the cloud platform. Let me click on this. Okay. So not in here. Let me take a new blank report. So you will easily understand what is the difference between the import direct query mode and the live connection. Now let me click on get data, Power BI semantic model. Now you see we have the pharma sales dashboard. Click on the connect. Once we click on the connect, the data is loaded into Power BI desktop. So what we can do, the next step is go for the data visualization part. Okay, now you see we got the report view, but in the model view, we can't make the changes. Now you see the relationship is faded out. I can't select. I mean, I can't change anything. We have the view available, but I can't change. I can't delete the relation between the tables. I can't edit the relationship. So this is live connection. Okay, this is live connection. Let me save this as live connection. So in the previous video, we discussed about the architecture of Power BI. So what are the connectivity modes, the licenses in Power BI, and the introduction to business intelligence. In today's class, we will discuss about VertiPaq engine. What is VertiPaq engine? So simple, straightforward. For example, when Power BI is a front-end tool, okay, Power BI is a front-end tool. The way we have Excel, we also have the Power BI. Until and unless someone enter the data in Excel, so the data is stored in the Excel. So how does the data is stored in the Excel? Dot CSV file or dot XLSX. So in Power BI, the data is stored in the format called as dot .pbix. For example, in Excel, when we are trying to enter a huge amount of data, so after 10,000, 1 lakh, after 1 lakh, 10 lakhs, so Excel may or may not take more than 1 lakh or more than 10 lakhs. So how to handle such data? So Power BI plays an important role, so which is advanced than Excel. So it stores the data or it handles the data. So, but how does Power BI handle when we try to load 5 GB of data or 1 GB of data or 10 GB of data? For example, Excel or whatever the data source that we are taking to pull the data into Power BI. How does Power BI handle huge amount of data? So Power BI mainly works on, so it mainly works on in-memory storage. What is in-memory storage? For example, in our mobile phone, so we have a RAM. Until and unless we open the application in our mobile phone, that application runs on RAM. When we close that application, then whatever the running, it will be closed. So the same way we have it in Power BI, it runs on in-memory storage, and the data is compressed. Okay, the data is compressed. The data is compressed 10 times. 10 times when we pull it into Power BI. For example, if you are trying to load 5 GB of data, that 5 GB of data, 5 GB of data is compressed in between 500 MB till 1 GB. So it compresses around 10 times. And the data is stored in columnar format. Columnar format. So what is columnar format? So we have two types of data storage. Okay, I'm explaining it in depth. None of the trainers or none of them explain in detail about the storage. The data is stored in raw format, row format, and the second one is columnar format. Columnar format. So Excel, the data is stored in row by row or column by column. For example, let us see what is columnar format. So if you see, we have serial number, product, and country. So what is the serial number we have? 1 is the serial number. And what is the product? Let me take the product as AC. And the country is, for example, let me go for the country India. And the next one, let me take the same 2, and it is same thing. The product is AC and the country is India. And here, if you take the third one, let me take. So here, let me take iPhone, and here it is US. And here also the same thing, 4, and here it is iPad, and it is same thing US. So in Excel or in any other programming languages, so the data is stored in raw format or columnar format. So how does the columnar format is stored? So it is stored in the form of dictionary. Okay, it is stored in the form of dictionary. So there are 4 types of special data types in Python. Okay, 4 types of special data types in Python. The first one is list, tuple, sets, and dictionary. Dictionary. So based on the brackets or based on the flower brackets or based on the square brackets, the data is stored in list, tuple, sets, and dictionary. Whereas coming to the dictionary, the data is stored in the form of key value. Okay, the data is stored in the form of key value. So what is a key value? For example, from this example, if you take serial number, product is country. For AC, the columnar format assigns one number. Okay, 1. Okay, for here also AC 1, and the country for here it is stored 1 again, or 2, the number 2. The number 2 is given to here. Okay, and here also 2. And here if you take some number 11, or here if you take for iPad it is 12. For US, the same country, so it gives 3. So here also 3. So how does it store? So it stores in the form of like 2, and it is India. Okay, 3, and it is US. Okay, 1, it is product. 1, it is product. And again 11, it is iPhone. So the data is stored in the form of dictionaries. So that is the reason Power BI can handle huge amount of data. Let us see what do we have in here in the theory part. Okay. So one of the interview questions, definitely one interview question. So you are going to get how does Power BI handle huge amount of data in desktop as well as in Power BI service. The first thing, what happens to 5 GB data in Power BI desktop? So what do we do when we connect to Excel, SQL, or CSV and load 5 GB of raw data? Okay, that 5 GB of raw data is temporarily loaded into the memory. Okay, temporarily loaded into the memory. So this is first thing. And the second is data compression based on the VertiPaq engine. Once we load the data, the VertiPaq in-memory engine comes into picture. And VertiPaq stores the data in column by column, not in the row format, row by row, not row format. The one which we have seen, serial number, product, country. For example, if we only have 4 rows, 4 records, and 3 columns. For example, if you have millions of records, how does it store? If it stores in the raw format, so it would be loading issue. So the data is stored in the column format. So the way we have seen key value, the data is stored in that format. And if you see dictionary encoding, replace repeated value with integer ID or any ID is given to it, and run length encoding and bit packing. So whatever the data that we have, it compresses the data. So how does it compress? It compresses 5 to 10 times depending on the data cardinality. Okay. If you have repeated male, female, so it compresses very high. If we have any unique IDs, so every record has a unique ID, then it does not compress. It takes the way it is. So 5 GB data is compressed into 500 to 1 GB in the PBIX file. And the third one is in-memory model creation. After compression, the data set is fully stored in the RAM. Okay, RAM. Rule of thumb, Power BI need 2 to 3 times compressed model size in RAM for smooth work. And also it is based on the laptop or the system configuration that we use in our laptop. For example, if you have good amount of RAM and ROM hard disk, so then it would be easy for loading the data. Okay, and also it is stored in, and the data is compressed, and the data runs on in memory, and the data is stored in the form of column by column. So this is VertiPaq engine. Okay, then the data is published into Power BI service. So in the Power BI service, for pro user it is 1 GB data limit, and for premium per capacity or premium per user it is 10 GB data. So that is in the Power BI service. And also one more thing, for example, in the organization, 100 people or 200 people opened a report at a time. Okay, so we see that in general we see that there is a server crash. For example, if we try to open one website and many members are opening that website, okay, thousands of people in the world, they are opening the website. If they do not have the capability, I mean that server do not have the processing unit, much more processing unit, so what happens, you get 404 not found or error, some errors. Okay, that is based on the capacity or the processing power. Okay, Power BI also has, in Power BI service also has the processing power. Okay, processing units. So SKUs are the processing power. So we have like F32, P32, P64, or P128, P256. That is to handle huge amount of loading. So in general, the basic one is vCore Power BI Premium Capacity. Okay, vCore. So that is called as P1 SKU 8 vCores. Okay, this means P1 capacity has 8 units of processing power available for its workload. So what do we have? P1 8 vCores. So one of the another interview question is, what is the processing power that you used in your organization? So how does your organization reports are being handled in the Power BI service? So how do you handle that? So you can say that, you can explain them that we use P1 8 vCores. So 8 units of processing power, so that we have smooth handling of the smooth workload of the reports. So this is what we use in the Power BI service to handle the huge amount of data, huge amount of data sets, and many reports. So this is what P1 8 vCores, 8 units of processing power. So now let us get into another topic. So let me get blank report, and now let us jump into the Power Query Editor. Let us have the introduction to Power Query Editor. Let me click on Get Data and click on Excel Workbook. So now let us go through the Power BI transform data. Where is that? Power BI transform sample data. So that Power BI sheet has that Power BI, that Excel has many sheets. Okay. So what do we need to select? Do not select the table. Select only the sheets. If you click on add and subtraction, so you would find the product name, sales amount, quantity, whatever we have it. So let me select another file. Yeah, data transformation. Let me click on OK. I'll share this to you. You can practice it. So what we need to click, if we click on it, we will be able to see the preview of the data that we have it in the Excel. Okay. Now let me select one by one. Check the box to get into Power BI. Date and time, fill, formatting, group by, keep rows and remove rows, merge columns. So these are all the Power BI query editors, Power Query Editor, transformation techniques. So that we can work for next week, we will work on this data transformation techniques. So the data is loading into Power Query Editor. So we will be directed towards the Power Query Editor within the Power BI desktop. So let me click on refresh. Okay. So on the left side, what do we have? We have the query pane, query section. In the middle part, we have the table format, table view. We can see the data in the table format. On the right side, we have the properties. What do we have? We have the properties. So under the properties, we have the name of the query, and this is called as a query setting. So we have the applied steps. Okay. On the top, you see, so we have close and apply new source. We can also get the data from Power Query Editor also. Okay. We can also enter the data. The way we enter into the Excel, we can also enter the data. So let me close. And the next one is, so we have different types of transformation techniques: choose column, remove columns, keep rows, remove rows, split columns, group by. And in the transform, we also have extraction of the data, detecting the data type, move. So these are all format, extracting, and all. And in the add column, if you want to add any column based on the specific condition, if else condition or some other conditions, or if you want to extract anything from the column that we already have it, then we can go for add column. Column, from example, custom column, invoke custom column. Coming to the view. So what do we have? Query settings. If I disable this, we will not be able to see the query setting. So let us have this. And we also have formula bar. Okay. So what is formula bar? The one which you see, table dot transform column types. This is called as a formula bar, FX. So if I turn this off, we will not be able to see the FX. If I turn this off, we will not be able to see the formula bar. And the one which you see, the query, transform column types, promoted headers, this language is called as a M language or M query, mashup language or mashup query. So this is called as M query. And there is no need of learning M query because we have all the options available for making the changes to the data. And the next one is we have monospaced. So let me click on monospace. So we will be able to see the space. So let me not, and column quality. So if I click on column quality, in this column, in the top 5 cities, how many of them are valid and how many of them are do we have error and how many are empty. So if you see, less than 1% are valid and there are no errors, zero errors. And 99% of the data is the column is empty. Okay, 99% of the columns are empty. So how do you see? On the bottom left side, you have 20 columns and 999 rows. Okay, how many columns do we have in transposed query? It is 20 columns and 999 rows. And the next one is column distribution. Let me turn this off. So in the column distribution also, there are 4 distinct and 3 unique. So out of all these, null is a distinct, country is a distinct, cities, population are distinct. Let me click on column profile. Okay, so let me go to this column. You will be able to understand. So we will get some statistical information. Okay, what is the count, error, how many of them are empty, how many are distinct, unique, empty string, what is the minimum, minimum is cities and maximum is population. So you will be understanding when I click on, uh, let me click on any other column, keep rows. So yeah, here you will be easily understanding. Okay, what do you see? So unique are 12 unique, minimum is 34, maximum is 45, average is 39.5, standard deviation is 3.6. How many of them are odd? 6 are odd numbers, 6 are even numbers. So this is what we have it in the column profile. So let me turn this off. Now let me click on refresh. Okay, and tools we have, these are all the tools available, and if you want to help, if you want to get the help from the Microsoft, we can click on any of the options for the support, for submitting idea, for developers, for community, for blogs, we can click on all these. So in Power BI desktop, these are all called as tables. Okay, whereas coming to Power Query Editor, these are all called as queries. Okay, how many queries are there? There are 14 queries, 1 4. Okay, 14 queries. So in the queries, what we can do now, let us go through the step by step. Okay, for example, if you want to make any changes to the data, okay, we can easily make the changes to the data by clicking on the different options. The first and foremost option, the first and foremost transformation technique is manage columns. Okay, what is manage columns? So there are two transformation techniques available: choose column and remove columns. So let's see what is a choose column and what is remove columns. Let me expand choose column. So what do we have? We have choose column again, go to column. For example, if we have many columns available, so I want to go to some other column. So I can click on go to column and click on column 16 and click on OK. So this is go to column. For example, if we have 50 or 100 columns, we know the name of the column. So we can't scroll right side. Then I can directly go to click on choose column and go to column, type the name of the column and select that column and we can go to that column. So that is go to column. And the next one is choose column. Okay. Why do we need to choose the column? Because for example, if you observe the data, there are first column is logo, second column is column 2, third column is column 3, and from fourth column we do not have any data. Okay, from fourth column everything is null. You see, let me scroll right side. Okay, column 12 we do not have any data. Till column 16 we do not have any data. Everything is null. I want to only select first 3 columns only. I want to remove other columns. So how do I do that? We have an option called as choose column. Click on that option, select all column, uncheck this, click on logo, column 2, column 3, and click on OK. Once we click on OK, now if you observe, okay, we made one change. What did we made? What did we make? So we made the choose column. Whenever we tried that, you see one step is added, removed other column. That's, that choose column is removed other column. Okay, and the next one that I want to do here is I want to remove DDD 44411 and the nulls from this column in the logo. How do I do that? Expand this the way we do in the Excel, the same thing. Okay, uncheck the null, uncheck the DDD and click on OK. Now you observe in the applied step. Okay, you observe in the applied step. Click on OK. Now you see whatever the changes that we are making, okay, those changes are getting applied as the step in the applied step. Okay, and one more thing to remember while working on the Power Query Editor is there is no option called as undo. You can't click on Control Z, Control Z for going to the previous position or previous step. Okay, you can go to the previous step if you want to see what changes that you have done, but there is no option called as undo. Control Z. Okay, we have filtered the rows. And what is the next step? Okay, so you see, you observe, we need to observe the pattern of the data when we work on the data. Okay, here initial first name last name looks like the column headers. Okay, logo column to column 3 should be replaced by initial first name last name. How do we do that? We have a straightforward function or straightforward option called as use first row as header. Click on this. Now you see we have made changes. Now you see we got first row as header has been made. Okay, and automatically we got change type. What is a change type? So the type of the data is getting changed. Okay, so promoted header is the step name. Okay, I can also change the name. Okay, how do I change the name of the step? For example, I want to change promoted headers into some other name. How do I do that? Right click. We have an option called as rename. Click on this. So I can go for making column header change. Okay, column header. So I can make it into column headers. Column headers. Or I can also go for first row as header. Change type. I can also make change to this, rename this. Okay, transform. Okay, transform or data type change or data type change. I can click on enter. So this is what we have it. If you want to get into the previous step, I can click on this. If I want to delete anything, I need to delete this step. I need to delete this step. I need to delete this step. Delete this step. Okay, this is how we have it. So there is no undo. So what do we need to do here again? I can click on the choose column. Click on choose column here again. Okay, uncheck this, select first row, second column, third column, click on OK. Take off the DDD nulls, uncheck this, expand. After expanding, we can do that and use first row as header. Okay, this is what we have it in the manage column. And I would like to create a group. Okay, how do I create a group in the queries? For example, why do we create the group? So we got the data from HR. We got the data from marketing. We have imported the data from the sales. If we mix everything, it would be confusing for us to understand, okay, which data we got from which domain. So in order to do that, what do we need to do? So we need to create the group. Right click. So we have an option called as new group. Okay, what do we do here? I will give the name of the group as manage columns because we are discussing about that transformation techniques. Manage columns. So in the description, I can write. So what is that? Choose columns and remove columns. There are two techniques available. Choose columns and remove columns and click on OK. Okay. And now what do I do? Keep rows and remove rows, right click and move to that group, manage columns. Now you see, and now let me rename this, keep rows and remove rows into the choose column. How do I do that? So I can do it in two ways. Double click on keep rows and remove rows and make it into choose columns. Choose columns and click on enter. Okay. I want to work on this, the same query again. How do I do that? We can duplicate this table or the query. How do we do that? Right click on the query and we have an option called as duplicate. Okay, now what do we have? We have remove columns. Okay, double click or I can click on here and make it, what is that option? Remove columns. And let me remove this, remove the steps. So we have seen the remove columns. Okay, so in the remove columns we have two options again: remove columns, remove other columns. What is the first option? Remove columns. Remove the currently selected column from this table. Whatever the columns that we selected, that will be removed. And remove other columns is selected columns will be retained, and other than that, other columns will be removed. First, let me select from column 4 till column 16. Let me right click, or I can click on remove columns and click on remove columns. So that column is removed. This is first way. And the second way is remove other columns. Whatever the columns that we need to retain, shift and select from column 1 to column 3, go to remove column, remove other columns. Only the selected columns will be remained. So this is choose column and remove column. And we need to do further changes. What are all the further changes? So let me take off this column headers, choose first as header, and now the data looks good. And if you see, whatever the changes that we make, those changes will be remained as the steps in the applied steps. So this is what the choose column and remove column transformation technique. This video we will discuss about keep rows and remove rows. So the next data transformation technique that we have is reduce rows. So let me create one separate group. So there is no need of creating directly the group. So what do? I'll right click and move to group and click on new group, so that I'll create the group and directly this keep rows and remove rows query will be into the new group. So let me write reduce rows. The name of the transformation technique is reduce rows. And what I can write here, keep rows and remove rows. Click on OK. Now we have got keep rows and remove rows in a reduce rows group. So now let us work on. So what we have in the reduce rows, keep rows and remove rows. So right click, let me click on duplicate. Okay. So here what do? I'll just make it as a keep rows. Okay. So if you see, the first row doesn't make any sense. So what do? I click, I expand it, take off the nulls and DDD and click on OK. And logo column 2, column 3 doesn't make any sense. Initial, first name, last name are the column headers. So we have an option called as use first row as header. Click on this. Yes. After the third column, from fourth till the end of the columns, we do not have the data. Everything is nulls. So we have remove rows, or right click on the column. We have an option called as remove columns. Once we click on that, the columns are removed. Now what do we need to do? We need to keep the rows. So click on the keep rows. We have keep top rows. For example, there are 13 records, 13 rows are available. I do not want all the records for the analysis. So what do? I click on keep top rows and give only 8 rows, which are useful for our analysis. And the next one is keep bottom rows. If I want to keep only bottom 6 rows, I can keep the bottom 6 rows. And the next option is keep range of rows. So how many rows do we want to keep? From first row till 4 records I would like to see. And the next option is keep duplicates. For example, if we have duplicates in this, so let me do one thing. So right click and click on replace value by Chetan. So if I click on keep duplicates, I'll be able to see the duplicate records. For example, if you are working on any project, so we tried analyzing. So we found that there are duplicates. So how do we find the duplicates? So I can click on keep rows and keep duplicates. And keep errors, we'll see that in the further session. This is keep rows. And the next one is remove rows. Okay, what do we have? And the next one is remove rows. And click on enter. So if you see here, we have 15 rows. So what do? I click on remove rows and click on remove bottom 2 rows. So we have nulls. So we have removed bottom 2 rows and also top first row. Okay, remove top rows. Let me click on top number of rows. First row is been removed. So here also let us do the same thing. Shift and select the first three columns. Right click, we have an option called as remove columns. Okay, on the right click, we get these options, or click on remove rows and click on remove columns. Okay, the columns are removed. The selected columns are removed. Okay, the selected columns are removed. What do we need to do? We need to click on remove other columns. Okay, once we click on remove other columns, the other columns will be removed. Whatever the selected columns will be retained, other columns will be removed. What do we need to do here? Let me click on remove rows. Okay, click on remove alternate rows. If we need to remove the alternate rows, I can give the first row and number of rows to remove. Let me go, and number of rows to keep. Let me only keep 6 rows and click on OK. Now you see, we have removed 2 rows and the first row, and the number of rows that we want to keep is 6. But we will not be using this removing alternate rows. This is just for our understanding only. But most of the times, what do? We use remove top rows or remove duplicates. Okay. For example, let me do one thing. So let me copy this, and here, let me replace value and click on remove duplicates. Okay. Click on remove duplicates. The duplicates will be removed. And the next one is remove errors. So in further session, once we get the errors, let us see that remove errors. So this is keep rows and remove rows. So are we good till now?
Yes,
All of
sir.
you? Okay. So now let us
Yes.
see date and time extraction. Okay. Before we directly jump into date and time, so let us see what kind of a data types do we have in Power BI. Okay. What kind of a data types do we have? What kind of a data types do we have in Power BI? Data types. So why do we go for data type? I mean, why data types are important in any programming language? For example, if you take any programming language, Python, Java, SQL, Power BI, or any other tools or programming language, the data types are very important for the identification of the column. Okay, data types are useful for the identification of the columns. Why do we need to identify the columns? For example, if I say A, B, C, D, what do we call this as? Alphabets. Alphabets. 1, 2, 3, 4, numbers. Okay, numbers. For example, if I write, these are called as special characters. Special characters. Or if I say A, B, 1, 2, 3, these are called as alphanumeric. Alphanumeric, which is a combination of numbers and letters. So the way we are identifying, okay, the way we are identifying the alphabets, numbers, special characters, alphanumeric, words, paragraphs, okay, we also have the identification for the columns. Okay, in any programming language that we take, the first and foremost, there are 13 data types in Power BI. Okay, out of 13 data types, so few of them are comes under single data type. Okay, now let us see. The first and foremost data type is integer. Okay, the first and foremost data type is integer. And the second one, I mean, in other programming language, it is also called as numeric data type. Numeric data type. Okay, and the next one is text data type. Okay, text data type, in other programming language, it is called as a character or string data type. It is called as string. Third one is date and time. Date and time data type. Fourth one is Boolean. Boolean. What is Boolean? True, false. Okay, true, false. In Power BI, it is called as true, false, but in other programming language, it is Boolean. Fifth one is binary. Binary. What is binary? It is represented in 1 or 0. Okay. Sixth one is what do we have? We have using local. Okay, using local. So this is 6 data types. But under integer we have under integer we have whole number, okay, whole numbers, and the next one is decimal number, and the next one is fixed decimal number, whole number 1 to infinity, whatever the number fall in between 1 to infinity, -1 to infinity, -1 +1, all these are whole numbers. Decimal number is the point, okay, 1.22, okay, these are all decimal numbers. Fixed decimal number, the number after the point, if we have two numbers fixed or three numbers fixed, then it is a fixed decimal number. If you go to any shopping malls, okay, in US, you find that $4.99, $5.99, $79, $79.89. So those are all fixed decimal numbers. So that is in the integer. And the next one is in the date. Under the date again, we have date data type. And the next one is time data type. The next one is date, time, time zone. Okay. And again, the next one is duration. Okay. Date, time, time zone. For example, we have different types of time zones, UTC, Universal Coordinated Time, or GMT, IST, CST, PST. Okay. Different types of time zones. And the duration, how much time does the delivery partner took to deliver one product to the customer, that is duration. And if you take boolean, yes, true, false. If the native Indian, yes, true. Native American, true. Binary, 1 or 0. So it is also like yes or no, but we flag it in the number data type, 1 or 0. Using local is based on the language, so each and every, for example, if you take the date in India, okay, date in India, what is the date in India? Day, month, year. Okay, date in India and UK. If you take US date, so what is the format? Month, day, year. Okay, that is the using local. So there are 13 data types. Now let us see one by one in here. Okay, if you see here, so we have decimal number, okay, which has decimal number, fixed decimal number, which is currency kind of a thing, whole number. Oh, we missed one thing, percentage. Yeah, one more data type is percentage. Date, time. If the column has the combination of date and time, then it is a date, time, data type. Only date, time, time zone, duration, text data type, true, false, binary, and using local. Okay, if I click on using local, we get the language and the country. You see, the data type is text and the language is local, is English India. Okay, we have different types of English in different countries: UK English, German English, Indian English, Middle Eastern English. Okay, so that is what the data types. Remember, why do we need data type? To identify the column. Okay, we can't give the data types blindly. So this is to identify the the column. So are we clear till now about the data types?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let us see.
Yes.
Yeah. Now let us see how do we extract date and time. Okay, let me create another group. New group. Date, time extraction. Date and time extraction. Okay, so we have date and time. Okay, so what do we do here? Let us see the The column 2 and date 1 doesn't make any sense. Let me click on this. Select the columns that we want to delete, remove. Right click or click on the remove columns. Okay. So remove, right click and remove columns. And in the date, we have the nulls. Okay. Let me take off the nulls and click on OK. Yes, we have removed nulls from this column. What is the next step? We want to extract time from this date and time column. So I would like to rename this. Okay, how do we rename the column? Simple, straightforward, double click on the column. So type date, date, time, and click on enter. Now you see, when we made the name, okay, when we change the name, now you see the applied step. Whatever the minute changes also that we do on the column, those will be applied as the steps in the applied steps. Okay. And now let us do one thing. Okay. How do we extract the date and time? Click on the transform. Okay. You see date and time column. We have date, time, duration. Now you see date is enabled, time is also enabled. What do we need to do? We need to extract time from this date time column. Okay, we have extracted. Now you see the symbol of the column, the symbol of the data type, the symbol of the column is being changed into clock symbol. Okay, because this column only has the time. But what is the drawback here? The edits are getting applied on the same column. We are not getting it as a separate column. What do we need to do? So we can duplicate this column. Right click, duplicate the column. Right click, duplicate the column. Right click, duplicate the column. So now let me extract the date from this column. Yes, I have extracted, we have extracted date from this column. Now you see it is being turned into calendar symbol. Okay, double click and make it as a date. Rename this as a date. And here also, let me extract time from this. Okay, time only. Yes, we have extracted time. Double click, rename this as time. Okay, so from the date time. Okay, now let us go through each and every individual options available under the date. So what do we need to do? Why do we need this concept date and time? Let me explain you that also. For example, okay, for example, so the company is the product based company is established in the year 2022. Okay, the company is established in the year 2022 January. Okay, 2022 January. So 2023, 2024, and 2025. For example, the sales of 2022 is, for example, let me go for 50 lakhs is the sales of 2022. And for 2023, the sales are 75 lakhs. For 2025, the sales are 1 crore, for example, 1 crore. And for 2025, as we are in 8th month, the sales are like 1.5 CR. Okay. So what do we need here? So we have year has, okay. What is the hierarchy of the date? Date hierarchy. Date hierarchy has year, quarter, month, and day. Okay. Year, quarter, month, day, the date hierarchy. So in a year, okay, in a year, we have 12 months. Okay, we have 12 months, 4 quarters. Okay, in a year, we have 12 months and 4 quarters. In a quarter, we have 3 months. Okay, there are 4 quarters. In a year, in a quarter, we have 3 months. In a month, we have 30 days on average. 30 days, 4 weeks. 4 weeks. In a week, we have 7 days. 7 days. So how does the analysis goes into picture? what was the last year sales? Last year sales, last year sales, and this year sales. What was the last year sales and this year sales? Okay, so this is called as, in the technical terminology, in the financial terminology, it is called as year on year growth. Okay, year on year growth. What was the last month sales and what is this month sales? I'm comparing with current month with, so in the technical terminology, if I write py is prior year. Okay, prior year, or it can also be called as previous year in normal terminology. Prior year is the financial terminology. The next one is cy is current year or this year. And again, there are two things in, for financial, there are two things. First one is calendar year. What is calendar year? January to December is the calendar year. Okay, and the next one is financial year. Financial year. Okay, what is financial year? For example, if we consider India, so it is April to March. Okay, it is April to March. So we have, so the companies, the financial year, it is different from companies to companies. Few companies they go for calendar year, few companies they go for financial year. So in order to deal with, for example, what was the last year? Okay, what was the last quarter sales and what is this quarter sales? So I'm comparing by quarter. So in order to do all these things, there is a requirement of time dimension is very important. Time dimension is important to analyze the trend analysis. Okay, trend analysis. So what we can do in the trend analysis, we can go for daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, yearly analysis. So here if you see, so that is the reason we are trying to extract the date and time is important. Now what do we need to do? Let me extract the year from this column. Okay, we have extracted year. There is no need of writing any code. Directly, straightforwardly, we have the options available in the transformation techniques. We can implement those techniques and we can extract whatever we want to extract. So this is year. So now what do I do? Right click, duplicate this again so that we can extract other information from this column. Okay, so if you see here, date, click on date. Now you see when I clicked on date, you see the feature, Power BI feature, the time and duration, time is faded out. For example, if I click on time, okay, time is enabled, date is faded out. So that is the beauty of Power BI. It automatically identifies the data type. So now let me click on, now let me go to year, start of the year and end of the year. So 31/12/2024, the start of the year is 01/01/2024. End of the year is 31/12/2024. So that is start of the year and end of the year. Okay. Start of the year and the next one is end of the year. Click on year again, click on end of the year. Okay, we got end of the year. End of the year. And what is the next option available? We can extract month out of it. Okay, month, click on month. So we can extract month out of it. Month. Okay, now let me go here again, click on duplicate this. Duplicate. Okay, so if you see here, let me click on date again. Month, start of the month, 01/01/01 is the start of the month. End of the month, 12 December is the end of the month. Days in the month, how many days are in the month? So 31 days. Yes, days in the month. Okay, as it is a 12th month, so that is the reason we got 31 days. And the next one is name of the month. What is the name? 12th month is December. Okay. Yes, we got name of the month or month name. And what is the next option? Quarter. Okay, quarter of the year. So there are 4 quarters. So how do we identify the 4 quarters? January, February, March is the first quarter. April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. So it is the 4 quarters, calendar quarters. Now let me click on, it is quarter. Okay, let me go here again. Okay, we got, I think we duplicated that and we worked on the start of the year. So that is the reason we got same name of the month, same quarter and same days. Okay. So now let me click on month. Yes, we have worked quarter. So start of the quarter, end of the quarter, you can work on it. Week. What is the week of the year? So we get the week of the year. Let me click on duplicate. Okay. Week of the year. Week of the year. Let me click on this again. Click on date. What is the next thing? Start week of the month. So which week the month is? Okay, 20. For example, if you take today's date, okay, 20. So it falls under third week. Okay, that is week of the month. And the next one is day. Let us directly jump into the day. Let me click on day. So now let me write day. And what are all the options available? Click on this. Day of the week. What is the day of the week? Okay, 05 is the first week. Okay, it is going day of the week. Day of the week. And what do we have other options? What is the week? So let me go here. Right click. And the next option is day of the year, start of the year, start of the day, end of the day, name of the day. Okay, we get what is the name of the day. So whether it is a Tuesday, Monday, so that is day name. So this is what we have it in the date. Now let us see the time. Okay, right click, duplicate. Again, right click, duplicate the column. Right click, duplicate. So what do we have? The next one is time, hour. So let me click on hour. I can extract hour from this time, hour. The next one is minutes. Next one is seconds. Minutes. Yes, we have extracted minutes. Why do we need time? So we need time in order to measure how much time a delivery partner is taking and what is the duration of Ola, Uber. So that is what we can consider the time. Seconds. So this is about the date time extraction. So you can click on top left side, you can save this report. So there are two options, apply, apply later. For example, if you click on apply, whatever the changes that we did, these changes will be applied in Power BI desktop. Apply later, the whatever the edits we did, those will be saved, but the changes will be applied little later. So this is date time extraction. So the another data transformation technique is split and trim. So if you see, we have split column. Okay, why do we want to split the column? For example, if you order anything from any e-commerce, so what do we do? Or any food delivery applications. So what happens in that food delivery application? So what do we do in the place of address? We write the full address. For example, that e-commerce company want to analyze the state wise or the colony wise or by the country wise. So what do they need to do? They need to see it by the state. So if the state and the country is in the same address, same column, so they need to split that. So how do we split that? By using the option split columns. Okay. So if I expand split column, we have these many options. First and foremost option is by delimiter. What is a delimiter? Whatever the special characters that we see in our laptop's keyboard, those are all called as delimiters. The special characters shift plus 1 till 0, comma, dot, colon, space. These are all the delimiters, the special characters. Before we directly click on by delimiter, let us clean the data. So if you see, we have address column 2, column 3, and what do we have after that? We do not have any data after column 3. So what do we need to do here is, let me click on this and let me uncheck the nulls and click on OK. So we have removed the nulls. The next step is, let us make use first row as header. Okay. Yes, now we made the first row as header. Now what do we need to do? I would like to see flat number 101 or house number in a single column, in the first column. JNTU Maithili Street Pragati Nagar in the second column. Telangana, Chennai or Tamil Nadu, AP, Kerala, Telangana in a separate columns. Okay, how do we do that? The first option is by delimiter. So what are all the delimiter that we have in the flat number? Colon is the delimiter, comma is the delimiter. Okay, if you see in the second column, second row, colon hash by 4 by is the delimiter, comma is the delimiter. So let me click on by delimiter. Okay, Power BI automatically identifies the delimiter as the column, but we do not want to split the data by the column. We would like to split it by the comma. Let us see how do we get, if I click on column and click on OK, how it is going to split. Okay, after flat number, house number, plot number, okay, it is getting splitted at the column. Okay, I do not want that. What do I need to do? I want it by the comma, because I want to see flat number 101, house number 2-3 by 4, plot number 17. Okay, so click on the setting option, gear icon. Okay, and now what do? I click on the comma. Okay, and there are three options available. What is the first option? Split at leftmost delimiter, rightmost delimiter, each occurrence of the delimiter. If I click on leftmost delimiter, after comma, okay, flat number 101, house number 2-3 by 4 in a single column, others will be splitted into separate column. Let me click on that option first. Okay, flat number 101. Okay, this is first option. Let me click on this again. Okay, rightmost delimiter. What happens at the rightmost delimiter? Telangana, Tamil Nadu, AP, Kerala, Telangana will be in the last, the right one. Okay, this is rightmost delimiter. No, I do not want like that. I want to split it at each and every comma. Okay, each and every comma, and click on OK. Now, if you see flat number 101, this is the house number. I can simply write house number. So how do we make the changes to the column name? Double click on the column and write house number. House number. Okay, click on insert. The next one is street. Okay, double click and click on insert. Let me delete the last step. Okay, and the next one is state, or let me write colony. Okay, here let me write, okay, here I'll write city. Okay, and the next one I'll go for writing state. Now you see there are 4 columns combined. Okay, there are 4 columns combined in this single column. So the third one, the full address 5, let me remove this. Okay, let me remove this. This is splitting by the delimiter. So what we have got in the delimiter, either we can take the common delimiters or I can go for custom. In the custom, I can write type, comma, or whatever the delimiters that I have at the rate. These are all the delimiters. Okay. If you want to split it at this delimiters, at the special characters, we can enter this. Okay. And also, what do we have in the advanced option? Do you want to split it by the columns or by the rows? Okay. There are again two options available in the advanced options. Okay, do you want to split it by the column or by the row? Okay, what do you get after if you split it by the row? You will get it row by row. Okay, let me click on rows and click on OK. Okay, now you see we got by the row, each and every row. Everything whatever we see which is separated by the comma is now we are able to see in the row by row, row by row, row by row. But we do not want like that. We want to see it by the columns only. Okay, click on OK. Okay, now let us come to the last step. Now you see we have got splitted by the delimiter by delimiter. What is the next option available? By number of characters. Okay, if I click on number of characters, after each number of characters, everything will be splitted. For example, if I give 2, okay, at each 2 characters, it will be splitted. FL, HO, PL will be in the separate column and everything will be moved to the second column. Okay, once as far left as possible. Okay, let me click on this. Okay, FL is on the and everything will be on the second column. Or let me click on this again, right as far as possible. Okay, 101, okay, by 4, 17 by C, 20 will be splitted into the right. Okay, you see, splitted into the right column. If I go for repeatedly, after each and every 2 characters, the column will be splitted. Okay, after each and every 2 characters, the column will be splitted. Okay, this is by delimiter. Okay, and also in the advanced option, what do we have? Columns or rows? How do you want to split it? By the columns or by the rows? Let me remove this. Okay, why it is taking the character? For example, if you take the number of character, okay, if we take the number of characters, so let me go here, let me explain you. For example, if I go here, okay, if I write anything, okay, for example, let me write Asif. Okay, Ashif. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Ashif Muhammad. For example, if I go for it, if I write the number, okay, the character, it gives the number, it starts from 1. Okay, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, Ashif, it is 5 characters. Okay, if I go here, space will be considered, space will also be considered as 1 character, 6. Okay, again, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 characters. Okay, in the Ashif Muhammad, if we take the length of the characters, so the index starts from first. A is 1, S is 2. So like that, it starts. So after every 2 characters, okay, it splits. If we go for every 2 character, it splits. Again, it splits. Again, it splits. MO, it splits. HA, it splits. Okay, it splits like this. This is by number of characters. And what do we have after that? By position. Okay, what do we have? We have by position. If I give the number of position, okay, 0 comma 5, okay, and if I click on OK, after 0, after 5th character, it splits. Okay, after 5th character, it splits. Okay, flat, flat, and again space. FL80, again we got space. House, yes, 5 characters. Plot, house, 5 characters. Flat, 4 characters, and space is another character. So like that, by space, by position also it splits. Okay, by position also it splits. What is the next thing? By lowercase to uppercase. Okay, if I click on lowercase to uppercase, okay, after lowercase, okay, we do not have that. Let me do one thing. Okay, let me change replace value by PLOT. Okay, let me click on OK. So what is the next option? By lowercase to uppercase. Whatever we have after that, it will be splitted. Okay, we do not have that. Okay, let me do one thing. Replace value PLOT. Okay, lowercase to uppercase. Whatever we have after the lowercase to uppercase, it will be splitted. You see, after the lowercase, whatever the uppercases that we have, it will be splitted. And what is the next one? Uppercase to lowercase. Whatever we have, the characters after the uppercase, it will be splitted. And one more thing that we have it is, let me replace it. Okay, let me write James Bond. Okay, 007. Okay, And now let me write replace value. Okay. 007 James Bond. We have the next is split digit to non-digit and non-digit to digit. Let me click on this. Whatever we have after the digit, it will be splitted. So this is digit to non-digit. Non-digit to digit, whatever we have after the digit, after the text, it will be splitted. So this is digit to non-digit and non-digit to digit. Okay. For example, if I want to delete, okay, for example, if I want to delete, there are many steps in the applied steps. Okay. If I want to delete, I need to go one by one, but I want to delete all these steps in one go. How do I do that? So click on the right click on the step. Okay. We have an option called as delete until end. If I click on this, what it is saying, are you sure you want to delete until the end? This step will delete the current step and subsequent steps from your query. Okay, what happens? The current step that we are on, okay, split column by delimiter, and whatever the steps that we have under that step will be deleted. Let me click on OK. Now you see we have deleted all the steps. So this is split column. And now let us go through split column, split by delimiter. Okay, same thing again. We have the same thing, but it is repeated. Okay, let me take off the nulls. Click on OK. Let me make it use first row as header. Now you see we have got order ID, TXUN, OH. These are like states in US. 2019, these are all the year. 152156, these are all the zip codes or the pin codes. Okay, what do I need to do? I can split. Okay, I can split by delimiter. Okay, automatically it identified the delimiter and click on OK. Now you see we have separated all these. Okay, now let me rename this as state. Okay, and again here I'll go for zip code or pin code. Yes, we have split it by delimiter. And the next one is prefix and suffix. Okay, what do we have? Prefix and suffix. Let me do one thing. Text with the delimiter. Okay, let me go to transform. So we have an option called as format. Okay, first let me extract. Let us go through the next transformation technique, extract. Before we directly jump into this, let me click on take off the nulls. Okay, let me rename this as format. Click on enter. What do I do? Let me click on extract. Okay, click on the first one. Okay, if I click on the first one, length. Okay, what we have got? We got the length of the character. Okay, what do we have? Mr. @Joe #root. The length of these characters are 11. Okay, this is the way we can extract the length. Okay, the way we have seen in here. So these are all the length of the characters. Okay, 14 is the length of character. And what do we have? Let me remove this. What is the next thing that we have? First characters. For example, if I want to extract first two characters, and I can click on OK. I can extract first two characters from the column. Now let me take this off. And the next one is last characters. If I go for last four characters, I can extract the last four characters. Or what is the next one? Range. Okay, if I give the starting range, index is 0, and number of characters that I want to extract to, I can click on enter. Okay, here the index is starting from 0. Okay, here the index is starting from 0. This is extracting. And next one is text before delimiter. For example, what is the delimiter over here? We have @ and hash. If I write @, we get Mr. Mrs. Okay, click on enter. Or if I go for hash, whatever the text that we have before the hash, we can extract. Okay, this is the text before delimiter. Text after delimiter. If I want to extract after hash, I can click on hash. and I'll click on this. Now you see root, Clark, Ponting, Hayden. Okay. This is after delimiter. And what is the next one? Between delimiter. Okay. What do we have the delimiter? At the rate and hash. And if I click on this, now we can we can extract the text between the delimiters. Okay. This is text with the delimiters. Let me move this into split column. Move to group, split column. And what do we have the next one? Prefix and suffix. Okay, what do we have? Prefix and suffix. For example, if you see, let me take off. First, let me remove the column 4. How do we remove column 4? There are, first way is click on the column 4. Okay, go to remove column, remove columns. Second way is right click and click on remove columns. Okay, remove. And now let me take off the nulls. Okay, now if you see the last name, okay, so we have discrepancy in the R is capital, last letter is capital, which doesn't make any sense. What is the, how can we deal with such scenario? We have an option called as format. Okay, we have an option called as format. Click on the format. We have lowercase, uppercase, capitalize each word. The way we see the same options in Excel, we have it in the option wise. In Excel, what do? We click on lowercase. You see, if you see small a and capital A. Okay, if you ever see in the Excel, we have that option. So let me click on lowercase. Everything becomes lowercase. So let me click on uppercase. Everything becomes uppercase. Let me click on capitalize each word. What is capitalize each word? The first letter would be the capital letter and remaining letters would be the small letters. And let me click on trim. For example, if you have anything, okay. So let me get, I think we have the data. Let me click on new source and click on data transformation. I think we will have it. I think we haven't, did we get all? Let me come down, transpose text with delimiter. I think we have extracted all. Okay, no worries. So what do we have here? The next step is, okay, go to transform, format, trim. So for example, if you have, let me do one thing, okay, replace value, Kumar, and click on OK. For example, if you see, why are we not getting? No, we are not getting. Trim, what does it do? Trim whatever the leading or trailing spaces that we have in the data, we will get it. Okay, leading or trailing spaces in the data, we will get it. Replace value. No, we haven't got. So it is not taking. So no worries. No worries. We will see that. So replace is the thing that we get it. Trim whatever the leading spaces. Okay, remove leading and trailing white spaces from each cell in the selected column. So that is format. And what do we have? We have add prefix or suffix. For example, let me click on add prefix so I can easily add it. So let me click on this. Okay, click on capitalize each word. So what do I would like to do here is I would like to match first name and last name. Okay, what is the thing that we want to do here is I would like to combine first name and last name. How do we do that? Shift and select the next column. Okay, go to home. So I think we have it over here. Merge columns. Okay, we have an option called as merge columns. So what we have, we will get when we do merge columns, concatenate the currently selected columns into one column. Okay, let me click on merge columns. Okay, and what is the separator? Let me make it space is the separator between the first name and last name. And what is the name of the column? Let me make it full name and click on OK. Now you see we got the full name. Okay, we got the full name. What is the next option? Add prefix or suffix. What is prefix? whatever we want to add before the text. Prefix is before the text. Let me write Mr. Okay, let me write Mr. and click on OK. We got the Mr. But there is no space in between the Mr. and the name. So what do I do? Click on the gear icon here and enter space and click on OK. Again, same thing. Format, click on add suffix. So this is after we added the after the text end of the text. Okay, enter a text value to add to the end of each value in the column. For example, if I do not give the space and if I write sir, for example, let me write sir. Okay, so we got everything without space. How do we give the space? Enter a space and click on enter. Now you see we have added sir. You might have got one question. For example, this is so dynamic. Okay, this is so static. Everywhere it is getting Mr. and Sir is added. For example, if you want to add it for the female and male, how do we do that? So for that also we have add columns. In the add columns, what do we have? We have custom column and conditional column. Based on the custom and conditional column, we can add the prefix and suffix or whatever the changes that we want to do. Okay, this is format. Let me right click and move to group, new group called as format, and click on OK. Okay, so we also have here the formatting. Let us see the again, because when you practice with different examples, it would be easy for you to remember. Let me click on this, take off the nulls. First and foremost, when we get the data into Power BI, we need to go to data Power Query editor and check whether do we have any discrepancies in the data. If we have any discrepancies in the data, we need to clean the data. Okay, so let me go to home and click on use first as header. Okay, now what do we need to do? We need to either we can go to transform and click on format and make it capitalize each word. Again, click on the second column, capitalize each word. Then what do we need to do? Shift and select the next column. Either I can go to click on merge columns or right click. Here also we will get the options. Okay, merge columns. Okay, here what do I do? Space is the delimiter or the separator that we need to have it. And here I'll go for full name and click on enter. Okay, right click, move to group. What is that group name? Format. So this is format. And the next one is fill. Okay, what is the next transformation technique? Fill. For example, if you see, we need to observe the pattern of the data. I can't directly select the first column and remove the nulls. If I do that, I may miss the data. Okay, that is not the right. Whichever has the full data, okay, sales amount, okay, we have the full data. Click on this sales amount and take off the nulls. Okay, for example, if you see APKL belongs to India. Okay, Ohio, Las Vegas, Los Angeles, Texas belong to India. Hiroshima, Tokyo, Kyoto, Osaka belongs to Japan. I mean, based on the observation, based on the pattern of the data, we can say that, okay, these states belong to the respective countries. So I want to have in place of nulls as India, in place of nulls, America, in place of nulls, Japan. How do we do that? We have an option called as fill. Okay, what is the definition? Fill cell values to the neighboring empty cells in the currently selected column. How do we want to fill? Do we want to fill up or do we want to fill it down? Let me click on down. Now you see we got the data filled. So now we are able to see that, okay, these states belong to India. These states belong to America. These states belong to Japan. So let me do one thing. Let me replace value, okay, by null. By null. Okay, click on OK. What do we do here? Fill up. Okay, now you see I have filled up. If there is a discrepancies in the data, if we have the nulls or blanks, or we feel that after looking at the pattern of the data, we feel that this belong to this respective category, or this subcategory belong to category, or this hierarchy, or we have a hierarchy in the organization. Okay, employee, team leader, team manager, or general manager, vice president, CIO, CEO. Okay, so if this belong to that hierarchy, then we need to go for filling the data. Okay, this is fill the data. And what do we have? Merge columns. Same thing. Let us go with one more example. Take off these nulls. Okay, and make first row as header. Okay, and what do I do? So click on this, click on the last name, shift and select, right click, merge columns. Okay, by the space, make it full name, click on enter, and go to transform, click on the full name, click on format, and make it capitalize each word. Now you see we made the full name. This is called as a merge column. So right click, move to group, new group, make it as a merge columns. Merge columns. Click on OK. Okay, now you see we have moved into merge column. The first and foremost data transformation technique in this video is transpose. Okay, so if you take Excel, okay, we have in Excel, for example, we use regularly in the Excel. So for example, if I write, I have the product name and city, sales. The product name is AC, city is Hyderabad, okay, and the sales is $1,000. The product name is iPhone, Delhi, and the sales are 2,000 rupees. And the next one is iPad. The city is, let us go with Chennai, and the sales are $4,000. So we have an option called as, so let me copy this, okay, and Control C, and right click, we get an option in the paste options. Okay, what are all the paste options? Value, direct normal paste, 1 2 3 only values, any formulas, and we have an option called as transpose. Okay, what did we do? We clicked on transpose. When we made the transpose, okay, so let me click the same thing, copy this, copy again, right click, we have transpose. So what is transpose? Converting rows to columns, columns to rows. Okay, if you see product to city sales, the product to city sales, when it was in the columns, it is being changed into rows. Okay, and again here, when it is in the columns, when it is in the rows, okay, product to city state, when they are in the rows, it is being converted into columns. Let us see how do we implement in Power BI. Okay, so if you see here in the transpose options, we have top 5 cities, column 2, column 3, column 4, and what do we have? Till there are how many columns are there? On the bottom left side, we can see there are 20 columns and 999 rows. Okay, and the column profiling is based on the top 1,000 rows. So we get the data, we get the profile based on the top 1,000 rows. So if you observe from column 10, we do not have any data, everything is null. Okay, what do I do? Shift and select column 20 till column 20, from column 11 to column 20. Right click, we have an option called as remove columns. We can also do it by going home and click on remove columns. Okay, and what is the next thing? What is the next thing? Let us remove the nulls. Okay, the next thing is that from top 5 cities, let me take off the nulls. We have removed the nulls. Go to transform, we have an option called as transpose. Okay, transpose this table, treating rows as columns and columns as rows. Let me click on transpose. Whatever we have it in the column wise, everything turns into rows. Okay, now you see country, cities, and population. So any one of you, if I want to convert this country, city, population as column 1, column 2, column 3, what is the option do I need to click? I want to convert this country, cities, and population as the column headers. How do I do that? And if you see Texas, New York, Dallas, these are all belong to USA. So I want to make nulls as USA. What is the option that I need to click? I want this USA to be continued till 8th row. How do I do that?
Duplicate. Duplicate.
Not the duplicate. One option we have. So Texas, New York, Dallas, Chicago, these cities belong to USA. Okay. How do I fill these nulls to make USA? In the previous session, we discussed straightforward option. Go to transform. We have an option called as fill. Click on fill down. Then everything becomes USA. Okay, this is transposing the data. Okay, country, cities, population. Now, if you observe, now we have the clean data. Okay, this is transpose. Now, let us click. Now let us see other transformation technique, that is group by. Okay, other transformation technique, group by. What is group by? Let me explain you what is group by. Okay, what is group by? So, for example, group by. Group by. If you want to see the summarized data, okay, summarized data, we go for group by. We go for group by. So what is group by? For example, let me take one small example. Okay, we have region, okay, we have state and population. Region, state, population. So what is the region? Let us go with Asia. Okay, let us go with Asia. So here the state, or let me go for country. Okay, Asia, country, and the next one is state. State. So if I go here, the country is China. So here the state is Wuhan. Okay, and the population is 10 million. So here let me take the Asia. Country is same China. So state is, for example, let me go for Beijing. Okay, Beijing is one of the states. Okay, and the population is 30 million. Next one, same thing, Asia. And here I'll go for Indonesia. Indonesia. So the country, the state, the normal, let me take Bali and 40 million. So here let me go for taking Asia. Same here, Indonesia. Indonesia. And here let me go another some random Chingpi or something. Okay. So let me go for 50 million. Okay, let me go here with Europe. Okay, Germany. Okay, state Munich. Okay, here I'll go for 40 million. So here also same thing, Europe. And let me go for Italy. Italy. And let me go for Milan. And here 50 million. For example, if I want to see the group by, okay, group by region population, region wise population. Population. What do I get? Region Asia. It sums up total. Okay, 10 million plus 30 million plus 40 million plus 50 million. Okay, okay. What it becomes? 90, 120, 130 million. Okay, Asia population is 130 million. Okay, next one, Europe. Europe population is 90 million. Okay, this is overall summarized data, group by region wise population. Okay, and the next one is group by country population. If I go for country wise population, what do we get? Okay, China, okay, 10 plus 30, 40 million. Okay, 10 plus 30, 40 million population. Indonesia, okay, Indonesia, what is Indonesia's population? 40 plus 50, 90 million. 90 million. Next, Germany, 40 million. 40 million. And Italy, 50 million. Okay. For example, next thing, if I go for state-wise population, we get individual state-wise. Okay, Wuhan 10 million, Beijing 30 million, Bali 40 million. So like that we get. So if I go for Region and country wise population, we get Asia, China population, Asia, Indonesia population, Europe, Germany, Europe, Italy population. Okay. What is group by? If you want to see the summarized data, overall data, for example, if I go, the population of India is 1.4 billion. So the next level, population of state is individual state wise, I get the population. Okay. Population of districts under the state, I'll get individual district under state wise. Okay. This is group by population. Let us see that with example. The first and foremost thing, from fifth column till seventh column, right click and remove the columns. Now let me take off the nulls out of this table. Asia, China, Wuhan. Okay, we have the, let me click on go to, we have group by, go to home, click on group by. Okay, we have basic, advanced. Okay, specify the column to group by and desired output. So what do we have? I would like to group by region. Okay, what is the column name? Column name, it is total population. So let me write the column name, total population. Okay, and what is the operation that we want to make it? Do we want to go for sum, average, median, minimum, maximum, count rows? Okay, for now let me go for sum. What is the column that we want to apply the sum? That is population. Let me click on OK. Okay, by Asia, the population is 250 million. Europe, it is 100 million. Okay, everything is counted here. So this is group by. For example, let me click on setting option. Let me go for country-wise population and click on OK. So China, Japan, Germany, Italy, we got the country-wise population. Now I want to see the state-wise population. I can click on state and click on OK. Yes, now we are able to see the state-wise. Now I want to group by more than one column. How do I do that? Click on advanced option, select region, click on add grouping, select country and click on OK. We get Asia region-wise and country-wise population. Asia is the region, China is 150 million. Okay, you see China, Wuhan plus Beijing. Okay, 80 plus 70, 150 million. Tokyo plus Hiroshima, 60 plus 40, 100 million. Okay, again, Germany, Munich, Berlin. Okay, 40 plus 30. Italy, Milan. Okay, 30 million. So this is the way of grouping by the rows. So if you want to see the summarization of the data, we group by. So this is group by. Are we clear till now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So let me go to transform again. So let me click on transpose. Okay. Click on refresh. So the next option that we have is reverse rows. Okay. If I click on this, okay, click on reverse rows. If I click on reverse rows, everything will be reversed. Okay. Previously, what do we have? 80, 150, 67. Okay. If I clicked on reverse rows, then we get reverse of the rows. Count rows. If I click on count rows, okay, I will get number of rows in the table. Okay, this is counting the rows. Okay, so now let us go through the pivot and unpivot of the data. Okay, pivoting and unpivoting of the data. We get pivot and unpivot. Right click on it, click on move to group and new group. So let me write pivot, pivot and unpivot. Okay, what is unpivot and unpivot? Changing rows to columns, okay, and columns to rows. Columns to rows is pivot and unpivot. Okay, so let me also right click and move to group, pivot, unpivot. Okay, so where is the pivot, unpivot? Yes, here we have it. Now let me rename this as pivot. Click on enter. So if you see, we have year, Jan, February, March, April. Okay, we have it in the columns. Okay, we have it in the columns. Go to transform. We have an option called as unpivot columns. Okay, expand it, unpivot other columns. Okay, unpivot, what happens in the unpivot? Okay, whatever we have in the columns, that turns into rows. Okay, how does it turn into rows? In the unpivot, it turns into attribute. Okay, the combination of, okay, it is a pair. Okay, pair in a pair called as attribute value pair. Okay, attribute value pair. So whatever we have in the columns turns into rows. Okay, in the form of attribute and value. Okay, if you see, so previously what we have, so if I go to the previous, we have year Jan, February, March, April, May are in the columns. When we converted that into unpivoted, okay, these Jan, Feb, March turned down into a rows. Whatever the respective values that we have it under the month are turned into the values. So this is unpivoted other columns. Okay, this is unpivot. Let me right click. Okay, this is unpivot. Sorry, this is unpivot. Okay, let me right click and click on duplicate and pivot the column. Okay, what do we have? Attribute value. Let me click on value. So whatever we have, okay, whatever we have under that, okay, let me click on attribute. Okay, so let's see what do we have. No, we haven't got right. Let me click on value. Okay, so whatever we have it in the form of rows, it is being turned into columns. 2019 a column, and the attribute and the Jan February, the month fall under it, and the value comes in under it. You see, April, May, June, okay, everything, the month has been turned into rows and the year has been turned into columns. And whatever the associated values under the year, those are being under the years. Okay, this is pivot and unpivot. Let us see. So let me click on this, right click and remove this. Let us go through the Google and see in Power BI. Let me go to images. Okay, let me go to images. Okay. Which you see attribute and the values. What are attributes? A1, A2, A3 are the attributes. And what are values? V1, V2, V3, these are all the values. Okay, associated under the attributes. Okay, when we turn the table into unpivot columns, okay, then that would be turning into attribute value pair. Okay, attribute value pair, where columns become rows. Okay, so now let us see reduce column. What do we have in the reduce column? Yes, we can reduce the column. Click on all three columns and right click and remove other columns. Whatever the columns that we have, it will be removed. The next one is statistical columns. Okay, the next one is statistical columns. So let me take off nulls and click on OK. So go to transform. So in the transform, what do we have? We have number column. Okay, and what do we have? We have number column. Move to group, click on new group and write a number column. Number column. Okay. So in the statistical column, what do we have? Let me click on sales amount. So once I clicked on sales amount, what do we have? Statistics enabled, standard, scientific, trigonometry, rounding, and information. Okay. Let me expand statistics. So what do we have under the statistics? Sum, minimum, maximum, median, average, standard deviation, count values, count to distinct values. Click on sum. When I click on sum, once we click on sum, 25,000 plus 22,000 plus 18,000, we get the value like this. Okay, we get the sum of sales amount. So now let me take off the nulls also. Take off the nulls, we do not have anything. So click on sum. Once I clicked on sum, everything becomes added. Whatever the values in that column will be added and we got 1,02,000. Okay, that is sum. Let me click on this. Again, go to transform. Click on minimum. So we get the minimum value. 10,000 is the minimum. So we get the minimum value. Okay, this is minimum value. And the next one is transform. Click on maximum. We get the maximum value. Okay, and let me click on this again. Go to transform. Click on median. Okay, so we have three things in the statistics that is okay, mean, median, and mode. Okay, mean, median, and mode. So what is mean? Mean is average. Simple. Mean is average. What is an average? For example, if I have 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5. So if I want to see the average of 1 2 3 4 5, so it would be like sum of values. What are sum of values? 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 divided by number of values, that is 5. So what is average? 1 plus 2 plus 3. 3, 6, 10, 15. 15 divided by 5. So the average is 3. Okay, this is mean or average. What is median? Okay, we have the same thing. 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5 comma 6. For example, we have 6 numbers. Okay, if this median is based on the even or odd numbers. Okay, if the values, if the numbers are even, okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6, there are 6 numbers, so it is even. If it is even, it takes the middle two values. Okay, middle two numbers and sum of middle two numbers. It is sum of middle two numbers and divided by 2. Okay, divided by 2. Okay, what is that? 3 plus 4 divided by 2. It is 3.5. 7 divided by 5, 2, it is 3.5. If it is even odd number, it takes the middle number. Simple. Okay, if it is a even number, it goes for the middle two number, sum of middle two number. If it is odd number, it takes middle number. That is median. What is mode? Mode is a repeated number. A repeated number. Mode is repeated number. Okay, 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5 comma 2 comma 3 comma 3 comma. So we get whatever the most repeated number, 3 as the mode. Okay, now let us see. Now let us see. Click on median. We get the median number. Okay, and the next one is, let me click on this, transform. Next one is average. Okay, 17,000 is the average. Okay, again, let me go to transform. What is the next thing? Standard deviation. You can ignore this standard deviation, which is completely statistics. Ignore that. Go to transform, count. Okay, count values. So we get number of records in that column. And the next one, count distinct. So it eliminates the duplicate value. Okay, that is count distinct. And the next one is standard calculations. Okay, add. So if I click on add, if I want to add anything, okay, 599, or if I want to add anything, okay, 99, okay, 25,000 plus 99, 22,000 plus 99, okay, 99 will be added to each and every row. Okay, this is add. I can click on multiply. If I want to multiply with 2, I can click on OK. So it will be multiplied. Next one is subtract. If I want to subtract anything, okay, 95. Okay, if I want to subtract anything, we can subtract it. Click on this, divide. If you want to divide anything by 3, I can get it. Okay, next one is integer divide. So if you want to go for integer divide, we can also go for integer divide. Next one, modulo. Okay, let me go for 3 and click on OK. And what is the next one? Percentage. So if you want to find out the percentage, okay, let me go to integer divide. So if what is that? Percentage. If I click on 10 percentage, okay, what is the 10 percentage of 5,567? So we get some number 556.7. Okay, 10 percentage. If I go for percent of, okay, percent of 10, so it will be multiplied by 10. So that is percentage and percent of, percentage and percent of. Okay. Next one is scientific calculation. Okay. Next one is scientific calculation. Absolute value. For example, if we have, let me replace the value minus 234. Okay. Click on enter. Okay. If I make absolute value, whatever the negative values that we have, it turns into positive. That is absolute. Power. Okay. We have square, cube, power. Okay. If I make it square, we get huge number. Okay. We get huge number. Let me divide it by 100. So we get huge number. So that is the reason. So click on power square root. We get the value. Okay. We have studied when we were in school days. Cube. We get some value. Okay. The next one is exponent, logarithm, factorial. Okay. We know we have studied the factorial. If you remember from our schooling days, 4 factorial is 4 multiplied by 3 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 1. We get 24. So that is, we will discuss about what is the difference between duplicate versus reference. So click on transform data. So there are various use cases of duplicate and various use cases of references. So now let us see that. So let me take any one of the query over here. Okay. For now, let me take the statistical column. So not statistical, yeah, statistical column. So let me right click and move to group, duplicate. Let me create a new group, duplicate versus reference, duplicate versus reference, and click on OK. So where is that duplicate versus reference here? So if you see here, we have a lot of steps. So if you want to delete all the steps in a single selection, so right click on the step that we want to delete, and we have an option called as delete until the end. Click on this and click on delete. Yes. So we have deleted all the steps in a single deletion, in a single step. So if you see here, let me also remove this. So what we have, so whenever we work, okay, whenever we get the project or whenever we get the requirements from the client, so what do we need to do? We should not be working directly on the main data. So whenever we get any project, first thing what we need to do here is, so we should not directly work on the main project, main data itself. So what do we need to do? So let me rename this as main table, and click on enter. Okay, we got main table. So in the main table, what do we need to do? So we need to duplicate this. So right click, we have an option called as duplicate. So let me rename this as duplicate table. Duplicate table. Okay, that's well and good. So if you see in the duplicate table, we got 4 steps. Okay, source, navigation, promoted headers, change type. Okay, so in the main table, so we got 4 steps: source, navigation, promoted headers, and change type. So right click, we have an option called as reference. So when I when I made it as a reference table, okay. So how many steps are we able to see? Only single step, that is source step. What is the source step? So from the main table, it only picks the last step. Whatever the changes that are being applied on the main table, that steps are being applied on the reference table, but only single source step. Okay. So duplicate, when we do the duplicate of main table, duplicate table is independent of the main table. First point. Reference table is dependent on the main table. Okay, this is the first point, the difference between duplicate versus reference. And in the main table, so let me make some changes. Now let me remove the nulls. Okay, let me take off the nulls. So I removed the nulls, And also from here also, let me remove the nulls. Okay, we removed nulls. So let me go to duplicate table. So let us see whether whatever the changes that we made in the main table, are those changes are applying in the duplicate table or not. So in the duplicate table, no changes are applied. Okay, we do not find any changes that is being getting applied from the main table. Whereas coming to reference table, so you see, so whatever the changes that we made in the main table, those changes are applied in the reference table. Okay, this is the second point. What is the second point? Whatever the changes that we do in the main table, those changes will not be applicable in the duplicate table, but in the reference table, those changes are applied. This is the second step in the duplicate versus main table. So duplicate versus reference table. And it only takes the last step. Okay, it only takes the source step. And here, so let me make some changes. Okay, let me go to duplicate table. For example, if I make any changes in here, okay. So if I go here, if I take off the, so let me delete any one of the, so cost of goods, let me delete this. Okay, remove the column. And let me go and check main table. Okay, let me go and check main table. Cost of goods is not deleted. Okay, in the reference table, if I delete cost of goods, okay, and let's check whether we have the data, that column is removed in the main table or not. Okay, main table is not affected by the duplicate or reference table. The third point is whatever the changes that we do in the duplicate table or the reference table, those changes will not be applicable in the main table. Okay, this is the duplicate versus reference. So in the duplicate table, so what do we do in the organization? So in the organization, we do not directly work on the table. Okay, we do not work directly on the main table because sometimes we may lose the main data. So that is the reason we do not directly work on the main table. So let me take off the nulls. Now if you see, we have sales amount, quantity, price, okay, and cost of goods. For example, if I want to know about the price, okay, so what do I need to do? I need to multiply quantity multiplied by sales. We have a simple formula for calculating the sales or revenue. Okay, simple general formula. What is that formula? Price multiplied by quantity. Simple. How simple it is? For example, there are each apple price is, for example, 10 rupees. Okay, I bought 2 apples. So what is the formula? Price 10 multiplied by 2. 10 multiplied by 2. So it is 20 rupees. So like that. So here also we have the formula. So how do we apply the formula? So for now, let me use the custom column. We will discuss in further session. So let me take quantity, price multiplied by quantity. Okay. So let me go for revenue. Okay. Let me click on OK. Okay. So I got the revenue. Let me make the changes. Let me make this into whole number. Okay. And we also have cost of goods. Okay. So for manufacturing each product, it is 20 rupees. Okay. For manufacturing each product, it is 20 rupees. So what I want to find out, net sales. Okay. Here net sales. Simple net sales. Okay. Simple net sales. So what is the net sales? Let me explain you for 1-2 minutes. For example, I have a tea shop or pani puri. Simple thing, tea shop or pani puri. So every day the tea shop person is making 3,000 rupees. So he is getting every day he is generating revenue 3,000 rupees. But in that 3,000, 500 rupees for milk. Okay, 500 rupees for milk. 500 rupees for cylinder. Okay, I'm taking everything for cylinder, for I can simply say gas, tea powder, coffee powder, and also rent. Okay, let me take. Okay, 1,000 rupees he is spending everything on the maintenance, and also the product that we want, the milk. Okay, 500 rupees. So 1,000 rupees. So every day he's spending 1,000 rupees. 3,000 multiplied by 30. Okay, 3,000 multiplied by 30. It is 90,000 rupees is the revenue that he is making. But out of that, 1,000 rupees he is spending on the products. Okay, into 30,000, 3,000, sorry, 30,000. Okay, so if I want to calculate how much, so what do we say? We call, I don't exactly remember the local word. How much are you getting benefit? What is the benefit are you getting? Yeah, 60, sorry, 90,000. Okay, 90,000 minus 30,000. 60,000 is the profit. Yeah, how much profit? So 60,000 is the amount that a person is getting. Okay, so here also if you take, so cost of the product, okay, 20 rupees, 30 rupees, 40 rupees, 50 rupees. So what I want to do, I want to calculate the net amount, net sales. Okay, so here let me take the custom column. We will discuss this, don't worry. So what do we do? Net revenue minus cost of goods. So here what do I do? Here I'll make this as net sales. Okay, net sales or net revenue or profit, both of them are same. So the net sales are, okay, let me make it into whole number. Okay, the net sales are 1,780 rupees. Okay, 2070. So I did some calculation. So I got, okay, after these steps, I got to know that, okay, this is what the exact output that I have got. What is the next step that I need to do? The next step is I need to apply all these steps in the main table. Okay, what is the next step? I need to apply all these in the main table. But every time I can't go to the main table after filtered rows. Okay, for example, in the duplicate column, what I did, I filtered rows. Then again, I went to the main table, I filtered, I took off nulls. Okay, I took off nulls. And again, going to the duplicate table and what we have added custom column. So every time I can't, now here it is only few steps. But if we have many steps, 20 or 30 steps, so how do we handle that? So it will be handled by using a concept called as advanced editor. So whatever the changes that we did, okay, those changes will be in a code, okay, the complete code. So what do I do? This is called as a mashup language or M language, mashup query or M query. Okay, control A, control C. Okay, so everything, whatever the complete steps that we have, everything will be applied in the single shot and click on OK. Yes, we got the data. So here what happens in the duplicate table, either I want to keep this as a, keep this, I can keep it, or if I want to delete it, I can delete it. Whereas, what is the purpose of reference in the real-time industry? Okay, for example, so in the reference table, so reference table is dependent on the main table. Okay, so dependent on the main table. So what happens in the main table, for example, dependent on the main table, dependent on the main table. So here, for example, we have domain. Okay, here we have domain and salary, employee name and salary, employee name and salary. So what do we have in the domain? So we have HR domain, marketing domain, and sales domain. Okay, so we have employee names. Okay, we have employee name. Okay, employee name and the salary. Okay, for example, we have employee name and salary. So there are around 10 lakhs records. Okay, 10 lakhs records. What is 10 lakh records or 10 lakh data? 10 lakh records or rows of data. Okay, in this 10 lakh records or 10 lakhs data, so HR domain, it is 3.3 lakhs. Okay, 3.5 lakhs records. Okay, in marketing, it is 3.5. In sales, it is 3 lakhs. So every time what do we do? There is no need of going for the separate analysis of the HR domain, HR one group. Okay, HR analysis one group. Okay, marketing analysis one group, sales analysis one group. Okay, there is no need of doing that. So what do? We get the data into Power BI. Okay, we get the data into Power BI. Okay, the complete table, the complete data. Okay, the way we have renamed it as, we name it as a organization table. So here, organization data. So what do? We name this as organization data. So then what do? We take the reference of this table. Okay, reference of the table. Okay, what happens? Okay, here what happens? We in the domain. Okay, we filter for HR. Then we go for whatever the steps that we want to go for. We apply the steps for cleaning the data. Okay, adding the columns or cleaning the data. Again, the next one, what do? Sales. Again, marketing. So you would have said that, okay, so 10 lakh records, every time I can't load the 10 lakh records. So it would become 30 lakhs for each domain. It would be loading issue in Power BI. Okay, but here you said that if you load the data here, so it would become 20 lakhs. You might have asked me the question. So here you are loading the main data. Okay, organization data has 10 lakhs, 10 lakhs data, 10 lakhs records, 10 lakhs records. And again, here we are taking 3.5 plus 3.5 plus 320 lakhs. But what is the difference? Again, it is a loading issue. Okay, here we have a concept called as enable load. Enable load. What is enable load? Let us see that. Okay, so this is main table. So what do? I right click. We have an option called as enable load. Okay, so what is this? So first let me close and apply. Okay, remember main table, duplicate table, reference table. Let me close and apply. Let us see all the tables are getting loaded into Power BI desktop or not. So once the data is loaded, we can see all the tables in the data pane. Yes, the data is loaded. Now, if you see, we have main table, okay, duplicate table, and reference table. Okay, now we are able to see. Let me go to data transformation again. Okay, so in order to not to burden the Power BI, okay, what do? Right click, enable load. What is enable load? The data is refreshed in the Power Query editor, but it will not be loaded into Power BI desktop. Okay, this is enable load. Disabling load, what it is giving warning. Disabling load will remove the table from the report, and any visual that we are using, it will be broken. So let me click on continue. Okay, we have not loaded. And again, we also have one more option, include in the report refresh. Okay, we will see that. Let me click on close and apply. Okay, now if you see, I'm searching for the main table. Now we are not able to see the main table. Okay, what is enable load? Enable load, okay, when we disable the load, okay, when we disable the load, what happens? The data, the table will not be loaded into, Power BI desktop. Power BI desktop. One of the interview questions. what is the difference between duplicate versus reference, what is enable load and what is disable load. So you need to explain the same thing in the interview, the way we have discussed. Are we clear till now, all of you? This video, we will discuss about the section called as add column. So let us get the data into here. So click on new source and click on Excel workbook. And let me go here and get that Excel in here. The insurance detail table is the one that we are looking into in the add column data transformation techniques. So what do we do in the add column? So we add the column based on the condition. Or if you want to extract anything from the column, we can also extract based on some condition. So now let us see. So what do we have? Let us see the data that we have it in here. So we have the first column insury ID, insury name. I mean, simple, the information related to the insurance policy holder, and also what is the gender and what is the policy name, policy type, how much the insurance coverage and what is the policy type, and insurance plan, how much insurance amount a policy holder is paying, and the policy holder annual income, insurance tenuity, and insurance maturity. So this is what the data that we have it in this data. So now let us go to add column. So there are three options available in the add column. The first and foremost option is column from examples, and conditional column, custom column. Now let us go with column from example. So if you observe the data over here, okay, we need to observe the pattern of the data. So if you see the insurance coverage column, so what do we have? We have got 50L, 10L, 20L, but if you see, we got here 40LL and here also 40LL. So what do we do? Right click and replace the values by 40L and click on OK. And for example, if I want to see, I want the combination of the state to place address. I want to see the merge column of state, place, address. How do we do that? The first and foremost option is select state, place, address, and we can merge the column. Okay, right click. We have an option called as merge columns. We can give the separator as space and address. So I can write full address and click on OK. Now we got the full address. But the only thing is that we are losing the data that we have it before. So I do not want to lose the data. Okay, I want to see the state, place, address, but I want to see these three in a single column, in a separate column. So how do we do that? So let me remove this. We have an option called as column from example. So click on column from selection. And what do I do here? I will directly write, double click. Okay, I'll write MH space Mumbai space Bandra. And let me rename this as full address and click on OK. Now you see we got full address. What is the full address? MH Mumbai Bandra. Yes, we have inserted merged columns, but here what? So we have got a separate column. Not the column is not getting combined in the existing column. We got the separate column. So now let us see, can we make any other changes? Okay, now let us see, can we go for making any other changes over here? For example, if I want to, so here if you see, here also if you see insury annual income and 12,000 is the insury annual income, but that's not right. So let me replace the value by 12L and click on OK. Okay, so if you see, so now let us go here again. Okay, let me click on again shift and select, column from selection. Here, if I would like to have something different, okay. So I want to go for MH hyphen Mumbai hyphen Bandra. So I can enter, I can get it. The hyphen after each and every word, okay. Or if I go for semicolon, also I can go for semicolon. Or if I want to add any special character, equal to also I can add the equal to. So this is column from example or column from the selection. So this is column from all columns or from selection. So we can extract or we can write any condition and we can get the data. The next thing is that conditional column. Okay, the next thing is that conditional column. For example, if you see, so in the gender we have male, female, but it is in the short form. I would like to see it in the full form. So how do we do that? So we have an option called as conditional column. Okay. So these are all like creating a new column. Add column section is completely like creating a new column. So let me write gender new. So what is the column name? Gender equal to. Okay. Here we have different types of operators. Equal to, does not equal to, begins with, does not begin with, ends with, does not end with, contains, does not contain. So here let me go with M, and here I'll give male, and in the class I'll go for female and click on OK. Now if you see, we got gender new, male, female. Okay, this is what we have got it. So we have a column called as state. So we see only the short form of the states. I don't know what MH is or KA is or AP is. I want to make it full form. So how do we do that? So click on conditional column. So we directly go for if else condition. Simple. So what do I do? State new. So the column name is state. Where is the state? Yes, state equal to. Yes, we can go for equal or whatever we would like to go for it in the operator. State equal to MH. So I'll write Maharashtra. Maharashtra. And if you want to add clause, I can click on add clause. Else if, else if. Let me click on state again equal to TS. So I'll write Telangana. Telangana. And the next one again, state equal to AP, Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh. And the next one is again click on add column, add clause. Okay. Only if there are only two conditions, if it is if else condition. If we have more than two conditions, we go for else if. So the next one is again state equal to, here I'll go for Kerala. Again add clause, state equal to TN. Okay. Tamil Nadu. Again same thing, state equal to KA. Okay. So here I'll write Karnataka. And again the same thing, state equal to GJ, Gujarat. And here I'll go for writing. Either I can go for enter the value or enter the column. So if I click on enter the column, I can write directly state. Else condition I'm giving. So whichever we have the short forms, give the full names. Else, let us go with state name. Click on OK. Now if you see, we got all the columns. All the states are being abbreviated. So this is conditional column. Okay. This is conditional column. So how do we write the conditional column? If we go for, let me explain you here again. Okay. Simple, there are two conditions. Okay. First one is if condition. Okay. If there are only two conditions, then it go for if else condition. If we have more than two conditions, if, else if, and else condition. So what we have seen, column from example we have seen, and conditional column. conditional column. Most of the times we use it when we have the text data type, text data type. Okay. And the next one is custom column. The next one is custom column. What is a custom column? For example, let us see one example. So here, what do? I'll go till here. So let us work on the insurer annual income. So what do I want to do here is, so I'll go for column from selection. So replace L with 4 or 5 zeros. Okay, lakhs. I would like to see it in the number. Okay, 120, 1200, 12,000, 1,20,000, 12 lakhs. So let me click on enter. It did not understand. Let me write again. 8 lakhs, 8 lakhs, and click on enter. Now it understood. So what do? I'll write insurer annual income new. Insurer annual income new, and click on OK. So we got the data. So we have a tax slab. Okay, we have a tax slab. So what is the tax slab? Now let us go through one small example, general normal example. So let me write the condition. If, okay, salary less than or equal to 5 lakhs. Okay, salary less than or equal to 5 lakhs. Then, so it would be like 5% tax deduction. Okay, 5% tax deduction. Else, normal, if we go for direct to straightforward else condition, then it is 0. Okay, but we do not have, we have more than one condition. So what do? Else if, okay, else if salary less than or equal to, okay, less than or equal to 8 lakhs. Okay, then it is 8%. Okay, 0.8 or 8%. Okay, 8%. Again, else if, okay, salary less than or equal to 12 lakhs. Okay, then it is 15%. The tax deduction is 15%. Else if salary less than or equal to 15 lakhs. Okay, then it is 20%. Else, the last condition, greater than 15 lakhs. Okay, if the salary is greater than 15 lakhs, then it is a 30% tax deduction. So how do we implement this tax deduction in Power Query Editor using custom column? Now let us see this. Okay, so click on custom column. We have an option called as custom column. So add a column that is computed from the other columns. So here what I do, I'll write tax slab. Okay, so equal to, so I can select the column. Okay, if space, either I can select the column. Okay, double click, I'll get the column here. Okay, if insurer annual income new. Okay, if insurer annual income new. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me cancel this. So make this as a whole number, because we need, every time we need to enter the double quotes. Let me click on custom column. Write tax slab. Okay, how do we write if else condition in here? If space, I can give square bracket, I'll get the suggestions of the columns. Okay, insurer annual income new. Okay, if insurer annual income new, okay, less than or equal to 5 lakhs, less than or equal to 5 lakhs. So the next condition, the next thing is that then, okay, less than or equal to 5 lakhs. Then, so what is the condition? What is the condition that we have seen? 5% tax deduction. This 5% tax deduction is on the salary only. Okay, so how do we do that? So we will do it, enter insurer annual income. So I can also click on this. Okay, insert, multiply. Okay, if we convert the percentage into number. So how do we convert the percentage into number? The percentage into number can be converted. Okay, percentage to number conversion. Okay, how do we convert? when we have 10% to number, so divide it by 100, simple. Okay, divide the number by 100, then we get the value. Okay, 10 divided by 100, then it is 0.01. Okay, so I can also take the calculator. I can also go for 10 divided by 100. It is 0.1. Sorry, it is 0.1 when we convert 10% to number. So here also what do we need to do? We need to multiply it with what is the percentage that we gave? 5%. So if I convert 5 divided by 100, okay, 5 divided by 100, so it is 0.05. Okay, it is. So I will be multiplying with 0.05. So again, there is no need of 5 divided by 100. So I'm directly taking the value. Okay, what we are trying to do here, if injury annual income less than or equal to 5 lakhs, okay, one spends 100,000, 10,000 lakhs, then injury annual income is multiplied with 0.05. Okay, else if the next condition, again the same thing, injury annual income, okay, injury annual income less than or equal to 8 lakhs. So here we will go for 8 lakhs. Then, okay, then enter. Then injury annual income multiply by, okay, 0.08. Okay, when we convert 8% into number, it is 0.0508. Else if, okay, again injury annual income new, okay, less than or equal to, what is the next step? 12 lakhs. Okay, if 12 lakhs, then, okay, injury annual income multiply by what is the percentage? Less than or equal to 12 lakhs, it is 15%. When I put 15%, 15 divided by 100, so 0.15. It is 0.15%. Again, next one, else if, okay, else if injury annual income less than or equal to 15 lakhs, 15,000, 15 lakhs, then it is multiplied by 0.2. Else, last condition, what is the percentage that we want to multiply? So it is injury annual income multiplied by 0.3. Now let me click on OK. So for the annual income 12 lakhs, the tax slab is 1,80,000. Okay. For the candidate, those who are earning more than 12 lakhs, okay, 18 lakhs. For 8 lakhs, it is 64,000. For 6 lakhs, it is 48,000. So this is the way we calculate the tax slab. What is the actual salary that a person is going to get? So click on custom column. Okay, what is the in-hand salary? So I can write in-hand salary. So what is the in-hand salary formula? Injury annual income minus injury annual income new minus tax slab. Click on OK. 10,20,000 is the actual salary that a person is going to get every year. So this is the if else condition or the custom column that we have it in Power Query Editor. So how do we write? So how do you remember? You remember if condition, then result 1. Okay, syntax. If condition 1, then result 1. Okay, then is we need to write then result 1. Else condition 2, directly straightforwardly condition 2. We only have 2 conditions. If we have more than 2 conditions, if, okay, condition 1, then result 1. Okay, result 1. Else if condition 2, okay, then result 2. Okay, again the next one, else if again condition 3, then result 3. Okay, result 3. Else last condition is else result to 4. So this is what the if else condition, or it is also called as custom column. In order, if you want to create any column from the existing column, or if you want to apply conditions on the existing column, then we go for the conditional columns, so that we can easily get what is the conditions that we can apply. So most of the times it is used for grouping the data. Grouping the data. So most of the times it is used for grouping the data, or putting any slab on the data. Okay. And the next one is indexing column. I can give the index from 1 or from 0. Okay, I can click on this, and I can give the number from 0. Starting index is 0. And how many increment do we want to have it? So we can add the increment the way we would like to have it. So if I give 10 increment, I can also have the 10 times 0, 10, 20. And I can click on this. Starting index is 1 and the increment is 10. We will also get the increment. And I can also make it duplicate the column. We have seen the format, extract, and all these. So we can also go for filling. Yeah, we have seen this. So now let us get into other topic, that is append. Okay, other topic called as append. Append. For example, we have the data. So the company is maintaining the data. The company maintains the Excel data, the data in Excel. The data in Excel. So every month after completing the month, they change the sheet. For example, they have a sheet called as Jan 2025. So what do they have? They have date, product, and price. Okay, date, product, price. And in the February also we have the same thing. Okay, 2025. And also in the March we also have the same thing, 2025. But what our requirement? The client stated that. So can you please consolidate these Excel sheets into a single sheet or single data, so that we can go for yearly analysis. So till now we went with monthly analysis. What was the sales in Jan? What is the product price, and which products are being sold out on which date? And also same thing with February and March. So now he wants to consolidate all these in a single sheet or single data, so that he can see the yearly analysis. So we have append. So what is append? Concatenate. Concatenate the rows. Concatenate the table rows. Okay, into single table. Single table by row by row. By row by row. So what is row by row? So let me get the data. So click on get the data here, new source, Excel workbook. So let us get the data of append. So April, May, all this. And let me click on OK. Okay, we got the data. April, February, Jan. So let me arrange a little bit. After Jan, let me drag. And March, April. Okay, we got data. So what do we have in here? We have date, product, price. So the complete January data we have till 30th Jan. So we have got the data. And also same here append. So we got the data, date, product, price. Same date, product, price. So in all the sheets we have the same data. So what do we need to do? We need to append it. How do we append it? So let us see that. So if you see on the top right side, we have append queries. So there are two options: append queries as new. Append queries is like, so other table will be added into the existing data. Okay, what is append? So let me click on, for now, let me click on append queries. Concatenate rows from two tables into a single table. Okay, concatenate rows, concatenate the table rows into a single table by row. Okay, what is the definition? Concatenate rows from two tables into a single table. So let me click on February and click on OK. So now you see after 30th, after 30 January, we got 1st February. Okay, after 30 January, we got 1st February. So what happened? Append queries means whatever the existing in the existing table, we got the data of February. But I do not want like that. I want to have it as a separate table. So click on append queries as new. Okay, append queries as new. We can also append 3 or more tables. Okay, concatenate rows from 3 or more tables into a single table. So click on February and click on add. March, add. April, add. And click on OK. Now you see we got the final data. Okay, final data. Final data. Click on enter. So after 30 January, we got February data. After 28th February, we got the March data. And after March, we got the February data. Okay, so let me take off nulls for cleaning the data. So now we got date, product, price. So what is the thumb rule of append? Okay, thumb rule of append. The first and foremost thing is that the name of the column name should be same. If the column names are different, we will get it as a separate column. Okay, let us see one example. For example, if you see here, in the February, we have the product as product, not the product, only prod. So if I go to final table, so we got products, price, and prod. Okay, what is the thumb rule? The name of the column should be same. Okay, the name of the column should be same. The first thumb rule is the name of the column should be same. And the second thumb rule is column number of columns should also be the same. The number of columns should also be the same. If we have different number of columns, we will get the column, but we will get nulls if we do not have the data. For example, let me click on custom column and let me write discount. So a separate column that we are going to get. So discount column, we got the discount from the February. Okay, what is the percentage? 5%, 0.05. Let me click on OK. So we got 5% as the discount. So in the March last, when you see here, we got the discount. Whichever we do not have the data, we will get the nulls. So that is thumb rule. Okay, I can make it into whole number or decimal number. So let me make it into decimal number. Now you see we got the data. Okay, 2 lines, 2 definition we need to remember. Column name should be the same and number of columns should also be the same. If we do not have the same name, we will get it as a separate column. If we have the difference in the number of columns, whichever are not matching, we will get the nulls. So that is the only thing that we have it in the append. This tutorial, we will discuss about one of the most important topics throughout the databases and also in Power BI is data modeling. Why do we go for data modeling? So why the data modeling is important for analysis in Power BI or in SQL or in the data visualization part. So first of all, what is data modeling? So in the previous videos, in the previous session, we discussed about the difference between the dimension table and fact table. So the data is being divided, the tables are being divided or segregated into dimension table and the fact table, the master table. So why it is divided into dimension and fact table? In order not to put a lot of load on the data, on the server or any application that we use. So the data is being divided into dimension table. So what is a dimension table? Dimension table contains all the descriptive information, all the descriptive information about the fact table, descriptive info about the fact table. And what do we have on the other hand? We have the fact table. So what do we have in the fact table? Transactional data, complete transactional data. So the dimension table would have the primary key, and the fact table would have the foreign keys. Just remember dimension DP, dimension primary key, and fact table foreign key, FF. So here if you take, so let us consider few tables. So here comes another concept called as a schema. So we have a concept. This data modeling can be done on the basis of schema. What is a schema? The schema is like blueprint. So how does the data need to be flown, passes through the all the tables. So schema is like a blueprint. How the data is arranged, how the tables are arranged. So this is based on some certain rules for sorting the data, for aggregating the data. So this is schema is required. So in here, what we do, so we have few tables. For example, I have a table called as a transactional table. So here we have a table called as a transaction table. So I can simply say the revenue table. So what does the revenue table contains? The revenue table contains so the fact table will contain the IDs, that is foreign keys. Product table, product ID. So branch ID, and also we have date ID. So here what do we do? So we have like quantity, price, unit sold, revenue, discount. So all this information. So this is in the revenue table. So now let us take another table. So what do we have in another table? So we have customer table. So we have customer table. We have another table. So other tables. So let me take other tables. So what do we have in here? So here we have a customer table. So customer ID, customer table, customer ID, customer name, customer address, for example, address. So customer name and customer ID. So here what do we have? So we have product table. So what do we have in the product table? Product ID, product name, and product inventory. So where does the product is coming from? And here what do we have? We have the branch ID. Okay, branch table. So branch ID, and branch name. And here we have the date table. So we have date ID. So date ID, year, month, quarter, month. So we have all these information. So if I want to know about who is the customer, what kind of a product does the customer bought, and which is the branch, and what is the year, quarter, month, and all this information. So I need to make the relation between the tables. So how do I make the relation between the tables? By using the customer ID. So by using the customer ID, I'll make the relation. So using the customer ID, I will make the relation. And also we have product ID. So from product ID, we have the product. Okay, we have the product ID. And the next one is branch ID. So from the branch, I'll get to know what is the branch name. And from the date ID, I'll get to know what is the date. Okay, what is the date? So here I'll get to know. So I can pull the information about the year, quarter, month. So I can pull the information. So I can pull the information from the customer. I can get the customer data. So customer data. So I can pull the information. So here, what is the direction? And how do you want to make the direction? Okay, do you want to make it a single direction or both direction? Whether it is a many-to-many relationship, one-to-many relationship, and any other type of cardinality. So here we have a technical information, technical data, technical terminology like cardinality. Cardinality. So what is a cardinality? Type of relationship. Type of relationship. And the next one is cross filter direction. Cross filter direction. What is a cross filter direction? Do you want it as a single direction or a both direction? Single direction or both direction. So here if you take, whether do we want to have it as a single direction? Okay, single direction or both direction or both direction. So what is single direction? What is both direction? So whether do we want to have it as a single direction or both direction? Just a second. Single direction or both direction? Both direction. So single direction means the customer ID or the customer details, the dimension table can filter the fact table. Both direction means the fact table can also filter the dimension table. Or here, if I want to know the customer ID and the customer name, okay, and I want to see when the customer bought the data, the products. Okay, when the customer bought the products. For example, I made the both direction. Okay, here also I made both direction. Okay, so here I did not make the both direction, but I only made a single direction. When I made the single direction, okay, I can get to know the customer name. Only I can get to know the customer name and the information from the date table. I may or may not get the information about the date table. What is the customer? Which day the customer bought, or which year, which quarter, which month the customer bought the product. If I make the both direction, I can get to know that, okay, I can also get to know what is the customer, which day or which month that the customer has bought. So this is the data modeling. So we make the relation between the tables in such a way that the data or the column flow in between all the tables based on the cardinality and cross filter direction. Okay, based on the cardinality or cross filter direction. Let me take a new one. Okay, let me take a new one. So there are four types of relationships. Okay, cardinality. So cardinality is, there are four types of cardinalities. The first and foremost one is one-to-many relationship. One-to-many relationship. What is one-to-many relationship? So the dimension table contains unique records. Okay, unique records. Dimension table contains unique records. Fact table contains multiple records, multiple related records. Okay, multiple related records. So this is This is one-to-many relationship. Okay, and the next one. And what is the next one? Many-to-one relationship. Many-to-one relationship. What is many-to-one relationship? Okay, it is a vice versa of one-to-many relationship. So fact table contains multiple related records. Multiple related records. And the dimension table contains unique records. Okay, this is many-to-one relationship. And the next one, okay, and the next one is one-to-one relationship. And the next one is one-to-one relationship. One-to-one relationship. Both fact and dimension table, okay, both fact and dimension table contains unique records, okay, unique records, then it is called as a one-to-one relationship. And the next one is last relationship is many-to-many relationship. Many-to-many relationship. So what is many-to-many relationship? So when we try to combine two fact tables, when we try to make the relation between two fact tables, we may face many-to-many relationship. Or the dimension table sometimes contains the multiple related records. Both the table has multiple related records. Multiple related records. Then we get many-to-many relationship. So we need to avoid many-to-many relationship because we may or may not get the transaction data correctly. Okay, this is cardinality. And the next one is, okay, and the next one is cross-filter direction. Okay, and the next one is cross-filter direction. Cross-filter direction. What is a cross-filter direction? The cross-filter direction, do you want to have it as a single direction or both direction? And the next one is active properties. What is active property? Do you want this relationship active or inactive, or inactive or deactive? Inactive or deactive. Now let us see one example in the practical. Okay, so let me get the Excel. Okay, let me get the Excel. So let me get the sales so that we will get. So sales. Okay, let me click on open. So let me click on all the sheets. Let me click on all the sheets. Click on load. Now the data is getting loaded. Now the data is getting loaded. Yes, the data is loaded. So now let us see what is the data that we have it in the table view. So in the calendar table, what do we have? We have the date key, what is the year, quarter, month name, month number, fiscal year, fiscal quarter, all this information. In the product data, we have the list of products. What is the product name, category and subcategory. Next one is sales table. So we have the transaction information so that I can get to know unit price, order quantity, total product cost, sales amount. So we got to know that, okay, this is the fact table. And the next table is territory table. Okay. So what is the next step? For example, I go to data visualization part. I clicked on table. Okay, table visual. So what I need to do, I want to see the sales. Okay, I would like to see the sales. Okay, total product cost by the product. Okay, by the category. Okay, total data of product. So let me increase the font size. Let me increase the font size. Let me increase the font size. Now if you see, so accessories, the same number, 172555318. Bikes, it is same number. So it is not getting segregated. Okay, the data is not getting segregated. So what it is giving? Can't determine relationships between the fields. Click on see details. Okay, can't display the data because Power BI cannot determine the relationship between two or more fields. So I'm not able to get, I'm not able to see the category wise product cost and total sales amount. So how can I overcome this? So we can overcome this by making the relation between the tables. So how do we make the relation between the tables? Go to modeling. We have an option called as modeling, add, edit, or remove relationships between the tables. Click on manage relationship, click on new relationship. Okay, it is same like the way we did join kind. Okay, it is also the same thing. Okay, from table, what is the thumb rule that I explained? From table should always be the fact table, sales table, to table. So let us, we are trying to make the pull the information from the product table. Okay, product key and the product key is the common column between two tables. That is, product key is the foreign key in the sales table, product key is the primary key in the sales table. And if you see the cardinality, so what is the cardinality that we have? Many to one, one to many, one to one, one to many, and many to many. Power BI automatically identifies the cardinality. There is no need of making other cardinalities active or deactive. Based on the data available in the sales table, fact table, or the dimension table, it automatically assigns the cardinality. So many to one. Why many to one? The sales table has multiple transaction details. So that is the reason it has many. And the product table is the dimension table. That is the reason it has single one. Okay, make this relationship active. And now for now, let us go with single. We will see why we go for single or bidirectional. Click on save. Okay, I made the relation between these two tables. Now you see the data is segregated. Now you see for accessories, the sum of total sales is 5722. You see the sum of sales is. Let me remove this for bikes. So we got the data. Okay, so let me make it. So let me take the unit price. Okay, so let me make it sum. Let me take this off. Okay, for accessories, the sum of unit price is 547690. Bikes it is 2623272. Clothing it is 263. Now the data is getting segregated. Okay, now the data is getting segregated as per the accessories, as per the category. The data is got separated. Now you see sum of total sales amount. So we got the data. Okay, now we got the data. And what is the next step? The next step is I want to see the territory by region. I want to see the data by region. Same thing, can't determine the relation between the tables. So what is the thing? Go to modeling, click on manage relationship, click on new relationship, from table sales table, to table territory table, automatically it identified, and many to many, many to one relationship, and cross filter direction is single. Let me click on OK. Yes, I have got the region wise sales also. And what is the next thing? Go to model view. We made the relation between the sales. So let me make some little arrangements. Just look like star schema. Okay, let me pull it over here. Okay, so calendar. So I want to see the calendar data also. How do I do the calendar? So I can make the difference. I can make the relation between date key. Do we have the date key? No, we do not have the date key, I think. Okay, how do we make the relation between the calendar table and the sales table? Drag. Another way of making the relation between the tables is drag the date column from the calendar and drop on the order date of the sales. So now if you see one to many relationship and it is a single, let me click on save. Yes, everything you can see the properties. Okay, in the properties it is single direction. Here it is a single direction. Here it is a single direction. So now what do? I will take a new table, new page. Let me get the category. Okay, let me add the category, not the category. Let me take the subcategory. Okay, let me get the subcategory. And here from the territory, let me take the region. Okay, from the, so let me increase the fund size 15. Here also let me increase the fund size 15. Okay, so what do we have? So when I'm clicking on big shots, okay, when I am selecting big shots, bikes, bike stand, bottles and cages, so the region is not getting filtered. For example, let me filter Australia, Canada, Central, France, Germany. I'm clicking on it, but the subcategory is not getting filtered. Why? Why the subcategory is not getting filtered? When I'm trying to filter the brakes, caps, chains, cleaners, the region is not getting filtered. Why? Why the region is not getting filtered? What could be the reason behind it? Okay, what could be the reason behind it? So what is the cardinality? What is the cross filter direction that we have? Single direction. Okay, what is the cross filter direction? Single direction. So let me take new one. Okay, so let me take the same tables. Okay, for example, let me take one example. Okay, let me take one example. So I have two buildings. Okay, I have two buildings. So here also I have two buildings. Okay, block A, and here it is block B. Block B. So you try to understand why the single direction makes such impact. Okay, I have a bridge. Okay, I have a bridge. Okay, this is a bridge. Bridge. Okay, I have a bridge or any path. For example, I have a path. So what I did, we made single direction. Okay, we made single direction. Okay, what is that single direction? So we made the cardinality as a single direction. So from the block A, I can get into this bridge. Okay, from block A, I can get into this bridge. For example, this is a bridge. Okay, from block A, I can get into bridge. From block A, I can get into bridge. But when I am trying to get into block B, I'm not able to get into block B because it is locked. Okay, this one is locked. I have locked. So I just put lock. So what I did, I locked it. Nobody. So from the block A to bridge, people can enter. Okay, from block A to bridge, the people can enter. But from bridge to block B, the people cannot enter because I have locked. So same thing here. Okay, what is the same thing? I can enter, the people can enter from block B to bridge. People can enter from block B to bridge. But here the same thing. So what is the thing? I have locked. People cannot enter block A. I have locked it. Because only single direction. So what is the single direction? From block A, the people can enter into bridge. From block B, the people can enter into bridge. But they can't. The people from the block A cannot enter into block B. The people of block B cannot enter into block A. Because what is the reason? The reason is I made single direction. Okay, I made single direction. So this should be this direction only. Okay, only single direction. Okay, the people from block A can enter into the bridge. The people from block B can enter into the bridge. So what I did, I made the line. Okay, I made the wall. Okay, this is the wall. They can enter till here. And block A also they can enter till here. Block B they can enter till here. Until and unless I unlock this. Okay, how do we unlock this? this can be unlocked by both direction. Okay, this can be unlocked by both direction. So what do we need to do? We need to make the direction both. Okay, we need to make the direction both direction. So by using the both direction, so I can take this off. Okay, I can take this off. The people from the block A can enter the bridge and also into the block B. The people of block B can enter the bridge and also the block A. How? So I can make the cross filter direction as both. Okay, the data from this travel into sales and sales travel into calendar, and also from the calendar, from the sales, the data travels into territory and the territory travels into sales. Okay, this is single direction. So but the territory data, if it needs to travel to product, how does it travel? By both direction. Okay, by both direction. Now let us go to report view. Now if I take this off, let me click on Australia. Now you see the data is getting filtered. Canada, the data is filtering. Central, the data is filtering. France, the data is filtering. Germany, the data is filtering. And if I go, if I click on anything, Jersey, the data is getting filtered. Lights, locks, mountain bikes. Okay. So based on the cardinality, okay, based on the cross filter direction, the data can travel. Okay, the way we have the locks, okay, the way we have the locks. So when we make the direction as both direction, the data can travel in between all the tables. Okay, I can get the data. I can see what is the territory, which territory has more products sold. I can see the information. What is the reason behind it? The reason, the main reason behind it is the cross filter direction. Now I can simply filter the data. Now I can add the data over here. Okay, I can go to sales. I can add the total sales amount. Okay, and if I click on Australia, I can see the Australia's data. Okay, it is getting filtered. If I do not make the relation, okay, as single, if I only make the direction as single, it may or may not filter. Okay, so let me do one thing. Let me go here. Here also let me make single direction. Okay, so now let me filter the data. Okay, now let me filter the data. It is not getting filtered. Okay, so let me add the total sales amount. Okay, if I click on this, it is getting filtered. Okay, if I click on bottles, caps, okay, so let me also do one thing. Here also let me not take the single direction. Okay, it may or it may not filter. So the direction is important to filter the data. Okay, so most of the times we make it both so that the data travel between all the tables. How does it travel? The data travels based on the primary and foreign keys. Okay, the data travels based on the primary and foreign keys. How? So I can keep the keys. Okay, I can keep the key. So how does it travel? Product key. Yes, we have the product key, and from here we have the product key. Yes, the data is matching 214 214, and the sales territory key. Yes, the sales territory key it is matching. I can also add sales territory key 123 based on these keys. Okay, based on the primary and foreign keys, the data travel between all the tables. So this is about data modeling part. So this data modeling can be used for further analysis, implementation of the DAX, and in the data visualization also it is used. But the introduction to DAX, and we have different types of DAX functions, and calculated column, calculated table, and what are all the operators that we have for using the DAX. So now let us get started. So what is a DAX? Or before we directly jump into the DAX, so there are operators available for using the DAX. So what is the definition of DAX? So let us go through it. So DAX is called as data analysis expression, used for in-depth analysis using operators and functions. Using operators and function. So what are all the operators available? What are all the operators available? So in any programming language that we go through, or in any coding language, so there are few operators, standard operators available. The first and foremost operator that we have is arithmetic operator. What is arithmetic operator? So arithmetic operator includes, so it includes addition, subtraction, and multiplication, division, and what do we have? Yeah, this is what we have it in the arithmetic operator. And the next operator is comparison operator. Comparison operator. So the comparison operator contains equal to, less than, greater than, less than or equal to, greater than or equal to, and not equal to. So two less than, greater than symbols are called as not equal to, or it is also called as exclamation equal to is not equal to. So comparison operator is mainly used for comparing the data or filtering the data. So comparison operator is mainly used for comparing the data or filtration of the data. So that is comparison operator. Next operator is text operator. Text operators. So what is a text operator? Concatenate is the text operator. So concatenate is used for combining the two text string. So combining two text string into single text string. So that is concatenate. And the next one is in operator. In operator. So in operator, if you want to filter the data more than one list. So if you want to filter the list of data, filter the list of data. For example, if you want to filter by using the comparison operator, we can directly do like country equal to US. So if you are dealing with the text operator, always remember that we need to use double quotes. Okay, double quotes, US. Okay, country equal to US. But I would like to filter the data more than one country or list of the countries. So how do I do that? So we have a function called as country in. Open the square bracket. Then we can write US, comma, UK, comma, Europe. So we can use the in operator to filter the list of data. So that is in operator. Next, one of the important operators are logical operators. Logical operators. So what do we have in the logical operator? The first and foremost operator is AND operator. What is AND operator? If two conditions are true, then output is true. Output is true. Else it is false. So this is AND operator. Next operator is OR operator. So what do we have in the OR operator? If two conditions are false, then result or the output is false. Else remaining all are true. All are true. So this is OR operator. So mainly we use it when we go through the conditional formatting of the data. So AND operator or OR operator. if you want to filter the data. And the next operator is not operator. So what is not operator? If it is true, then it is false. If it is false, then it is true. So that is not operator. So these are all the 4 operators available in Power BI. Now let us see one by one in the practical. Now let us see one by one. So before that, let us discuss about what is a measure. What is a measure? So what is a measure? So what is a measure? So in Power BI, we have 3 things to write the DAX. Okay, the first one is measure. And the second one is calculated column. Calculated column or new column. So it is also called as. And the next one is calculated table or new table. So what is a measure? So measure is a single entity that we get it from the column, that we get it from the numeric column. Most of the times we create measure on the numeric column. So what are the example? What is the example of measure? For example, if I want to see the sum of sales, okay, sum of sales, how do we do that? So we have an aggregate function called as sum, open the bracket, sales, close the bracket, we get sum of sales. The summarization of the data, we get complete sales. So what does it do? It adds all the numbers in the column. What is the column? Sales column. So this is measure. And what is a calculated column? So if you want to create a column, create a new column based on some conditions. Based on some conditions. What are all the conditions? For example, if you want to apply if else condition, or if you want to group any data based on some condition, or if you want to extract something from the column, so we go for calculated column. For using the calculated column, we use DAX. And what is a calculated table? Creating a new table based on some conditions, or summarization of the table or any calculated table. So we go for the creating the table. So for all these, for creating the measure, for creating the calculated column, for creating the calculated table, we use DAX. So what is a DAX? DAX is the combination of, DAX is a data analysis expression used for in-depth analysis by using the combination of operators and functions. So what is the syntax for writing the DAX? Syntax for writing the DAX is, so what do we need to do? We need to write name of the DAX. So what is the name that we want to give? Name of the measure, or name of the calculated column, or name of the calculated table. First we need to give the name, and the next one is function equal to, then we need to write equal to, the next one is function, open the bracket. So we need to write the table name, open the square bracket. Now we need to write the column name, close the square bracket, close the normal bracket. Then we need to click on enter, or tick mark to execute the measure. So this is the way we write that syntax for writing the measure or DAX, writing the measure or the DAX. So this is about the difference between the DAX, measure, calculated column and calculated table. Let me enter the data. Okay, for now, let me enter the data. So we can't apply any DAX if we do not have any data in the report. So what do? I'll click on enter data. So let me enter some data. Okay, employee ID, employee name, employee employee first name, employee first name, employee last name, and the next one is employee salary and the ratings that he's going to get. So this is what we have it. So employee ID, let me go through. So you people are working in IBM. So let me write IBM 001, IBM 002, IBM 003, IBM 004, and IBM 005. So we got the employee name. So let me write Sai Somnath, and employee salary is 60,000 and the rating is 5. So here let me write Supriya. Okay, so let me write the last name as Miss. Okay, so let me go for 70,000. The rating is 4. So here let me write Asif Muhammad and 80,000 salary, and here let me go for 3. So Irshad Khan, so let me go for writing 90,000 and 2 rating. Srikanth, okay, let me write some Chari, for example. So let me go for writing 85,000 and go for 1 rating. Okay, so here it is employee table. Employee table. So let me click on load. So now the data is loaded. Now the data is getting loaded. So now let us implement the DAX. Yes, the data is loaded. So what do we have? We have employee ID, employee first name, employee last name, employee salary, and ratings. So now let us go through the DAX. How do we implement the DAX? So go to modeling, click on new measure. So what do we have? Write a DAX expression that calculates a value from your data. So now let us write something. Okay. So here we got the measure equal to. Okay, measure equal to. So let us implement the. So let us implement the syntax of writing the query. So how do we write it? Let me go for backward slash. Okay. So now let me write syntax for writing the DAX. So backward slashes are used for giving the headings. Okay, heading or commenting of the measure or DAX. Okay, shift enter. Okay, shift plus enter for entering into the next line. Enter to the next line. Shift enter. Okay, and the next one is we need to go for writing the syntax. What is the way of writing the syntax? Name of the measure. First one is name of the measure. Equal to, we need to enter the equal to function. Okay, open the bracket, write the table name, open the square bracket, column name, close the square bracket, close the normal bracket. So this is the way of writing the function and the syntax for writing the measure. Okay, now we have got the way of writing the measure. Now let me go to modeling again, click on the new measure. Okay, click on the new measure. Now let us implement addition equal to So 10 plus 20. Okay, 20 plus 10. 20 plus 10 and click on enter. So how do we execute the measure? Click on enter or click on tick mark to execute or commit the measure. Okay, how do we see? So if I want to see the output of this addition, how can I see? Take a card visual. Okay, take a card visual and check the box. Okay, 30. We got the addition as 30. So let me go to modeling and click on new measure. Okay, now let me write subtraction equal to 20 minus 10 and click on enter. So how do we see? So click on the card visual and add, drag and drop in the field. So we got subtraction. So go to modeling and click on new measure. So we can also get the measure by clicking on the table, right click, we get new measure. This is the second way. Or click on three dots for more options and click on new measure. Or I can directly go to the table that I want to create the measure and right click, click on the new measure. What is a general practice that I use? General practice that we go to creating the measure. So what I do, I'll go here, right click and click on new measure. So I get the window open, the measure window. Now what do? I will create the multiplication. Multiplication equal to 20 multiplied by 10. Click on enter. Okay, click on the empty space and select the card visual and click on multiplication. Yes, we got the multiplication. And general practice, right click and click on new measure. And now write division. Division equal to 20 divided by the symbol 20 divided by 10 and click on enter. So either I can click on enter or the commit. So let me click on this and write division. Now we got the arithmetic operators that we got it. So this is arithmetic operator. So this is the way we create the measures. Okay. So how do we create the calculated column? Okay, how do we create the calculated column? So what is the requirement that we got? So we would like to create, we need to create the full name, employee first name plus employee last name. So I want to create a column, full name. So how do we create this? So click on the table tools. So we get new measure, new quick measure, new column, new table. Click on the new column. So what is the column name? Full name equal to. So we can create a full name by clicking on, by writing the name of the column. Okay, what do? There is no need of worrying about, okay, function, open the bracket, table name, open the square bracket, write the column name, close the square bracket, close the normal bracket. No. So I can directly write employee first. I'll get the suggestions. Okay, when I type the column name, I get the suggestion. So first name, click on enter. Okay, now we have written the column name. So if we want to combine employee first name, employee last name. So there are two ways to combine the first name and last name. Okay, enter shift and symbol. Okay, single and symbol to combine two text string or two columns into a single column. Now let me write employee last name and click on enter and click on the tick mark or enter to commit the column. Now you see we got Sai Somnath, Supriya Miss. We got the first name and last name combined. But here the only thing that we have is there is no space in between the first name and last name. So we would like to give the space in between first name and last name. How do we give that? So after the and, enter the double quotes to give the space. Okay. And here write one more and symbol and click on enter. Now you see we got the first name and last name. This will combine the first name and the space. Okay. This will combine space and the last name. So that is we created the first name and last name, full name. So this is single and symbol. Okay. Single and symbol is used to combine two text string into single text string. So this is AND symbol. And we can also combine these two by using one function called as concatenate. So let me write full name equal to concatenate. You see? So what is the definition of concatenate? Now we are using the function. Okay, text1. It is highlighted in the blue color, comma, text2. What is the definition that we have it for the concatenate? Joins two text strings into one text string. The general meaning of concatenate, the English meaning is combine. But in the Power BI, concatenate is used to combine two text string into one text string. Here, what do? I'll write employee first name, comma. Now you see the second string, the text2 is highlighted. Now let me write employee last name and close the bracket and click on enter to execute the calculated column. Now you see we got the combination of first name and last name. Here also one thing that we are missing. What is that? The space in between the first name and the last name. How do we deal this? Okay. So we can deal with it by using another concatenate function. Okay. How do we do this? Concatenate, it is taking the first text1 comma text2. So now let me write one more concatenate. Okay. Text1 space. Here what do? Double quotes, give the space, close the bracket, give the comma. So what it is taking? Concatenate. This concatenate, employee first name is the text1, double quote space is the text2. Okay, understand the concept. For the second outside the concatenate, okay, this one, employee first name, double quote space is the text1, employee last name is the text2, and click on enter. Now you see we got the space in between. If you want to add any special characters, okay, you can enter the bracket also. Click on enter. Okay, we get the bracket. Or if you would like to enter anything, okay, I can also enter anything equal to. We get the equal. But for now, let us go with the single space. Now we got the concatenation of two text string into single text string. So this is the way of writing the calculated column. What we are trying to do, what is the difference between the measure and the calculated column? Measure is the single entity that we create on the numeric data type. Whereas the calculated column, if you want to create another column based on some conditions, or if you want to extract anything from the existing column, we go for calculated column. Now let us see how do we work on the text functions. Okay, how do we implement text functions? What are all the text functions? So these text functions are used to combine any two text, or if you want to extract anything from the text, we can extract by using the left, right, or if you want to convert the case to upper or lower, we can use the text functions. So whatever we discussed in the data transformation techniques for formatting the data, for splitting the data, splitting the column, formatting the column. So we have those in Power BI desktop also, but we use DAX. Instead of using the options available in the data transformation techniques, we use DAX functions to make the same changes, or if you want to add any data, any column, so we use DAX functions. Let us see the function one by one. The first and foremost function is the left function. The first and foremost text function is left function. So what is the left function? It will extract the number of characters from the starting of the string. Okay, now let us see. Now let me click on the go to modeling and click on new measure. So let us take the left function. Left equal to, so I can directly write left. Okay, click on the tab So what happens once we click on the tab, we get the syntax that is used for the function. So based on the different functions, the syntax and the parameters are different. So what is the definition of the left function? Returns the specified number of characters from the start of the text string. And what are the parameters it is taking? Text, comma, number of characters. What is the text that we want to give and the number of characters? Okay. For example, if I write, okay, whenever we try to write any text data, whenever we try to enter any text data, always remember to use the double quotes. So let me go for Power BI. Okay, Power Space BI. And what is after clicking on the comma, what we have got, number of characters is highlighted in the blue color. Okay, what do we want to do? So we need to give the number of characters that we want to extract. So let me write 5 and close the bracket. So what is the syntax of left function? So left function is used to, okay, it will extract the number of characters, okay, number of characters from the left side of the text string. Left side of the text string. Let me click on enter. Okay, let me click on enter. So if you want to see the data, what do we need to do? We need to click on the card visual and click on the left. Okay, now what do you see? We see power. Okay, why power? Because we entered 5. POWER are the 5 characters. So what we are trying to do, we have extracted the first 5 characters by using the left function. So I can also go to the table view, and I can also extract something from the full name. For example, if I want to extract the first 3 characters from the full name, I can do that. So how do we do that? Click on the table tools and click on the new column. Okay. So what I can also use this left functions in the calculated column also. Now what we are trying to do, we are trying to create a column based on the existing column in the table. So let me write left function equal to, so left, okay, left, click on enter. So the text, in place of text, what do? We enter the column name. So let me enter full name. Okay, let me enter full name, comma, number of characters that we want to extract. So let me go for clicking 3 characters. Okay, click on enter. So if you see, we have extracted the first 3 characters from the left side of the text string. So this is left. Now let us go through the right. Okay, right function. So let me click on new column here. So what do? So let me write right equal to, so right function. So what is the definition of the right function? Returns the specified number of characters from the end of the text string. Okay, we can extract from the end of the text string. So what do? I'll write full name, comma, I would like to extract the last 5 characters. Okay, and close the bracket. From the full name, I can extract Somnath, okay, MNATH, okay, last 5 characters, KHAN, okay, Chari, okay, AMMED. So this is what we can extract the first 5 characters by using the left function. Last 5 characters, or whatever the number of characters that we can extract, so we can extract by using the right. So we can go from the end of the text, okay, end of the text string. So this is right function. Now let us go through another function called as mid. Okay, let us go through another function called as mid. So go to modeling, click on new measure. Okay, the name itself says that we can extract the text from the middle of the string. Okay, what is mid function? It will extract middle of the characters in the string. Okay, middle of the character from the string. So let me enter mid. Okay, so what is the parameters it is taking? The first parameter is text, comma, what is the start position and number of characters that we want to extract. What is the definition that we have? Returns a string of characters from the middle of the text string given a starting position and length. Okay, for example, let me give the text as welcome. Okay. So what is the starting position? I would like to extract COME. Okay, I would like to extract COME. So how many characters? 4 characters. And what is the starting string that we want to extract? WEL. Okay, we would like to extract it from the 4th character. Okay, C comes at the 4th character. And how many characters that we want to enter? 4 characters. COME. And now let me click on enter. Okay, so let me take the card visual and take mid. So what we can extract the mid. Okay, we can extract mid characters. Okay, extract mid characters based on the position, and number of characters. So this is mid function. And the next function is length function. Okay, what is length function? We have already seen in the previous videos the length function, which is used to find out the number of characters in the text. Okay, for example, let me click on the table tools, click on the new column. Okay, let me write LENGTH equal to LEN, length. Okay, returns the number of characters in a text string. So let me take the employee first name, close the bracket and click on enter. SAI 3 characters, Supriya 7 characters, Asif 4 characters, Irshad 6 characters, Srikanth 8 characters. So we can get to know the number of characters. Okay, what is length function? Number of characters in a text string. Okay, in the text string. This is length. Now let us go through the next function, that is replace. Okay, go to modeling, click on new measure. So now let us write replace. The name itself says that we can replace the text string. Okay, what is the text string? Let me write replace. Okay, so what is the parameters it is taking? What are all the parameters it is taking? It is taking old text, comma start position, comma number of characters, comma new text. Okay, what is the definition? Replaces part of the text string with a different text string. So now let me write what is the old text. Let me write Google Power BI. Okay, Google Power BI. Okay, what is the starting position that we want to replace? Okay, that the starting position is 1. Okay, so it starts from G and number of characters. How many characters that we want to replace? GOOGLE. Okay, 6 characters. Okay, what is the 6 characters that we want to replace with the new text? Now let me go with Microsoft and close the bracket. Okay, Microsoft, close the bracket and click on enter. Okay, now let us take the card visual and take replace. Now you see, so it is Microsoft Power BI. So we can replace the text by using the starting position, number of characters, and the new text. So now let us go through right click, new measure. Let us go through the next function, repeat. What is repeat? If you want to repeat the text for number of times. So function name is rept. Okay, so repeat text in a given number of times. Okay, repeat a text in the given number of times. For example, if I give the text hi, okay, I would like to repeat this text for 3 times. Okay, and let me click on enter. Now let me take this and enter the data. Now you see HI, it is getting been repeated for the 3 times. And we can also enter the number of times as 5 times. So it will be repeated for the 5 times. So this is repeat. And what is the next function? Search. Okay, so right click and click on new measure. Okay, the next function is search equal to. Okay, what is the definition of search? Search will search the value from the left to right. Okay, what is search? It will search the text from left to right. Okay, left to right. Once it is found, okay, once it is found, it gives the position number. Okay, the position number. Let us see what are the parameters it is going to take. Search. Okay, you see, returns the starting position of one text string within another text string. And what is the thing that it is giving? Search is not a case sensitive. Let us see that why it is not case sensitive. Okay, for example, find text. What is the text that we want to find? BI, comma, within the text. So where do we want to find out? Power BI. Okay, Power BI. And what is the start position? The start position is 1. Let it go from the beginning. Okay, and for example, this BI text is not found. So what do we do? So let me go for 0 if it is not found. And what is, let me click on enter. Okay, let me click on enter. So let me take card visual, and what is that? Search. So what is the position of BI? Okay, the position of BI is POWER, 5 characters. B starts at 6th character. So this is BI. For example, if I give Y, okay, let me click on enter. So it is giving us 0 because not found value, we gave it as 0. So that is Power BI. For example, if I give small BI, okay, I'm trying to give small BI. Okay, it is giving 6. Okay, search is not case sensitive. Search is not case sensitive. Either we can give the text in the capital letters or in the small letters. The next function is find. Let us see what is the difference between search and find. Both of them are same, but we have one small difference. Find is also used to find the text within the text, but it gives position as the output. Okay, let us see. Let me write find. Okay, find the text. Let us go with the same example. BI, comma, within the text, Power BI. Okay, what is the starting position? 1, not found value 0. So let me click on enter. Okay, let me take, where is that? Find. Okay, 6. Okay, we got the output as 6. But for example, if I go with small bi, and click on enter, okay, we are getting 0. What is the difference between find and search? Find is a case sensitive. Search, one of the interview questions, what is the difference between find and search? Both of them are same. So it is used to find out the text within the text, but the output is position. Okay, search is not a case sensitive, whereas find is a case sensitive. So this is the difference between search and find. The next function is upper lower, as usual, the way we have it, the data. So let me go to the table view, and now let us go through the lower function. First, let us go through the lower function. So what do I need to do? I will make this full name to lower. Okay, go to table tools, click on the new column. Okay, straightforward function lower equal to lower. What is the text? Either we can enter the text or the column name. So let me enter full name as the text and click on enter. Okay, everything has become lowercase. Okay, changing the case to lower. Okay, that is lower. Let us apply upper. Okay, let us apply uppercase. Everything is being turned into uppercase. Upper. And what is the text? converts the text string to all uppercase letters. So let me take the lower. Let me take the lower and click on enter. Now see everything has become uppercase. So this is upper, lower. The next function, the last function of the text function is substitute. Okay, substitute. Let me go to modeling, or I can directly right click and click on new measure. Okay, so let me write substitute equal to. So what is substitute? So we can replace the text, same thing. Okay, substitute text comma old text comma new text replaces existing text with the new text in a text string. Okay, what is the text? So let me write the text as Google Power BI, comma. What is the old text? Google. What is the new text? Microsoft. Close the bracket and click on enter. Okay, let me take the card visual and now let us go through the substitute. Okay, Microsoft Power BI. So this is substitute function. So these are all the text functions. Out of all the text functions, what is being used most of the times? Okay, so we use upper, lower, left to right to extract the data. Yeah, these are all the four functions that we regularly use in the project. Let us go through the calculated table. So how do we create the calculated tables? Let us see that. So what do we need to do? Now we need to go through the calculated tables. How do we create the calculated table? The first and foremost thing, go to modeling and click on new table. So what we are trying to do? Now we are trying to create the calendar table. Okay, now we are trying to create calendar table. Calendar table. So what does the calendar table? Calendar table is, calendar is the function which takes start date comma end date as the parameter. Okay, as the parameter. Okay, what does it do? It gives the complete dates, based on the start and end date. Okay, let us see that. Okay, calendar function, calendar. So returns a table with one column of all dates between start date and end date. Okay, we need to enter the start date comma end date. How can we enter the start date and end date? By using another function called as date function. Okay, by using another function called as date functions. What does the date takes? Year, month, comma day. Okay, 2024, comma, what is the month? 01, comma 01. From starting date till date again 2025, comma month 12, comma 31. So what we are trying to do, we would like to see the data, the date column from 2024-01 till 31st December 2025. Let me click on enter. Okay, go to table. Okay, now you see what we have got. We got the date column. Okay, we created a date table. Okay, so you see on the bottom left side calendar table with 731 rows. Okay, and the date, the column name is date and 731 distinct values. Okay, and on the top you see the table tools and the column tools. When I clicked on the column tools is automatically enabled. Okay, and what is the name of the column? Date is the column name. And what is the format? And what is the data type? Data type is date and time. But the thing is that everything is zero. Time that doesn't make any sense. So what do I do now? Let me make it into data type. But if you see 01 January 2024, the format, I do not like the format. So expand the format. So what do you see? We see the short date, long date, we see DD, MMM, YYY. So we have a different types of formatting. Let me click on the short date. Okay, 01/01/2024. Okay, we have created a calendar table based on the dates, start and end date. Okay, this is calendar function. Okay, now let us go through the next function called as calendar auto function. Okay, so what is calendar function? Calendar function gives the complete, so we got complete date. Okay, complete date column based on the start and end date. Remember this. The next function is calendar auto function. Okay, calendar auto function. So what is the parameter does the calendar auto function takes? Calendar auto function takes fiscal year end month. Okay, calendar auto function takes fiscal year end month. Let us implement the calendar auto function. So let me go to this table and go to modeling and click on the new table. Okay, so let me type calendar auto function equal to calendar auto, enter. So what is the definition? Returns a table with one column of dates calculated from the model automatically. Okay, what it is saying? Calculated from the model automatically. So let me enter this. Okay, but it is giving some error. What is the error? Calendar auto function cannot find a base column of date time type in the model. Okay, what it is saying that, so I do not find, okay, I do not find any date column in the report, in the model. You should you would ask me one question stating that, so we already created calendar table function. So calendar table function contains date function, date column. Why can't? So this calendar auto function do not work on the calculated table date column. Okay, so what it is saying, there is no date time type in the model. Okay, now what do? I will go to modeling and I'll create a new table. Okay, let me enter the data, not the new table. Let me enter the data. Okay, what is the date? So let me enter order date. Okay, deliver date. Okay, order date and deliver date. So let me write 01/01/2024. Okay, 01/01/2025. Okay, now let me write 01/01. Okay, 31/12/2023. Okay, 31/12/2026. One more date. So let me write 12/12/2022. 12/12/2021. Okay, we created order. Oh, sorry. Delivered date should not be going backward. 23. Okay, order, comma, delivered dates. Let me click on the load. Okay, now let us see whether the calendar auto functions work or not. Okay, it is loading. Order delivered dates are loading. Okay, now the data is loaded and now you see the calendar auto function automatically executed. What happened? Let me go to table view. Let me click on calendar auto function. But if you see, calendar auto function is working on based on the order and delivery dates. Okay, calendar auto function is working based on the order delivered dates. But if you see, it is giving the dates from 01/01/2020 till 31/12/2026. But if I go here, I only see 6 dates: 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. The year started from 12th December 2022. But when I go to calendar auto function, it is giving the data from the beginning of the dates. Okay, what is the thing that you need to remember is calendar auto function, the first point, calendar auto function works only when the model, okay, when the model or report has date column. Okay, the first point to remember, you need to explain the same thing in the interview. Okay, one of the interview questions. What is the difference between calendar and calendar auto function? Second thing, okay, it gives, okay, it gives the complete date, the complete date from the beginning of the date, from the beginning of the date till end of the dates, end of the date. So it gives the complete dates. If the data, if the date starts from, for example, if the date is 12th, okay, 31st December, okay, 31/12/2024. But when we apply calendar auto function, the date starts from 01/01/2024 till end of the year. Okay, it gives the complete year. And the next point, what is the next point? It takes fiscal year end month as the parameter. Okay, as the parameter. Okay, when we enter the fiscal year end month, okay, let me add that. Okay, for example, let me add fiscal year end month as 1. Okay, and let me click on enter. So it starts from the next month. Okay, you see 01/02/2022. So it is starting from the next month. Okay, let me make it into date column. Okay, now you see 01 February 2022. Now you will be able to understand. Let me click on 2 and enter. So it starts from the March. Okay, whenever we enter the number, okay, it takes fiscal year end month. When we enter the number of the month, when we enter month number, okay, it starts from the next month, the next month. So these are all the 3 points that you need to remember while answering the difference between the calendar and calendar auto function. Okay, so in the data transformation, if you remember, in the data transformation, so what did we do? So we discussed about how to extract the date and time from the existing date and time column. So let us see that. So let me go to the data transformation Power Query editor. So let me make some edits. And you observe that, so whatever the calculated columns, calculated table that we create in Power BI desktop, that will not be reflected in the Power Query editor. Only the data that we pull from the external data sources, so we can edit in the Power Query editor. Other than that, we will not be able to edit the calculated tables and calculated columns in the Power Query editor. So remember that. So if you take date and time column, so let me do some changes. Right click, remove other columns, and let me take off the nulls and let me click on OK. Why are we doing this? Let us see that. Okay, let us see that. So in this tutorial, we will discuss about the date and time functions. So let me go to, so we have date, time. So what did we do in Power Query editor? We clicked on the options date. So date only, extracting the date, extracting the year, month, day, quarter, or minutes, hour, seconds, based on the options available in the Power Query editor. So how can we get it same thing in Power BI desktop? Okay, how can we get it the same thing in Power BI desktop? Let us see that. Let us see that one by one. So let me click on the date column. So we have an option called as new column. Let me click on the new column. So what we have? So we have the date and the time combination. For example, if I want to extract hour, okay, extract hour from the date column equal to, so let me write hour, and what is the date column? Okay, date column, and close the bracket and click on enter. Okay, so we have extracted hour from this. Okay, so let us extract the minutes. Okay, the same thing. So we can write the function called as minutes. Minutes equal to minute and the date time column. So what is the thing? Returns a number from 0 to 59 representing the minutes. Okay, let me write the date column. So close the bracket and click on enter. So we can extract the minutes, and I can also extract the seconds. Okay, equal to second, and here we can write date time. So let me write date and close the bracket. So here what we are trying to do, we have extracted the time from this date column. Now let us go to the calendar table. So we have the date column. Now what do we need to do? So let us extract year, month, day from this date column. So how do we do that? Click on the day new column, because what we are trying to do, we are trying to create the calculated columns. Okay, what we are trying to do, we are creating the calculated column. Why do we create calculated column? If we want to extract anything from the column, or if you want to apply any conditions on the column, so we use calculated columns. If else condition, we use calculated columns. If you want to extract certain amount of characters from the column, existing columns, we go for the calculated column. Now let us write year equal to, let us extract year from this date column. So we have a straightforward function called as year. Okay, date and close the bracket. Oh, sorry, date column. Okay, date column and close the bracket and click on enter. Now you see we have extracted year from this column. So we can also extract year in another way. So how do we do that? So we have a function called as format. What does the format function do? Converts the value to text data type. Okay, so let me write here format equal to, format is the function. So what does it do? Converts a value to text in a specified number format. So it is taking the value comma format. Okay, so in place of value, what do? We write the date column. Okay, we enter the date column comma. What is the format that we want to go for? Okay, year 2024. So if we enter y, so let me enter 4y and close the bracket. Okay, click on enter. Okay, we have extracted year. Okay, 2024 complete year. For example, if I give only 3y, okay, no, we do not have the right data. Okay, let me go for short year. Okay, 24. Okay, yes, that's right. So let me enter only single y. Okay, we are not getting the right data. Okay, so now what do I do? So what is the format of giving the day, the year? So either we can go for, if you want to go for short year, we enter YY. Okay, let me write the description. Short year, we can enter YY. Okay, long year, we can enter 4y. Okay, so now let me go for 4y and let me click on enter. So if you would ask me, what is the difference between using the year function and format function? Let me click on year function. If you see the data type, it is whole number. Okay, the data type is whole number. If I click on year format, so the data type is text. So what is the format function? Convert the value to the text data type. So that is format function. Now let me click on the new column. Let us go through the extracting year quarter. Okay, now let us go for extracting the quarter. So for example, if you take, so there will be 4 quarters. Okay, 4 quarters in a year. Okay, in a year. So each quarter contains, okay, each quarter contains 3 months. Each quarter contains 3 months. So let me directly straightforwardly go with quarter function and let me write the date column and close the bracket and click on enter. So we get 4 quarters. How many quarters? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, what are all the quarters? If you remember, okay, Jan, Feb, April, Jan, Feb, March, quarter 1. Okay, it goes like that. Okay, till October, November, December, Q4. Okay, so Jan, Feb, March, Q1, April, May, June, Q2, July, August, September, Q3, and October, November, December, Q4. So every 3 months, we have 4 quarters. Okay, each quarter contains 3 months. So we have extracted quarter. For example, let me use the format function to extract quarter. So let us see that. Quarter format equal to, so let me write format. So what is the value? Date column, comma, double quotes, enter Q, 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 Q. So let us go with 4 Qs. Let's see what we are going to get it. Okay, we are getting 111. So what is that? 111, 222, 333, 444. No, it doesn't make any sense. Let me only write only single, only 3 quarters. Okay, 3. No, it doesn't make any sense. Either we need to go for, okay, we need to go for only single Q for quarter 1, quarter 2, and quarter 3, quarter 4. So this is format function. So let me click on new column again. Let us extract month. Okay, let us extract month equal to direct to straightforward function month, date column, and close the bracket, click on enter. So we can extract 1 to 12 months. Okay, we can also do it by using the format function. Let us see how we are going to get the by using the format month format. Okay, month format equal to format. So date column, comma. So what is the format? So let me enter 4M and close the bracket, click on enter. Okay, we got January. Okay, 4M. So we get month name. Okay, 4M, we get month name. So let us go with 3Ms. Let's see whether we get short month or not. Yes, 3M represents short month. Short month name. Let us go with 2M, whether we get 01, 02, 03 or not. Yes, so we got 01, 02, 03. So 2M represents short month number. Okay, month number. Month number. And again, single M also represents month number. Okay, so that is the difference by using MMM. Yes, we got the month. So let me click on new column. Let us extract day. Okay, let us extract day. So let me straightforwardly write the date function. You see, returns a number from 1 to 31 representing the day of the month. So based on the month, if we get the day. So let me take date and click on it. So we can extract the day. Okay, yes, we can extract day. So based on the month, so we get the day. You see, 31. Now let us use the format function. Let's see how we are going to get formatting the date. Okay, format date column, comma. So let me write 4 Ds. Okay, D. Let's see whether we get the, let's see how we are going to get. Okay, so 4D represents, okay, 4D represents day name. Okay, day name or name of the day. Okay, let's go with 3Ds. Whether we get MONTUS short day name or not. Yes, 3D represents short day name. Okay, let us go through only 2D. Okay, 0102. Let's see. Yes, we got 0102. So based on the week, okay, so we get short day. Short day. And 1D represents again only 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that is day name. Okay, day. So this is day format. For example, we need to get the combination of year and month. So how do we do that? If you want to get the combination of, I would like to see the data based on the year month. Okay, based on the year month. This is the requirement from the client. Okay, this is the requirement from the client. So how do you do that? Let me click on the new column. Okay, let me click on the new column. Year hyphen month. So I would like to see the year month combination. So let me write format function. So date column, okay, comma. Enter the double quotes. Let me write YYY hyphen MM and close the bracket, click on enter. Now you see 2024-01. Yes, we got the combination of year month. So this is the reason we go for using the format function. Okay, so this is the way we create. We can extract year, quarter, month, and day. For example, okay, you said that we want to go for combination of year, quarter, for example. Okay, you're saying. So let us do that. Okay, so we have a function, if you remember, we have a function called as concatenate. Okay, so let us see that year hyphen quarter, for example. So concatenate. Okay, what do we need to do? Let me go for year. Sorry, let me go for direct to straightforward year, comma, quarter, and close the bracket. Click on enter. We got it 2024-01, but the thing is that we are not able to get the hyphen. So what do we do?
Hyphen.
To get the hyphen, give the two double quotes and give the hyphen.
Yeah.
Okay, it is not working. Okay, it is not working. Let me give the comma. No, it is not working. How do we deal with these kind of thing? So we can write concatenate A. Okay, close the bracket, give the comma, and click on enter. So now we got 2024 and quarter. Okay, this is we can write. For example, if you would like to give the 0, okay, if you would like to give the 0, you want to see 2024 quarter 01. So we can also enter -0. So this is, we can combine two text, but the thing is that it becomes text. That's it. The column becomes text. Okay, so this is the way we combine two columns into single column by using the concatenate. Or we can use the format function if you want to combine the year, quarter, year, month, or month, quarter, quarter, month. So now let us discuss small measures on the creating the time. Okay, so we have a straightforward function called as of time. Okay, go to modeling, click on the new measure. So let me write time equal to, we have a straightforward function called as time. Okay, so what it is saying, converts hours, minutes, and seconds given as number to a time in a date time format. Okay, for example, let me write 2, 30 minutes. Okay, what is the time now? So it is, the time is 10:39. Okay, let me go for 10:40, round figure. Okay, and let me go for 50 seconds. Okay, let me click on enter. Okay, and now let me take a card visual and write time. Okay, how it is converting? So it is taking the time. Okay, it is taking the time 10:40, 50 seconds. Okay, 10:40, 50 seconds. It is fixed. Okay, but the thing is that we are getting year also. So what do we need to do? Format. So let me take the short time. Okay, let me take the short time 10:40. Okay, we have a different formats. We can select. If you also want to have the seconds also, we can have the seconds. Okay, these are all the formats. Time format. Okay, let me click on the time format 10:40, 50. Okay, this is time format. And we also have one more function. Okay, if you want to get the current date and time. Okay, how do we get the current date and time? Let me go to modeling, click on a new measure. Okay, what is the current date and time? So we have a straightforward function, current date time equal to, we have a function called as now, and close the bracket. Okay, let me take the card visual, current date and time. So what is the current date and time? 09/09/2025, 10:41:01:07 seconds. For example, if I click on refresh, we get again the time will be refreshed. So every day we get the current date and time. Now you see 23 seconds. Previously it was 07 seconds. Now it is 27 seconds, 23 seconds. So this is current date and time. And also we also have current date if you want to get without time. Okay, without time, how do we get it? So let me click on current date. So we get current date time. Okay, now let me go. Now you see 51 seconds. Let me only get new measure, only date. Okay, only date. only current date equal to today. Okay, so what it is, returns current date. Okay, so without time. So let me click on it. Okay, so we will also get the time, but we need to change the format. Current date. Now you see we got 09/09/2025. So what we can do, we can click on this, go for short date. Now you see we got 09/09/2025. So this is the way we extract current date, current time from by using the functions called as today and now. Okay. Now let us see what we can discuss few more functions. Okay. So what do we have? Yeah, we have the count functions. Okay. Okay, we have aggregate functions. What are all the aggregate functions? Okay, what are all the aggregate functions? Let us discuss that. Yeah, what are all the aggregate functions? DAX. So we have aggregate functions. So what are all the aggregate functions? The first and foremost function is sum. Okay, what is the sum function? It adds all the numbers in the column. Numbers in the column. Okay, what is that column? Numeric column again. Okay, it works only on the numeric column, aggregate function. And what is the next function? Minimum. So it gives minimum number. It gives minimum number from the column. Okay, and again maximum. It gives the maximum number. And the next one is count. It counts the number of rows or records in the table or in the column. Okay, there are few count functions we will discuss. And the next function is average. What is average? It gives the average. Simple. It gives the average. Okay, these are all the aggregate functions. Now let us see one by one. Okay, so let me get the table. Okay, let me get the table. Then we can go through the data. So let me copy the table and let me enter the data. Okay, so what do we have? So we have the product, price, quantity, and sales. Okay, let me take off the sales, delete. Okay, what do we have? We have product. So let me name this as product table. Let me click on load. The data is getting loaded. And once the data is loaded, we can implement the functions, aggregate functions one by one. Yes, the data is loaded. So let me expand the product table. So what do we have in the product table? Let us see it in the table view. So in the product table, we have the product, price, and quantity. Okay. So let us take the table. Okay, let me add the product, quantity, price. Okay. So let me increase the font size. Global font size, let me make it 50. So the column header, values, totals. So the global font size changes. So what do you see when I have added the measure, price, and quantity? Okay, so we got sum of quantity and sum of price. Okay, let me expand this. So what we have got? So we got don't summarize, sum, average, minimum, maximum, count, distinct count, standard deviation, variance, median, show value as. So if you want to show it as a percentage of grand total, we can click on this. And we also have new quick measure. Same thing with price. Okay, whatever you see. Okay, whatever you see the price. Okay, I'm highlighting it. Okay, I'm highlighting the one which you see the price, quantity. These two are the numeric data types. The one which you see with the summation symbol, okay, that we got from the data, these are called as implicit measures. Okay, these are called as implicit measure: price, quantity, So we got from the data set, these are called as implicit measures. So when we add the implicit measure in the table visual or in any visual, so what we are going to get, we are going to get all these information. Don't summarize, average, okay? So what do we need to do in order to overcome that? We need to create, okay? We need to create the measures. Whatever the measures that we create, those are all called as explicit measures. Okay, let me create one measure. Right click and new measure. Okay, let me create the quantity. Okay, total quantity. Let me create total quantity equal to sum of. Okay, let me enter the sum function. Enter. Okay, what is the definition that we are getting? Adds all the numbers in the column. Okay, adds all the numbers in the column. So column name, it is taking the parameter, the sum function. The parameter of sum function is the column name. What is the column name that we need to give? It only takes the numeric column. Okay, let me go for the quantity and click on enter. Okay, so let us see what is the sum of quantity. Let me take the card visual and add total quantity. The total quantity is 18. Okay, 5 plus 6, 11, 11 plus 4, 15, 15 plus 3, it is 18. For example, if I do not give the don't summarize for both the table, okay, we are not able to get it. For example, if I add the measure, there is no need of writing anything. You see, do you find anything like sum, minimum, maximum, all the aggregate functions? No, we do not find it. So whenever we get the data from the data source, the first step that we need to do is create the measures, explicit measures for the implicit measure. Okay, that is the thing that we need to remember. Okay, we got total quantity. Next thing is that I would like to find out the total price. New measure. Let me go for the total price. Total price equal to, okay, so sum of price. Let me go for sum of price. Okay, I have created the total price. Now you see we got total price. There is no need of having automatically we get the total. Okay, let me click on this. Total price is 2,900. Okay, total price is 2,900. Now let us go through the next aggregate function, minimum. New measure. Let me create the minimum. Okay, minimum equal to min. So what is the column name? So I can go for scalar values. Okay, what is the definition? Return the smallest numeric value or smallest string. We can also add the text data or smaller value between two scalar expression. Ignores the logical values. What are the logical values? True, false, yes or no are the logical values. So either I can go for 10, 15. Close the bracket and click on enter. Okay, minimum. So I can take the table card visual. Now you see minimum is 10. Okay, now you see minimum is 10. Let me go for taking the new measure with the minimum from the column equal to minimum. Okay, so what do we have? I can directly go through price. What is the minimum price? Okay, I can get the card visual and the minimum is 400. Out of all the column, out of all the data that we have it in the total price, we got the minimum value, that is 400. I can also go for maximum. New measure. So in the maximum also we can give the scalar values, but now there is no need of giving any scalar values. Let me directly give the column. Okay, so get the maximum. Okay, 1,000 is the maximum from the price column. Now let me go for new measure, average. Okay, average equal to AV, average, and let me go for price. What is the average price? Okay, so we will get the data. Okay, 725 is the average. Okay, 725 is the average. What is the last one? Last function is, let me click on new measure. The last function is count function equal to count. Okay, So if you see what is the definition, counts the number in the column. So I can give, so we need to give the column name. Let me take the price and click on enter. And let me take the card visual. And what is the count? 4 is the number of records or number of rows that we have it in the count. So these are all the aggregate functions. Are we clear till now? Are we clear
Yes,
now?
yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let us see the count functions, different count function. Okay. So let me take a new table, enter the data. So let me copy paste the data. ID, name, marks is distinction. Okay. Let me go for mark list. The table name is mark list. So we have different types of mark list in the table. So what do? I'll take the table visual because I would like to see the data. So let me take the ID. Okay. Now you see we are getting the count of ID. You see? So what do I need to do? Don't summarize. Okay. We get the number of IDs. Okay. And let me take the name. So let us go through the marks. The next one is, let me go through the is distinction. Marks, let me not make it as do not summarize. Okay. So what is the summarization? What is the summarization? For example, if we have apple, two apples, and apple 1 is 10 rupees, apple 2 is 20 rupees. When we click on the summarization, what do we get? We get the 30 as the number in the summarization. So that is the reason what we are trying to do. We are clicking on do not summarize. Okay, we got the data. So we got ID, name, marks, and is distinction. Now let us apply the count functions. So there are around 7 to 8 count functions available in the Power BI. Okay, so let us apply one by one. Okay, let us apply one by one. So let me get the count function from the daily notes. Let me go for count function. Yeah. Okay, these are all the count functions. Let me copy all these count functions. Then we will go through each and every count function. So if you see the data over here in the table visual, so we have ID, name, marks, and is distinction. Okay, there are 4 columns over here. So now let us implement the count functions one by one. There are around 8 count functions that are available. So out of all the 8 functions, so we use few functions. So the first function is count function. Simple, directly, straightforward. So what does it do? It will count the values in the column. Okay, it will count the values in the column. So let me directly get into the practical. Then we will see the theory next. Okay. So how do we create the measure? We can directly create the measure. Either we can go through the modeling and click on new measure. The best practice so that I follow is right click and create a measure, new measure. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to create the count. We are trying to implement the count function. So count, direct to straightforward count. Okay. So what is the definition of the count? Counts the numbers in the column. So it is taking column name as the parameter. So let me take the ID. First, let me go with the ID. So we got, okay, count, let me write count function. So it is saying that count is already existing in the table. Okay. So let me take the card visual and add the count function. Okay. So what is the count? There are 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. So we have 6 records, 6 number of rows in the table. That's well and good. So what did we pick? We have worked, we have implemented the count function on the ID. Let us implement the same thing on the name. Okay, let me click on enter. Okay. So if you see the count function, when we are trying to apply it on the name, okay, it is giving us 6. So what it is doing, it is ignoring the nulls. Okay, what it is doing, it is ignoring the nulls. So it is ignoring the nulls for the text data type. Okay, it is ignoring the nulls for the text data type. Okay, now let me go for the marks. Okay, let me implement it on the marks. Okay, yes, the count function, it is giving the number of records as 6. Yes, it is working on the marks. Now let us implement it on the is distinction and click on enter. Okay, it is giving us error. Okay, what is the error? Let me click on the C details. Calculation error in the measure mark list count function. Okay, what it is saying? The function count cannot work with values of type Boolean data type. Okay, so the count function, so it will not work. It will not work on Boolean data type. Boolean data type. And what is the next step? It will ignore nulls for text data type. Text data type. Okay, so this is the count function definition. So let me directly go with ID and let me click on enter. Okay, so this is what we have it. So what is the definition? Let us see that. It will count the values in the column. Simple, straightforward. It will ignore blank for the date and number data type. Okay. It will not ignore blank for the text data type. Okay. It will not work on Boolean data type. The syntax is count column name. Okay. So this is count function. For example, if I want to implement, okay, if I want to see the number of Boolean, if I want to implement, how do we overcome? How do we implement the function? How do we work on if we have the Boolean data type? Okay. So in order to overcome the Boolean, in order to overcome this, we have a function called as count A. Okay, let me take a new measure. So let me directly straightforwardly apply it on the Boolean data type. What is the function? Count A is the function. Okay, equal to count A. Okay, so count the number of values in the column. So let me take directly straightforwardly is distinction and click on enter. Okay, let me take the card visual, another card visual, and let me add count A. Yes, now you see. So it is working on the Boolean data type. Okay, count A. It works on the Boolean data type also. Boolean data type also. Rest same as count function. Simple. Rest same as count function. So in order to overcome working on the Boolean data type, we have a function called as count A. What is A? What is A? A represents all data types. All data types. Okay. So that is count A function. Now let us see the next function called as count X function. So what do we have? Count A function. It will work. It will count the values in the column. The same thing. It will work on the Boolean data type, and the syntax is count A column name. Okay. So that is what we have it. Next function is count X function. Okay. Count X function. Right click, new measure. Let me write count X function. Okay. Here X represents, X means expression. Okay, X means expression. Whichever the function you find, okay, whichever the function you find the suffix as X, okay, it takes the parameter, okay, it takes the parameter table comma expression. Whichever the function you find the suffix X, okay, it takes table comma expression as the parameter. Okay, let us see how it works. Okay, and the next thing is that we can go for filtering the data. Okay, we can go for filtering the data. So let us see that. Count X. Okay, count X. Okay, what you see, table comma expression counts the number of values which result from evaluating an expression for each row of the table. So let me take the table name, mark list. Yes, that's wonderful. Okay, so here what we can do, here we can directly give the expression. Okay, let me directly write marks. Okay, mark list ID comma enter. Okay, let us see what is the benefit and what is the difference between count and count X function. Let me take, okay, it is working same as count function. Okay, it is working same as count function. Here The good thing is that in place of table expression, okay, in place of table, I can use the function called as filter function. Okay, what is the filter function? What is the parameter it takes? It takes table comma, okay, it takes table comma filter condition. Filter condition. What is that filter condition? Let us see that. Filter. Okay, what is taking? Mark list, comma. Okay, mark list, comma. Okay, now you see filter expression is highlighted. Okay, filter returns a table that has been filtered. So what I can do? I can filter the data marks. Okay, marks greater than or equal to 550 and close the bracket. Okay, what I'm trying to do? What I'm trying to do in the count function, it only takes the column name. Count x, wherever we find the x, okay, whichever the function which has the suffix x, it takes table comma expression. X means expression. The way we have DAX, DAX, X represents expression, and we can go for it takes the parameter table comma expression, and it is used for filtering the data. So we can use the function called as filter condition. Okay. Now what we are trying to filter, I would like to see the list of students who got 550 marks, more than or equal to 550 marks. Okay. Now you see, so four students got 550, 550, 1, 2, 3, 4. But what is the thing? It is accepting the null values. Okay. It is not ignoring the null values. It is considering the null values. Okay. It considers null values also. Okay. So this is the count x function. Okay, this is count x function. For example, what I am trying to do, let me take in the not in the filter function, let me go for taking is distinction, and let's see whether it works or not. Okay, it is not working. Okay, let me click on see details. Same error again. The function count x cannot work with the type boolean. Okay, let me go through the previous thing and let me click on enter. In order to overcome this problem, we got another function called as count ax. Okay, we got another function called as count ax. Again, what do I need to do? It will not work on boolean data type. Boolean data type in the expression. Okay, in the expression. Okay, that is well and good. And the next one. So let me right click, new measure. Now what do we need to do? We need to take the count ax function equal to. Okay, again what ax represents? A means all data type. Okay, A means all data type. All data type. Again, x means expression. Expression. And what does it take? It takes the parameter table comma expression. Okay, so this is what we have it. Now let me write count ax. Okay, open the bracket. Here I can do filter. Okay, table comma expression. Let me directly take mark list as the table. In the expression, I'll go for marks greater than or equal to 550. Okay, close the bracket. What we are trying to do? We have closed the bracket of filter comma. So what means in the count ax, in the table, okay, in the table parameter, we enter the filter condition. Okay, this calculation is called as a dynamic calculation. We can use the function within a function. Okay, in the expression, what I can write is underscore distinction, close the bracket, click on enter. Okay, let me take the card visual. Now let me take the count ax. What we are getting? 550 marks is distinction. We are getting 3. 1, 2, 3. Maybe it is not considering the blank value. Okay, we have got 3. Okay, so this is the count ax function. Okay, what it is? it will work on Boolean data type. Work on Boolean data type. So this is count AX function. So one of the interview questions, what is the difference between count and count AX, count A, count X? So if you want to calculate the what do you say, the Boolean data type, what is the function that you use? How do you count the Boolean data type? Okay, you should say that count X, count AX, or count A. So these are all about count function. What is the next function? Simple, straightforward function, count rows. Another count function, count rows, simple. Count rows equal to, count rows takes table as the parameter. Simple thing, count rows takes table as the parameter. What is that? Count the number of rows in the table. Okay, simple thing, count number of rows. It doesn't take whether it is a null or whether it is a blank or whether it has the data or not. Just it counts the number of records in the table. That's it. Whichever the highest data that it has. Okay, let me take the card visual, count rows. So 6 is the count rows. And the next function is distinct count. Okay, let me take a new measure. The next function is distinct count. Okay, distinct count equal to distinct count. Okay, so column name. What is the column name? Count the number of distinct values in the column. So let me take marks because we have duplicates in it. Okay, let me take marks. Okay, let me take the card visual, distinct count. 4 is the distinct count because 550, 550, 550, it is repeated 3 times. So it is considering it as only single. It is eliminating the duplicates. Okay, so it ignores the duplicate values. So this is distinct count function. Next function is distinct count no blanks. Okay, let me click on new measure. Okay, distinct count no blanks equal to distinct count no blank. Okay, count the number of distinct values in the column. Okay, let me take the marks. Okay, let's see that how it works. Okay, 4. Okay, it is taking. Let me take in place of name, let me take name. 6. Okay, it is ignoring the count, the blanks. Okay, it is counting the blanks also. Okay, so let me take is distinction. Okay, let me take whether it works or not. Let me take. Okay, it is giving only 2. Why? Because true, false. Okay, this is distinct count no blank. Okay, we also have one more function. Let me check the calculating the blanks. Okay, blanks. Let me write blank. Okay, what is that? Count blank. Yes. Okay, count blank. Let me go for taking the name because we have blank in names. 1. You see? So what is the function? Count blank. Okay, count blank. What does it do? It counts the blank. Simple. How many blanks are there in the column? Okay, let's see whether it works on is distinction or not. Yes, it is working on the Boolean data type. Okay, works on all data types. All data types, and it gives blank count. So these are all the count functions. Okay, so we have one of the most important DAX function is calculate function. Okay, so we have a important function called as calculate function. So let us go through what is calculate function. Then we will see why the calculate function is important. So we have a function called as calculate function. Calculate function. So this is one of the most important and most powerful function in DAX. Important function in DAX, and it is a dynamic function. It is a dynamic function. It is a dynamic function. So it takes, okay, it evaluates an expression. Okay, it evaluates an expression. So usually aggregate functions, most of the times it is aggregate functions. So like sum, minimum, maximum. And so we use, and also what is the syntax? So let us see what is the syntax it takes. So the syntax is it takes calculate, it takes expression comma filter, expression comma filter 1 comma filter 2 comma so on, filter n. So what is the expression? So what does the expression means? Expression is returns the scalar value. So what is the expression? So we can go for sum of sales. So the expression is sum of sales. If we have already created the measure sum of sales, we can directly use the measure. So that is in the expression. And what about the filter context? Okay, so we can take many filters. Okay, one or more filter conditions that can modify the row context or filter context. Okay, that is the syntax. So how it works? Okay, how it works? So let us see that. How it works, let us see that. For example, let me go through one small example. Calculate. So in the expression, what do? We can directly go for writing sum of sales, or if we have already created the measure sum of sales, we can directly give like sales, comma. So in the filter condition, we can go for filtering the data. So how do we filter the data? For example, product equal to, okay, I can filter something. Okay, product equal to iPhone. Okay, so we get the sales of only iPhone. Okay, or we can also go for another function. Okay, another filter, state equal to Texas. Okay, for example, if you also want to go for another filter, okay, another filter. So what is the another filter that we can take? Okay, gender equal to male. For example, if we have the data like gender, so we can also see, so which gender from the Texas, okay, male bought the iPhone. Okay, so the sales of iPhones in the Texas, and that is for the gender male. So we can add many filters in the filter condition, in the filter. So it takes expression comma filter. So in the expression, so we will need to add only the numeric data. Okay, that is most of the times we go for aggregate functions. That is sum of sales or minimum, maximum, average, count. Okay, let us see one example. So now how do we get the data? So click on the Excel workbook. How do we get the data into Power BI? Click on the Excel workbook and go to that file. Okay, so Power BI time intelligence dataset 2025. Let me click on that file. Okay, so what do we need to do? So let us get 2024 and 2025 data. Okay, sales data 2024 and sales data 2025. So let me click on load. So let the data load. Yes, the data is loaded. So what do we need to do? Go to table view and see what kind of a data do we have in the sales table. So if you see in the sales table, we have the date and the products. So we have different types of products: books, eraser, marker, notebook, and pen. And in the sales amount, we have the sales amount of different products and what is the quantity. Okay, so in the 2025 data also we have the same thing. Okay, so what do we need to do? We can make the changes to the column. Okay, data type, click on. So let us make it into date. Why? Because we do not have the time properly. Okay, so that is the reason we are trying to make the date column as date and time column as date column only. So let me make it into short date. Yes, we have got the data. So what is the next step? We need to implement the calculate function. Okay. Before we implement the calculate function, let us go and write the new measure. Okay. Let us write new measure of the sales amount. So let me go for writing sales amount equal to, okay, sum of sales. Okay. Sum of sales amount from 2025. Okay. Let me click on enter. Okay. So if I take the card visual and click on this, so we get to know what is the sales amount. 98,000 is the sales amount. Okay. So this is well and good. What do we need to do here now? So we need to implement the calculate function. So how do we implement the calculate function? So for example, if you let me right click and click on the new measure. Okay. So let me write pen sales amount. Pen sales equal to calculate. Okay, what it is taking? It takes expression comma filter one, evaluates an expression in the context modified by filters. What is the expression? So if we do not have the measure, okay, I can directly take sum of sales amount. Okay, sum of sales amount. If we already have that, okay, if we already have that, what do we need to do? Open the square bracket. Whatever the measures that we created, it will get pop up and click on enter, comma. Okay, comma. So what do we need to do in the filter? So let me take product from 2025. Let me take the product equal to, okay. When we try to enter the text data type, what do we need to remember? Enter it in the double quotes. Okay, enter it in the double quotes and click on enter. What we are trying to do? We are trying to take only the sales of pen. Okay, let me go for pen sales. Okay, what is the sales of pen? It is 24,000. So how do we get to know? So take a table visual, add the product and add the sales amount. Okay, add the product and add the sales amount. So here what do we need to do? So let me increase the font size. So let me make it into 15. Okay, so if you see the product and what is the sales of pen, 24,298. So it is giving us round. So what we can do, we can change the display unit. Okay, we can change the display unit as none. So we get the total amount. So for this also, we can change the display unit as none so that we get full amount. Okay, without 1,000 or without the million. Okay, for displaying the units. So now we have made some changes. Okay, now we have made some changes. The product. Okay, this is well and good. Okay, this is well and good. So if you want to go for any other changes, okay. So if you want to go for example, so let us see the next thing. Okay, let us see the next thing. That is, let us go through the next concept, that is operators. Okay, logical operator. Logical operator. So let us implement, how do we implement the logical operator? By using the calculate functions. Okay. So here if you see the logical operators, okay, what do we have in here? So we have and, okay, double ampersand symbol, and the next one is or, double pipe symbol, and the next one is not. So direct expression. Okay, direct expression. The first one is, okay, so let me directly go for taking true logical operator. Logical operator. So what we have in the logical operator, we have and, or we can directly use and symbol, and the next one is or we can directly use pipe symbol. Next one is directly straightforwardly not. Okay, directly straightforwardly not expression. Let us see what is true, true. Okay, true, false, false, true, and false, false. For and condition, okay, for and. So if two conditions are true, then the output is true. Okay, remaining all are false. Remaining all are false. Okay, this is for and condition. Okay, this is for and condition. And if you go for or condition, okay, if two conditions are false, okay, so we get true, and this one is also true. This one is also true. And the next condition, if two conditions are false, then the output is false. Okay, if two conditions are false, then the output is false. And what is the next condition? Not. What is not? If it is true, then it is false. If it is false, then it is true. Simple thing. Okay. So now let us see how do we implement AND condition and OR condition in here. Okay. So what do we do? So we have pen sales, for example. Okay, we have pen sales. So we have product. So let me take the new measure. Sorry. Let me take the new measure. Sales of pen. Okay, equal to. So let me take calculate function. So here what do we need to do? We can directly take the sales amount, comma. Okay. So if we want to go for shift enter for the next line. So here what we can do? We can use the filter condition. Okay, what we can do? Filter condition, sales table 2025, comma. What is the filter expression? Here we need to write the filter expression. Okay, product equal to, okay, product equal to pen. Product equal to pen, comma. Okay, so here what we can do? Either we can go for, so let me go for double ampersand symbol, or we can also go for AND condition. Okay, so what we can do? Quantity. Okay, sales quantity greater than 10. Okay, sales quantity greater than 10 and click on enter. Okay, so I can get it over here. Okay, what is the sales? So we can see 12,000 is the sales of pen, the quantity which is greater than 10. So I can directly take the quantity. Okay, pen quantity. So which have the quantity greater than 10. Okay, the quantity greater than 10, we will get it. Okay, book quantity or pen quantity which is greater than 10. So we will get the sales of those. Okay, so this is AND condition. And what is the next thing? So we can go for OR condition. Okay, what is the next thing? We can go for OR condition. So sales of pen, so which is AND. Either we can use AND symbol, or I can give the comma and I can enter. Here I can go for AND. Logic 1 and logic 2, and at the end we need to close the bracket and click on enter. So both works. Okay, either we can go for writing the AND condition and double ampersand symbol, or we can also go for AND function. Okay, this is the sales of pen for the quantity greater than 10. So now let us go through the next function, the next operator, that is OR operator. Okay, simple. So we can go for example, let us go for sales of, let us go for both book or pen. Okay, so how do we do that? So let us go for sales amount, comma. So here we can write filter condition. So what is the sales 2025, comma. So here we can go for OR condition directly. And in the logic, what we can do? So in the logic, we can write product equal to, product equal to pen. Okay, product equal to pen, or product equal to pen, comma. The logic to product equal to book. Okay, product equal to book. And close the bracket and click on enter. So we get the data of both. Okay, we get the data of both 37K. So let me take off quantity. Now you get 12,343 plus 24,298. So 37,000 is the sales of pen and product. Okay, and this can also be done. Okay, this can also be done. Okay, this can be also be written in another function, another operator. Let me write new measure. Okay, so let me copy that. Okay, let me copy that. So this can also be written if you want to filter out more than one list. So we can write. Okay, product in function, open the flower bracket, and here we can write pen, comma, book, and close the bracket. So close the square bracket, close the bracket, and click on enter. So we can write new. Okay, so let's see whether we get the same output or not. Let me take the card visual and I can take the new one. Yes, 37,000. Okay, in is the operator. If you want to, in is also another operator which is used to filter the data. if we want to use the list of products or list of attributes to filter the data. Okay, this is in operator. And what is the next operator? Not operator. What is the usage of not operator? If you want to exclude, okay, if you want to exclude anything, okay, so not operator. Let me directly write, or sales not notebook. Notebook equal to, okay, what we can write? Calculate. Okay, so here what we can do, sales amount, or directly we can directly take sales amount, comma, shift enter. So here we can write filter condition. So in the table expression, we can give this table name, comma, filter condition, I can directly write not. Okay, open the bracket, product equal to, okay, product equal to notebook. Product equal to notebook, and close the bracket. Okay, so we got, so we can see the product which is not equal to, so let me take the card visual, and what is that? Sales not notebook. 77,000 is the sales which is taking 97,631 minus 20,000. So we get 77,000 is the sales which do not include the product notebook. Okay, so this is what we have it. Or we can also write it in another format. Okay, or we can also write it in another format. So how do we write it? So let me explain you that. Okay, so here what I can do, product not equal to notebook. So this can also be works. This can also work. Okay, so not equal to comparison operator. We can also use not equal to, or we can write the not function to get this output. Okay, so what is a time intelligence function? Okay, what is a time intelligence function? So if you see the time intelligence function, so there are many time intelligence functions. And why do we use time intelligence functions? In order to go through the previous year or previous month or previous quarter, previous day, we need to know the time intelligence function. Time intelligence function. So why do we need time intelligence function? For example, if you take the sales, or for example, if you take, there are, so in a year we have, so year has 365 days, 365 days, and 4 quarters, and 52 weeks, 52 weeks. And in a quarter, if we take in a quarter, so in a quarter we will have 3 months in each quarter. Okay, each quarter we will have 3 months. And in a month, so what do we have? So we will have 30 days, 30 days, or on an average we will have 4 weeks. This is in the calendar year. This is in the calendar year. Calendar year. So what is a calendar year? Calendar year is from the Jan to December is the calendar year. January, February, March is quarter 1. April, May, June, quarter 2, it goes. Okay, each 3 months, 3 months we will have quarter. Okay, 1 quarter. And each and every company followed their own financial year. Financial year. So what is the financial period in India? So it is from April to March. So April to March. So year end closing. So they close everything, whatever the finance thing that they have. So April is the first month. April is the first month, first fiscal period. So it is called as a first fiscal period. And March is the last fiscal period. Last fiscal period. So this is the time intelligence, or whatever we have, the time dimension. Okay, why do we require this? For example, if we take any grocery store, and the grocery store has been established or started in the year 2020, and from 2020 till today, so if you want to see the sales, so we started in the year 2020, and the 2020 sales are 2020, and the 2020 sales are $1 million. For example, if you take $1 million, 2021, so it is, so I can say $1.2 million. So what do we say? So 1.1 to $1.2 million is like 0.2 increase in comparing with the previous year. Okay, $0.2 million were increased comparing with the previous year. But how do we calculate? So what do we call it as a technical terminology? It is called as a sales growth. Sales growth. So what is the sales growth? 2022, if I take 2022, so it would be like $1.5 million. And 2023, so it would be like $2 million. So it is increased because so most of the people are ordering online. So it's a time of COVID. And 2024, so it increased to $2.5 million. And 2025, so it is 3 million and 3 months left for the completion of the year. So what we can see the trend. Okay, 1 million, the line goes again 1.2, 1.5, 2 million, 2.5 million, and 3 million. So what we can see, so we can see what was the last year. We can compare with the previous year sales. So how our sales are going, whether it is inclined or it is declining. For example, if I take 2024, it declined to 1.5 million. 1.5 million. So it is the sales are same like 2022. Why? What is the reason? And we can also compare, and it can also be compared by the quarters. So what was the last year current quarter and this year current quarter? Okay, we are in Q3. Okay, September, October, November, December, Q4. We are in Q3. Okay, so what is the current year Q3 sales and what was the last year current quarter sales, Q3 sales? And again, what do we have? So month. Okay, what is the September 2024 September sales? September sales and 2025 September sales. So how do we get to know all this? By using the time intelligence functions. So what are all the time intelligence functions do we have in Power BI? So we have many time intelligence functions available. So what are all the time intelligence functions? Let us see one by one. The first and foremost time intelligence function is previous year. The first and foremost time intelligence function is previous year. So let us see the previous year time intelligence function. So what is the function? What is the syntax? Let us go through one by one. Previous year. Okay. So let us see one by one. Let us go through. What is the first one? Previous. Okay. We have a straightforward function called as previous day, previous month, previous quarter, and previous year. Okay, we can directly. Let us see that. Okay, time intelligence function help analyze data over time. They simplify calculations like year over year growth, that is sales growth or previous period comparison. So what are all the categories that we have? Previous, next period, comparisons, range based, and shifting periods. So these are all the time intelligence functions. Let us see what is previous year. So what do we have previous year? Return a table with the dates shifted back by 1 quarter. Okay, so it is not 1 quarter, it is 1 year. Typo error, 1 year. Okay, so it is the syntax is previous year, and what is the syntax? It takes dates, only the date column. Okay, calculate sum of sales amount, comma. So you see the calculate function, one of the most important dynamic functions that we regularly use when we work on the project, when we work on the any project in Power BI. Okay, and what does it take? So in the expression we gave the amount, comma. In the filter condition we gave the previous year. Let us see that. So before we directly implement, okay, before we directly implement the function, what do we need to do? We need to create the calendar table. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to create the calendar table. So how do we create the calendar table? Go to modeling, click on the new table. Okay, let me type calendar. Why do we go for calendar table? For example, we have the dates. Okay, we have the dates. Why do we go for calendar table? Let me explain you that. Okay, why do we go for calendar table? For example, in the sales table or the main table that we get in the sales table, for example, due to some reasons, the grocery store was not working for 1 week. Okay, was not working for 1 week. It is closed due to the inventory or due to the stock was completed or due to some reasons, due to the not availability of the employees or the workers. So every month 1 day is off, or due to some holiday or due to some festival it is off. Okay, for example, that day they did not have the sales on particular day. When we try to apply time intelligence function, it will not work because it should have the complete date. Okay, it should have the complete date. What is a complete date? Okay, so for this month, if you take this month September, okay, we have 30 days. So if 1 day due to holiday or due to not availability, the grocery store is closed, and that day the sales were not there, 15 16 the sales were not there. So what happens? So it will not work. Previous day or previous year or whatever the time intelligence function that we apply, it will not work. So in order to overcome that, okay, time intelligence function, one more thing to remember, okay, note is time intelligence function works on complete dates. It should have the complete end-to-end date. Okay, so if the sales table or the fact table do not have the complete dates, what do we need to do? We need to create, okay, we need to create the calendar table. So in order to overcome such scenarios, real-time scenario, this is the real-time scenario that we regularly do when we work on the project. Okay, so when we get the requirement or in the projects, we create the calendar table. So how do we create the calendar table? Calendar table is created from the starting of the day till the end. Okay, let us see how do we create. Calendar table. Calendar table equal to, so what is the syntax? Calendar is the direct straightforward function. So what does it take? It takes two parameters, start date comma end date. What does you see when I clicked on the enter? Okay, you can click on the tab to get that function, same as in the Excel. You see the start date is highlighted in the blue color. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to enter the start date. And what is the definition of calendar function? Returns a table with one column of all dates between start date and end date. Either we need to enter the start date in this double quotes following the format of the date. What is the format of date? Year, month, day. Or we can directly use the date function so that we can directly enter 2023. So the data is starting from, the sales data is starting from 2023 till 2025. So what I can do? 01, first month, 01, first day, comma, in the end date, either we can go with giving the end date as 2025. But what happens? What can happen after 2025? The new year started and the new data started. Okay, but it fails. We do not get the calculations in a right way. So how do we do that? We can use one function called as today. Okay, we can use one function called as today. So what happens? Every day when we open the report, when we refresh the report, automatically as per the date is updated. Okay, if I open the report tomorrow, tomorrow will be 16 September. If I open the report day after tomorrow, it will be 17th September. As per the current date that we are in, so the calendar calendar table will be updated. Let us see what do we have in the calendar table. You see, from 01/01/2023, let us see the what do we have in the sales table. What do we have in the sales table? We have the data from 01/01/2023 till 26/9/2025. So we have the data till 26th September 2025. Okay, we have the data till 26th September 2025. So what we created the data from 2023 January 1st till today. So automatically the data will be updated. Okay, what do I do now? Let me make it into date column because time doesn't make any sense. And let us go through the short date. That is what we use regularly. Okay, now what is the next step? Okay, the next step is go to data modeling and make the relation between these two tables. Okay, what is the common column that we have it? Okay, the common column that we have it is the sales date. What do we need to do? Make the relation between the sales date from the fact table and the date in the calendar table. Drag and drop, and now you see 1 to 1 because both of them have unique records. What do I do? Click on save. So we made the relation between the tables. Now what I can do, okay, what I can do here, if you see in the calculate, I can write the sales amount from the fact table, and after that I can use the previous year function or whatever the time intelligence function that we have it. We can use it on the calendar table. We can get the date from the calendar table. Let us implement one function. Okay, what is that function? Previous year or previous day. Okay, what is that function? Sales previous day. Okay, let me take right click, new measure. So let me write sales previous year, or I can go for previous year sales. Previous year sales. Previous year sales equal to. So what we can do? Calculate. Let us take the calculate function. So I can directly go for if in the expression we can take the total sales. Okay, I can open the square bracket. We get the suggestions of the measures that we created in the report. So I can get the total sales. I can get the total sales. What do we have in the total sales? Let me click on escape. Let me click on escape and let me click on what do we have in the total sales. The total sales contains the sum of sales amount. Okay, either we can take after entering the calculate, either we can enter the sum of total sales amount, or we can directly take the total sales measure in the calculate function. Let me right click on the new measure. Let me write previous year sales. Previous year sales. Let us go through the year first, then we can go through the hierarchy. What is the hierarchy? Year, quarter, month, day. That is the standard hierarchy most of the companies in the world they use. Okay, now shift enter for the next line. Calculate. What is the expression? So I can directly take the total sales amount, comma, total sales, comma. You see, calendar table automatically we are getting. You see, if we do not have the relation between these two tables, okay, if we do not have the relation between these two tables, we will not be able to get. Okay, so let me delete this. Let me delete this. Okay, I have deleted. Okay, let me create measure again. Okay, measure again. So I want you to understand so easily. Previous year sales equal to calculate. So let me write the total sales, comma, you see, calendar table date. I'm considering the date. Let me take off this. Okay, sales date. No, I do not want to pick the sales date from the sales table because as we discussed, what is the reason? The reason is, so we may or may not have the complete dates. So what do? We take the date from this column. Okay, What I can take? Only I can take the year. Okay. Now what do? I will add the previous year sales. Previous year calculate. Oh, sorry. So what did we miss? We missed the function called as previous year. So enter the previous year. So what it is taking? It is taking the dates. What is the definition? Returns a previous year. Okay, what it is saying? Returns a previous year, comma year end date. If we have year end date, we can enter. So let me click on enter. Now if you see, okay, what do? Click on the total sales and make it dollar so that we get the currency, and click on the previous year sales and make it dollar. Now if you observe, okay, now if you observe, so what we have got? So we got the data. Okay, we got the data of previous year sales. Okay, we got the data of previous year sales. You see, what is the previous year sales of 2023? It is 99,125. What is the previous year sales of 2025? It is 98,115. So what is the benefit of doing this? Okay, what is the benefit of doing previous year sales? What I can do here, okay, for example, we do not have the previous year of 2023 because the company is established in the year 2023. So that is the reason we do not have the previous year sales. So what is the benefit of this? So we are getting the, what we are getting? We are getting the nulls. Okay. So what do? I will make it not blank. Okay, if I make it, okay, let me go with year. Year is not blank. Okay, now we have got it. So if you see what we can do here, so we can go for making the sales difference. Okay, we can calculate the sales difference. So how can we calculate the sales difference? Simple. So right click, new measure. Okay, write sales difference. Sales difference equal to, what we can do is the sales difference, total sales minus previous year sales, and click on enter. Now I can add the sales difference here. Now you see the sales difference is comparing with the previous year. I got $1,000 difference, and again $29,000 difference comparing with the previous year sales. 2025 68,000, but previous year it is 98,000. So I got loss. Okay, so we can also find out what is the what could be the reasons. Okay, what could be the reasons behind it? So that is 20, that is previous year or previous year sales. Okay, so let me take this sales difference. Okay, let me take this off, sales difference, and let us go through the next function. Okay, what is the next function? The next function is previous quarter. Okay, what is the previous quarter? Returns a table with the dates shifted back by 1 quarter. So we have a straightforward function called as previous quarter, and we will get the previous quarter sales. Okay, let us implement that. So let me directly get this function, copy and right click, new measure, and copy this, and in place of previous year, so what do? I will write previous quarter. What is the definition? Returns of previous quarter from the dates. So here what do? I will write the quarter and click on enter. So here, if you see, we have yearly data. What do I do now? I will expand the date, expand the date hierarchy, add the quarter after year. Okay, let me take total year and let me add previous quarter sales. And now if I click on this and let me make it dollar. Okay, now if you see, what do we have? We are getting the previous quarter sales. You see, previous quarter. So I can compare previous quarter. Okay, the current quarter. Okay, what is the current quarter? The current quarter, if I go to here 2025, okay, Q3. Okay, what is the previous quarter sales? Q3 if I go. So current quarter it is 19,484, but previous quarter it is $24,730. So what I got? There is a decrease in the, when I compare with my previous quarter, there is a decrease in the current quarter sales. So I can easily get to know, okay, what is happening with my business. Okay, what is happening with my business? So what do we do now? Let us go through the next function, that is previous month. Okay, what is the previous month? Simply returns a table with dates shifted back by 1 month. Okay, we get it by monthly. So let me copy the same thing and just replace it by previous month. In place of quarter, replace it with by previous month. Okay, so here what do I do? In place of quarter, write previous month. Okay, and click on enter to execute. So what do I do now? So here I will add the month after the quarter. Okay, here I'll add the previous month and I will remove the quarter. Now if you see, we are getting the previous month data. Okay, now we are getting the previous month data. Okay, you observe what you observe, you see previous month, previous month, previous month. You see, I'm able to calculate. Okay, I can easily calculate what was the previous month sales. So if I go here, what is the previous month sales? You see, the current September month sales is 3,708. Okay, I can understand. Okay, we are in the 15th September. Okay, 3,700. What I can estimate? I can estimate 7,400 change sales in the next 15 days. Okay, I can easily understand what can happen in the next 15 days. So this is what we can do it. Okay, and the next one is previous day. Copy this, right click, new measure, and we can just replace month with day. Month with day and click on enter. Okay, so what we can do here, after the month I can add the day, and let me take off month and add the day. I can see what could be the previous day sales. I can come down and I can see what could be the previous. So what I can do, I can go here in the advanced filtering. So I can write is 2025. So I'll get the filter of 2025 only. You see, so I got the 2025. So previous month, previous day. Okay, what is the previous? September 14th sales is $345. September 15th sales is $443. Now I got the increase in my sales. 443 minus 345, probably like on an average $90. So I got the benefit of $90. So I can make it dollar. So I'll get to know that. Now you see $90 only. Tomorrow, if I get the sales, it will be updated. Okay, tomorrow it will be updated. So that is the sales that we got. So this is previous. We have another function called as same period last year function. Okay, we have another function called as same period last year. The name itself, it is saying that same period last year function. Okay, what does it do? Returns a set of dates from the same period in the previous year. It is just like previous year function. Okay, it is just like previous year function. Let us implement that same period last year function. Okay, right click, new measure. Okay, right click, new measure. So what do I do? Previous year sales. So I can write previous year sales equal to calculate function total sales, comma. So what we can do, we can write same period last year function. So what is the definition? It is only taking the dates. You need to observe the parameter. Important thing for you, when you attend the interview, you are going to get, you will be asked by the parameters, or you will be asked about what is the difference between same period last year function and previous year function, or whatever the time intelligence function that we have. Further, we will discuss about few more functions like parallel period, date add function. Okay, you will understand what is the difference between these three. Returns a set of dates in the current selection from the previous year. Okay, what it is saying, we will get the previous year sales. Simple, straightforward. We will get this previous year sales. That's it. So let me close the bracket and click on enter. Okay, so let me take off this. Let me take off the quarter, month, day and add the previous year sales. Okay, so we got the previous year sales. You see, previous year. So if you would ask me what is the difference between previous year function and the same period last year, both of them are same. Both of them are same. Okay, so this is about same period last year function. And coming to the next function. Okay, now we will go through the next year. Next year means we are in 2025. We will not get the sales of 2026. Okay, it will not be forecasting the data. Whatever the dates that we have it in the table, in the data, we can compare 2023 with next year sales 2024. If we have 2024, we can compare it with 2025. Not when we are in 2025, it will not give the data, the sales of 2026. Okay, so that is the difference between the previous year and previous next year. Okay, what is the definition? Returns a table with say dates shifted forward. Okay, shifted forward by 1 month, quarter, year, or day. I mean, we will discuss. We have that. Okay, next month, next quarter. Okay, so let us see that. What is the next year function? Right click, new measure. Okay, next year sales. For example, now let us go through next year sales equal to. So what is the function? Calculate total sales, comma, next year. You see, next year returns are next year. Okay, I can directly take the calendar table and click on enter. You see what we are going to get. You see 2023 $99,125. We get the after beside it, we will get $98,115. So that is next year sales. You see $99,115. So let me take off previous year. You see 99. I can compare 2023 sales with 2024 sales. So that is next year. Let us go through the same thing. Next quarter, new measure, next quarter sales, next quarter. So here I can write next quarter. So we will get the information about the next quarter. So let me take off this. Let me add the next quarter and add the quarter information. You see, so we will get to know the quarter, next quarter's data, 24,704. So I can make it into dollar. So this is next quarter. And what do we have the next thing? Next month. So what is the hierarchy? After quarter, it is month. So I can write month. Month. And in place of quarter, I can go for month and click on enter. And I can add month. And what do I do? Add the month. So we will get the month data. So I can make it dollar. Okay, we will get the month data. And what is the next thing? Next day. Okay, new measure. And write next day. Next day. And here also I'll go for day level data. Okay, so we will get the year level data, quarter level data, month level data, and day level data. Let me take off this next day sales and I can go for this. We will get the next day sales. So I can compare. So I can compare my data. You see Jan 1st, 414. If I go for the next day, it is 309, $110. Okay, on an average, $100 were less. So I can compare my data with my previous day or previous month sales. So this is a continuation of few more the date functions, time intelligence function. So here, if you see, we have a function called as date difference. So another time dimension function, that is date difference. The name itself says that. So it is used to find out the difference between the dates. Okay. So what is the definition? Returns difference between two dates in a specified unit. Unit means, do we want to have it as a year, month, day? So that is the unit. And what is the syntax? So date difference takes two dates, the start date, end date, and what is the interval? So what is the interval? Year, month, day. So that is what we can do it. So let us see what is the date difference in the practical. So if you see here, so we have sales date, product sales amount and quantity. And we also have one more column called as a delivery date. Okay, delivered date. So what do we need to do? For example, if we take one small example, where do we use the real time of the date difference function? So if we see the e-commerce, okay, so we ordered something, and at the time of order, when we check out, so we get an information like expected delivery date, and also 1 or 2 days later, so we get a message stating that your order is being shipped. That shipped is considered as a ship date. Okay, what is that? There are three dates over here: order date, so which is like a sale date. Okay, order date and sale date, both of them are same. And the next one is shipping date. So how long a product is taking for the shipment. Okay, ship date. And the third one is deliver date. So deliver date is reaching the product to the customer. Okay, reaching the product to the customer. So how long a product is taking from the order date till the deliver date. So that is what they can analyze. Why do they need to analyze? Because these e-commerce websites or e-commerce business, they give it to the third party vendor, the delivery partners. So they can analyze that which delivery partner is performing well for delivering the products. If they are taking more than that, so that is the reason the e-commerce websites have come up with an idea stating that 1 day delivery, or you can also see other stating that 15 minutes or 20 minutes delivery, because they want to improve their business. So that is the reason they have come up with such ideas. So if you see what is the difference between, if you want to find out the difference between the sale date and the delivery date, we need to use the function called as date difference. So date difference gives the data in the units, in the specified unit. What is the unit? Unit is the interval. So let us click on the new column, because we need to find out the difference between the sale date and the delivered date. So I would like to go for date difference. Date difference equal to. So I'll go for writing the direct straightforward date difference function. So what is this? Return the number of units specified in the interval between the input two dates. Okay, what is the date one? So I can directly write sale date. Okay, sale date, comma. So date two, delivered date, comma. So you see there are many intervals. You see day, hour, minutes, month, quarter, seconds, week, year. Okay. Now let us go with year. So let us see, do we have any difference in the year? Okay. Let me click on enter. Let's see. Yes, we have the difference, but the thing is that we are getting minus. So maybe 13/12/2025 and 13/11/2024. So the difference is -1. Why -1? Okay, let me take month. Okay, let me go for taking month. So let's see how many months we are getting. Let me click on execute. So we are getting 13 months. Okay, the difference between the sales date and the delivery date is 13 months. Okay, we did one mistake. Okay, we did one mistake. That is why we are getting minus, because so order date and the delivery date is backward comparing with the sale date. So that is the reason we are getting that. So let me make some changes to the deliver date. Okay. So let me go for the positive. Okay. Now you see. So in place of month, let me go for, I have just created one calculated column as a deliver date. So that is the reason we have got error. So let me go for year. And let's see how many years do we have. Okay, we have year, but let me take off the filter. Do we have year? No, we do not have year. What happened? Why everything is blank? Let me refresh. sale date. Sorry. Now we will get it. Yeah, now we will get it. So we did a mistake. We went far more beyond. So that is the reason we are getting that. So we have got the blanks. Okay. So now let us see the difference. Okay, date difference. Now let me take here year, the interval as year. And let's see what is the difference between the sale date and deliver date. So the difference between when we take the unit, the interval as year, the difference between sale date and delivered date is 1 year. Okay, this is the year. And let us go with month and click on enter. Okay, so there are 13 months difference between sale date and delivered date. So I can also go for day and click on enter. Okay, 397 days. Okay, so we have the difference like 397, 396, 395, and 394. So these are all the difference between the sale date and delivered date. So date difference, one of the most important function. So we also use it at the time of project. So yeah, you try practicing. So date difference, find the difference between two dates in the specified interval. Okay, this is date difference. Now let us get into the next function called as dates between and dates in period. Okay, dates between and dates in period. The name itself says that it is used to give the dates in between. Okay, when we deal with the start date and end date. Okay, what is the definition? Returns a table. Okay, what it is saying, table of dates. Okay, you see, so we need to understand that. Okay, we need to create the calculated table. Okay, we need to create the calculated table. Okay, between the start date and end date. And what is the syntax? Dates between takes the date column, okay, existing from the model. What is the start date and what is the end date? Why do we use different dates between? For example, if we have the 10 years or 20 years of data, but we want to cut short, only we would like to take 1 year or 2 years or last 2 years or last 5 years of data. So we have the data from 2010 to 2025 or till today. So what do we need to do? So if you want to consider only few years, only 1 year or 2 years of data, okay, current year and last year data, so we need to go for the dates between. Okay, let us create that dates between. Okay, the new table. So go to table tools, click on new table. So once I click on the new table, so what I write, sales. Okay, sales, or I'll directly go for taking the function name, dates between equal to. So I'll directly write dates between. Okay, dates between. Now you see, return the dates between two given dates. So date. So what is the date that we want to take? So let me go for taking the sales 2024-25 sales date, comma, start date. So it is asking us to enter the start date. So let me take the date column. What is the start date? I'll go for 2024 because in that data we have the data from 2023 till today. Okay, we have seen that. Okay, month 12, day 01. Sorry, month 1, day 1, comma, and I'll go for writing today. Okay, I would like to see the data from 2024. I mean, last date, last year and this year. Okay, last year and this year. So you see, we got the data. Sales date, we received data. So this is dates between. So what is the dates between the syntax? It takes this date, start date, comma, end date. Okay, start date, comma, end date. Now let us see the next function called as dates in period. Okay, dates in period. What is the definition? Both of them are same. Dates between and dates in period are same. But the only difference we need to find out in the parameter, the syntax. That's it. Return the dates in a period from a given period starting from a given date. Okay, what is the syntax? Okay, dates, start date, number of interval and interval. The in period means we can go through the months. Okay, period 1 to 12 month. Okay, we can mention the interval, number of interval and the interval. So how many years of data that we want, how many months of data. For example, if you take the dates between, we can't give the number of months. I mean, we need to mention in the end date as our start date. We need to explicitly mention, or we need to give the date column. But here, if you see dates in period, we have the possibility of giving the number of interval and the interval. Number of interval I can take 6 months. Okay, from the start date I need to have the 6 months of data, and the interval is I can take month. Or if I go for year, I can give 2 and interval as year, so that we get the last 2 years of data. Okay, and also you see the screenshot 30 days minus 30 days. I can also take the minus 30 dates in period. Let us see it in the practical way. Okay, let us see it in the practical way. So let us apply it in the let us apply it in here as a measure. Okay, let me click on a new measure. So write dates in period equal to. So what we can do, what is the good thing about the calculation part is we can include the calculate function. Okay, dates in period also we can take as the calculated table. But what I would like to see, I would like to see the sales amount of the last 6 months, or last 10 days, or last 1 month. How do we do that? Calculate, what is the expression? Sales amount, comma, what is the function? Dates in period. Okay, dates in period. So what it is giving? Returns the dates from the given period. Dates in period deals with the period. What is the period? That is month, number of interval, comma, interval. Dates in between, it takes start date, end date. Okay, so let me take the table, calendar table, start date. What is the start date? Let me take today. For example, let me take today, comma. Okay, from today, I want to see the last 30 days of the sales amount, minus 30, comma, interval. I can go for 30 day and click on enter. Okay, what I can do here, I can directly go here, take a card visual. Okay, dates in period, I can directly pick it. 98,000 is the last 30 days sales. Okay, 98,000 is the last 30 days sales. Or I can also directly pull it. Okay, copy this, go to modeling, click on the new table. Okay, dates in period, I can also go for this. Okay, and click on enter. Let me go to table view. Now you see, so we get the last 30 days. Okay, we get the last 30 days data. Okay, I can also get it, okay, by using the function called as calculated table. Okay, I can also get the calculated table. Okay, the way we have the calculate function that is used as a measure. Okay, you remember the way we have the function calculate, that we use it as a measure. We have the same upgrade version. Okay, you see, you take, let me differentiate between the calculate table and calculate function. So calculate table is like a father. Okay, calculate is like a son. Calculate function work for the table, work for the column. Calculate table work for the table. You see, table comma filter. Calculate function takes expression comma filter. So what I can do here, comma, in the filter condition, I'm taking the dates in period. Close the bracket, click on enter. We get everything. We get everything data, all the data, and also we get the sales amount. Now you see, we got the sales amount. We created a dates in period of the last 30 days from today. Okay, we created the dates in period from the last 30 days. If we want to go for the last year, I can go for giving 1, comma, interval I can give here. So we will get the last year sales. Okay, so I can scroll down. Okay, last year sales or next year sales. So this goes next year. So I can put -1 for the previous year. You see, 2024. Okay, the interval, we have the feature of moving forward. So the beauty of date difference, date add. Okay, So date add function, date add, we will discuss the next thing. Dates in period, whatever the function that we discuss from here, we can move or shift the dates forward or backward. So that is the beauty of the function that we have it. Okay, calculate function works within the table. That is used for, that takes the expression comma filter condition. Calculate table is used to create the table with filter condition. So that is the difference between calculate and calculate table. You get the interview questions like, so what is the difference between the dates between and dates in period function? Okay, what is the output that we are going to get? What is the parameter it is going to take? Okay, the next important function is date add function. Okay, what is a date add function? The beauty of date add function. Okay, definition: shifts a set of dates by a given number of interval. Okay, shifts the set of dates by a given number of function. Okay, shift. You see what is the syntax? It is taking the dates, comma, number of intervals, comma, interval. Okay, and this date add is also used as the calculated table, and this date add function can be used with the calculate function. Let us see that. Let us see how can we go for a function. So what do we do here? We can directly add date add function. Okay, so we can directly take the date add function for the next year. Okay, so let me directly take right click new measure. So I'm taking the measure because I want to find out the previous year sales or the next year sales. Okay, so here what do? I write date add next year sales. Next year equal to shift enter for the next line, calculate. Okay, in the expression, what do we need to do? We can give the sales amount, or I can also go for giving the sales amount. Okay, sales amount. Okay, so do we have the sales amount? No, we do not have the sales amount. We have the total sales. Okay, we have the total sales, comma. So what is the beauty here? Either we can take the expression. If we already created the measure, we can directly take the measure. Else we can go for the sum of sales amount, aggregate functions. So here, date add function. So what is the difference here? Dates, comma, number of interval, comma, interval. So I think it is, now you see previously we have not got the extension, comma, truncation. Okay, the parameter. It looks like it is updated. The date add function is updated. So what is the definition? Moves the given set of dates by a specified interval. So here, let me take the calendar table, comma, number of interval. So let me go for 1 because we are looking into the next year, comma, year. Let me go for year. Close the bracket. Okay, close the bracket. So let me remove this. Take a table visual. Okay, take a table visual. So what do we do here? Calendar table. Let me add the date. Okay, let me add the date hierarchy, and let me take off year, quarter, month, and here let me add that total sales. Okay, here what do? I will add date add function here. Date add, whatever the column that we created, whatever the measure that we created, we will add it, measure. Okay, font, let me increase the global font to make it 15. Okay, now you are able to see it. Okay, now you are able to see this. So what we are able to see here, so we are able to see the next year sales. Okay, we are able to see the next year sales. Here if you see 2023, okay, next year, okay, 98115. 2025, 971631. Okay, we are able to see the next year sales. What we can do with this function? So we can go for, we can compare the current year sales and previous year sales, previous year's current year sales with the next year sales. Okay, if we have the data from 2022 till today. So this is next year. Okay, this is next year. Now let us go for the previous year. Okay, same thing. What we can do here, we can go for previous year. Okay, what I can do, right click, new measure, date add previous year. Okay, so here, so I'll go for previous. So here, what is the change that we need to do? -1 and click on enter. Okay, so what happens here? So we can get the previous year sales. So let me make it into dollar and let me add the previous year. Previous year. You see, let me just move a little bit. Okay, so here what I can do, I can have the previous year data. You see, 99125, 98115. So I can compare my data. Okay, I can see what was the sales in the previous year, what is the current year sales, what is the previous year sales. So this is, so the here the thing is that it in the interval, okay, what we can do, you remember, okay, date add function, you remember that it takes the interval day, month, quarter, year. Okay, it takes 4 interval: day, month, quarter, year. Why I'm saying you to remember? Because we will discuss the next function so that you will understand the difference between these two functions. Now let me click on month and click on enter. Okay, we will get the next previous month sales. Okay, so what do we need to add here? From the date hierarchy, we need to add the month. Now we will get previous month sales. You see the previous month sales: 911, 7426, 77. So I can compare my data. Okay, this is previous month. This is previous month. And I can also go here. I can also take day. So what is the change that we need to do for the day? So we need to add the day in the date hierarchy, so that we will get the information easily. Automatically, you see, whenever we are trying to, it is like transitioning itself as per the data that we are adding in the visual. Okay, it is transforming itself as per the data that we are adding in the table. When we are adding the month level data, we are able to see the month level data. Year level data, yes, we are able to see year level data. Quarter level data, yes, we are able to see the quarter level data. So it is transitioning itself as per the data or the date that we are adding into the visual. So that is the beauty of Power BI in this current generation. Okay, so this is date difference, sorry, date add. We have another function just same like date add. Okay, we have another function just like date add. What is the function? Parallel period. Okay, what is the function name? Parallel period. What is the definition? Returns a table. You see, returns a table with the dates shifted to a parallel period. Okay, what is the parallel period? So now I'm in 2024, 2025 September. So I want to see the 2024 September. That's a parallel. So I'm in 2025 quarter 3. So I would like to see 2024 quarter 3. That's a parallel quarter. Now I'm in 2025. I would like to see 2024 parallel year. Okay. So what is the syntax it is stating? Dates, comma, number of interval, comma, interval. Okay. Now you would question me, what is the difference between date add and parallel period? Now let us see it in the practical. Let us find out what is the difference between parallel period and the date add function. Okay. Let me put it here. Okay. So let me take off this previous year. Okay, let me make, okay, so here what do I do? So I'll go for year. Okay, let me click on enter, and now let me take off day, month. Okay, let me take off day, month, and now let me add new measure. Now let me take the parallel period function. Okay, now let me take the parallel period function, so you will easily understand. So here let me directly write parallel period equal to, so calculate. Okay, so here what do we need to do? Total sales, comma, shift enter for the next line, parallel period. Okay, so what it is saying, returns a parallel period of the dates by the given set of dates and a specified interval. Okay, so here let me add the date. What is that? Calendar date column, comma, number of interval. So let me go for the same thing, -1, comma, interval. Okay, now you see the difference. So it says parallel period, only period. Okay, date add means complete interval. Okay, it takes the year, quarter, month, day. But parallel period, it is only taking 3 intervals: month, quarter, year. So this is the difference between the two functions. One of the interview questions. What is the difference between parallel period and date add function. You see, both of them are working same. Okay, both of them are working same. Okay, 99125, 99115. So what we can do with the parallel period function, we can shift the dates forward or backward, not the dates. Okay, parallel period does not deal with the date. Date comes with hierarchy, year, quarter, month, day. Parallel period does not deal with day. So that is the reason. So that is the difference between the date add and parallel period function. Let me take this off. Okay, day, month, quarter, year. In the what is the function? Date add function. Let me replace it with parallel period. Okay, and after that, let me give the comma. Month, quarter, year. So day level data. We can't go back to the day level data in the parallel period function. So that is the difference between. So do we have that summary? No, we do not have that in here. I'll try including it. Okay, so this is the difference between parallel period and date add function. Date. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So we have the difference here, difference between date add and parallel period interview question. Okay. So what is the thing? You can go through it. Okay. The only thing is that shift dates by number of specified period, days, month, quarter, or year. Shift the dates by a specified number of interval, but always uses full period shift. Good for parallel period comparison. Okay. When we deal with the date, we can go for date add. When we deal with the period, we can go for parallel period. So what is the syntax? Both of them, both syntaxes are same. What is the interval type? Day, month, quarter, year. Month, quarter, year. That's it. So that is the difference between date add and parallel period. Okay. And also we have three functions. Okay. What are all the functions that we have? Three functions. So the three functions are, we also have one more. So previous year, same period last year function. Okay, there are three functions. First function is date add function. Okay, we can shift the dates forward, backward based on the interval and number of interval. Parallel period, yes, we can shift the dates forward, not the dates, period forward, backward based on the interval and number of interval. Coming to the same period last year, okay, we cannot shift the dates forward or backward because same period last year takes only one parameter, that is date parameter. Okay, that is the difference between the date add, parallel period, and same period last year function. The name itself says that it can go through the previous period. So here, so let us go through one example. Then we can understand why do we need those functions. For example, so we need to calculate the running total or cumulative total. So what is running total or cumulative total? For example, if you see 2020, so I got the sales of, or let me go through the month wise. Okay. So we are in September. For example, let me take the first 3 months, January. So we got the sales of 10,000 rupees, for example, $1,000. So in the February we got $1,200. In the March we got $1,500. So what I need to see here is I want to see the running total. Okay, running total. So what is running total? So it is like adding the month. Okay, so the first running total is $1,000, and for the second month the running total is $2,200. So what is happening here? So $1,000 plus $1,200, we are getting $2,200. So how much did we earn till this month, from the starting of the year or starting of the month or starting of the quarter? Okay, so in the March, for example, we are in the March month. Okay, so how much did we earn from January, February, and the March till March? 2,200 plus $1,500, it is $3,700. So this is running total or cumulative total. Cumulative totals. So why do we need this? The business need to understand how the company is performing every month. So how much did we receive till now? So that is the reason we need the running totals or cumulative totals. So how do we calculate this? So we can calculate by using the function called as total YTD, total QTD, and total MTD. Let us go through the definition. So what is total YTD? Total year to date. The definition of or the full form of YTD is total year to date. So what is year to date? Starting of the year, starting of the year, starting of the year till today. To date is like current date, till today or current date. Okay. So how do we take example? So it started in the year 2025. The business started in the year 2025 January till the sales from 2025 January till today. So the sales from 2025 January till today. So it is like starting of the month till today. So that is total YTD. So YTD starting of the year. It's not the month, starting of the year. Starting of the year till today. Till today. So that is total YTD. So let us see what is total QTD. So we have 4 quarters. Okay, in a year we will have 4 quarters. So what are all the 4 quarters? Jan, Feb, March. Jan, Feb, March is Q1. And April, May, June is Q2. July, August, September is Q3. And October, November, December is Q4. So that is calendar. This is calendar year total QTD. So what is total QTD or QTD? Quarter to date. Okay, quarter to date. So what is quarter to date? Starting of the quarter. Starting of the quarter till today. So what is this year quarter? Starting of the quarter. Now we are in quarter 3. That is July, August, September. July, August, September. So how can we, what kind of a sales do we get? So we get the sales from July 1st till today. That is 17th September. So this is quarter to date. Starting of the quarter till today. Till current date. So that is quarter today. And what is total MTD? So it is, okay, it is month to day. Month to date. Okay, month to date. Starting of the month. Starting of the current month. Okay, starting of the current month till today. Current date. Okay, what is starting of the month? We are in September. So we get the sales of September 1st. September 1st till today. That is 17th September. 17th September. So that is what we have it. So this is total YTD, total QTD, and total MTD. So let us see practical. Okay, let us see practical way. So how do we implement it in the practical? So how do we implement it in the practical? So let us implement the total YTD. And let us see what is the syntax of total YTD, which is so simple, straightforward. Okay, what is the syntax? So we can directly go with the syntax like, total YTD, open the bracket. So we can directly take the measure total sales, comma. So we can take the date column. Okay, we can take the date column. So that is total YTD, I think. So let us go here. So let us implement in the 2024 and 2025. Right click and click on new measure. So it's loading. So let me write total YTD equal to, so direct straightforward total YTD. Oh, now you see we also got total WTD, week to day. So it's a new update from Microsoft. So every month Microsoft releases update. So yesterday Microsoft released one update of the September 2025. You can go through that. So click on YTD. And now you see expression, comma, dates, comma, filter condition, comma, filter, comma, year end date. Now let us only go through the expression. So what we can do here, I can go for sales amount. Okay, total sales. Okay, comma. So here we can directly take the date column and click on enter. Okay, date column, click on enter. Now the data is loaded. So how do we get that? How do we see that? So we need to take the table. Okay, so what is the table that we can consider? We can take the calendar. So let me click on the table, get the date column. Okay, so we got the date and add the total sales. Okay, so what is the total sales? It is some value, 2,94,871 dollars. So let me enter, let me increase the font size. Okay, global font size, make it 15. Now let me add total YTD in the table. Okay, so let me click on, let me make it dollar. Okay, yes, we made the dollar. So let me take off day, month, quarter. Okay, if you see, so if you see here, okay, so we got the data from 2025. So it is 97,631. It is 97,631. Okay, so how do we see this? So it's one of the KPIs, key performance indicator. So we can put it in the card visual so that we get to know that, okay, 97.63K is the total YTD that we got it from the starting of the year till today. Why till today? So if you see the calendar table, what we have, we got the data from data till 2025-12-31. So we can also go for writing today. So we get the data today. For example, if I add all quarter, month, day, okay, you will easily understand. So what we are able to see, if you see here, okay, if you see here, 2023, 414, yes, we got the 414. That's well and good. Okay, we got the 414. If you see in the January 2nd, 304, okay, 414 plus 304, it is 723. Okay, 414 plus 309, it is 723. Yes, that's absolutely right. Again, 723 plus 337, it is 1060. Again, 1060 plus 315, it is 1375. So like that, okay, like that. So let me take off quarter. Okay, like that. So let us come down. Okay, let us come down till the end of the year. Okay, till the end of the year. So you will be easily understanding what happens at 31st December. Now you see at the time of 31st December, so it is, where are we? So 31st December, the year stops, the sales stops, and from January 2024, the new data starts, the new sales starts. Okay, you see, at the 31st December, it is 264 and it is added to 988,98861, it is 99125. Is the sales of total YTD of 2023. Okay, again, if I come to 2025, okay, again, if I come 2025 and I can go for basic filtering 2025, you will be able to see from January 1st till December 31st, the sales are 97,631. Actually, it works till today only. But what do we have? We have the data from 1st January till 2025, December 31st. So that is the reason we are able to get till. So I can make some changes like today. And now you will be able to see the sales till today only. Okay, now you see what is the sales. So it is 68,064 is the sales. Okay, 68,000.64K are the sales of 2025, starting of the month till today. Okay, so this is total YTD. Now let us go through total QTD. Okay, let me take the same thing. Control A, Control C, right click, new measure. And let me add in place of total YTD. So let me go for QTD. And here also let me go for QTD and enter. Okay, so let me make it Q. Okay, so what we can do, so most of the times when we deal with the total YTD, QTD, MTD, we take the card visual to see the how much did we earn. So it is 20K. Okay, it is 20K. So how do we get to know? So now what we can do here, so we can add the quarter. Okay, from the date hierarchy, we can add the quarter. So let me take this off. Let me take this off and add the quarter. Okay, add the quarter, and here also total sales amount. Okay, so here if you see, so let me consider. So where is that date? So in the year, what I can do? So I'll go for basic filtering, and here let me go for 2025. Yeah, if you see after quarter one, okay, after quarter one. So what do you find? Okay, after quarter one, what you can find here is the quarter one sales is 23,99955. Okay, quarter one sales is 23,995, and the quarter two sales. And if I come down, okay, if I come down, okay, if I come down, you will easily understand. Okay, so what is current quarter? So we are in quarter three. After Q3, okay, July, August, September. From July, August, September, so we are able to get the data. But why it is not getting July 1st? It should start with, oh, sorry, I did not add, my bad. Yeah, now if you see, now we got it. After Q2, the Q3 started with, the total sales. So let me add here, let me add total sales over here. Okay, total sales. Now we will be easily understanding. So what we are, now you see $83,000 and $83 and $83. Okay, and if I come down, okay, if I come down, so we will get the sales of the starting of the quarter. Okay, we will get the sales from the starting of the quarter Q3. Okay, $83 till the end. Okay, $19,954. So here we got the display unit. We can change the display unit as none so that we get the complete number. Okay, so this is quarter QTD, starting of the quarter till today. So what is the starting of the quarter till today? How much did we earn? $19,954. So that is QTD. So let me take right click, new measure, and let me go for total MTD. Okay, total MTD. Total MTD. So what we get, let us see that. So we get the data from starting of the month till today. Okay, we get the data from the starting of the month till today. So let me add total MTD. Okay, so total MTD, if you see the total MTD, okay, starting of the, you see the September 1st. Okay, you see the September 1st. So it started with $161 and 161 plus 469. Okay, so 161 plus 308. So it is $469. Again, 469 plus 77, $546. 546 plus 267, it is $813. Okay, it is adding like that. Okay, it is adding like that. And so, and what we can do, we can take a card visual and we can go for, we can see how much did we earn till today. Okay, sorry. So how much did we earn till today? So let me take total MTD. Okay, $4,178 that we earned from the from starting of the month, September 1st till today. Okay, $4,178. Yes, $4,178. Tomorrow when we have the sales, so we get the data. So this is total YTD, total QTD, and total MTD to calculate the running total or cumulative totals. The continuation of other DAX functions, that is if-else condition and switch statement. So what is if-else condition or what is if-else switch statement? So if you want to create any column, if you want to extract something from the column, so what do we do if you want to apply any condition on the existing column? So we need to implement the if-else condition or switch statement. So what is the definition? Returns the value based on the condition. And what is the syntax? If logical test, result if true, comma, result if false. So that is what we used. Here in Power BI, it is so simple. Okay, straightforward, so simple. So what is that? If open the bracket, so we get the suggestions. Logical test. Logical test. Logical test means what is the condition that we want to implement. Simple thing. What is the condition that we want to implement, or which column that we would like to take in the logical test. And what is the next thing? Result. Result if true, else. Okay, automatically the comma gives the information to us. When we enter the comma, it gives the parameter information. Result if false. So that is the parameter it takes. So what is the condition that we can take? If, okay, salary. So we can directly take if salary greater than $1,000, okay, $10,000, high salary. We can write high salary, high salary, else low salary. So we can directly take low salary. So what we are trying to do here, so if the salary is greater than $10,000, so what is the result if true that we are doing? High salary. Else, whichever the salary that falls below the 10,000, that is low salary. So we segregated the data so easily by using. So I can filter out. In future, I can filter out. I can just take the salary slab. I can go for high salary. I can filter out. I can get the list of the employees, those who are getting more than $10,000. So that is the condition. So if you want to extract anything, if you want to create a column based on condition, based on condition, we go for if else condition. We go for if else statement. Okay, let us see with example. Okay, let us see with the example. Let me get the Excel. Let me get the Excel. So if else switch statement. So what do we have it in that? So we will have the details of the employees. That's an employee table. Okay, that's an employee table. And click on load. Let's see what do we have in the data, first of all. Okay, let it load. Yes, the data is loaded. So what do we need to do? We can go through the table view and we can see the data. What kind of information that we have it in the data, in the table. So we have employee ID, employee first name, employee last name, employee salary, and employee rating. So what do we want to create here? We would like to create, okay, we would like to create the data. Okay, we would like to create the salary based on the ratings. Okay, based on the ratings. So what do we want to do here? If someone is getting, okay, someone is getting 5 rating, so he should get 40% hike. So I'm just giving some normal rating, for example. Okay, that's 4 rating. Okay, it should be 30% hike. Okay, 3 rating, it should be 20% hike. 2 rating, so it should be 10%. Okay, 1 rating, no hike, no hike, no hike. So that is what we need to do. But how do we implement that? Okay, how do we implement? So we would like to know. So $80,000 is the salary that I'm receiving in the year 2025. So what would be my revised salary? Either I can go for the salary hike, new salary. What is the salary? What is the hike that I'm going to get based on my ratings? Or I can also go for the revised salary that I'm going to get, or the employee is going to get next year. Okay, next year. Let us calculate that. Let us calculate based on the conditions. Okay, so how do we do that? Click on the new column. Okay, click on the new column. So let me write hike, salary hike, salary hike. What do we get? We get only the hike amount on the salary, hike amount on the salary. Okay, so what is the condition? If, enter. You see, logical test, comma, result if true, comma, result if false. Checks whether a condition is met and returns one value if true, and another value if false. So what is the logical test that we want to implement? We want to work out on the rating. Based on the rating, we need to see the hike of the salary. Okay, let me directly take the rating equal to 5, comma. Result if true. What do we need to write? We can directly write employee salary. Okay, salary multiplied by. So we want to go for 40 percentage. So how can I convert that percentage into value? So we need to divide the 40 by 100. So we get some value, that is 0.4 is the value. Okay, 0.4 is the value, comma. Now you see result if false. So let me directly go for, let me give 0. We want to go for only two conditions. Okay, if employee rating equal to 5, give him 40% hike, else 0. Only two conditions. No else if condition. Okay, you see what is the hike that the John got? 32,000 hike, salary hike. So that he is going to get from the next month on the salary. We have not calculated the complete salary, revised salary. It is the only hike that he is going to get. Okay, it is the only hike that he is going to get. So this is if else condition. So what we are trying to do, we have only given the two conditions. Okay, we only gave two conditions. What is that condition? Result if true. Okay, result if false. So what is that? If else condition only. If else condition. We do not have the third condition. How do we implement if we have more than one condition? So how can we implement that? Let us see that. We can implement by the concept called as nested if. Okay, nested if. What is nested if? Okay, what is subquery? Query within a query is called as a subquery. What is nested if? If condition is in another if condition, then it is called as a nested if. How can we implement? We can directly implement in the else condition, okay, comma, in the result if false condition, I will go for writing another if condition. Okay, what is that? If rating equal to 4, then what is the hike that he's going to get? Salary multiplied by 0.4%, 0.3 percentage, comma. Again, one more condition. In the result if false, we can write one more condition, that is if rating equal to 3, rating equal to 3, then what is the percentage that going to get? It is salary multiplied by 0.2, comma, shift enter. If rating equal to 2, what is the percentage? Salary multiplied by 0.1. Else, last condition. Okay, last condition I can go for 0. Okay, no hike. Okay, no hike. Let me click on enter. Okay, let me click on enter. What? Why? Okay, let me take this off. Okay, now if you see, okay, till Michael Jordan, so we got 9,000 hike. Okay, till the last, till the employees who, those who got rating 2, they got the salary hike. Okay, they got the salary hike. But I want to go for one more. If I want to go for the revised salary, total salary, what is the total salary? Employee salary plus salary hike. What do I need to do? I need to take one more new column and I need to calculate employee salary plus salary hike. Okay, but I do not want to do like that. I want to get it in the same. I want to go for revised salary, complete salary. Okay, revised salary. How do we do that? Okay, how do we do that? Okay, if you take, okay, if you take this as 100%, okay, this, whatever the percentage that we are taking as, whatever the percentage that we mentioned here, okay, as the percentage that we want to go for, okay, what we can do, 0.4, okay, 0.4 plus 100%. Okay, so what we did, 100% plus, okay, 40%. Okay, what it becomes? 140 percentage. Okay, 140 percentage. What do we need to do? We need to divide it by 100. Okay, we need to divide it by 100. How much do we get? 1.4. Okay, 1.4. 0.4. Okay, what do we need to do here? In place of 0.4, 0.4, that we are calculating the hike percentage based on the rating. But I want to include the revised salary, total salary. What is the total salary? 80,000 plus 32,000 I need to get. Okay, that would be like some value, 1,12,000, some value. Okay, 1 lakh, 1,112, okay, 112 dollars. Okay, how do we calculate that? Okay, so we need to multiply it with 1.0. Okay, we need to multiply with 1.0. So how do we do that? So I can directly take first example. Let us see that. Okay, first example, let us see that 1.4. Okay, so how much are we going to get? So we got, okay, so we got the amount of $1,12,000. So this is the revised salary of total. Okay, revised salary of total. So here also what I can do, 1.3, 1.2, 1.1, and at the end I can go for salary, okay, multiplied by 1. So salary multiplied by 1, the same salary. Now you see what we have got. Okay, so we got the revised salary based on the rating. Okay, for these two, okay, for these two we got 85,000 and $90,000 based on the rating 1, because we have calculated multiplied by 1. Okay, so this is revised salary. So there is no need of calculating the salary hike and after that summing up the employee salary and salary hike. So one more column that we need to create. No, there is no need of it. We can directly include it in the calculation. So this is the if else condition. Okay, let us do that. So click on new column. So what we need to find out here. So I would like to differentiate the candidates, those who get $90,000. Okay, $90,000 or $1 lakh. So they are like high paying salary, and above 90 medium paying salary, and below 90 low salary. Okay, let us create that. Okay, so what do? I'll write salary slab. Okay, let me write, just give naming convention. Okay, if, okay, so here in the logical test what I can write, revised salary. I can take the revised salary greater than 1 lakh. Okay, greater than $1 lakh. Okay, here what I can do, I can take high salary. Okay, in the else condition, let us go with two conditions only. First of all, okay, low salary. Okay, low salary, and close the bracket. Okay, we got it. Okay, those who have got greater than 1 lakh, okay, $100,000, they are getting high salary. So less than that, automatically it can understand low salary, else condition. Okay, other than $100,000, okay, it gives low salary. Okay, so this is first condition. So we also have one more condition. Okay, what do we need to do? If, okay, salary, revised salary, okay, greater than 90,000, then what is the condition? Mid salary,
Medium.
else low salary, and click on enter. Okay, now you see, so 91,000, $96,000, they got 99,000, they got mid salary, and other than that, they got low salary. So that is how they get. So this is also the salary.
It is exactly 90,000.
Exactly 90,000. Yeah, we can write equal to, greater than or equal to. We can use
Greater than or equal to. We can
greater
use,
than
no?
or equal to. Yes, we can write greater than or equal to. Greater than or equal to. We can also go for greater than or equal to. Okay. Okay. This is if else condition. Now let us get into the another concept, another conditional statement called as switch statement. Okay. Another conditional formatting, another concept, that is switch statement. So what is the switch statement? Switch statement is similar to the if else condition, but we have little difference. Okay, so simplifies multiple conditions. The That first and foremost important definition is simplifies multiple conditions. What is the syntax? Switch expression, comma, value 1, result 1, comma, value 2, result 2, comma, value 3, result 3. And how do we get the condition switch? We can directly give the assign something. Okay, let us see that. So how do we implement? Let us see that. Okay, so I will write salary hike, salary hike equal to shift enter. Okay, switch, switch. Here if you see, we have got expression comma value 1 comma result 1. Okay, result different, returns different results depending on the value of the expression. Okay, depending on the value of the expression. So what we can do here, we can enter the expression. Okay, what I can enter the expression, I can directly go for giving the define the rating comma. You understand the concept? Enter. I am entering the value that this expression has. Okay, I'm directly entering the value this expression has, 5 comma. Okay, I can directly write 1.4. Okay, 1.4 comma. I entered value 1, result 1 comma. Shift enter, value 2, result 2, 4 comma. So what I can do, 0. Okay, let me go for 0.4 only. Okay, 4 comma 0.3. Shift enter, 3 comma 0.2. Okay, 0.2, 2 comma 0.1, and here I can go for 1. Okay, here if it is 1, I can go for 1. Okay, what I can do here, what I can do here, let me enter, let me click on enter. What we are going to get, let me click on enter. Okay, what we have got, 0.4, 0.3, 0.2, 0.1, 11. Okay, what I can do here, I can write salary, employee salary multiplied, and click on enter. You see how beautiful it is? You see? So if else condition, oh, we have written if else, result if true, result if false. Okay, many things that we have written. Every time we are repeating rating equal to 5, rating equal to 4, rating equal to 3, rating equal to 2, and again employee salary. Okay, what we have did, so we have directly, okay, we have directly tried multiplying it, employee salary. Or if we do not write like this, what do we need to do? We need to multiply here. Every time we need to go here. Every time. Okay, every time, and click on enter. Okay, same result. Why do we need to do that? Simplify it. Okay, simplify with a single step. Okay, how simple it is, you see? How beautiful it is? So it is saving a lot of time. Okay, there is no confusion. We got the clarity. You see? So I am multiplying. I gave the condition first. Okay, without giving this, I define the condition. Okay, without giving this, I define the condition. So we got 0.4, 0.3, 0.2, 0.1, 11. Again, I just multiplied it. This is the final result, salary hike. Okay, we have got directly the results. If we want to get the revised salary, give the 1.4, 1.3, 1.2, 1.1, and click on enter. We get the final salary. Okay, tutorial so we will discuss about the rank and dense rank functions. Okay, so what? Okay, rank and dense rank function. I'll explain you the concept. Okay, I'll explain you the concept. Okay, so let me explain you clearly. So let me take a paint. Okay, let me take the paint. Okay, now let me write. Okay, name, student name, marks, and rank, comma dense rank, comma dense rank. So what is the definition of rank? Okay, what is the definition of rank? The definition of rank, okay, rank definition is, okay, when there is a tie, okay, when there is a tie, when there is a tie between the values, when there is a tie for the values, okay, when there is a tie in the values, when there is a tie in the values, rank is going to skip, okay, it skips, okay, it skips the rank, the next consecutive rank, the next consecutive rank, and allocates another rank, another rank based on the tie, based on the tie. You understand the concept? Okay. One of the interview questions, either in the SQL or in the Power BI, rank. What is the difference between rank and dense rank? Okay. What is that? We will see in the example. Okay. What is rank? When there is a tie in the values, rank skips the next consecutive value or the rank, and it allocates the another rank based on the tie. Okay. Based on the rank that it gave to the tie values. Coming to the dense rank. Dense rank, when there is a tie, when there is a tie in the values, okay, dense rank, it does not skip, it does not skip the next consecutive rank, the next consecutive rank. So that is dense rank. Okay, that is dense rank. Let us see example. Okay, let us see example. So what are all the examples? Let us see. Student name. So let me take your name. Okay, so let me go with Asif, and you got the marks 25. Okay, you got the marks 25. Okay, and let me go for Irshad. Irshad got 25, and Somnath got 25. Okay, and the next one Supriya got 23, 24, sorry, and Srikanth got 24. Okay, and I'm a poor student, I got 23 marks. Okay, so rank, what does it do when we were in school, or when we were playing the games? Okay, when we were in school, those who get the same marks in the exams are going to get the same rank, first rank, first rank, first rank, because there is a tie in the marks. Okay, tie in the marks. So that is the reason rank assigned 3 ranks. First rank to those who have got the same marks. Coming to the second mark, okay, rank, what it is saying, I'm not going to allocate the second rank, I'm going to allocate the fourth rank. Why fourth rank? Rank is saying I already allocated 3 ranks to 3 students. Why I'm going to give the second rank to the next marks? So I'm giving fourth rank. Okay, and here also I'm giving fifth rank. For Sharad, why do I need to give fifth rank? I'm going to give the sixth rank. Okay, so it is going to skip, because what it is thinking, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ranks I already allocated. Why do I need to give fifth rank? I'm going to give the sixth rank. But dense rank, it is speaking with rank, stating that rank, you do not know the consecutive number that you are going to get. You do not know the number. So after 1, you should give the second rank. After 2, you should give the third rank. First, you learn the numbers. Okay, dense rank is saying that to the rank, first you learn the numbers. So after the second rank, we should get the third rank. Okay, okay, not this one, this one. Okay, let us see that. So how do we implement the rank function? Okay, so right click, we can go for a new column, and we can implement the rank function. Okay, so we got the rank. So let me go for capital letter. Okay, rank. So rank function. So here we can directly take rank equal to rank x. Okay, rank x. So what it is taking, table comma, expression comma, value comma, order comma, ties. So it is taking 5 parameters. Coming to the value, we can skip the value by giving the comma. Okay, so we need to enter the table. And what is the definition? Returns the rank of an expression evaluated in the current context in the list of values for expression evaluated for each row in the specified table. Okay, let me add the employee table comma. And what is the expression that we want to implement? So it is a numeric column. So what is the numeric column? Salary is the column that we need to give. Okay, employee salary comma. So value, what we can do? We can skip the value by giving the comma. Okay, order, it is asking the order. Do we want to go from the ascending order to descending order or descending order to ascending order? Let us go through the descending order, comma. Do we want to make it dense or skip? Skip represent the rank function. Dense represent the dense function. Okay, there are no two different functions like rank function and another function, dense rank function. So within the parameter, within the selection, when we give the descending order, and after that, in the tie, we can go for rank function or dense rank function. Let me click on skip. Skip means rank function and click on enter. Okay, so let us take that in here. Okay, let us take that in here. So what we are able to see here, so we are able to see the number. Okay, what is that number? Let us go through the number. Okay, let us go through the number. So what is that number? So 90,000 it is giving first rank. Okay, 90,000 it is giving first rank. That's well and good. Another 90,000 it is giving first rank. Yes, rank, it is saying that I am going to allocate the rank based on the salary or based on the number. Okay, third one for Ricky, it is 85,000 and the rank is third rank. Why? Why there is a rank third rank? Okay, the definition states that when there is a tie between two numbers, okay, when there is a tie between the two numbers, rank is going to skip the next consecutive rank and it is going to allocate the next number. Okay, it is going to skip the next consecutive number and it is going to allocate next number based on the rank given on the above. Okay, so here it gave first rank and first rank to other candidates. Rank is thinking, already I gave two ranks. I allocated two ranks to Michael and Sponge. For the Ricky, I'm not giving the second rank. I do not want to give the second rank. Okay, logically I am thinking I should be giving third rank. Okay, Ricky is the third ranker in the section in the class or based on the salary. And coming to the John, okay, coming to the John, and again we have the tie, that is 80,000, 80,000. So it is allocated fourth rank, fourth rank. It is well and good, absolutely right. Okay, so and for the Monica, it is giving 70,000 salary and it gave sixth rank. Okay, why it gave sixth rank? 1, 2, 1, counting the ranks, 2, 3, 4, 5. I already allocated 5 ranks to the above candidates. Why do I need to give the second next consecutive rank? I'm not thinking that I'm going to give the fifth rank. So I am going to skip the next consecutive number and give the next rank. So this is rank function. Okay. Now let us go through the dense rank function. Right click, new column, and control V. Control V. Okay. Rank underscore dense. Let me make it rank underscore dense. So which represents the dense rank. Okay. In place of skip, what do we need to do? We need to write the dense. That's it. And click on enter. And let's see how we are going to get the output. Let me add dense rank. Okay. Don't summarize. Now if you see, okay, now if you see, so what we are getting for the 90,000, yes, first rank, it allocated first rank. For the 90,000, again, first rank. So for the 85,000, it allocated second rank. Okay, it did not skip the next consecutive number. Okay, and for the 80,000 it gave the third rank, again the third rank, and here we got the fourth rank. And this dense rank function, okay, marking rank, stating that rank you need to learn the numbers first, because after one, so we are going to get second rank, but you are allocating third rank. So this is what rank and dense rank function. Okay, after fourth rank you need to give the fifth rank, but you allocated sixth rank. So I'm going to give, I do not want to hurt the employees salaries, employees, okay, those who are getting the salaries. So this is what the difference between rank and dense rank. So in the SQL also we use this rank and dense rank with the combination of CTEs. Why do we need rank and dense rank? If we need to find out the top, okay, top three ranks, okay, top three salary. Okay, what is the general use case of rank and dense rank? If you want to find out the top three ranks, okay, top three salaries. Okay, now we have got the same ranking, but if we have the different ranking, what we can do? We can directly go for rank and dense rank. We can find the top three salaries, highest salary, lowest salary, by giving the descending or ascending. Okay, we can go for assigning the ranks based on the salaries or based on the price, based on the quantity, based on the sales. So we can apply. Tutorial we will continue discussing about the few more DAX functions, that is all except and all selected. One of the most important topics that we use it in the project, and also one of the most important topics comparing with the interview. So you will be asked in the interview about the all except and all selected. So what is the difference between all except and all selected? Let us discuss what is all. First of all, let us discuss what is all. So before we directly jump into the concept all, let us see what we have it in here. Let us see one example. Okay. So what is the example? So I would like to take one example, that is the, so we have joined together and we would like to go for a party and we want to contribute some amount. Okay. So let us take some of our names. So how much we are going to contribute, or let me take some normal names. Okay. John. So John contributed. So the party amount would be like 5,000 rupees. Okay. 5,000 or $5,000. Okay. John contributed $1,500 and another one, Clark, contributed $1,000, and one more candidate, Meena, contributed $800, and another candidate, Reena, contributed $500, and another candidate, how much it is? 2,500, 3,000, and 3,800. Another one is 1,200. Okay. So let me go for another candidate. For example, let me take Irshad. Irshad contributed. So let me make some changes here. Let me go with 1,200. Okay. 1,000. And here I'll go for 800. And here I'll go for how much? 2,000, 3,500, and 4,500. And here I'll go for taking 500. So let me calculate how much it is. Okay. 1,500 less 1,200 less 1,000 less 800 less 500. Yes, it is 5,000 rupees. So at the end of the party, so we are trying to calculate how much everyone is contributed. What is the contribution percentage? Okay, this is name, this is the amount, and how much do we need to contribute? Okay, how do we get to know that we need to contribute? Okay, so every row I'm going to write 5,000 rupees. Okay, $5,000. Every row I'm going to write $5,000. so that we get to know what is the contribution of percentage that we are going to get it. And here also I'll go for $5,000. Okay. So what is the contribution? So I can write now, let me write contribution. So here I'll go for 5,000 divided by, okay. So 5,000 divided by 1,500, it is 33%. Okay, it is 33%. Okay, when we convert that to 3.33 divided by 100, okay, multiply by 100, so we will get the percentage. And again, same thing, 5,000 divided by 1,200. So it is 41%. Why 41%? Okay, what I did, 5,000 divided by 1,500, 33%. Then why are we getting, okay, let me do one thing. 1,500 divided
Hello?
by,
Sir,
yeah,
it's 30% only, sir.
it's 30%, yeah. So it is,
5 3 is 15 now.
yeah, it is 30%. Okay. Now here it is 1,200 divided by 5,000. Okay. It is 24%. Okay. It is 24%. And the next one is 1,000 divided by 100. 1,000 divided by 5,000. So it is 20%. Okay. It is 20%. Let me also go for 800 divided by 5,000. So it is 16%. Okay. 20%. And here it is 16%. And the last one is 5,000. 500 divided by 5,000. Okay, it is 10%. Okay, 10%. So we got to know out of all these candidates, those are going for the party. So John contributed the higher contribution. Okay, comparing with all other candidates, John is the first person who contributed most of the amount. Next, Clark, it is 1,200, 24%. Okay, next it is Meena, next it is Reena, next it is Irsha. Okay, so this is the contribution. Okay, general contribution. But when we go for, okay, when we go for into the coming into the real world, okay, so we need to calculate the sales contribution. Okay, we need to calculate the sales contribution, revenue contribution, revenue contribution by region, by country, by any product. Okay, so what is the product? So we need to use the function called as all function. So how can we achieve that? So it can be achievable by using the function called as all. Okay, the first function is all function. What is all function? All function, you just remember like it is used to remove the filters that is applied on the visual. Okay, what is all function? You blindly remember that whenever you get this question, what you say, it is remove the filter. You can simply say all function is used to remove the filter. Okay, so where do you use in your organization? So we have used in a concept for revenue contribution by region, by country. So we implemented all function. Okay, so what it takes, what is the parameter or what is the syntax that it takes? It takes table name or column name. Okay, table name or column name. So that is all function. Let us see the syntax over here. Okay, let us see the syntax over here. So what is all function? Remove filter from the table or column. So calculate. So we use it with calculate, and we can use it. In the filter condition, we can use all function. Let us see in the theory part. Let us see in the practical. Territory table would have the territory, the region, country, group. Okay, sales table. So coming to the sales table, we have the information about the sales table. Okay. So go to model view and check whether we have the relation between the tables or not. What is that table? So it is sales table and territory table and product table. Yes, we have the relation between. Automatically, it is another way, another good feature of Power BI is automatically it detects the data type. So let me expand the sales. Let me expand the sales. And what do we need to do here? We need to make the total sales. Okay, we need to get the total sales amount. Okay, expand the sales. Where is total sales amount? So here we have the total sales amount as text. Let me make it into whole number and click on yes. So it is asking whether do we need to make changes or not. Right click, new measure, and write total sales. Okay, total sales equal to sum of total sales amount from the sales table and click on enter. So it is asking that we already have the name total sales. So what do I do? I'll write total sales new and click on enter. Okay, total sales new. Let me take the table visual and add region. So let me add the region from the region table, from the territory table, and add the total sales. Okay, and for the total sales, make it dollar. So we get it in the currency. Go to and increase the font size, make it 15. Yes, we increase the font size. Okay, font size is being increased. Let me increase a little bit. Okay, so now what do we need to do? We need to implement the all function. Right click, new measure. Now let us write all function. All sales equal to calculate, open the bracket, open the square bracket, and write total sales new, comma, in the filter condition, write all. Okay, so what it is taking? Returns all the rows in the table or all the values in the column, ignoring, you remember this, ignoring any filters that might have been applied. Okay, so here it is taking parameter like table name or column name. So let me directly write the table name territory. Okay, let me directly write the column name, table name, territory, and close the bracket. Click on enter. Okay, so what happens from the territory table? Okay, from the territory table, we cannot filter any data. Let me add the all sales column into this table. Okay, you see what you are able to see. We are able to see that 3-1, the total is getting repeated for all the rows. Okay, the total is getting repeated for all the rows. But what is the use of it? Okay, what is the use of it? Yes, we have the use that the contribution of region Australia out of total 31651,274, it is 97,000 or 9,77,000, some value. Okay, some value we have got the contribution. Okay, so what we can do, we can also create one more visual. Okay, one more measure. But before creating one more measure, let me add a slicer. Okay, what is a slicer? Slicer is used to filter the visual. Okay, we will discuss at the time of data visualization part. Now let me add the region. Let me click on Australia. Okay, Australia is getting filtered for the total sales, but all sales, it is not getting filtered. Okay, you understand the concept. You understand the concept. All, it ignores the filter that is applied on the visual. Remember, all represents that it removes filter. Where it removes filter, it ignores filter on the visual only. Okay, when we work on the data visualization and we do not want this filter to get applied on the visual, so what do? We implement the all function. Okay, all function is used to ignore the filter. Okay, so let me take another. Okay, we have region and we also have the country. Okay, let me also take the country slicer. Okay, let me make it into slicer and let me go for Germany. Okay, you see, even the country is also not getting filtered. Okay, even the country. Okay, so what did we take in the all? Okay, so all filter, all, it ignores filter that is applied on the visual. On the visual, all parameter, all takes table name or column name. So this is all function. So this is all function. It ignores the filter. So it is simply like remove filter. Remove filter. Okay, this is all function. The next function is all except. Okay, the next function is all except. What is all except? So let us go through all except. Okay. So what is the definition of all except? Removes all filter. Okay, removes all filters except the specified column. Okay, all except, it is saying all. Yes, I will filter all. Okay, I will filter all except. Okay, what is the definition? It only filters. You see in the screenshot, it only filters region. Okay, whatever the column that we give in the all except, that column filters the visual. It ignores other columns for filtering the visual. Okay, you will understand with the example. Okay, you will understand with the example. So let me go here, and let me add the same thing. Okay, so let me go here, let me take a table visual, or let me copy this. Okay, so that we will have the same font, the same everything. Okay, so let me take off all and right click, new measure. Okay, so all except sales equal to calculate total sales new, comma, what is the function? All except. Okay, even if I click on this, you will not be able to understand what is the definition that we have it over here. Okay, all returns all the rows in the table. Okay, returns all the rows in the table. You understand? Returns all the rows in the table except for those rows that are affected by the specified column filter. So you will understand when we go with it. Okay, territory. Let me enter the territory, comma. Okay, what is the syntax it is taking? It is syntax. It takes the table, comma, columns. Okay, it takes table, comma, columns. Let me go for taking the region. Okay, let me go for taking the region. Okay, what happens here? What happens here? It filters. Okay, it filters. Okay, or what? External slicer. Okay, external slicer can filter the visual, can filter the visual. Okay, ignores other columns to filter the data, to filter the data or visual. So all except all selected mainly used on the visual. Okay, all except, let me add all except over here. Okay, so the end of the what happened? Okay, let me take this off. Okay, nothing, just okay. Yes, now we got it, I think. Yeah, table. Okay, when I'm trying to click on Australia, yes, the Australia is getting filtered. Okay, for every each and every row, the Australia is getting filtered. Canada, yes, it is getting filtered. France, it is getting filtered. Germany, it is getting filtered. But when I go for accessories, okay, you see, this is not getting filtered, all except, because we gave region in the column in the all except function. That region only filters the visual. Okay, other than region, other columns, the visual will ignore the filters. Okay, for example, what I do here in the all except, okay, I will take in place of region, I will take category. I will take category and click on enter. I will take the category and click on enter. Okay, let me take this off. Okay, you see, so all except sales, we have the category. Let me click on accessories. Yes, for accessories, it is getting filtered. Bikes, yes, it is getting filtered. Clothing, yes, it is getting filtered. Okay, when I click on Australia, no, it is not getting filtered. Canada, no, it is not getting filtered. Germany, it is not getting filtered. What is the definition of all except? Okay, you remember, you should explain the same thing in the interview, stating that all except, whatever the column that we give in all except, that column can only filter the visual. Other than that column, it ignores the filter. Okay, that is all except. Now let us discuss about all selected function. So what is all selected function? All selected keep user applied filters but ignores context filters. Keeps user applied filters but ignores context filter. Let us see practical. So right click and click on new measure, create the new measure by using the function called as all selected. All selected sales equal to calculate total sales new comma all selected. So the function all selected. So here it takes table name or column name. So let us go taking the region from the territory. Region, close the bracket and click on enter. Okay. So before we add all selected in this visual, let us add all sales. What does it do? So in all sales, when I select the region, okay, the totals are not getting changed. So whatever the totals that we are selecting, the totals are not getting, it is not getting changed. The totals are not getting changed. When I click on Canada, the totals are not getting changed. When I click on Central, the totals are not getting changed. When I'm clicking on France, the totals are not changing. All sales. What is all sales? It ignores filters. It ignores filters that is applied on the visual. Now let me add all selected sales. All selected sales, make it into dollar. And let us also find what is the difference between all and all selected. So in all selected, we gave the territory region as the column. So here it is a user friendly function, user friendly filter. So what is user friendly filter? For example, when I click on, for example, in the slicer, when I try to filter Australia, yes, it is getting filtered. Okay, yes, it is getting filtered. When I'm filtering the Canada, now you see, now what we are able to see, now we are able to see the totals. Okay, now we are able to see the the total of the subtotal. It is mainly working on the subtotal. Okay, it is mainly working on the subtotal. When I click on single, so it is filtering it out. When I'm clicking on more than one region, so it is giving us the total. Okay, 18811899806. Okay, now what we can do, we can find the percentage. First, let us find the percentage of all sales. Then let us go through the percentage of all selected. So right click, new measure. Let us find the percentage, all sales percentage. All sales percentage equal to, so what we can do, we use a function called as divide, which takes numerator comma denominator comma alternate result. We use divide function because when it is getting divided, the numerator, when it is getting divided by the denominator 0, okay, we get infinity. So in order to overcome such scenarios, we use divide function. So you see, save divide function with ability to handle divide by 0 case. So in the numerator, let us go for taking total sales new, comma. In the denominator, let us take all sales, comma, alternate value 0. Click on enter. Okay, so we added all sales percentage. Let me take all sales percentage into this visual. All sales percentage, and let me make it into all sales percentage into the percentage. So it is 30.89 percentage plus 6.71 percentage. It is 37.60 percentage. So it is working on the grand total. All sales is working on the grand total. 97,000. Okay, 9 lakh some 977,000 divided by 316. We are getting this value. Okay, all it is working on the percentage grand total. We can find grand total percentage. Grand total percentage. Let us see the same thing. Let us see the same thing with all selected. New measure, paste it over here, write all selected. All selected sales percentage. In place of all sales, let me write all selected and click on enter. So click on enter. Let us see how does it work. let me add all selected sales, and make it into percentage. Now you see it is working on the subtotal grand, okay, not grand total percentage, it is subtotal percentage. Okay, it is working on subtotal percentage. What is subtotal percentage? If you see, so what is total sales here? It is getting divided by, okay, 977, it is getting divided by 188 1118 99806, and 2124 it is getting divided by $1.8 million. Okay, $1.8 million. So this is what we are getting, subtotal percentage. If I select one more, France. So what we have got, when we have selected France, we have got, again it is got divided. Okay, so it got 28 is again divided by 145, $1.47 million. Now we got 19 point. So it is getting divided. Okay, these are getting divided by each and every individual total sales. So this is the difference between all selected and all function. In all function, it is straightforward. It ignores whatever the filter that we select. It ignores the table or the column. So it mainly works on the grand total percentage. Whereas coming to all selected works on the multiple filters. When I'm clicking on central, yes, it is working on the central. But all sales, it is the same. The values are same. When I click on Germany, yes, it has got changed. 178,76,506. And again, we get 100% based on only selection. Okay, based on the filter that we select, based on the user is going to select, based on the user or the client is going to select. So what is the contribution of these five countries? These five countries, only particular, the sales are only particular to that five countries or five regions. So that is all selected sales. Okay, so related function. The related function is used to get the column from some other table. Okay, what is related function? Related function is used to get the column from some other table. For example, let us see the example, then we can go through the function. Okay, then we can go through more examples. Okay, so let me right click and click on new column. Related is a calculated column. Why calculated column? Because we can get the column from some other table. Okay, so let me write region from territory. So what we are trying to do, so let us extract the region column from territory table. Okay, so here what do I do? I'll write related. Okay, so what it is taking? It is taking the parameter column name. Okay, returns a related value from another table. Okay, let me write region. From the territory table, I am extracting the region column into the sales table. Okay, from territory table, I am trying to get the column region into sales table. Okay, so we got the column from the sales table. Let me go to the table view and you see, so we have got the region from territory table, that is Australia. Okay, but okay, we got the table, we got the column region from the territory table. But what is the tricky thing? Okay, you can simply say that, okay, region, when you get the function region related in the interview, you say that, okay, region related is used to get the column from some other table. But what is the procedure or what is the logic behind it is the table should have the relation. Okay, the table should have the relation. Okay, what is the relation? It is many to one relation between the fact and dimension table. Okay, it is many to one relation between the fact and dimension table. Okay, it should have the many to one relation. So what is the column that we have made the relation between? So we made the relation between, that is sales territory key. Okay, sales territory key sales territory key from the sales table and sales territory key from the territory table. Okay, from the territory table. For example, if I do not make the relation between, okay, if I make this relationship deactive, okay, so what kind of error are we going to get? Okay, what kind of error are we going to get? Okay, if I click on this, okay, we completely got the errors. Okay, we completely got the error. But what is the error? Okay, the column territory region either does not exist or does not have relationship to any table available in the current context. Okay, you see current context. Okay, so related function goes row by row. Current context means row by row. Okay, in the visual or in the table. Okay, so wherever we have many to one relationship, so we can pull the column from some other sheet or some other table. It is exactly same like VLOOKUP in the Excel. Okay, what do we do in the Excel? We write VLOOKUP, and by the lookup value, we can get the column or the data from some other sheet or some other table. So here also by using the related function, we can get it. But what is the logic that should we have? So it should have the many to one relation between the tables. Okay, you see, now let me go to table view and let us check. Yes, we got the Australia. Okay, so now what do I do? Right click and click on new column. Let us get the category from the product table. Okay, category from product table equal to related, okay, category. Now you see related category and close the bracket, click on enter. For example, if we do not have the relation between these two tables, okay, so what do I do now? I will make this relation deactive. Okay, let us implement let me implement the calculated column and related function. Okay, so here what do I do? Category from product table equal to related. Okay, you see I'm not able to get the suggestions of category. So let me type category. No, I'm not able to get any suggestions. I'm only able to get the suggestions of the territory table only. I'm not able to get the suggestions or the column or table from the product table. You see, I'm not even close. So what do I do? I'll go to model view. Okay, let it save. We can make changes again. Now let me click on this, make it active and go to table view and click on product. Now let me type. Now you see we are getting the suggestions of product table. Whatever the columns existing in the product, we are able to get the columns, all the columns of the product table. Scroll down, click on enter, close the bracket and click on execute or click on enter to execute. Now you see we are able to get the data from the product table. Now you see accessories, bikes and clothings. Wherever there is a sales ID matching, primary key, foreign key matching, so we will get the data of that particular primary key and foreign key. So this is related function. This is related function. So what is related table function? Okay, what is related table function? So let us check that. Okay, so let's see here. So bring a single value from related table. Okay, related table, that is one side of relation, that is many to one relation, works only in a row context. Okay, we get the data row by row, not the measure. Calculated columns or row level measures. Related, okay, column name, related, we can write it. Okay, think of related as Excel VLOOKUP. And the next one is related table. Okay, the next one is related table. Returns a table of rows from the related table. Okay, returns from the table. Okay, used inside aggregation like count rows or SUMX. Okay, syntax, related table, table name. Example, calculate. Okay, we can use it. Calculate sum of sales. Okay, related table sales. Okay, so what is the use case? Count or aggregate child rows. Okay, think of related table as reverse lookup to fetch all the child. Okay, to fetch all the child. Let us implement this. Calculate sum of sales. Okay, sales amount, and we can write sum of sales amount. Okay, so what we can do here, what is the logic that we can work? Okay, what is the logic that we can work? Let me go to the table. Okay, so here it is reverse of related function. Okay, I can expand the territory table, right click, new measure. I can create a new measure by using the related table function. Okay, so sales, I can write sales equal to related table. Okay, what it is taking, related table, I can write sum of, oh sorry, I can write, let me go for taking the sales. Okay, close the bracket. Okay, I can do one thing like, okay, I can write the calculate. Okay, or let me paste it. Okay, calculate sales of amount. So in place of amount, I can write, okay, I can write the unit price, or I can go for total sales amount. Okay, and related table sales. So we can find out the sum of sales of the region. Okay, we can find the sum of sales by the region. Okay, let me go to report view and add the table. Okay, region sales. Okay, we will get the data by the sales. Okay, what here it is reverse of the related function. So in the related table, what we are trying to do, we can get that the sales, we can pull the sales from the sales table into the region table by using the related table function. Okay, by using the related table function. Okay, so this is a related table function. Or let us also try with one more example. Okay, let us also try with one more example. So what is the one more example? So let me go to product table. Okay, let me go to product table, right click, new measure. So here let us write the, let us understand how many rows that we have it in the sales. Okay, sales count. Okay, sales order count. I can go for sales order count. How many orders that we have received till now? So we can use the count row function, count rows function. From the sales table I can take. Okay, from the sales table, count rows. From the sales table I can count the rows. Count the rows, I can write a related table and close the bracket, because related table takes the table for table as the parameter. Okay, table as the parameter. Now what I can do, let me erase this. Let me erase this. And now let me take this off region. And from the product, I can add the category and I can write sales order. Okay, by the sales. Okay, if I go here, how do we get to know? Go to table, click on the sales and see how many number of records that is existing in the sales table. Okay, on the bottom you see sales table. Okay, 58,189 rows. So there are 58,189 rows. So by each customer key, or we can also go for sales order number. Okay, we can also go for sales order number. If I click on the sales order number, you see 26,683 are the distinct values, but we are getting the number of rows. Okay, number of sales order. So, or I can also go for writing the sales order. Okay, sales order count. So we can also go for writing the sales, the column name also, but we can use some other function. Okay, so this is, so what does it give? What does it give? For each product row, we get for each product row. Okay, this will return number of sales transaction from sales table. Okay, this will return. Okay, this will return number of sales transaction from the sales table. Okay, but what we are using count rows. Okay, group the data into summary tables. And what is the syntax, or what is the parameter does it take? Summarize function takes the table parameter, group by column name of the column that we want to give, and what is the expression. Okay, so what is the group by? Dimension data and the name of the column, name of the expression. Okay, so if we are doing the sum of tax amount, we need to give the name as tax amount. Okay, that is summarize function. Let me click on here. Okay, so now we got the data. Okay, now we got the data. So what do? I will write summarize. Okay, summarize. Now I can go for taking the sales table. Yes, we got the sales table, comma. What is the group by column? Okay, what is the group by column that we want to go for it? Let me go for the same thing. What? Region. Okay, region from territory. Yes, comma. Click shift enter for the next line. And the next I can go for, okay, I can give the name of the column, name of the expression. Okay, tax amount, tax amount. Tax amount, comma. What is the expression? Sum of tax amount. So I can go for sum of tax amount. Close the bracket. Click on enter. So what it is saying, the function sum cannot work with the value of type string. Let me type value. So let me take value and click on it. Is it working? No, it is not working. So let me change that tax amount into, where is that tax amount, into the number data type. Okay, decimal point. Yes. Okay, and click on, where is that sales table. Okay, no, not this one. Where is that table? Region wise sales. Yes. Now you see region from territory and the tax amount. So we got the territory. So if you want, if we want to add another, okay, another column to summarize the data. So how can I add? So I can directly add product category and comma. Click on enter. Okay, click on enter. Yes, we got the summarization of the table by the category also. Okay, I can also add one more, okay, subcategory, and give the comma and click on enter. Yes, I can also add the subcategory, summarization of the subcategory data. Okay, so here what do I do? So let me make the sales amount into the number, into the whole decimal number. Okay, into the decimal number, so that I can also pull, that column into the summarization of the data. Okay, so here what do? I will take this off after comma, okay, shift enter. So I'll write sales amount, close the bracket, and now I can go for sum of total sales amount. Click on enter. Okay, total sales amount, what we made, where is that total sales amount? So let me make the total sales amount as the integer, whole number. Okay, so now let us go there. Where is that region wise sales? Yes, now you see we are also able to see the sales amount in the summarization of the data. Okay, so what is summarize the function? Summarize the function takes, okay, summarize the function takes table comma group by column, okay, 1 2 3, as many as, okay, and also name of the expression, okay, of the expression, whatever the column that we give, and expression. Okay, expression takes the numeric data. Okay, works on numeric data type. So this is summarize function. And we also have one more function called as summarize column. Okay, next function called as summarize column. Similar, okay, similar, but optimized for measure. Summarize column takes group by column name, comma, expression. Okay, let us implement summarize column and let's see what is the difference between summarize and summarize column function. Okay, click on new table. Click on new table. So let me directly write summarize column equal to direct straightforward summarize columns function. Okay, create a summary table for the requested totals over the set of groups. Okay, over the set of groups. Group by column, it is directly taking the parameter group by column name 1. Okay, so what I can do here, I will go for category from the product table, comma, shift enter. Next, so what I can take, I will go for region. Okay, territory region, comma, okay, shift enter, double quotes, tax amount, okay, comma, sum of tax amount, sum of tax amount, close the bracket, comma, shift enter, sales amount, okay, sales amount, sum of, okay, total sales amount, close the bracket, click on enter, close the bracket, click on enter. We got the data by category and region. So directly, indirectly, we have grouped the data by category and region. Group by of, simple, group by of category, comma, region. Okay, what is the difference between summarize column is, so the parameter summarize takes the parameter table. Okay, but summarize column takes directly straightforwardly group by column name. Okay, group by column, comma, expression. Okay, summarize column is the latest function that we received from the Microsoft. So let us go to selected columns. So what is selected columns? So selected columns, for example, we have huge amount of many columns available in the data, but we do not want all the columns that for analysis. So we only want to select a few columns. If you want to see the higher level data, so we can go for select columns. The name itself says that select the columns and also the expression. So what is the definition? Returns a new table. So select column is a calculated table with selected columns or calculated expression. So what is the syntax? Select columns. So it takes table, comma, name, comma, expression. Name 2, comma, expression 2. So what we can do here? So we can select the column numbers, column names, and also the expression that we want to take. Okay, so let us see in the example. Okay, let us see in the practical. So what we can do, so we can directly go to modeling and click on new table. So what we can do, we can directly implement the function select columns. So let me name this as select columns. Select columns equal to shift enter for the next line. So let me directly write select columns, enter. So what are the parameters it is taking? It is taking table, comma, okay, name 1, comma, expression 1, name 2, comma, expression 2. Returns a table with selected columns from the table and new columns specified by the DAX expression. So let us get only few columns from the sales table. Okay, let us get only the data from sales table. So where do we have sales? Let me type sales. Yes, we have the sales, comma. So name of the table. Okay, what is the name of the table? Or we can also go for taking the product. Okay, we can also go for taking the product. Okay, shift enter for the next line. Okay, name. So I can write product name. Okay, product space name. Close the double quotes, because we need, if we enter the any text data type, we need to give the quotes. Okay, when we deal with the text data type or date data type, we need to give it in the quotes. Okay, and let us go for writing product name. Okay, I can write product name. Where is the product name? Yeah, here it is the product name, comma, shift enter. Next one. So I can go for taking the category. Okay, category, close the double quotes, and I can write category. Okay, and comma, shift enter. So here I can go for writing the sales. So I can also get the sales from the sales table. Okay, total sales. Okay, I can directly get the total sales and close the bracket, click on enter. Okay, close the bracket and click on enter. And now let's see what kind of output that we have got. Okay, now you see selected columns, select columns. Okay, we got the product name, category, and the sales. Sales associated with that component and the product. Okay, sales associated. But we are getting the complete. So let me write the sales. Okay, sales. Let us take the sales from the sales. Okay, let me get the from the sales. Where is that? Total sales new. Okay, and close the bracket. Let's see what we are going to get. Okay, we haven't got anything for the components. Okay, so let us come down. Wherever we have the data, we can easily get it. Now you see, so we got the data. Here we got the data for clothing and AWC logo. So this is not the summarized data. Okay, summarize columns and summarize function and summarize column functions are different. So in the summarize and summarize column, what we can get the summarization or group by of the data. But in the select columns, if we have 50 or hundreds of columns, but we want to analyze only the data based on the higher level data, so we can go for select columns. Okay, so that is what, and also we can include any conditions, and we can go for writing we can create a calculated table. So this is select columns. And the next function is selected value. Okay, the next function is selected value. So what is the selected value? Okay, let us go through selected value function. Okay, what is the definition of selected value function? Returns the value of a column. Okay, returns a value of the column if only one value is selected. Otherwise, returns a blank or alternate value. Okay, mainly we use it when we deal with the filters. Okay, if we want to know what kind of a filter is applied on the visual, so we use selected value. And what is the syntax of selected value? It takes the column, comma, alternate value or alternate result. Okay, alternate result or alternate value. So let us go and implement the selected value function. Okay, so in the sales, so let me go here. So how it works? So let me take the region. Okay, let me take the region and also total sales. Okay, region and total sales. So let me take a table visual, click on the region. Okay, and sales. From the sales table, let me take total sales new. Okay, total sales new. Yes, we got the data. Let me increase the font size. Okay, let me increase the font size. Okay, we got the data. So what do I do now? So let us create selected, right click, new measure. So it is a measure. Okay, selected value is a measure. Okay, so write selected values or value equal to selected value. Okay, so what do we have? We have column name, comma, alternate result. Returns the value when there is only one value in the specified column, otherwise returns the alternate value. So here what do I do? So let me write region, table comma region, comma. Okay, if I select anything from the region, I will get that region name. Else I can go for multi-region selected. Multi-region selected. Close the quotes and click on enter. So how do we see the result? We can see the result by taking the slicer. We can add the region in the slicer, and also we can take a card visual and add the measure into that card visual. Okay, so what do? Go to add data, click on the slicer, add the region in the slicer. Okay, we added region in the slicer. Now you see if I'm clicking on Australia, yes, we are able to see the Australia. But when we want to see what is this filter that we applied, what do we need to do? We can take a card visual and we can add select. Okay, we can add select. So let me click on Australia. Okay, let me click on Australia. So why Australia is not selected? Oh, sorry, it's not table region. It is the region from the territory. Let me click on enter. Now we will see Australia as the selected value. Okay, it is loading. Let it load. Now you see we have got Australia. Okay, when I click on Canada, okay, now we are able to see the Canada. Okay, when I click on central, yes, we are able to see the central selected value or selected filter as central. Okay, selected filter as central. So let me make this slicer setting as multi-select. Okay, multi-select. So we will discuss at the time of data visualization. For example, if I click on Australia, I am selecting more than one region, but now I see multi-region selected. Okay, multi-region selected. But I do not want like that. Okay, I do not want like that. What do I need to do? Whenever I click, even though I click multiple values, multiple regions, multiple filters I select, I should see the multiple results, multiple regions in the result. So how can we do that? Okay, so it can be done by using function called as concatenate. Okay, right click on the new measure. Okay, let us see how it works. Let us see how it works. Okay, so let me write selected region. Selected region equal to shift enter concatenate. Okay, so what is the concatenate x? The function when you deal with the x represents expression. Okay, when you see the x with the combination of function, okay, then that means it takes two parameters, that is table comma expression. Okay, here what we can do, we can take region. Okay, we can go for in place of table, what we can do, we can go for values. Okay, so values, what does the values take? Values function. Okay, values function takes, it gives the result as distinct values from the column. Okay, distinct values from the column or unique values from the table or from the column. So what do I do here? I'll go for writing the region. Okay, not the table comma region, it is from the territory, region from the territory comma. So what I can do here, okay, I can close the bracket of values comma, in the expression I can mention the region from the territory. Okay, comma. Okay, here what I can do, I can give the double quotes. Okay, in the delimiter, you see delimiter, I can give the comma. Okay, what does it do? What does it do? What is the usage of this function? When we select multiple regions or multiple filters, Australia comma central, okay, it is getting splitted. This region will be splitted. Okay, this expression will be splitted by the comma delimiter. And click on enter. Okay, and click on enter. So let it load and let us take a card visual and let's see what we are going to get. Okay, so let me take a card visual and take the selected region. Now you see, now it is getting splitted by the delimiter comma. If I click on France, yes, central France, Australia. If I click on Germany, yes, we are able to see what we are able to see. We are able to see the multiple regions that we have selected. So this can be done by using the function called as selected value. Okay, selected value. Now let us see another function. Okay, now let us see another function called as values. Okay, let us see the another function called as values. What is the definition of value? As we already discussed, values is the function which is used to get the unique values, unique values from the column. Okay, returns a one column table. Okay, returns one column table containing unique values of the column in the current context filter. Okay, what does it take? It takes only single parameter, that is column name. Okay, let us see that example. Let us see that example in the from the table. Okay, let me go to product. For example, let me go to product. If you see in the category or in the subcategory, okay, on the bottom you see 37 distinct values. Okay, on the bottom you see 37 distinct values. Okay, 37 distinct values. I want to extract 37 distinct values from this column, from this table. Okay, subcategories, from this subcategories. How can we extract? There are two ways to extract, two functions. Okay, so let us go through first function, that is value. Okay, click on the new table. Where is that? Click on the table tools and click on new table. Okay, click on new table. Okay, what we can do here, so let it load. Yes, we got the, so let me click on category value. Okay, let me type subcategory. Okay, values, subcategory equal to, okay, I can write the function values. Okay, here I can go for subcategory and close the bracket. So what we get that column in here. It doesn't repeat, only distinct values. Okay, you see, only distinct values. So if I click on this, you see 37 rows. Okay, what you are able to see? 37 rows. 37 distinct values. You see, 37 distinct values. But previously, what you were able to see? Previously, if I click on product, what you were able to see in the subcategory? Okay, so you were able to see 606 rows. Okay, again 37 distinct values. Okay, now what we are able to see in the values that we created, now we are able to see 37 rows. Okay, if I click on this, 37 rows and 37 distinct values. Okay, no duplicates, no repeated categories, no repeated subcategories. This is one way of getting the unique data from the table. Another way is right click, new table. Okay, let me go to table tools and click on new table. So we also have one more function called as distinct. Okay, distinct subcategory. Subcategory equal to distinct. Okay, so what it is saying, column name or table expression returns one column table that contains distinct unique values in the column for a column argument, or multiple columns with a distinct unique combination of values for a table expression. So here let me write subcategory, same. Okay, subcategory and close the bracket, click on enter. Okay, this is, you see, same 37 rows and distinct 37 values. Okay, this is the distinct function. Okay, and what is the next function? The next function is top n. Okay, the next function is top n. So if you want to go for, okay, in the SQL, if you want to find out the top 3 sales or top 5 sales, what we do? We write the function. Okay, we write select statement. So how do we write? We can easily write, okay, we can easily write select top 3, okay, top 5 from table and order by. So what do? We write order by anything, whatever the column that we want to do, we can go for order by column 1, column 2, column 3. Okay, and here what we can do, ascending order, descending order. We can mention ascending order or descending order. Okay, what is ascending order, descending order? Ascending means smaller to bigger, descending means bigger to smaller. So here what happens, we get the top 5 rows. Okay, we get top 5 rows from the table, the highest sales or lowest sales, highest rank or lowest rank, based on the order by column, ascending or descending order. Okay, but how do we get it in Power BI? So we can get it in Power BI by using the top n function. Okay, what is top n function? Returns top n rows. Okay, returns top n rows of the table based on the expression. What does it take? N value. Okay, n value and the table order by expression. So how do we want to order it? Whether do we want to order it ascending order or descending order? Okay, ascending order or descending order. So let us see that. Okay, let us see that. So let me erase this. Okay, let me go here and let me type, go to table tools. It is also new table. Okay, it is also calculated table. Okay, so let it load. And now let us write the top function. Okay, top n or top 5 products. Okay, top 5 products. So I would like to see top 5 products. So let us write top n. Okay, so what we have got, n underscore value, comma, table, comma, order by expression, comma, order 1. Okay, returns a given number of top rows according to the specified expression. Okay, I would like to, in the n underscore value, how many records that we want to get. I would like to get top 5 rows. Shift enter. What is the table name? Okay, what is the table name? I can go for write the table sales. Okay, comma, order by expression, product name. Okay, product name. Okay, so let us, we can also write it in another way. Okay, we can also write it in another way. Summarize. Okay, in the place of table, we can go for summarize sales, comma. Okay, group by column. What is the group by column? Product name. Okay, product name, comma. Okay, shift enter. Okay, we can go for writing total sales, comma. So okay, sum of total sales amount. Okay, sales amount, total sales amount. Okay, close the bracket. Okay, close the bracket, come down, close one more bracket. We have closed the bracket of summarize, come down. So here you can write order by expression. How do you want to order the expression, not the dimension data? We need to enter the expression. What is the expression? The same thing that we have taken, total sales. Okay, total sales, comma. So here, now you see in the order, we got 0, 1, ascending order, descending order, false, true. Let us test. If I click on 0, let us see whether we get the order by smaller or smaller to bigger or bigger to smaller. Let us check that. Let's see how do we get the data. Okay, we got the data by the ascending to descending order. Okay, let me give, you see, ascending to descending order. You observe the data. Okay, ascending to descending order, because we gave 0. Okay, 0 represents ascending to descending order. Let me click on 1 and click on enter. Okay, now you see we got the data of ascending. I mean, we got the lower. Okay, not the top, lower. Okay, not the top, lower 5 products. Okay, let me go for taking ascending order. Let's see whether we get the same result or not. Yes, we got the same result. 1 means same result. Okay, 0. Okay, 0 means it is like descending order. Okay, 1 means ascending order. Okay, now let us go for taking. I will not directly take the descending order right now. Let me click on false and let's check whether we get the lower to higher or higher to lower. What is false? Yes, false is also the same thing. Okay, it is false. Okay, either 0, descending, false represents higher. Okay, represents higher values, top 5 values or whatever the values that we give it in the, whatever the number of products that we want to give it in the top n. 1, okay, ASC or true. Okay, it is represents lower values. Okay, so for our understanding, let us go through descending order. Okay, for our understanding, let us go through descending order and click on enter. Okay, we got the top. Okay, we got the top products. Okay, we got the top 5 products. Okay, we got that. So why do we use visuals and data visualization? So in order to represent the data, so when we see the numbers, we will able to understand, few will not be able to understand. So in order to give the client, business owners, or the end user or the customers, so what we can do, we can directly give the visualization. Okay, So the data can be easily summarized and easily understandable to the end user. So that is the reason we go for visualization part. Okay. Now let us see what do we have in the canvas. Okay. Now let us see what do we have in the canvas and other functions available. Okay. Other functions and other options available. So in the report view, we build the reports. Okay. In the report view, we build the reports. Okay. So what do we have? The main thing that we use is visualizations. Okay. So in the visualization, what do? We in the build, there are two options available. Okay. First one is build visual. Okay. In the build visual, we have different types of visuals available. Okay. In the build visual, we have different types of visuals available. And the next one is format visual. Okay. The next one is format. Okay. The next one is format. So if you see, this is like a sketch. Okay. So if you want to make any changes to the visual, we can use it. We can change it by using formatting the page. We can sketches. We can go for aesthetics. Okay. We can go for coloring. We can increase or decrease the font size. We can give the border coloring. We can give the bar coloring. Whatever the changes that we want to do for the visual, we can do it in the visualization. Okay. So that is what we have it. So what are all the options available? I haven't selected any visual. Okay. I have not selected any visual in add data to your visual or build visual. Okay. I haven't selected any visual. So the one which you see, this is called as, okay, this is called as, within the dotted lines, it is called as canvas. Okay. Within the dotted lines. Okay. Within the dotted lines, this is called as a canvas. Okay. This is called as a canvas. So here we can add, we can go for canvas setting, or we can give the canvas background. We can go for wallpaper and all things. Okay. So let us go through the page information. The first and foremost option available. I haven't selected any visual. So that is the reason we are getting page information. Okay. Let me expand page information. Okay. What do we have? We have two options. First one is page name, name of the page. And the second option is allow use as tooltip. Third one is allow question and answers. Okay, we will discuss question and answers a little later. Now let me change this into the canvas setting. Okay, let me click on enter. Now you see the page name has been changed. Okay, the page name has been changed from page 1 to canvas setting. Okay, so let us go through the other options, other changes that we have it in the other formatting of the page. Simply formatting the page. Okay. Next one is canvas setting. Let me expand canvas setting. So what do we have in the canvas setting? So we have type. Okay, we have type. So everything is being calculated by the pixel. Okay, everything is being calculated by the pixel. What do we have? The height is 720 pixel. Width is 1280 pixel. This is the standard pixel that we have it. Okay, height is 720, width is 1280. Height is 720. Okay, width is 1280. So this is the standard. Okay, every organization or everybody uses the standard format. Okay, so let me click on this, expand the type. So what do we have? 4 by 3. Now it is 16 by is the standard default to format of the type. Next one is 4 by 3. Let me click on 4 by 3. Okay, we got the 4 by 3. What are the changes that we see in the 4 by 3? Height is 720, same height, but width is 960. Okay, this one is 960. Height is 720. Okay, and the next one is letter. Okay, letter. So what is the letter? We see when we were kids, we used to see the letters. You see the format of the letters we used to send to our auntie, uncle, grandmother, grandfather when we were kids. You see that format of the letter. So this is the format of letter. Okay. So this is what we have it. The next one is tooltip. So tooltip we will discuss in further session. Okay. Tooltip we will discuss. The height is 1240 and width is 320. The next one is custom. Okay, let me click on 16:9 and let us go through the custom. In the custom, we can increase the height, we can increase the width. Okay, let me go for the same width in the height. Okay, you see, now we got the height, same height. Okay, let me make it 1500. Okay, now you see we got it. Let me increase the width to 1500. Okay, now you see we got the width. And alignment, we can go for middle. You see, the alignment we can go for middle. Top, we can go for top. Okay, so this is what we have it in the custom. Let me make it 16:9 as the default, or I can click on reset to default so that we can get into the previous settings, previous option that we were on. Okay, so this is the canvas setting. Okay, this is canvas setting. Let us go through canvas background. What is canvas background? The one which you see within the dotted lines is the canvas background. Okay, within the dotted lines. The one which you see within the dotted lines is the canvas background. Okay. So what is the color that we have it? So it is white color. Let me click on light 20% darker. Okay, now we are not able to see. But why? We have an option called as transparency. If we go for 100% transparency, we will not be able to see this. Let me make it 50%. Now you see the color has been changed to 20% darker. If I make the changes to 16% or 0%, we will see the 100% or the 20% of the background color. Okay, canvas background. And here what I can do, I can add the image to the background, canvas background. Okay, I can add the image to the background. Let me go to download and I can take logo. Okay, let me click on Power BI logo and click on open. Now you see we have the Power BI logo, but image fit is fit. Let me make it stretch. Now you see we got the stretch. Let me click on fill. It will be filled. So this is canvas background. What do I do now? Let me click on reset to default. Yes, we went to the previous position. Next is wallpaper. Wallpaper includes, okay, wallpaper includes, what is the wallpaper? Wallpaper includes the complete, okay, let me draw this. Okay, from here, okay, so the complete one, this is the wallpaper. Okay, within the, okay, not the filter, okay, do not consider the filter. Wallpaper, okay, what do we have in the wallpaper? Okay, so if you see the color, so you will understand when I change the color, okay, you will see the line between the filter, the line which is have the filter, and behind the dotted lines. Okay, that is wallpaper. Let me make it 20% darker. Okay, now you see dotted lines, after the dotted lines also we are able to see the color. But previously in the canvas background, we were able to see only the color within the dotted lines. Okay, so what do I do now? I can also select the image. Okay, what is that image? Let me go for Power BI logo and click on open. So we will get it throughout the wallpaper. Okay, stretches, yes, and click on fill. Yes, it will be filled. So this is the wallpaper. Let me click on reset to default to get into the previous position, previous settings. Expand the filter pane. Okay, what do we have? We have the filter pane. Expand the filter pane. So we have filter on this page and filter on all pages. Okay, so in order to show this filter pane, so I can go for, So you see the font size is Sego UI, the font style. Click on this, expand this, and you observe filter on this page. You observe this. Okay, you will see the difference. Let me make it Sego UI bold. So you see it is getting bold. Okay, and text and icon colors. Let me change it. Okay, let me make it to this color. Now you see it is changing. Let me make it to some other color. Okay, now you are able to see it. Okay, inputs. What is the input box? Okay, let me make it into some other color. You see the search option is being changed. The input box color has been changed, the search color. Okay, header. So header filters, if you want to increase the size, yes, we can increase the size of the filter on this page, the headers. Search box, we can also increase the search box size. If you want to make changes to the border, okay, border color of the filter pane, we can change that color. Okay, background also we can change it. So let me make it to light background, light 30% darker. Now you see we are able to see the 30% darker. Okay, options. In the options, what do we have? Pane width, it is 200 pixel. Okay, if I increase or decrease the size, now you see you are able to see the size, pane width. Okay, you see the pane width. Okay, if I increase or decrease, it is changing. You see, increase or decrease, it is changing. But by default, it is 180 or 200 pixel. Okay, we can also apply the color to the check boxes. Okay, that is the pane, filter pane. Okay, that is filter pane. Let us go through the next one, which is filter cards. Okay, if we want to see the filter card, we need to enter the data. We need to have the filter condition or the data in it. So let me click on reset to default, minimize the filter pane. Okay, let me enter some data. Okay, let me enter some data. So let me take the product. Okay, product AC, and let me go for taking fridge. Okay, fridge, and let me click on enter, load the data, and let me add the filter into filter on this page or filter on all pages. Okay, filter on this page or filter on all pages. When we go through further session, we can discuss about the filters. How can we filter the data? Okay, for now let me add the filter, anything. So let me add filter on this page, the product. Okay, we have added that. Okay, so if you see apply settings to, okay, it is default. Okay, it is default. For example, if I click on AC, it should be highlighted. Okay, it is default. But let me click on applied. Let me click on AC. Yes, it is getting applied. When we apply any filter, this filter card will be highlighted. So let me make some changes. Okay, if I click on anything, you see it is getting highlighted. Okay, if I go for default, okay, it is getting highlighted. Okay, this is only to the text and icon color. Okay, this is only to the text and icon color. Okay, the one which you see, this is an icon, expand or collapse filter card. It is also icon, remove filter. It is also lock filter is also icon. Okay, let me clear the filter. Now you see eraser symbol, clear the filter. Okay, so let me take this off. Okay, let it be like that. Let me make it Sego bold. Okay, Sego bold. When I click on it, it will be selected Sego bold. Okay, so expand the input. Input box color is white color. Let me make it yellow. Okay, let me make it yellow. You see, when I'm selecting, it is becoming yellow. So make it default. Make it default. And again, we also have, so let me take this off and again click on this. Yes, it is. Okay, the text color. Expand the border. The border is lighter. So let me make changes to this color. Now you see the border color has been changed to that color. Okay. And also the background color. So what do we want to give the background color? So if I go for this color, we will get the background color. What is the transparency that you want to make it? Whether do you want to make it thick transparency, more transparency, or less transparency, we can make it. Okay. And what do we have in the option over here? We have the option like require single selection. If I click on AC fridge, I can select AC fridge at a time. Or if I go for require single selection, I can only select single. Okay. I cannot select more than one filter at a time. Okay. This is required single selection. So this is about filter cards. Okay. So this is about the visualization, the overall tutorial. We will discuss about different types of visuals and also what are the aesthetics or what are the terms and conditions or what kind of changes the font size and all the options that are available. We will discuss all those. So let me pull one data. So click on Excel workbook. Let us go through the same data that we use regularly, that is sales data, sales, and click on open. So let it load, let the data load. So let me select product sales territory and click on load. Yes, the data is loading. Let's see. Yeah, so the data is loaded. So let us go through the first and foremost thing. When the data loads, we need to go to model view and check whether do we have the relation between the tables. Yes, we do have the relation between the tables. So go to the report view. So report view is the view that we use it for development, report to development. So what do we deal? We go through all the visuals. So for what kind of analysis, which visual can be used, we will go through one by one. The first and foremost visual that we deal with is the table visual. Okay, first and foremost visual is the table visual. Let me click on the table visual. Yes, I've clicked on the table visual and let me minimize the filters pane. Increase the size. Okay, increase the size of the visual and let me name this as table visual. Okay, table visual. Click on enter. Okay, so okay. So what do we do now? Let us do? Let us give the title of this page. Okay, in the page, let us give the title. For giving the title, we have a visual called as text box. Okay, so we can write in the text box. Okay, click on this is the text box. Okay, add a text to your box. So what I do here, so I can type table visual. Okay, I can type table visual. Okay, so here what we have the font style, font size, and font color. Do we need to make it bold, italic, underline? Whether do we want to have the left side, center, right side? Okay, and decrease indentation. Okay, increase indentation, insert link, superscript, subscript, all these options. Okay, we want to have the title as bullet list or number list. Okay, the way we see in the Excel or in the Word, in the PPT, we have the same thing in here. Okay, Control A and increase the font. So make it 24. Okay, make it 24. Let me increase the size of the visual. Decrease the width. Okay, and decrease the height. So increase the width. So here let me go for another. Okay, Times New Roman, and let me make it center. Okay, and make it bold. So we can also make the color of the visual. Okay, so let us have the background color. Okay, let us have the background color of the table visual. Okay, so how can we do that? The background color of the table visual. So let me click on this. Go to the effects. Okay, we have the option called as background. Click on this and let us go for light background. Okay, and make this as white or any other color. Okay, any other color. Okay, no, it doesn't look good. So let me make it some other color. Okay, red color, does it look good? Yes, okay, it looks good. Or let us go with white. Is that fine? White? No, no, no. So let us go with a red color. Okay, so we can change the color. Okay, and also go to the effects and add the visual border so that we get the borders around the visual. Okay, make it 10 so that we get the rounded corners. Okay, make it red. You see now we got the visual border. You see the rounded corners we get it on the corners of the visual. Okay, so we got it. So we created the text box. We created the text box. Okay, we have added the title. Now let me click on the visual, table visual. So what did we select? We have selected the table visual. So what do we have in here in the table visual? We can add the columns in the column section. Okay, we can add, you see, add data fields here. Okay, add data fields here. In the columns, okay, in the columns, we can add from the data, we can add the columns in here. Okay, add a data field here. We can add multiple columns. Let me expand the product, add the category. Okay, check the box or drag and drop. Where is that another one subcategory? We have a subcategory drag and drop under the category. And also expand the sales or expand the territory, add the region. Okay, add the region. And what do we have? And let us go, and we also have the product name. Let me add product name under the category. Move this region little above. Okay, region, category, subcategory, product name. Okay, let me also add the color. Let's see what do we have in the color. No, it is not available. So let me not take the color. And what do we have? Do we have any other thing? So let me also add the start date. Okay, start date, and make it date hierarchy. Okay, start date instead of hierarchy, make it start date. So we will get it in a date. Click on this and make it only date because time is completely zero. It doesn't make any sense. Make it date. And instead of long date, let us make it short date. Yes, we made the short date. Okay, we have added. I can scroll down and I can also go here. Add total. Where is that? Do we have total product car? Total sales amount. We need to make it into whole number. Click on yes. And now let us add total sales amount over here. Yes, we added total sales amount. So instead of directly adding the implicit measures, what do we need to do? We need to create the measure. Okay, right click on the new measure. Now let us create total sales. Total sales equal to sum of total sales amount. Close the bracket, click on enter. So there is no need of selecting, don't summarize or average, minimum, maximum. We can directly add the measure. Yes, total sales, we have added it. Make it dollar, automatically it will be separated by the comma. Yes, it is a dollar. So we have added region, start date, category, subcategory. So table visual takes the data, the columns in the column section. Okay, we have added it. Okay, what is the next thing that we need to go through? So I can also add, if I would like to add any other, I can also add. So let me add order date. Okay, start date. Let me also add order date, expand it and click on order date only. Do not add the hierarchy. So what do we have in the hierarchy? Year, quarter, month, day. So I do not want that. So let us add only the date. Okay. So what do we have? Next thing is that, let me click on this, make it short date only. Short date. Okay, now let us go through each and every option that we have it. So in the build visual, we can choose the visual. Okay, in the build visual, okay, remember, in the build visual, we can choose different types of visuals. Okay, these are all the visuals available. These are all the visuals available. So what did we choose? We chose the table visual. Okay, in the columns. Okay, in the columns, whatever the required columns that are available for our analysis, we have added in the columns. Okay, one by one we have added it. And the next one is format your visual. Okay, so format the visual. What is formatting the visual? Editing the visuals. Okay, editing the visuals. And the next one is, okay, next one is add further analysis to the visual. Okay, for now, let us go through formatting the visual. Okay, let us go through formatting the visual. Okay, so what do we have in the visual? Again, it is in the formatting the visual. We have visual and general options. Two options available. So we have visual, which is completely related to the visual. And also another one is general. What is the pixel size? What is the background, rounded corners that we can go for? Those options will be in the general. Okay, so let me expand style preset. So in the style, under the style, we have different types of styles available. Okay, first one is default. When we enter, we will automatically get the default. So let me click on none. Okay, default, this is the default style. Let me click on none. Yes, we got the none. Okay, let me increase the size. Okay, you will be easily understanding it. Okay, and the next option, okay, next style is minimal. So different styles. Okay, the color changes, the border we get, the whatever the color we get. Okay, so we have got a light blue color under the column header. Okay, and let me go for bold headers. We get the region, start date, order date category. It will be bold headers. And the next one is alternate rows. We get the light black color alternate rows. Okay, light gray color. And the next one is contrast alternating rows. Another one. And flashy rows. We get different color. Another color changes. Bold header, flashy rows. So headers will become bold headers. Next option sparse. And the next option condensed. Okay. So this is what we have it. So if I click on reset to default, then we get into the previous position. Okay. This is about the style. Let me minimize the style. Okay, expand the grid. What is the grid? Okay, what is the grid lines? So the grid lines are, okay, the one which you see, this is a grid line. Okay, and we have horizontal grid lines and vertical grid lines. Okay, horizontal grid lines and vertical grid lines. Vertical grid lines. Okay, horizontal grid lines and vertical grid lines. So how do we add the horizontal and vertical grid lines? Let us see that. Okay, so you see grid lines are enabled. If I turn this off, you will not be able to see the grid lines, the horizontal one. Okay, let me add, let us make it black 60% lighter, increase the width of the grid lines. You see the grid lines, the horizontal grid lines. You see, this is the horizontal grid line. This one is the horizontal grid line. Okay, the width has been changed. Okay, if I turn this off, we will not be able to see the grid line. You see, the horizontal grid line. This one, this is the horizontal grid line. And the next one is vertical grid lines. So, okay, this one is the vertical grid line. And this one is the horizontal H. Okay, this one is the vertical grid line. You remember that. Okay, now let me add the horizontal grid lines also. It is disabled. Let me turn this on. Okay, now you see the vertical grid lines. Let me increase the size and let me make the different color. You will be able to see the grid lines. Okay, you see, this is vertical grid line. Okay, this one is vertical grid line. Okay, this one is vertical grid line. Okay, so let me come down. We have, let me expand the borders. We have the borders. Okay, what kind of a borders that we see? So the borders that we want to make it on each and the corners, I mean, each and every. So you see on the region, start date, order date, on the above the region, we do not have the line. This is a border. After the total sales. Okay, let me show that to you. So this is the one border. Okay, on the top, this is the, after the total, we have the border. Okay, right side, left side. Okay, this is the left side border. Okay, after I scroll down at the end. Okay, at the end, and after the total, this is the bottom border line. Okay, there are four borders: top, bottom, left, and right. So you see the goodness of Power BI. Everything, each and every changes, if we want to make it, we can go through the options and we can go for making the changes to the visual. Okay, for now, let me disable the grid lines. So it would be easy for us to understand the borders. Click on the reset to default. Do we have the reset to default? Okay, under the, here we have the reset to default. Now, let me expand the options. Or not the options. Yeah, borders. Okay, so what do we have? All. If I expand all, we have column headers. If you only want to add column headers border, I can add the column headers. You see the blue color. If I increase the size, you will be easily able to understand. Okay, this one is column header border only. So we have added bottom. Okay, if you also want to add the top, okay, this one I can also add it. Enable the top. Yes, we got it. Left side only to the column headers. Okay, only to the column headers. Okay, only to the column headers here, and also here we will get it. Okay, let me enable this. Left you see, yes. Right you see, yes, we got it. Okay, this is only for the column headers. And the next option is value section. Okay, value section. Let me click on the top. Above the values, whatever you see, Canada, okay, the date, accessories, bikes, these are all the values. Click on top, bottom. Okay, let me click on the left. You will understand left. Okay, what do we have on the left side? This is the left border. Okay, let me increase the font. Let me increase the width. Make it 5. You will be easily see. We can see this. You see, right side we will see this. So this is value section. Next one is total section. Okay, come down. So where do we have the total section? So this one is the total. Okay, this one is the total. So I can also add on the top. We have it. You see, on the top we have it is enabled. Okay, let me increase the font size. You will be able to see this. And bottom you will be seeing. Left side, yes, we will have. Right side, yes, we have it. Okay, for all the sides we have, for all the sections we have added the borders. All, we can directly add it all without selecting the sections. We can add it automatically. So this is the borders. Okay, make it reset to default. Okay, options. What do we have? The options. Row padding. Okay, the next option is row padding in the options. What is row padding? Under each and every row, okay, under each and every row, what is the space that you see in between each and every row? Now you see we have only one. If I increase the padding under each and every row, it will increase. You see the space is being increased. This is row padding. A global font size. Now let us directly not go to the global font size. Let us go through the individual font size and let's see that. Okay, disable this, minimize this, minimize this, minimize. Under the grid, we have completed the grids. Expand the values. What do we have in the values? So the values of the font size is, the font style is Sego UI. Make it bold. Okay, the value section is being changed. We have separate for the values. We can change the aesthetics, font size, font style, text color. For the column header, we can change it. For the totals, we can change it. I mean, the total comes under the values only. Okay, coming to the column header, no, nothing has changed. We have applied the changes only to the values. Okay, only the value section changes. Only the value section changes. And the next one is we can let us go to some other. Okay, let us go to some other. Click on bold, everything becomes bold. Only the values. Okay, italic, we can make it italic. Underline, we can give the underline to each and every value. Okay, that is what we have it. Text color, we can change it into some other color. Okay, this is alternate text color. Background color, we can go for changing the background color of the visual, only the visual. Okay, and alternate color also we can make the changes. Okay, alternate background color also we can change it. Okay, that is the value. Text wrap. What is the text wrap? Let me make it to default, reset to default, and we have an option called as text wrap. Okay, what is the text wrap? Let us see that. Okay, so if you see here text wrap, if I minimize the product, okay, if I minimize the product, I see as per the width of the column, the bike has come down. Okay, 4 bike has come down. Okay, if I disable this, we will see the dot dot dot. You see, we will see the dot 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 in the text wrap. If I enable this, we will see the bike under it. So that is text wrap. Okay, let me make it to reset to default. Okay, and increase the width of the column. Okay, this is width of the column. Okay, so this is about the values. Let us go through the column headers. Okay, Next option is column headers. Okay, next option is column headers. So this one, column headers, we deal with column headers. Now let us see. If I make the changes to the column headers, yes, the font style changed. We can increase the size of the font, only the column headers. Okay, column header size is being increased. Text color, we can make the changes to the text color. Okay, background color of the column headers only. Make it gray, you see. And alignment of the header alignments, make it center, it changes. Make it right side, yes, it changes. Okay, same thing with the text wrap. Okay, if I decrease this, okay, if I decrease this, you see the name has come down. Okay, the name has come down. If I turn this off, if we will be able to see the wrapping dot dot dot. So that is text wrap. Okay, option auto size width. What is auto size width is turned on when, okay, in the product name. Okay, in the product name, if I write something, product name and new, product name new, and click on enter. Okay, you see automatically. Okay, what do we have? So we have, okay, let me make it something like this. Okay, let me make it something like this. Let me write product name, some number. Okay, we already made it. But the thing is that as per the data, okay, product size, sorry, column in the options. Okay, in the options, auto size width, automatically it will adjust the width of the column based on the data, based on the size we have it in the column. Okay, automatically it will adjust the width. Okay, that is auto size width. Okay, let me decrease this. Let me decrease this and show that to you. Okay, it is not turned on. Okay, it is not turned on. So let me turn this on. Option, let me turn this on. Okay, you see automatically it got adjusted. Did you observe the change? So as per the size, as per the width of the column, so automatically auto size width, it adjusts itself. Okay, based on the data. Let me click on reset to default. Okay, everything changes. And minimize this and expand the totals. Okay, you see, let me scroll down. The totals are enabled. The values are enabled. Let me disable this. Now you see we are not able to see the totals. We do not see any totals. Expand this. Okay, enable this. Now we are able to see the totals. Now whatever the changes that we do, it is completely applicable to the totals only. So I can make it total sales. I can write total sales. You see the totals becomes total sales. We can rename this. Font size, font style, we can make changes and increase the size. Make it italic, make it underline. Yes, it changes. Text color. Now it is black color. I can go for making to some other color. Okay, blue color. Background color only applicable to the totals. You see, and let me make it to default. Reset to default. Okay, disable, minimize total sales. Expand the specific column. Okay, what is specific column? Sometimes client request. Okay, I would like to see some color coding on the columns, only to specific columns. Most of the time, client or the user request us to color the value section, the measures. Now you see series region. Okay, we have start date, order date. Okay, it is applicable to the specific column. Apply to values. Okay, so we have three options available under it. Apply to header, apply to total, apply to values. What do we want to apply? Apply the colors and alignment. Okay, apply the colors and the alignment. For now, let me select the total sales. Okay, apply to values. Click on the text color and I can go for making the changes to text color. Okay, the color has been changed to the pink color. Make it some other color. Okay, background color, make it to light gray. Yes, it is getting only applied to the total values only. Okay, we are not able to see. Let me make some other color. Yes, it is applicable to only to the background color. Now you see the alignment, it is towards the right side. Make it click on the left. Now you see it is on the left side. To the center. Yes, it is to the center. To the right. Yes, it is to the right. Okay. And what we are trying to do, we are only applying to the values. Okay, let me scroll down. No, it is the options are not applicable to the totals. Okay, click on the apply to totals. Yes, it is applied to the totals. Let me scroll up. Okay, apply to the header. Okay, click enable this. You see the changes are applicable to the headers also. Okay, so what we are trying to do, we have highlighted the total sales. Whenever the client opens the report, he can easily understand, okay, this is the value section. Okay, I need to look into. Okay, we can also click on others. Okay, region, click on the region. Okay, make it center. You see everything is being made into center. Okay, and background color, make it this color. You see the background color is being changed. Where do we want to apply? Apply to headers, turn this on. Yes, our headers will be applied. Apply to totals. Yes, it will be applied to the totals also. Okay, that is the series specific column. Okay, let me make it reset to default and disable this cell element. Next one is cell element. So what do we need to apply any specific conditions to the values or to the other dimension data? So you see what all the options available. So the options available, we can switch the ribbons. Okay, switch. We can minimize this. You see this option. You see this option. Just a second. You see this option, the up arrow. I can click on that to minimize a little bit. Okay, you see, yes, we have minimized it. Okay, so what we can see here. So we have the background color. Okay, we have the background color in the apply settings too. We have the background color. We can add the background color. We can change the font color. We can add the icons. We can also add the web URL to the column that we select. Okay, let me click on the total sales. Okay, total sales. Okay, what do we need to add? Do we need to add background color? Do we need to enable the background color? This is called as a conditional formatting. This is also called as conditional formatting. Enable background color. Yes, it is enabled to the background color. The background color is enabled. By default, it is showing the blue color. Let me click on FX. Okay, make this property change under different conditions that you define. It is also called as conditional formatting. Let me click on FX. Okay, what do we have? We have formatting, format style, apply to, and which field do we should we base this on? Okay, how should we format empty values, and what is the minimum value color? Okay, light blue color, maximum value color. Okay, highest color, dark. Okay, blue color. So now let us go through different options available in here. Okay, we have in the format style. Let me expand. Gradient, rule, and field value. And how do we want to apply? Only to values, values and totals, only totals. Okay, so automatically the gradient represents that based on the lowest and highest, automatically it assigns the color coding. So we can give the smaller color, okay, light red color, and in the highest color, I can go for more colors, make it green. Okay, make it green and click on OK. Okay, highest color we get the green and lowest color we get the red. Okay, I can scroll down and let's see whether do we have the red. We got the red, but based on the background color. Okay, so let me make it default. Did we? Yes, we did. Okay, based on the background color, it is giving like that. Okay, so okay, we can go for it, or we can also go for ascending and descending sorting of the data by clicking on the column in the visual. Now you see a red color. This is because of the background color. Okay, this is specific. No, I think in the cell element. Okay, so let me click on the FX again. Okay, let me click on the FX. Yeah, it is. Yes, it is gradient. Yeah, so base, yes, the red color is getting applied to the lowest values. And we also see another option, add middle color. Do we want to add any middle color? Click on this. Okay, scroll up, scroll down. Okay, scroll down. We also get the middle color. Okay, scroll down. We also get the middle color as the yellow. Okay, I think we need to scroll more. I can click on this. Yeah, you see middle color yellow. Okay, 7917 is yellow. Okay, this is automated based on the condition. It is automated. automatically it is segregated the highest and lowest value. This is by the gradient. And the next option available is rules. How do we want to see? Okay, we can add the rules. Okay, we can add the rules. We are applying it on the total sales, and whether are we selecting the percentage or the number. And we can color code based on the percentage or the condition. Let me click on if value greater than or equal to 0, number less than or equal to 1000, less than or equal to 1000, I can give the text color as red color. Okay, and the next, click on the new rule. If the value is greater than or equal to 1000, 1001, make it number, less than or equal to 10,000. Okay, 10,000. Okay, make it green color. Click on more colors and select the color. Click on the green, make it green color. We only have the two colors. Okay. Now let me click on the OK section. Okay. So we got green color. Okay. Based on the condition we got. But for the highest number, we did not give it. Okay. Let me click on the new rule. Okay. Greater than or equal to maximum. Let me go for number maximum. Okay. We have it. Let me make it equal to, okay, equal to direct to max. Why are we not getting max? Greater than max, or we can go for, okay, we can directly give greater than 10,000. Okay, greater than 10,000, less than maximum. We get, yeah, less than maximum. Okay, I can go for some other color and click on OK. Okay, scroll up. Now you see we are able to see the maximum as yellow color or gold color. Okay, this is background color. Okay, this is by the rule. This is by the rule. Next one is field value. Okay, what field should we base this on? Okay, let me cancel this. Let us create one condition. Okay, let us create one condition. Right click. Okay, new measure. Okay, so condition equal to if, okay, total sales. Okay, let me write only two conditions. If total sales less than or equal to 10,000, okay, sorry, greater than or equal to 10,000, okay, make it 1, else 0. Close the bracket, click on enter. Okay, I will go for conditional formatting. Okay, remember this conditional formatting we created to one measure. Okay, click on FX. Here what do I do? In the rules I can pick that measure that we created. In the sales conditional formatting, click on this. Okay, so what I can write here, I can directly write equal to 1, okay, number. So make it green color, because which is greater than 10,000. And the new rule, okay, equal to 0, make it number, and make it everything, make it red color. Okay, let us go with a darker red color. Okay, and click on OK. Okay, now you see whichever are, whether it is following the number. Okay, let me make it greater than. So let me make it greater than. Now we will see. Now you see. So you see whichever are greater than. Okay, whichever are greater than 10,000, it is green color. And next one, whichever doesn't, which is less than 10,000, it is red color. You see, whichever less than 10,000, it is red color, and whichever greater than 10,000, based on the condition. You see, based on this condition, it is working. Based on this condition. You see, conditional formatting. Okay, if total sales greater than or equal to $10,000, okay, everything is green, because we have given in the FX, in the field value we gave that, and we have selected the color. You see how beautiful it is. By conditional formatting we can select the color coding, so client can easily understanding, okay, these are green color. Or we can also go for icons. Let me turn this off. Enable the icons. Now you see whichever are more than that, it is automatically assigning the icons. Okay, let us go through the font color now. Okay, now you see font color, it is changing. Click on the effects, same thing. I can select the field value. I can select the conditional formatting. Okay. Oh, now I'm not able to get it. Okay, in the font color, I think it is, we will not be able to get it, I think. Okay. Data bars, we can add the data bars. Based on the highest and lowest value, it is automatically assigns the data bars. Let me take this off. Okay, data bars. We can assign the highest value, negative value, and lowest value, negative value, and highest value. And the next option available is icons. I can click on this. Okay. In the icons, we have rules and field value. Okay. Let us go with the rules only. If you see, the data is automatically, whatever the data that we have, the totals that we have, the totals that falls under 0 to 33%. Okay. 0 to 33%, it will assign rhombus, red color. The data that falls under, the total sales that falls under 33 to 67%, triangle, yellow color. 67 to 100%, circle, green color. Okay, so I can directly click on OK. So we directly get it. Okay, we got it. Let me click on the FX again. We have icon layout, left of the data. I can also go for only icons. Okay, we will not get the values. Okay, we will not get the values. If you see here, you see 7730 that we have it. If I click on OK, we will only get the icons. Okay, we will only get the icons. Let me click on the FX again. And the next one is right of the data. So it will be right of the data, right of the values. Again and again, let me erase this. And again, the next one FX, click on whether, how do we want this? Okay, whether do we want this icons only to the middle, we can make it middle. Okay, it comes to middle. But if you also want to change the alignment of the total sales, okay, change the alignment of the icons, expand the specific, click on the total sales and click on the alignment to center. These icons move to center. You see, these icons move to center. Click on the alignment left side. Yes, it moves to left side. Click on this. Okay, this is the way we can arrange the icons, the alignment of the icons. Okay, and click on this FX again. Okay, in the middle, in the bottom also we can make it. Here we are in the rule. I can also select the field value. Okay, icons only. What is the field value that we want to select? Expand the data, all data, sales, conditional formatting. No, we are not able to get it. Okay, values only, totals and values, bottom left. Okay, let me ignore this. Okay, so this is icons. This is called as cell element or conditional formatting. We can also do it in another way. Expand the total sales. You see this icon? To expand this icon, this symbol, to expand. Okay, click on this, we will get the options. You see, remove fields, rename this visual. Okay, move up, down. We can move this up and down. You see, we can move this up and down. Expand it again. Move to the bottom. Yes, we can move it. Click on this again. Conditional formatting. Okay, this falls under conditional formatting. Same option. Click on the background color. Yes, this is also called as cell elements or the conditional formatting. And what do we have in the next option after cell elements? URL icon. Turn this on, but you can ignore this URL icon. Image size. What is the image size? It is 75 pixel, 75 pixel. I think when we add the image, we will get it. Okay, it's not the image. We haven't added anything. Okay. Next one is spark lines. Cell element. I think if I, okay, you can ignore these spark lines. If we get accessibility also, you can ignore the accessibilities. Okay. Okay, I'll explain little later. Okay, now let us go through the general. Okay, what kind of options that we have it in the general? Expand the properties. Okay, expand the position. What do we have in here? We have the size and the position. What is the height? The height is 583. The height is 583 and width is 1280. What is the default? It is 720 pixel. The height is 720 pixel and width is 1280. So do we need to, if you want to adjust the height and width, we can adjust. Increase it, it goes, the height increases. If I increase this, you see 613. If I decrease this, 573. If I decrease the width, okay, if we decrease the width, yes, we can see 1216. Increase it, yes, it changes. This is the properties. Okay, this is the properties. Let me erase this. And the next one is position. Okay, what is the position? What is the position from the horizontal and vertical lines? If I go for giving 5, okay, from the horizontal we get it 5 pixel. Okay, from the horizontal we get the 5 pixel. Let me decrease this. 20, you can make it 60. Okay, if I give 5 pixel, okay, if I make it 0, if I give 5 pixel, okay, let me make some. Okay, vertical it is changing. Okay, from the horizontal whether it is changing? No, it is not changing. You observe it. I think from the left side it changes. Okay, this is okay. You see this one, table visual, expand the properties, position. From the horizontal it is 19 pixel. Okay, from the left side it is 19 pixel. If I decrease, it is 96 pixel. If I increase, this is from the left side. Horizontal is like from the left side within the dotted lines, how many pixel that we have it. Okay, if I can give 5 pixel, okay, it adjusts. If I increase, I can also give it 10 pixel. Okay, we will get it. Okay, so this is position. So from the vertical it is 11. I can make it 0. From the top, this is vertical. Okay, this is horizontal. Okay, what is vertical? What is horizontal? Okay, this one above, this one is vertical. Okay, this one is vertical. This one is horizontal. Side you see horizontal. Above on the top you see vertical. From the vertical, how many pixel the gap that we have it? Okay, from the vertical, how many pixel that we have it? If I go for horizontal side, here horizontal. Okay, how many pixel that we have it? Make it, let me give it 5. Let me give it 5. So it moves little bit. Okay, let me give it 5. It moves little bit. Okay, on the bottom, on the vertical, from the above, how many pixel that we have it? I can give 10. Okay, it comes down to 10 pixel. I can also give it 10 here. Okay, you see it is moving. So that is horizontal and vertical positioning. Next one is padding. Okay, this is applicable inside the visual. Okay, this is applicable inside the visual. You observe it. What is the padding? Let me make it 10 on the visual, on the top, this one. Okay, this one. This is padding from the horizontal. You observe it. Okay, if I increase this, if I make it 15, okay, from the up we got some space added. That is padding. From the left side also, if I make it 15, you see from the left side it is added. From the bottom of the visual, 15. Yes, the space is added. From the right side, it is added. So that is padding. Advanced option, maintain layer order. You can ignore this. Okay, so this is what we have it. Expand the title. Expand the title and we can give the title. Okay, total sales by region. I can write some title and heading. We can go for headings, different style heading. Okay, din. Okay, the font style is din. Let me make it Cambria Mutt and increase the size, make it bold, and only it is applicable to the title. And what is the alignment that we want to go for it? Make it middle. Subtitle also we can add it. Background color, let me go for light. Okay, add the subtitle, enable this. Okay, so we can also go for adding category. Okay, and make it bold, increase the size, align it. So this is subtitle, title and subtitle. Divider, Whether do we need to have the divider between the subtitle and the next, we can have that. Solid line or dash line. Okay, now you are not able to see, increase the width. Okay, dotted lines, dash lines, dotted lines. Yes, we can separate the title from the values, from the headers. Okay, spacing. What is the space that we want to have it? Okay, what is the space that we want to have it between the title and the headers? Let me click on reset to default. Okay, this is advanced option. Okay, expand the effects. What do we have in the effects? Background and visual border. What is the background color that we want to give it? Only it is applicable to the visual. Okay, only it is applicable to the visual. I can add the background of the visual. Transparency, I can increase and decrease the transparency. Visual border, expand the visual border. Do we need to have the border of the visual? Okay, now you see the corners are sharp corners. Okay, the corners are sharp corners. I can also go for rounded corners. Click on this, go to general, effects, expand the visual border and make it 10 pixel as the rounded corners. Okay, increase the little bit width. Now you see we have got rounded corners. That is the visual border. That is visual border. Do we want to have the shadow? Yes, we can add the shadow. Data format. Okay, what is the data format? So the data format are the data types available in the individual. This data format, the data types is applicable only to the visual. Okay, only to the visual. Click on the total sales. Format, you see general, whole number, decimal number. Make it decimal number. Okay, now we can see the decimal number. 1000 separated. Do you want the decimal number to be 1000 separated or percentage or decimal places? How many decimal do we want to have it? Make it 2. You see, we are able to see the 2 decimals after the point. Okay, this is the data type applicable inside the visual, only to the visual. Header icon. Okay, what is the header icons? Okay, let me highlight that. The one which you see, funnel symbol. Okay, these are all the header icons. What is the background color of header icons? So let me make it to white darker. You see, header icons is changing. Border, I can give the border. Icon color, I can go for giving the icon colors to some other color. Make it white. Icon color, change the icon color. Increase the transparency or decrease the transparency. So this is expand the icons. These are all the icons available. Visual information, visual warning, visual error. This, when we publish the report, we can see it in the Power BI service. These icons. Okay. When we publish the report, we can see it in the Power BI service. Okay. So let us continue on the data visualization. So in this tutorial, we will discuss about the visual matrix. Okay. So in the table visual, we can only add columns in the columns field. Okay. So we can only add in the columns. For example, if we deal with any hierarchies, okay, if we deal with any hierarchies, so we get it in the column, a region, state, whatever it is associated, we just get the way it is in the table. So the way we see in the table. Okay. But in the page, in the matrix visual, so we have the fields like, okay, we can select, we can add. Okay, let me click on this. Okay, in the matrix visual, we can add rows, columns, and values. We can add the columns as a rows and also as a columns, and also whatever the measures that we created, we can add it in the values. So this is what we have it in the matrix visual. So let us see that how it works. Expand sales. So here we have only one measure. Let me create another measure. Click on new measure and sum of tax amount. Tax amount equal to sum of tax amount. Close the bracket, click on enter. Yes, we got it. Let me also create one more, sum of total product cost. Okay. So new measure, total product cost. Total product cost. Let's see how it works when we add it in the matrix visual. Total product cost, sum of total product cost. We created two measures. We already have total sales that we created in the previous session. Let us add. So let me take the same thing from the table visual, copy this, Control C. What I'm trying to do here, I am copying this title, the text box, into page 1. Paste it, Control V. Yes, we got it. So here what we can just rename it into matrix. Matrix visual. Let me click on this. So what do we have? We can add the data into rows. We can add the data into rows. We can add the data into columns. We can add whatever the values that we have it, we can add it into the values. So let us go through it. From the product, from the territory, add region into the rows. Okay, add region into the rows. Just the way we see pivot table in Excel, it works. It looks a little similar. Okay, we can add region into the rows. Yes, that's well and good. And country into the country after the region. Yes, we got it. Country. Next, in the columns, if I would like to see by the year, so I can add order, date. From here, let me take off day, quarter, only year. So we can see the columns by year. We can see the data by year in the columns. And the next one is values. Next one is values. Here we can add the measures. Total sales automatically takes tax amount, total product cost. Where is that? Total product cost. Yes, we got it. That's well and good. For the 2016, we got the data. For the 2016, for the 2014, we got the data. 2015, this is the data that we have it. And 2016, we have the date. We have the data. And after that, so it is the sum of. Okay, it is the sum of 2014, 2015, 2016. So it is the sum of 2014, 2015, 2016 in the total, in the totals. This total is called as the one which you see. The one which you see. This total is called as column subtotal. Column total. Column grand total. So this one is. And on the bottom that we see, this is called as rows grand total. Row grand total. Okay, so we do not find what is the difference between table and matrix. We do not find these options in the table visual. Just the way we have it. We have the total of the row total, I mean grand total, only grand total. Here we have the column grand total. So that is the difference. That is the first point we need to take. Let us see the aesthetics. Let us see the aesthetics. And if you see here, so we got Australia, Canada, region. And if I click on plus icon, I can see what is the country that is falling after the Australia. Germany, I can click on plus to get into the next level. So we have next level of the data because we added after the region, we added country. We can see the data by region and also by country when we click on the plus icon. Or we can also do it. Okay, we can also do it by clicking on the hierarchy. Okay, what do we have? You observe this. Okay, you observe this. Let me disable this for now. You observe the icons over here. So what are all the icons that we have it on the top of the visual? That is the up arrow, down arrow, two down arrows. One is like a hierarchical, and this one is the funnel symbol to see the filters, which filters are applied. This one is focus mode. And this three dots ellipse is we can go for more options. Okay, this one is more options. So let me click on the second option. Second icon is click to turn on drill down. Click on this and click on any one of the regions. click on the United Kingdom, then we will get into the next level. Only United Kingdom we can get into the next level. That is drill up and drill down. Click on drill up. So we can get into the previous position. Let me erase this. So here, let me turn this off. In the rows, I can also add from the products. Let me add category and subcategory. Category, subcategory, and the next one is product name. Yes, we added. So what we have added, so it's a hierarchy. So it looks like a hierarchy. First hierarchy, I can see the data by region. Next, when I click on drill down, I can see the data by country. Next, if I click on drill down again, I can see the data by category. Next one, subcategory. Next one, product name. Okay. How do we do that? First thing now let us click on the drill up and drill down. Drill up and drill down. Let me minimize data. So here, if you see, so enable the drill down. Click to turn on drill down. Let me click on this. Whichever in the region, okay, in this, if I click on this, so in here, wherever I click, it gets into the next level. So let me click on Australia. Okay, we got into the Australia. Again, click on the Australia. What do we have the next level? Next level is category. Click on the Australia. Yes, we got it to the next level, that is category. Accessories, bikes, clothing. Click on the bikes. Then we get into the next level, next hierarchy, that is subcategory. And click on the mountain bikes or road bikes. Then we can get into the product name. So this is what we have it in the drill down. Okay, we can get into the single drill down. Enable this and click on the options or click on the rows to get into the next position, next level. Okay, this one is good. This one is good. So here, so let me also erase this. Erase this. Okay, click on the drill up, drill up, drill up, drill up. Yes, we got it. Turn this off. What is the next option that we have? Go to next level hierarchy. Go to next level in the hierarchy. So after region, what do we have? The next level is country. Click on this, we get into the country. And again, what do we have after this? Category. Click on this. We get it into the categories. And subcategories. Click on this. We get into the subcategories. And product name. The last level is product name. So we can get into the product name. Okay, we can get into the product name. So this is what? At the lowest level of the data. You see, at the lowest level of the data. I can click on drill up again. So here what we found, so when we click on this, I can get into only single region or single selection, I can do it. And the next one, I can get into the next level of the data. But the thing is that I don't know what is the level of data that it belongs to. Okay, if I click on country or its category, this category, is it from the Australia or is it from the Canada? So that is a little bit confusing. We get the whole category data, whole subcategory data, and whole product name data. So what we can do here is we have another option called as expand all down one level in the hierarchy. Okay, expand all down one level in the hierarchy. We can see the associated level under the main level, main category. So subcategory we can see the associated subcategory under the category. Okay, click on this. Okay, now you see Australia. Yes, it is falling under Australia. Let me click on the next level. What do we see? The associated categories under the country. Let me click on this again. Associated subcategories under the categories. And click on this again. Associated product name under the subcategory. So this is at the lowest level of the data. So this is expand all down to hierarchical level. So let me drill up. Click on this, drill up, drill up, drill up again, drill up. So we are in the first level of the hierarchy. Okay, this is what. The next one is filter and slicer. What is this option? The funnel symbol. Filters and slicers affecting this visual. So it is saying that there are not any filters applied on this visual right now. So let me click on this. Okay. In the country, select Australia and click on hover over the funnel symbol. Now you see filters and slicers are affecting this visual. Country is Australia. Again, let me select one more, Canada. Again, hover over the funnel symbol. Country is Australia or Canada. Or one more thing, let me click on select all, take off NA and hover over it. Okay, is not NA. So this is what? The funnel symbol. Click on what is the next option, focus mode. So the visual will be zoomed in. Click on this. Yes, we got the focus mode. Click on back to report to get into the visual. And 3 dots for more options. So we can export the data into Excel or CSV. We can see this data, this matrix as table. This one is matrix and this one is table. And click on 3 dots again. Remove, yes, we can remove. So we have sort to by. How do we want to sort the data? Okay, click on total sales. We can see the total sales by descending to ascending order, higher to lower order. Click on these more options again. Click on ascending, smaller to bigger. We can see. You see? So this one, observe this. Observe this. Or you can directly click on this to make it smaller to bigger or bigger to smaller. You can directly click on the column. Click on the measure column. You see, it is changing. Click on this. It is changing. So this is sorting the data. So simple to sort the data in Power BI. Click on the 3 dots again. So we can discuss others in the coming sessions. This is what we have it. Now let us get into the format the visual. Coming to the formatting visual. Expand the style and layout and style preset. Style is default. We have discussed in the previous session. You can go through if you haven't watched. Now coming to the layout. This is different. The layout part is different from what we have it in the table visual. So what do we have? It is compact. Okay, it is compact. What is compact? We can see the icons. Okay, what is compact? We can see the plus or minus icons. So this is what different. Let me select outline. Okay, in the outline, you see the totals on the top. Okay, we can see the totals on the top. Okay, and I can expand Australia. So it is coming not under the Australia, it is coming to the next, just like columns. Okay, you see the country column. Okay, we got the country column. Click on this, we get the category. Click on the Australia. Yes, we got the category. You see, it is coming like a column. When we made it into outline, we are able to see it in the columns. And again, let me click on bikes. Now you see we got the category, subcategories. And one more option that we have it is repeat row headers. Turn this on, we get Australia, bikes, like that. Let me click on this. Now you see we got Australia. So it is repeat row headers. I have turned it on. So what is the, outline is useful. Outline is used when we want to have the totals on the top. When we would like to have the totals on the top or bottom, we can select that. Where we can select, I can expand the row subtotal. Okay, you see the position, the name of the subtotal and the position part is top. I can click on top and I can make the changes into bottom. Then that comes under the bottom. See, before previously it was on the top. Now when we clicked on the bottom, we are able to see it at the totals, row subtotals at the row totals at the bottom. Top, yes, it changes to top. Bottom, it comes to bottom. So this is the outline, the usage of outline. What do we have the next one? What is the option that we have it in the next one? That is the layout is, the next one is tabular. I can scroll down, I can see the data. Click on the southwest. Yes, it comes after that. Yes, we can see it. So what do we have in the tabular? We cannot change, we cannot see the totals, we cannot make the changes to the position of the totals, bottom or top. It is fixed to bottom only. The totals are fixed to bottom only. So that is the difference between the layout, outline and tabular. So this is the layout. Make it reset to default. Let me make it to reset to default. But for now, let me select it to tabular. Yes, we got the tabular. And if you would like to see repeat row headers, yes, we can see. Let us go through the next option. In the previous session, we have discussed, we have seen about the grids. Let me skip that. You see the option blank rows, it is turned off. Let me turn this on. Blank rows, we can select the color of the blank rows. You see, we can select the color of the blank rows, and transparency also we can make it. It is not useful. Let me disable this. Yes, we got it. Values. We can change the naming. We can change the font style. We can expand. We can increase the size or decrease the size. Make it bold. Only it is applicable only to the values. You see, the region, country, the column headers are not changing. Make it italic. Make it underline. And the text color. Change the text color to some other color. Background color. Make it different background color. Alternate text color. We can change it. Alternate background color also we can change it. So this is for the values. And reset to default. Yes, we made the changes to the values. Expand the column headers. Same thing here. I can have the column headers. I can give the text color or make it bold, italic, only applicable to the headers, underline. Yes. Text color, I can change the text color. Background color, we can change the background color. Yes, we are able to see. Alignment. How do we want to see the headers? Whether towards the left side, towards the right side, or in the middle. So let me click on. Let me make it in the middle. Alignment. Yes, it got in the middle. And alignment right side, yes, it got. Title. If I add the title, we can also go for it. This one. Okay. So that is alignment. Click on more options. Again, more option. Auto size width. Whenever there is a change in the width, automatically it changes. If I turn this off, automatically it changes. The width changes. You see, you have seen that. So that is auto size width. Reset to default. Yes. Row headers. Okay. Row headers. What are the row headers? The column headers are year 2014, 2015 are the column headers. Region, country, category, subcategory are the row headers. Let's see what we can make changes to the row headers. Click on the text, make it Lucida Sans. Yes, it has changed. Text, make it bold. Yes, it is bold. Italic. Yes, it is made italic. You observe the box. Make it underline. Yes, it got underline. Text color. Change the text color and background banded row color. Okay, you see behind whatever you see like a shadow, behind clothing, behind totals, it will be disappeared. You see this color will be disappeared when we turn off banded row color. And again, same thing, alignment. Do you want us to have it in the middle, to the left, to the right side? So let it be to the left side. Background color. If we turn banded row color, turn off the banded row color, we can see the background color which is enabled. Previously, it was faded out. You observe. Previously, it was faded out. When I turn this off, now you see, now we are able to select this. Click on the background color. Yes, it is changing. The background color is being changed to some other color. Yes, we got it. And plus minus icons. Okay, plus minus icons. Do we want these plus minus icons? Okay, let me reset to default. Plus minus icons. You see small plus minus icons. You see this one? Do we want to have this plus minus icons? I can turn this off. We will not be able to see the plus minus icons. Why do we need plus minus icons? To drill down, to get into the next level of the data. Turn this on and you see the color only of plus minus icons. and we can make changes to the color. Okay, that color has been changed. We can increase the size of the plus minus to some other color. Okay, that is plus minus icons. Let me click on reset to default. Next one, column subtotals. What is column subtotals? The one which you see, this is called as column subtotals. Okay, this is column subtotals. If I turn this off, we will not be able to see. Turn this on, we will be able to see. Okay, where is that? The right side, complete right side. Okay, not that one, this one. If I turn this off, we will not be able to see. So it is ended. Okay, the totals we are not able to see. If I turn this on, we will be able to see this. You see this one, totals, complete totals. Expand it. Now let us expand it. Expand column subtotals. So what we are able to see, the totals. Okay, what we are able to see. So this will be useful when we work in the project or when we go through the any work. Okay, in our work. So what are the totals available? We added the data of. So let me also expand it more. Okay, so let me expand the road bikes. Okay, come down. So what are all the totals that we have it? Let me make it mark, draw the color. The totals of the product name, totals of the subcategory. Okay, you see totals of the subcategory, totals of the category. Okay, totals of the country, and totals of, if I scroll down, we will also get the totals of the region. Scroll down, we will get the totals of region. We are able to see the totals by product name, by subcategory, category, country, region, because these are being added into the rows. Here, what are all the options available? Let me erase this. Okay. Let me increase the size. Column subtotal. Okay, this is columns subtotal. So you observe this. The column show subtotal I have turned off. Column subtotal. Yes, we have the column subtotal. So column subtotal, we are able to see it by the year. Okay, 2015, 2014, 2016 subtotals are 13172 for the road bikes. It is all, when we add other also we get it. Other columns in the column subtotal, in the columns we will get the data by per column level. So I can click on year, turn this on, I can go for totals by year. I can write totals by year. You see, totals by year. You see this, totals by year. I can change the name of the subtotals by having coming into this. So this is totals by year. Next one. Okay, next option is row subtotal. Okay, this is column subtotal. Row subtotal. Now let us see row subtotal. Let me turn this on. Okay, let me turn this on. It is already turned on. If we want to make any changes to the row level, if you would like to make changes to the row level, we can change it. You observe this total, this one, this total, this one, and also again this total. So click on this. We got all the columns that we added in the rows. Click on the region. If we do not want by the product name, if we do not want to see the totals by the product name, turn this off. Okay, now we are not able to see this. Next one. If we do not want to see the totals by subcategory, this one is subcategory, I can turn this off. Yes, we are not able to see this. If we do not want to see it by the category, turn this off. If we do not want to see it by the country, turn this off. If we do not want to see it by the region, turn this off. We will not be seeing any row subtotals. Okay, any subtotals. This is the beauty of Power BI. Let me again click on all and turn this on. Okay, again we need to go by region again click on country, again click on category. If we do not want to see it by all levels, we can turn this on and off. We can turn this on and off. So this is row subtotal. This is row subtotal. Are we clear till now? Making sense? Able to understand?
Yeah.
Good?
Yes, yes.
Asif?
Yes.
Josna?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Click on reset to default. Next one, column grand total. We can't change anything, but the thing is that if you want to make any changes to the font size, column grand total. What is column grand total? We can make changes to the font size, to the color, make it italic. We can only get the column grand total. This one is column grand total. Make it underline, we will get it. And again, background color, we can make the changes to the background color and apply to labels. Click on this, we will also get it to the labels or the column headers. Only to the measure, only to the values. This is column grand total. And the next one is row grand total. Row grand total. I can click on this, make it light blue color. We will get it row grand total. You see row grand total, we got the color coding changed. Total. So apply to labels, the totals will also get the color. So this is row grand total. Let me click on reset to default. So here also in the column grand total also, let me click on reset to default. So this is row grand total. Specific column, same thing. Specific column, what do we have? In the specific column, if you want to add color coding to any specific column, so that client can easily understand, okay, this is what happening to the sales, revenue, profit, gross profit. So we can add color coding to the specific columns. So total sales is header. Only it is applicable to the values. Okay, only applicable to the values or measures. So what is applied to subtotal? It is turned off. Let me turn this off. Only to headers. I can change the background of color. You see, only total sales will be color coded. Only total sales. Only column headers. What you do? Click on subtotals. Yes, we get the subtotals. Subtotals. Apply to totals also. You see, totals also we got it. Apply to values, complete values. We also get to the complete values only to the total sales. Okay, only to total sales. Click on the tax amount. Turn this on. Background color like this. It is applicable to the tax amount. So like that, we can change, we can apply on the specific column. We can go for color coding. And we can also go for alignment. We can also go for display unit. How do you want to see the data? Do we want to see the data by the thousands, by none, by thousand? Okay, you see, display unit. How do we want to see the data? Do we want to see it by thousands, by millions, by billions, or by trillions? How do we want to see? By thousand, by million, by billion, by trillion? So what is the population of China or India? What do we say? 1.4 billion or 1.5 billion. We do not say 150 crores, 150, 140 crores, or 1400 million or 1500 million, something like that. Okay, what is the shortest form that we can say? That we can see the display unit. It is none here. If I click on thousands, everything turns into 1000. 13K, 13,172 becomes 13.1K or 13K. Okay, this is applicable to the tax amount. So I can go for selecting total sales. Display unit, make it into thousands. 13.127K. Why 13.127K? We also have value decimal places. We also have value decimal places. How many decimals that we want to see after the number, after the point? I can make it into 1. We will get it in 1 decimal. You observe this. You observe this. 1 decimal. 13.2K. If I make it 2 decimal, 2 decimal, 2 decimal. Now you see 13.17K. 3 decimal, 13.172K. So let us go with 2 decimals only. So that is value decimal places. We can also make it into million. We can also make it into billion, but the data is not more. So that is the reason. Let us go with 1000. Okay, this is the display unit and value decimal places. So come down, cell element. So what do we have? We have seen it in the previous session about the cell elements. So we can go through the next part. Okay, this is what we have it in here. Okay, this is what we have, the row header, column headers, and all these information. So click on this format pane settings. Reset all settings to default. If I click on this, whatever the changes that I applied, it will go off. You see, it will go off. Click on this again, 3 dots for more options. Expand all categories. So whatever we have it, blank rows, values, column headers, everything will be expanded. You see, everything will be expanded. Click on the 3 dots again. Collapse all categories. Yes, we got it. More options. If I click on more options, let's see what we are going to get. Okay, so this is what we have it. Just ignore this. And the next one. So what do we have in here? Okay, next one. Next options are, let me click on the drill up, drill up, drill up, drill up. So we have it. We can also do the drill up and drill down by right clicking on the first in the rows. We got copy. So what do we have? Copy value, copy selection, copy visual. So click on copy value and paste it. Let me click on text and let me try pasting here. Australia, you see, we got Australia. We got Australia. Next one, right click. Again, copy selection. I can copy the selection. So everything I get. Okay, everything I get. Only the Australia regions information in the selection. This is copy selection. This is copying the selection. Next one. What do we have? Right click, expand. You see, there are 3 options available under the expand. Selection, entire level, all. When I click on selection, Australia will be expanded to the next level. Right click again, expand, selection. Australia, that selected will be expanded to the next level only. Okay, again right click, collapse, selection. It will go through the previous level. Again right click, collapse, all. Again the next selection. In the expand, entire level, Australia entire level will be expanded. Australia, South, whatever we have it, it will expand to the next level. All the levels will be expanded. All the category, I mean, first level is expanded to the next level. And let me right click again, collapse, all. Again, right click, third option, all. Everything will be expanded to the next level, to the last level. From the first level to the last level, it will be expanded when we click on all. Come down. Yes, everything is expanded. Right click again, collapse all. Yes, we got it. Collapse all. If I click on Germany, again Germany, right click, drill down. I can click on drill down. Again drill down. Yes, we can get into. Right click again, drill up. Drill up. Where is that? Drill up. Again right click, drill up. Again right click, drill up. Okay. Right click again, show as table. I can click on this. Yes, we can get it. We can see the data in the table format. Right click again, show next level. Yes, we can get into the next level. Drill up. Right click again, expand to next level. Yes, we can get into the next level. So whatever the icons that we see on the top of the visual, those options are available when we can right click. Okay, when we can right click. Include. Okay, only United States will be, United Kingdom will be included. Okay, so how can, let me click on this. Go to the previous. Okay, undo option is available. Okay, undo the last option. We can click on left and right arrow. Right click again. Exclude. Okay, that Germany, previous, that region is excluded. that is include and exclude. Row headers. Okay, let me expand something. Right click, expand all. Okay, so it is row headers are frozen. Right click, unfreeze row headers. Okay, so unfreeze row headers. Do we see any changes? No, we do not see any changes. Right click, freeze row headers. Do we see any changes? I think this one, is it this one? Let me do one thing. Unfreeze row headers. Okay, Australia. No, I see the same thing. Region Australia. Okay, let me click freeze row headers. I do not see anything. Okay, let me check that. Let me check that. Okay, don't worry. Visual calculation, set up verified answer. We can discuss that little later. So this is right click again, collapse all. So this is about the complete matrix visual. Okay, we have the same thing in the format your visual. Go to general and we can go for editing, title, effects, and all those options that we have already seen in the table visual. So now we will discuss about the bar charts, the first row in the visualization. So let me copy this, the title, Control C, and Control V, so that we can get the same whatever the color that we used and whatever the background that we used, we will get it in the next page. And what do we need to do? We can rename this. So what we can rename? What is the first visual that we have it? Stacked bar chart. So it is stacked bar chart. Stacked bar chart. So here also I can give the same naming, double click and Control V, so that we can give the name of the page. Click on the visual. So what do we have? Stacked bar chart. So here what we have it? We have y-axis, x-axis, and legend. Y-axis, x-axis, legend, small multiples, tooltips, and drill through. So what is y-axis and what is x-axis? So in our school days, we have seen in the mathematics, we saw that what we have it, okay, x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis. Okay, x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis. So x-axis, okay, and y-axis. So this is what we have it. We can add the numbers. Okay, we can add the numbers over here. And here we can see the bars. So whatever the bars that we have it, we can see the bars over here. Okay, so this is clustered bar chart. Okay, this is clustered bar chart. So here we can add the column to the y-axis and to the x-axis. And if you want to separate the data, if you want to see the next level of the data, we can use the legend. So that is what we have it. So let us add the data into it and let us see what we have it in here. Expand product and add category. Okay, category is in the y-axis. Automatically it is added. Okay, category is in the y-axis. Okay, category is in the y-axis. And in the x-axis, we need to add the numeric data type, the measures. We need to add the numeric data type measures. What we can add? Expanded sales. In the previous session, we have created the measure. Click on the checkbox. Total product cost is added. What do we have? Total product cost. We can see the data in the horizontal bars. We can see the data in the horizontal bars. We can see the data in the horizontal bars. So this is what we have it. This is what we have it. So the total product cost is being, we are able to see the category wise total product cost. So it is getting segregated, the category is getting segregated, or the total product cost is being segregated, separated by the category. So that is what we have it in the bars. So what do we have in the presentation? Okay, let us go through the presentation. So what we have it in the PPT, stacked bar chart. Okay, show totals plus part to whole relationship. Okay, and when to use, when we can use it, good for seeing the product contribution in the region when we have lower amount of the attributes in the column, so we can see it. So best practice, avoid too many products stacked. Okay, if you want to see it by, let us go here again and let's see what we can add more. What we can add more. So here, let me take off the category and let me add from the territory, let me add the country or the region. Yes, we are able to see the data, total product cost by region or total sales by region. Yes, we are able to see total sales by region. Okay, so what do we have here? So on the y-axis, we have the region. Okay, in the x-axis, we have the total sales. Yes, this is well and good. And I want to see this breakup. Okay, the region breakup. If I would like to see the region breakup, okay, how can I see the region breakup? Okay, by using the legends, we can see the breakup by using legends. Let's see that. How can we implement the legends? So I would like to see what is the category. Okay, what are all the products that is being sold in Australia, the total sales in Australia by legend, category. So I can add the category. Okay, now we are able to see the category, but let me add subcategory. Okay, now we are able to see the subcategory. So what we are able to see, we are able to see the legend. Okay, we added, this is called as a legend. The one which you see, product subcategory is the legend. Subcategory is the legend. In Australia, you understand the concept. In Australia, in Germany, in France, what we are able to see. Okay, so we have the color coding. Okay, bike racks is the topmost sold product that we have got, topmost subcategory that we have it. And the next one, we have another one, bikes. Okay, bike racks and bike stand, I think. But I'm not able to understand. I cannot see. I'm able to see. We are able to see the bars. Okay, we are able to see the bars. Okay, but I am not able to understand what kind of a values that we have it. Until and unless we hover over it, we will be able to understand. Okay, in region Australia, subcategory mountain bikes, the total sales are $30,000 or $3 lakh. Okay, $300,000. And what is the next one? Australia road bikes. Okay, road bikes is the second most one. Okay, $54,000. I think this is the first. As per the length of the bar, we can say this is the, so this one has more sales. Okay, as per the length, this one has more sales. Okay, length of the bar, and it is getting segregated. You see, it is getting segregated by the legend. Okay, by legend, it is getting segregated. Okay, but I would like to see the value. I do not want, until and unless I hover over it, I'm not able to see. Okay, until and unless I'm hover over it, I'm not able to see. So how can we see that? Let us go through. And small multiples, we also have one more called as small multiples. What is a small multiples? We can see the data with whatever the data that we have it. Okay, it will be divided into the attributes that contains in that column. Okay, the attribute that is contained in the column. How? So let me add category into small multiples. Okay, now you see it is getting, now we are able to see the data by accessories. We are able to see the data by bikes. We are able to see the data by clothing. We do not have other, so that is the reason it is blank. Okay, we are able to see it by the trends. Okay, we are able to see it by the trends. We are able to see, and I can scroll it. I can scroll this. Okay, we can come down, we can see it. It is getting segregated. We are able to see the small multiples. It is like visual within a visual. Okay, in the visual, within a visual, it is getting separated by the whatever the number of attributes or whatever the number of categories that we have it, it is getting divided. Okay, it is getting divided. So this is small multiples. Okay, this is small multiples. Let me take off category from for now. Go to format your visual. First and foremost thing is that y-axis. What kind of a changes that we can make for the y-axis? What kind of a changes that we can make for the y-axis? So what do we have here? I can make the changes it into a different font style and increase the font size, make it bold, italic, underline. And we can also make changes to the color. The color coding can also be changed. And maximum width, we can also increase or decrease the width. Okay, this is maximum width. Switch axis position. So it is on the left side. Okay, it is on the left side. When we make changes, then it will be turned into right side. Okay, when we go here, it will be changed. The axis would come into right side. You see, the axis comes to right side. So that is switch axis. Okay, this is axis. And the next one is concatenate labels. Let me turn this off. We are not able to see any changes. We can ignore it. Let us disable the axis position. And title. So title is automatically given. So what is the title? Title is only regarding the region. Title is only regarding the region. Okay. So what we can add the title region. Okay. Region wise. I can add region wise. You see the region wise it is changed. So show title only. We can add title and we can change the color, make it bold, underline and italic and underline. So this is color. Only this represents only to the y-axis. A layout, we can increase or decrease the height. Okay, maximum height. So this is about y-axis. And the next one is x-axis. Next one is x-axis. Expand the x-axis. So it is this one, x-axis. Okay. So what is the range? So what do we have in here? So it is starting, and this is based on the data that we have it. 0 million, 2 million, 4 million, 6 million. It is in million, 8 million, and at the end it is 10 million. So this is based on the data that we have it. So what is minimum and maximum range? So how do we want to see this? It is auto. So it started from 0. Auto means it started from 0. So it is into the 10 million. So I can change maximum into 5 million or 12 million. I can add as many zeros as I can. 12 million. Now you see it is changed into 12 million. If I delete one, okay, remove one, now we are able to see the before only 1.2 million. Okay, let me add one more. Yes, I have added. So we got 12 million. In the minimum also I can add from 10. So it starts from 10. Or I can add one more zero. I can add one more zero. Add one more zero. Okay, add one more zero. It is changing. The position is getting changed. Okay, the position is getting changed. Logarithmic scale. So it changes little different. And invert range, it comes to next position. Okay, so invert range, just the way we have the switch axis, so it inverts. The range is inverts from lower to higher, or it comes to the right side, the range. So that is the invert range. So this is about, and also we have the same thing over here. What are all the values? I can make it bold only. It is applicable to the x-axis. It is applicable to the x-axis. So I can increase the size of the x-axis. And you see the display unit, auto. I can make it into million. Yes, it is million. If I make it 1000, it changes to 1000. And none, we get the complete number. Decimal value. If you want to see the decimal after the point, we can see by increasing or decreasing the value. Okay, this is about decimal. And the title, it is auto because as per the column that we added into the x-axis, it takes the name. Total sales, or I can write sales. You see, it is changed. The name is changed. Total sales to sales, or I can also add sales amount. Okay, it is changed. So that is the title. So let me click on reset to default. Okay, we will get into the previous position. Legend, coming to legend. What is the legend? Legend, the one which we have subcategories, these are all the legends. So how do we want to see the position of the legends? So how do we want to see the position? That is top left. Yes, we have top left side. Center, yes, it comes to center. Top right side, it comes to top right side. Left to top left stacks, we get the way we have Australia, Southwest, we will get like that. Top left stack, right stack, one by one, center left, center right, and we also have bottom left, bottom right, and bottom center. But by default, we have top left. So let it be like that. Text. So what do we want to have the title? Subcategory. I can add wise. Subcategory wise. Yes, we got subcategory wise. So let it be. So let it take the way we have it in the column. So that is what we have it, and make it reset to default legends. And if we add anything in the small multiples, the small multiples will be enabled. Grid lines. So we can add the grid lines, horizontal and vertical grid lines. Horizontal and vertical grid lines. We have the vertical grid lines which is enabled, but we are, so it is light color. Okay, if I increase the transparency, we will not be able to see it. Make it black 10% lighter and increase the width. Yes, we are able to see it. Increase the transparency. Okay, it becomes lighter. And the line, what is the type of line that we want to see? The line style. Is it dotted, solid? Click on solid, we get the complete line, solid line. Dash, we get the dash. Dotted, we get the dots. And custom, we can increase or decrease the array, dash array. So that is custom. Let us go with this. Let us go with the dotted lines. And scale by width. So it automatically scales by the width. So that is the vertical grid lines. Let it be like that. And zoom slider. Okay. Why do we need zoom slider? So on the first, okay, in the first, we are not able to see anything. Okay, we are not able to see anything. So if you see here, so previously until and unless so what we are able to see, the starting lines, okay, the starting whatever we have, okay, that is I'm not able to see until if I hover over it, yeah, subcategory gloves. So it is lower sales. So that is the reason we are not able to see that. But I would like to see that also. How do we see? By using the zoom slider, we can see that. I can increase, I can drag, I can increase or decrease the zoom slider. You see, the bars, now we are able to see the bars, the increase in the bars. Okay. Now I can hover over it. Even the smaller values also I'm able to see. What is the smaller value? $6,240 comparing with others. Yeah, here you see Germany bike racks. It is $2,730. The least one, the least total sales. So that is zoom slider. How do you want to have it? X-axis. Yes, it is on the x-axis. Slider label. If you want to have the label also, we can have it. Same, the way we have zoom 0 to million. Slider tooltip, we'll see that in the further session. So that is zoom slider. And bars. So do we want to make any changes? The color coding, I do not like the color coding, or we want to change the individual bar color coding. For the bike racks, I see some color. This is one color. For another, I see this color. And for another, I see this color by subcategory. But I do not want like that. I would like to change the color. Click on this. Select the subcategories. We have the feasibility of selecting the colors of the bar by clicking on the individual series. Click on this. Click on more colors and change the color. Change the color. Click on again the next one. Bike stand. Click on this. Go to some other color and change it. Bike stand. Okay. Few of them are so lighter. So let me check what is the color of this. Okay, what is this? Road bikes. Okay, let me click on this. Where is the road bike? Where is the road bike? Yeah, road bikes. Click on this. Go to some other and change it. You see, it is changing. Okay, it is being changed. The color is being changed. I can click on it. I can hover over it. Touring bikes. Click on it. Touring bikes and change the color. Change the color. So we have a feasibility of changing the series of the bars. Borders, do we want to have the borders? Yes, we can add the borders. Borders of the bar. Okay, borders of the bar. Match color. If we want to add any color, we can add. Match color means whatever the color that the bar has, it would be, the borders will also have the same color. So let us make some color. Okay, now we are not able to see because of the color that we have it. So let me make it to reset to default. Let us add the border color. Okay, it is black. Let me go for making it to red color. Okay, so let me click on this. Let me zoom. I don't know whether you are able to see the borders, but we have that border. Okay, width, let me increase the width. Now you will be able to see the width. Yes. Now you see we have got the borders of for the bars. We can also add the border color, but that doesn't look good. Let me turn this off. So this is bars. And the next one is ribbon. So now it is in the bar. When we make it into reverse ribbon, thus the bar will be changed into the ribbon. You see, the bar will be changed into the ribbon. So that is ribbon. Let me turn this off. Data labels. Until and unless I'm hovering the bar, I'm able to see the number, but I do not want like that. I want to see the number directly on the bars. This can be done by enabling the data label. Yes, now we are able to see 1.1 million, 5.4 million, 3.1 million. So out of, in Australia, subcategory road bikes, I'm able to see 5.4 million. Okay, so that is what we have it. Data labels. Do we want to apply? Do we want to disable for anything? We can click on any one of the subcategories and disable it. Road bikes, let me select the road bikes and turn this off. Show for this series, turn this off. We will not be able to see this 5.4 million, 2.8 million, 1.9 million throughout all the road bikes. Okay, you see, we are not able to see that. So this can also be done in here. And position. How do we want to have this number data labels? Whether do we want to have inside and inside at the end of the bar? Inside center, yes, we can have it. And inside base, yes, we can have it on the left side. This is applicable to road bikes only, not throughout all the subcategories. It is applicable to the road bikes only. So this is data labels. Overflow text, turn it on. Let me not use it. Okay. Let us go through the title. Next option is title. Okay, here we have it. Title. Turn this on. We can add the title. We can add the title. Series name. We can add, if you would like to add anything, we can add it. Okay, we do not have it. Okay, let me turn this off. Okay, let us go through the values. Okay, let us go through the values. Values meaning 1.1 million or 2.1.1 million. Okay, so these are all the values. So how can we make changes? I can increase or decrease. The values gets increased. Okay, yeah, here it is getting increased. Okay, here it is getting increased. Okay, I think this is applicable. Yeah, we have selected road bikes, so that is the reason it is getting applicable to the complete road bikes. No, let me not. Let me go for all. Okay, let me go for all. Expand the value, increase the size. Yes, we are able to see the value. We are able to see the value. So we can make changes, make it bold, italic, change the color to some other. It changes. Okay. And display unit, we can go for making 1000. Only it is applicable to the values. And show blank axis, we can ignore that. So this is values. This is value. Detail. What is the detail that we have it? If you want to see anything by product name, let me try adding that. So now we are not able to get it. Ignore that. Disable this. And value, and also we will have the total labels. Okay, we have total labels. So how do we get to know 3.4 million, 3.3 million, 5.4 million, and 1 million? So I need to get the totals. How do I do that? Okay, enable the total, we get the total. 9.7 million is the total. 9.7 million is the total. I can click on reset to default. Now we are able to see 9.7 is the total. Turn on this. Scroll down, plot area background. So do we want to have any plot area background? So we can also add it. Okay, we can also add plot area background. So this is what we have it in the bar chart. In the general, we can also expand the properties. What is the height and what is the width of the visual? Increase or decrease? Okay, this one it increases. This side. Okay, this side it increases. We can increase, we can decrease. Okay, width gets increased. Height if you see this one. Okay, we can increase or decrease. Increase or decrease. Yes, it is increased or decreased. Position, how do you want to see? Horizontal position, let us make it 5. Okay, what is this position? Horizontal position. Increase or decrease? Observe it. Yes, we got 9. And vertical position, we can increase or decrease. You see, it is getting increase or decrease, vertical position. Padding, padding is based on the visual. How much do we want to have the padding? Okay, this one. How much we can have the padding from here, from the 4 sides of the visual. From 4 sides of the visual. So how much padding can we have it? We can add 15. Yes, it changes left side. And on the bottom, you see the bottom. So I can add 15. The bottom goes up. Here I can add 10. Yes, it comes down. On the right side, we can add 1. Yes, it goes. Okay, it is limited. 15 I can add. So this is the paddings. This is paddings. Next one, what do we have in the next one? Advanced option. Let us discuss in the later. We can add the title. We can add the title. We can make the horizontal changes. We can add the background color. And we can also add the subtitle. Yes, by region and subcategory. It is there, but we are not able to see. I can change the text color to white and make it middle. Yes, we are able to see it. So that is what we have it. Spacing. So we can give the spacing. How much space do we need to have after the title? How much space do we need to have after the subtitle? Effects, expand the effects. Background, what do we have in the background? We have the white as the background. I can make it light white 10% darker. Yes, we got only this is applicable to the visual, not the wallpaper, not the canvas background. Visual border, I can enable this and add rounded corners to 10. So we get the rounded corners. Previously we have sharp corners. Now we have the rounded corners. You see, rounded corners. Rounded corners. And the next one, what do we have? Let's see, what do we have? Effects. Yes, we have seen shadow. Do we need to have shadow? Yes, we have added shadow. Data format. Do we need to make the data, the format, the data type? I can click on total sales and format it into decimal number. Yes, we can make the changes. What is the 1000 separator? Yes, I can keep it, but it is already in millions. How many decimals can we have it? Let us go for 2 decimals. Yes, now we are able to get 2 decimals, 6.17. Let us go for making 3. You see, 6.116, 166. Okay, 6.166. Click on this. Yes, we can get as many decimals as we can add. This is also based on the data that we have it. So this is decimals. Header icons, enable these header icons. And background, we can change the background color of header icons to red color. Okay, it is applicable to the icons. Borders, we can add the borders as the white. Icons, we can go for making white. Yes, we got the icons white, and increase or decrease the transparency. So that is header icons. Icons we will discuss at the time of Power BI service. So this is what we have it in the bar chart. Okay, what is stack? We can add within. Okay, what is stack? Okay, I have added legend. Okay, it is continued. Again, after that, it is continued. Stack within. Okay, general meaning of stack is within. Okay, so what is the general meaning of stack? Let us check that. Okay, general meaning of stack. Pile of objects. Okay, go to images and let's see. So why it is called as stack? Okay, so we can add something like this. Okay, you observe this. You observe this one after the other. We can add in one after the other. Okay, so that is stack. Here you see. So this one is stack. First in, first out, last in, last out. Here it is a stack. Here if you see stacks in data structures, stack. So that is the reason it is called as a stacked bar chart. What we were able to see, we were able to see the horizontal bars. Okay, so these are all the horizontal bars. Horizontal bars. Horizontal bars. Let us see the next visual. Okay, right click, duplicate the page. Right click and duplicate the page. Click on this. What is the next visual that we have? Stacked column chart. Here it is stacked bar chart. Next, we are able to see the bars in the horizontal. Next one, we will be able to see it in the vertical. Okay, we will be able to see the bars in the vertical. Bars in the vertical. And it is stacked. You see, one after the other, one after the other. Okay, this is called as a stack. One after the other, one after the other, one after the other, one after the other. So general meaning of stack. Okay, general meaning of stack. And what I should explain about this? Same as stacked bar chart. Same as stacked bar chart. What is the difference that we can find? It is only the horizontal and vertical bars. That's it. Whatever in the format visual, we have the same options, same aesthetics, same changes that we have it in the visual and in the general. So that is stacked column chart. So let me rename this stacked column chart. Double click and rename this. Click on this. Right click, make it duplicate. What is the next visual that we have it in the after bar chart? Clustered bar chart. Okay, cluster. So we are able to see within. So the bars are getting separated, okay, by the legends. The bars are getting separated by the legends. Okay, so here it is A, B, C. We have all these like this. Okay, we have something like this. But when we go for clustered bar chart, so each and every segregation, okay, each and every segregation, this bar, okay, for the Australia, it would be Australia. We get the separate bars, separate bars, separate bars, separate bars, separate bars. For the southwest, okay, for the southwest, we get separate bars. Based on the total sales, we get the separate bars. So that is clustered bar chart. Clustered bar chart. Let me directly click on that. Let me click on clustered bar chart. Okay. So what we are able to see, we are able to see the separate. We are able to see the separate bars for. So let me make it down. Okay. So what is the difference that we have here is we will see the zoom slider. We will be able to see the zoom slider. We will also get the zoom slider. Okay, we can do one thing. So let me take off region subcategory. In place of subcategory, let me add the category. Yes, now we are able to see it in a clear way. What we are able to see here, so we are able to see in Australia, okay, it is a cluster. It is a cluster. In Australia, we are able to see for a different categories, different bars, separate bars. We are able to see the data in the separate bars. And so we have 143K. Let me go here. Let me turn off the grid lines. Yes, now we are able to see it in a good way. We are able to see the value totals. Okay, 143, 150. Here we have it, but we are not able to see it. Okay. So in the data labels, okay, in the data labels or in the bars, we can change the color. Click on accessories, make some color, change the color. Click on the bikes, change the color. Click on it. Okay, we have changed it. Next one, clothing. Click on this, change the color. Yes, we have made some color coding changes. I can increase or decrease the zoom slider for the size. So what we are able to see it in here, we can see the data in the clusters. Whatever the bars we were seeing in the previous, that is clustered in a single bar. The legends were clustered in a single bar. Here, we are able to see the legends in a separate bars. Separate bars. So that is clustered bar chart. Clustered bar chart. Next one, clustered column chart. Clustered bar chart. Let me rename this as clustered bar chart. Clustered bar chart. Right click, duplicate, and make it clustered column chart. Horizontal bars, that's it. There is no difference. We get the horizontal bars. Clustered column chart. So I can give the name, rename this as clustered column chart. Clustered column chart. That's it. So what are the findings that we can go for it? So we can see the findings. We can easily understand. So for Australia, what are all the sales? For Australia, what are all the sales? So we have the data in the million. So that is the reason we are not able to see. We can make it once we make it into none, or once we make it into 1000 display unit, we can see the data. So that is clustered column chart. Next one is 100%. Next visual is, so let me hover over it. What is this 100% stacked bar chart? What is 100% stacked bar chart? In the bar, okay, this is 100%. This is 100%. This is 100%. So what we can do here in the 100%, so we can see the bar chart. Okay, what do we have in here? We can see the bar chart. So it is getting segregated. Okay, it is getting segregated. Here you see it gets the bars by the legends. But here what we can observe here is in the 100%, we will not be getting the value by the 9.6. Okay, it is higher, lower, but within the 100%, okay, this is 100%, we get everything in single bar. We get everything in a single bar. Let us see that. Let me click on this, make it 100% stacked bar chart. Okay, within a single bar, it is getting segregated by the percentage. We can see the data, we can see the bar by the percentage. Okay, we can see the bar by percentage. What is this? Out of 100%, okay, consider this bar. Out of 100%, 97.80 it is occupied by Australia. Bikes, category bikes. Okay, category bikes. And coming to the last one, last bar in the central, okay, we are able to see this 5.91, okay, 5.19. So out of that, okay, so we here what do we have? So let me click on this clothing, category clothing in the central. Out of 100% sales, okay, so it is occupying 5.19%, and 87% is occupied by the bikes. 7.69% is occupied by central. Okay, this is what we have it in the clustered column chart. Okay, not clustered column chart, sorry, 100% bar chart. Okay, 100% bar chart. So what do we have in here? Do we have any unique options available? No, we have the same thing. Grid lines, ribbons, we get it in a ribbons. No, we have everything same. And 100% bar chart. Click on this, rename this, right click again, duplicate it, click on this, and click on 100% column chart. We get the bars. Now we are able to see horizontal bars. We will get it a vertical bars. We get vertical bars. You see how simple it is. We can see the percentage of the individual country. Percentage of individual country. So how much percent of the category? How much percent of the category it is contributing? How much percent the category is contributing to each and every country or each and every region? So we can easily get to know. So this is 100% stacked column chart. Okay, 100% stacked column chart. So this is what we have it in here. So why do we need line chart? So why do we need line chart? So when we deal, okay, when we deal with, so line chart is mainly used. Just a second. So line chart is mainly used when we deal with when we deal with the time dimension. The time dimension. So when we deal with the time dimension. So what is a time dimension? If you would ask me, what is a time dimension? So when we want to see the trend lines of the data, the trend lines of the data. So what are trend lines of the data? So I would like to see the sales by year, by quarter, by month, by day. So I can compare my current year sales with prior year, which is previous year. I can compare current month sales with previous month. So what was the sales that was happened previously, previous month, previous year, previous quarter, previous day, and what is the current day sales, current month sales, current quarter sales, and current year sales. So is there an increment or decrement in the sales? Any pattern, if you want to find out any pattern on the sales, on the data, pattern on the data. So we use the line chart. Okay, so this is line chart. So let me check what we have in here. Okay, line chart. So in the line chart, it shows trend over the time. So best for time series data. When we deal with time series, it is used for the best. So best practice is use aggregation for clarity. Okay, so let us see that. Let me click on line chart. And let's see what are all the options, aesthetics that we can go for making the line chart. So from the 100% column chart, stacked column chart, let me copy the title so that we can maintain the same format. So here, let me change it into the line chart. Okay, cool. Let me click on this. So what do we have in here? We have x-axis, y-axis, secondary y-axis, and legend. So let me add from the sales, let me add the date. So date goes into the x-axis. And let me add, so from the territory, let me add from the sales, let me add the total sales. Okay, what we are able to see? So we are able to see the line that is going from 2014. The sales have started from 2014, 2015, and 2016. And if you see here, if you observe here, when I'm hovering over it, I'm able to see it started at 76, some $7,63,000. And in the 2015, it is dropped to 62,000 or $620,000. And in the year 2016, it has been went till 1 lakh or $177,000. Okay, $177,000. So I can simply say 62 to 177 is like probably equivalent to 3 times of the sales comparing with the previous year, 2015. So this is what we can understand. So I can click on expand all down, the fourth icon, expand all down one level in the hierarchy. Click on this. Yes, what we are able to see? We are able to see the data by the quarter. So quarter one sales, 15,000, some 150,000 or $15,000. Okay, $150,000. And here if you see $190,000, and it is increasing, it is decreasing, you see. And from quarter one, the sales have dropped. Okay, so in the quarter four, the sales were good, but January 2015, the quarter sales, from the first quarter, that sales have been dropped, and it has been dropped till quarter four, it has been dropped. Then it is being improved in the year 2016 quarter one and 2016 quarter two, it is increasing, and 2016 quarter three, it is little bit, not much. Here it is 43,000. So here it is 46,000, $3,000 improvement. And here if you see 58,000. So there is an increase and decrease of the sales. We can find the pattern. So from this, we can find the pattern, whether the sales or the profits or the gross profits, revenue. So are they getting impacted on the sales? And if we see there is an increase or decrease in the sales, then we can find what is the next step. Why? Okay, it happened. It already happened. So looking at the data, we can find, okay, it already happened. The next question that we need to raise is why it happened. Why the sales were down in the year 2015. Okay, so what was the reason? And comparing and 2014, 2015, 2016, we have the sales. What we can do, we can estimate, we can forecast the sales in the future. Comparing with the 3 years, I can forecast the next year, next upcoming year's sales. So this is what we have it. I can also expand all down one level in the hierarchy. We can also see it by the month. Yes, now we are able to see it by the month. So it is been, so how much there is an increase or decrease, which quarter has the decrease, and what is the month under that quarter. And I can also go down the next level. Now you see, if you see the stocks trading, Sensex, Nifty, or if you also go for mutual funds, you find the line that goes up and down, up and down. If you see the last 6 months of the sales, or if you see the last 6 months of that mutual fund, you find the line that goes up and down, up and down. So in such scenarios, when we deal with the dates, we obviously, when we want to find out the trend lines of the sales of the company from the data, so we use line chart. So this is one of the most important chart that we regularly use in the organization. In the companies, most of the companies, they use line chart to understand the trend lines of the pattern of the company sales, profits, wherever they invest. Let us go through the formatting the visual. X-axis, I can expand the X-axis. We can see what kind of changes that we can do. So what is the minimum range? What is the maximum range? We can edit the minimum and maximum range of the data. For example, if I do not want 2025, I would like to change that 2020 from, I would like to only see the data from 2015 Jan, 1st Jan, and the maximum date, I would like to see only 2016. I can make some changes until December. I can see December 31st. I can see the value. Now you see it has been changed from April 2015. From 1st, we have the data from 2014. We are able to see the data from the 2015 because we have edited the range. What is the minimum range that we want to see? What is the maximum range that we want to see? And we can also invert the range. How do you want to see? From the latest to down the line of the consecutive previous year, or from the previous year to the latest year? We can also invert the range. How do we want to see? The last 2 years of sales, last 3 years of sales, we can invert the range according to the ascending or descending order of the year. And the next one is values. How do we want to see the values? It is applicable only to the values, increase or decrease. Okay, the y-axis, the x-axis is changing. The date, April 25, 2015, July 2015, the x-axis is changing. We can also make it bold. We can also make it italic. And we can also have the underline. Next one is we can change the color to dark. Display unit, how do we want to display the units? How do we want to display? Do we want to have it none? We can also make it none. Do we want to see auto? Yes, let us go through the auto. Title, what is the title that we want to give to the x-axis? Now it is year. So I can also go for last 2 years. Last 2 years. Now you see last 2 years is being changed. We can also have the style. Increase or make the change to that title. Increase the size of the title. Make it bold, italic, underline, and go for different color. Yes, we are able to see it. Let me click on reset to default. So this is in the x-axis. This is in the x-axis. And you see the type. Let me drill up a little bit. You see the type continuous. So do we want to have it continuous or categorical? You see, now we are able to see the January, February, March, the complete month. Okay, and also it is getting segregated by small dots. We'll see that. We'll see the grid lines a little later. Okay, a little later. You see, we can increase or decrease the height. So this is in the x-axis. Let us go through the y-axis. What is the minimum range? So this is y-axis. What is the minimum range and what is the maximum range? What is the minimum range that we have? 0.5. It is starting from 0.5 million. And the maximum is 2 million. So this is based on the value that we have it. So it is based on the value that we have it. How it is starting. The value, how it is starting. So let me hover over it. It is starting at $511,306. Okay, $511,000, $511,000. So that is the reason it is starting from 0.5 million. So that is the reason it is starting from, the minimum range is starting from 0.5 million. And what is the maximum? So maximum is 21,000, some 2105,176. So that is the reason we have 2.0 million. But if I want to go for maximum to 2.2 million, because 2.2 million, because we have the data till 2 million. Okay, 2.1 million. So we have the data $2.1 million. So that is the reason we can increase or decrease the minimum and maximum range. Okay, we can also invert the range. Okay, logarithmic scale. Okay, that is y-axis. Secondary y-axis. What do we have? We also have one more called as secondary y-axis. What is a secondary y-axis? Every company maintains the target. Every company has the target. So whether the line is touching the target or not. Okay, simply if you remember in the cricket, okay, from the cricket, okay, the cricket line chart is the best example to show you. Okay, let me show that the cricket example. Okay, what is that cricket example? Line chart in cricket. Okay, in cricket, chasing. Okay, if you see in the cricket chasing, 300 is the score. Okay, 300 is the score. So you see this line chart. Okay, we regularly see this. Okay, we regularly see whether the line is how many balls, how many overs. We see regularly this line chart. Okay, let me click on this one. Okay, you see whether they have already scored is 300. Okay, 50 overs they have already scored 300. So the current 246 are the overs. Okay, on the x-axis 246, these are all the overs, and this is the score. 300 is the score that Bangladesh scored. Okay, so how, and this dotted lines, okay, this dotted lines represents the fall of wickets. This dotted lines represents the fall of wickets. Okay, this dotted lines represents fall of wickets. Which over the wicket is fell down. Okay, and here if you see, this is overs, number of overs. This is the targets. Okay, target or the runs. So the Bangladesh reached. So you see 42nd over. In the 42nd over, Bangladesh reached some 300 runs. Or Bangladesh maybe it is going through chasing. And this West Indies played to some runs. Okay, 300 runs. West Indies scored 300 runs in 50th over. By 50 overs, West Indies scored 300 runs. But Bangladesh already hit the target in the 42nd over only. Okay, Bangladesh already reached the target in the 42nd over only with fall of 3 wickets. So how many wickets? It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 wickets. Here it is only 3 wickets. You see, every time regularly when we watch the cricket, we see this line. Okay, this is normal y-axis. Okay, this is normal. Okay, let me erase this. We have y-axis and secondary y-axis. Okay, we have y-axis and secondary y-axis. This is y-axis. This is secondary y-axis. Okay, now let us go through our example. Okay, so because we automatically connect to our cricket, so that is the reason I said. So let me add the tax amount in the secondary y-axis. Okay, tax amount in the secondary y-axis. how much tax that we are paying every month. Okay, how much tax we are paying every month. Let me go to format the visual. So let me change the color. So expand the line. So tax amount, let me make some color coding because they have got mixed. So that is the reason. Let me make some color changing. Okay. So let us make the dark red color. So not visible. Okay, let us go with this color only. Okay. So here if you see, I can hover over it. So what I'm able to see, 5,11,306 is the total amount. And what is the tax amount that we are paying in the January? $37,871 is the tax amount that we are paying. Okay. What is the highest tax amount that we paid? So here we have paid highest tax amount, that is 1,870,175 or $1.8 million. So we are paying the tax like 1.3. Okay, $1.3 million or 138 some value. Okay, so here also we have the same thing. What is the tax amount that we are paying? So here also what is the tax amount that we are paying? And I can drill up or drill down. I can drill up or drill down. You see, what is this total sales going up and down, going up and down? Okay, but the tax amount is we are paying little amount of tax. Okay, it is we are paying little amount of tax, and this range we need to arrange it in the x-axis or y-axis. We can arrange the range. So what is the minimum? What is the maximum? I can also expand secondary y-axis. What is the minimum and maximum value that I can add? And I can increase or decrease display unit. So I can go for 1,000. So I can see the value in 1,000. Or if I go for million, I can also see the value in million. Okay, I can also see the value in million, the display unit. Coming to the legend. Okay, coming to the legend. Let us go one by one. Let us go one by one. Secondary y-axis. And coming to legend. So how do we want to have the legend? We haven't added any legend. Let me add region into the legend. Okay, so we can see the data by the legend. Okay, what happened? Okay, I'm not able to add legend. Okay, I can add in the small multiple. We can see the data in the multiples. Okay, we can see the data by the multiples. Legends, let me try adding. Okay, it is not taking. Non-measure field is required. Okay, why it is not taking legend, region as legend? It is going, but it is not in here. Okay. So I think let me add legend by the region. Yes. Now you see, now we have added the legend. Okay, we can see the line chart by region. Okay, what we are able to see? We are able to see the legends line chart. Okay, how much we are paying, how much the each region that we are making, each region by region, how much sales that the company has made. Okay, and how much we are able to see. So that is what we have it. So if you see here, so the central, we do not have the data here. Okay, so what do we need to do for seeing that? We need to have the zoom slider. Okay, we can increase or decrease. We can increase and decrease. We can see so how it is getting impacted. Okay, for central, if you observe the central. Okay, what is this? Central, orange color is central. So lowest, comparing with all other regions, central is the lowest. Central region is the lowest region that is making the lowest sales. So that is what we can observe from this. Shade area, if I turn this on, it becomes area chart. Okay, if I turn this on, it becomes the area chart. We will have the shade underneath, under the line. Okay, so let us go through the line. We can go for different colors. How do we want to see the line style? How do we want to see the line style? It is solid. I can also make it dash. This dash style is only applicable to Australia because in the series we have selected Australia. We can also go for join type, whether do we want to have meter or whether do we want to have it bevel. The style is changes. Interpolation type, do we want to have it linear? Linear is the line, the way you see. You observe this, linear. If I make it smooth, we will get it smooth. If I make it Step, we get it in a stepwise. The way we see the steps in our home, it goes stepwise. And what is the step position? Do we want to have it step position before? Do we want to have it center? Or do we want to have it after? So this is step. Color. What is the color that we want to see? So I can also make it some other color. Yellow, yes, I can make it yellow. I can also make it pink. I can also go for some other color, black. So this is, so scale by width, I can also go for dotted. Yes, we get it by the dot. Let me increase the width. We will understand. Okay, by the dot. I can also go for solid dash. We will get it by the dash, dotted. But because of the width, it got mixed. And also I can also go for custom. In the custom, we can change the dash array. How do we want to have it? The dash array. Scale by width. We can also scale it by width. Cap, how do we want to have it? The cap. Rounded cap or round, square or flat? What is the join type? Round. Do we want to have it round or meter? So this is applicable for the line. And let me make it to default. Where is that default? Yeah, click on default. So when I enable the shade area, it becomes area chart. When I enable the shade area, it becomes the area chart. Let me turn this off and let me also rub this, erase this. Data labels. If you want to see, until and unless I hover over the line, I'm able to see the value. I do not want like that. I want to see the value. Turn this on, data labels. Yes, it is turned on. Yes, it is turned on. If you want to disable for anything, I can click on this. I can disable it. Only for Australia, it will be disabled. Okay, that is clicking on the series. Position. How do we want to see the labels? It is automatically generated. Do we want to see it above? Yes, above the line, we get the value. Below, under, we will also get it under the line. So minimum, maximum outside. Do we want to increase or decrease the value? So that is optimize the label display. Let me increase. No, there are no changes. So this is options. We can also turn on the title and we can see what is the name. Australia, it is getting repeated. Custom, we can add if you want to add anything. Series name we can have. So it is only applicable to Australia. So that is the reason it is giving us Australia. We can also add it for the Canada. So turn this on. Canada, we got it, you see. So here you see Canada. Values, we can increase or decrease the values. Okay, this is only applicable to Canada. Make it bold, italic, and underline. So this is applicable for, and display unit. How do we want to see? Now we are able to see it by auto. So it is taking $0.18 million. If I go for none, we get the complete value. And if I click on 1000, we get it in the 1000 format. Million format. So how many decimals that we want to see after the point? Make it 3, we can see the 3 decimals. Make it 4, we can see the 4 decimals. Details. I can also turn on the details. And if you want to add anything in the details, we can add. Background color, only applicable to the values. We can have the background color. Layout, single multi-line. So how do we want to see? Do we want to see it as a single line or multi-line? So only the title is changing. You see Canada. Horizontal, yes, it is changing. Okay, this is what we have it. So what we can do in the filters, we can filter this out. Okay, region, we can select one region, Canada, and we can go for whatever it got mixed. So that is the reason you were not able to understand. Details, I can have the details. Background color, we can add the background color. Turn this on, and we can have the background color. No, it is not getting applicable. Let me change some other color. No, it is not applicable. Layout, single line, multi-line. We can click on left. Canada moves to left. Where is that? Canada. though it is applicable to all. So turn off data labels. Okay, we will not be able to see the data labels. Turn this on and leader lines, enable this. So how do you want to see the leader line? Okay, we can. Okay, let us ignore this for now. So let us go through the markers. Okay, so markers, everything we have, all the markers. Let me enable the marker. Okay, so we get the marker. You see, when I hovering over it, I'm getting the dot. So that is called as a marker. Yes, we are able to get the markers. How do we want to see the marker? It is dot. I can also make it square. It changes to square. Make it diamond. It changes to diamond. You see, changes to diamond. Increase the width. We will see this. You see, diamond. It also, we can also make it this shape, rhombus, filled diamond. Sorry, it is triangle. X dash and underscore plus. So this is what we can make it. Rotation, how do you want to rotate it? You see, it is getting rotated. You observe this one. Okay. So you see it is rotating. So we can rotate it for 360 degrees. So this is the marker. So let us, and also we can have the marker color, only marker color. Okay, make it pink. Yes, the marker color is made it into pink, or make it some other color, brown. So let me click on reset to default. Come down. Data labels. So how do we want to apply? So all it we have filtered. So let me come down. Series label. Okay. So we got Canada. The series label is applicable to the legends. Okay. We can make the changes, increase the maximum width. And series position, do we want to have it left or right? We can have it on the left side or right side. Values also we can increase or decrease the size. The values also changes. Only applicable to the series. Make it right side, we will see series. We can also have the background of the series. Word wrap, we can also have it. So this is about the line chart. Okay, this is about the line chart. When do we use line chart? When we deal with the trend lines of the company, we use line chart. Now let us go through the next visual. Let us go through the next visual. So right click and click on duplicate. Okay, the next visual is area chart. Area chart. Same line chart and area, both of them are same except the area under the line. So click on area chart. Click on area chart. It looks similar. It looks similar, but the only thing is that we need to turn on the shade area. We need to turn on the shade area. So when we deal with the region-wise sales, we use area chart. Region-wise sales or country-wise sales, we use area chart. So this is area chart. So let us go through the next visual, that is right click and duplicate. The next one is stacked area chart. Okay, stacked area chart. So we get each and individual, it will be, we will have the way we have stacked the bar chart. So everything in a single. Okay, we can see it in the single. Why? Okay, it is zoomed. So that is the reason we are getting. So this is what, okay, let me take this off. Okay, let it be like that. So this is area chart. Stacked area chart. I can also have the series label, total label. Okay, so I can also have the total label. Okay, only the total label of this particular quarter one. So let us go through the here. Yeah, now it is easy to understand. So stack means in a single, we will get all the values, all the region wise data. So if you see here, we got 2.8 plus some, okay, for all 2014, 7.64 million is the total. 7.64 million is the total. 6.22 million is the total of 2015 for Australia, for all. 17.79 million is the total of, okay, this one 2.3 plus 3.3, 3.6 plus 2.3 million. So all this comes into picture in the total. So this is what the total label. Series label we can enable and disable. So how do we want to see the series? Do we want to see the series on the left side? We can see it. On the right side, we can see it. So this is the stacked area chart. Stacked area chart. In a single area, everything is stacked. In a single area, all the visuals are stacked. This is stacked area chart. 100% stacked area chart. In a single, okay, we get it like this. The way we have seen 100% stacked bar chart, here also we have the same thing. Let me add order date, and the total sales. So we get it in a stack. Okay, total sales out of 100%, what is stack that we have it. And region, let me add it. Now you see, so this is stack out of 100%. What is the contribution of region on the total sales? So what do we need to add? We need to add the data labels. So we got 36%. 2015 it is 36.44%. 2016 it is 26. Out of 100%, what is the contribution of Australia? Out of 100%, what is the contribution of this Canada? Out of 100%, what is the contribution? Okay, so this is the 100% stacked area chart. 100% stacked area chart. 100%. Let us go through the next chart, that is line and stacked column chart. Okay, line and stacked column chart. Line and stacked column chart is the combination of line chart and the stacked column chart. We get the bars plus the line chart. We get the bar plus line chart. So if you see, where is that? Where is that line? And okay, we do not have it over here. So let us go through in there only. Okay, so let me click on line and stacked column chart. Okay, if you see what we are able to see, so stacked column chart, what do we have in the stacked column chart? Where is that stacked column chart? Yeah, here it is, the stacked column chart. Yes, it is same as stacked column chart. But I want to see the line, how it is going. Okay, whether it is increasing, whether it is decreasing like this. So if I have the target, okay, if I have the target, so how can I see the data? How can I see the data? So this is my target. How my target is impacting the sales, or what is the sales amount, or what is the tax amount that is impacting. So we have y-axis. We will also have, where is that? Okay, in here we do not have it. So if I make it into line and stacked column chart, column y-axis, we have column y-axis and line y-axis. So in the column y-axis, we added total sales. Okay, we are able to see it in the bar. Okay, we are able to see the data in the bars. If I add any measure in the line y-axis, we can also see the line over the bars. Okay, line over the bars. This is mainly used when we have the data of current year sales, previous year sales, or the targets that we have, business plan that we have in the organization. We have actuals. Okay, we have actual. So what is actual? What the sales, normal sales, every year, every day that we see the actual sales target. So every company, they maintain the targets. What is the target? Okay, in this year, I would like to reach, the company is estimated to reach $1 billion. Okay, $1 billion. But we only reached $0.9 billion, only $0.99 million. $99 million. Okay, what is that? 0.1. $1 million is less. Okay, $1 million is dropped. So this is, we can go with target and target and actuals. So let us see how we can deal with it. Let us see how we can deal with. So I can also have the line chart, a line y-axis. So in the line y-axis, what I can do, I can add the tax amount. I can add the tax amount. What is the tax amount that is impacting? What is the tax amount that we have? It is getting impacted. So how much tax amount that we have added, that we have paid? So when I hover over it, okay, when I hover over it, I'm able to see what is the tax amount that I have. So here, if I hover over it, okay, the tax amount is some amount, okay, 5,65,000. So that is what we have it. We also have the sales. So we can see whether how much the tax amount that we are paying every year. How much tax amount that we are paying every year. This is line y-axis. Okay, this is line y-axis. Now I can also go to x-axis, categorical. We can also have the categorical. We will also get the value, and let us go through the layout. So default layout, okay. Go through the y-axis. We can increase or decrease the range. Secondary y-axis, we can have it. So lines. So how do we want to see the lines? I can also have the shade area. If I go for shade area, I can also add the shade area under the line. Markers, we can also have the markers. Series label, I can also have that series label as the tax amount. Okay, series label as the tax amount. And here, if you see total labels, I can also see the total label. Okay, so this is the total label. Out of 7.64 million, okay, 7.64 million, 0. I think 0. Where is that? Let me hover over it. Okay, 7. Where is that? Tax amount, total sales, we have it. Where is the tax? Yeah, tax amount is 5.6, which is 0.57 million is the tax amount. Okay, so 0.57 is the tax amount. This is tax amount. This is total amount. Okay, this is total amount. And this is tax amount. So $7.64 million that we have earned in the 2014, and we paid around $0.57 million. So we can go for multiplying, or we can go for minus, okay, 7.64 minus 0.57. So we get, on an average, we get 7 million. 7 million is the amount that we generated in the year 2014 after paying the taxes. This is line and stacked column chart. Stacked column chart. So let us go through the next visual, that is right click, duplicate. The next thing is that line and clustered column chart. Okay, line and clustered column chart. What is the difference? Stack means in a single bar we get the region as the legend. Legends will be in the single bar. In the cluster, we will not be getting in a single bar. It will be in the cluster. Okay, we can see the separate region in the separate. By the region, we can see the each and individual region, we will have the bars. Okay, each and every individual, we have the bars. So you see 2014, the Australia. So what do we have here? 2014 Canada. I can also see it. Okay, so let me click on focus mode. We will be able to see this. 2015, 2014, the region Australia, it is $2.8 million. So here it is 2014. 2014, 2015, and 2016. So out of all, so this one has the more number of sales. And what is the lowest out of all these? We can see this is the lowest sales. This one we have the lowest sales. So we can easily observe. Okay, looking into the data, looking into the number. So looking at the visual, we can easily understand what is happening in the organization. We can click on back to report, then we get into the report. This is line and clustered column chart. Line and clustered column chart. let us go through the next visual, that is pie chart. Okay, next it is pie chart. So we can have pie chart and donut chart in a single. So let me go for pie and donut chart. So pie chart, the way we see the pizza, okay, it is the same. The way we have the slices, we will also see the same thing in here. Let me copy this, paste it over here. And copy this, paste it over here. Pie chart and donut chart. So we will see what is the difference between both. Okay, pie chart. So here we have legend. First one is legend. Second one is values. Third one is detail. Legend, values, and detail. Let's see what we are going to get it. So, and also this chart, pie chart is used, donut chart is used when we have the slices or the data in the category less than 6 or 7. So it would be easy to understand the data. Here, let me add the region and add the total sales. What we are able to see? We are able to see the percentage and also the value. Okay, $9.78 million, and out of all, it is 30.89%. It is contributing the sales. Australia is contributing throughout all the years. It is contributing 30.89% for the company. Australia is the main asset for the company. And coming to the next one it is this one. Okay, next one it is 19.48%. And third one it is 12.42%. Here's 11.56, 9.86, 9.0, 6.1. Okay, so these are all the contributions that they are making, that all the regions are making. Let us go through, and we also have detail. In the detail, let me add from the product, let me add the category. So region will be splitted by the category also. Now you see, we are also getting the category. Let me click on the focus mode. So in the Australia, what is the category? Okay, accessories 0.45%. But out of all, 30.21% is category bikes. And the next one is small percentage clothing, 0.23. But the value as it is got within the category, so it is not encouraged to have the data by details. So let it be in a single category only, single legend only. Single legend only. Go to the formatting visual, expand the legend. How do we want to see the position of the region legends? I can click on make it top left, top center, right. We can go for right, but we are not able to see. Okay, let me increase this. Then we will be able to see it. Top left stacked, we will get it. Top right stacked on the right side. Center left, center right. Okay, in the center. Okay, bottom left, bottom right, and bottom center. So this is the position of the legends. But by default, it is top left only. And the text, if you want to change the color coding or increase the size, make it bold, italic, underline, we can go for it. And also have the text color. And we can also add the region. Okay, region wise. I can also change region wise. Only applicable to the legends. Make it, let me click on reset to default. In the pizza, the way we have the slices, in the visual also we have the slices. So it is applicable to all, the series is all. I can click on any country, any region, and I can change the color. Click on the color and we can make the color change. Southwest, I can also go for making the color of Southwest. Click on other, United Kingdom, I can also go for making the color change. So this is the series. Whether do we want to have the borders? Maybe it is applicable to the color, match fill color. Okay. So let me go for some other color. Maybe it is applicable to the borders of the slices. Okay. Width, let me increase the width, we will understand. Okay, it is not giving fill color. Okay, we can ignore that. Reset to default. Data labels. What is the data label? Data label is the combination of value plus percentage. It is the combination of value plus percentage. How do we want to see the data labels? So by default, it is outside. Yes, by default, it is outside. The data labels are outside. I can also make it inside. It goes in. We can also go for prefer outside. Yes, it goes out. Prefer inside. Yes, it goes in. Now let us go through by default outside. And label content. How do we want to see the label? Only category, we will get it. The category. Only the category. Category represents the name. We can see the name. Next one is data value. We can only see the value of particular region, particular legend. Percent of total. We can only see the percentage of the total. How much the region is contributing, which region is contributing. Data category and data value. What is the category and data value? Next one, category percentage. We will get it in the percentage. Data value and percentage. And the last one in all detail labels. We will get the category, value, percentage. Three things. So that is the label content. Values, we can increase the values. So display unit, how do we want to display the unit? Done, we will get the complete value. So this is the data value. Let me click on the default. Rotation, how do you want to see this? We can rotate it to 360 degrees. So this is slices, detail labels and rotation. I think we can also have title. Okay, let me go to general and expand the effects. I remember that in the slices, we can, let me take the Australia. Okay, this is what we have it in the pie chart. Okay, this is what we have it in the pie chart. Okay, this is about the pie chart. Let us go through the donut chart. So donut is just like the dessert or the sweet that we have it. So we can also make it into donut chart. So let me make it into donut chart. So whatever the space that we have internal, it will be taken off. So it just becomes like a donut. Let me go through the formatting. Same options. Position, we can go for left, right, and all these. Okay. Title, we can change it. Slices, let me expand the slices. Color, we can add the slices color. Borders, we can go. Spacing, inner radius, what is the radius that we want to give? This is the difference. Okay, the radius, we can change the radius. How much do we want to have the internal radius? Okay, this is internal radius. So this is the difference. Same label content, all options are same. Visuals. Okay, so we have tree map. Another visualization and another visual that we have is tree map. So the way we have the total sales by region, so we can also do that. So let me take tree map. So we can also see the data by the highest to lowest or lowest to highest by using the tree map. Tree map is also, we have category, region, category, details, and values. So we have category, details, and values, the way we have the pie chart. So we also have the same thing. So let me copy this and paste it over here and type tree map. Tree map. So this is what we have. So let me click on the visual and let's see what do we have. So legends, it is turned off. Turn on the legends where we can see the regions. Colors, so we have advanced colors, advanced controls, and we can change the colors. So whatever the color that we need, we can go and change it into the light colors. So go click on more and change it into the light colors. More and make it into the light colors. Germany, we can go and change it into the light colors. More colors, yes, change it. France, more color, change it. Canada, click on more color and change it so that we can see the data. We can change the colors in directly straightforwardly in the colors option. Layout, so the tiling method. So what do we have? We have tiling method. The tiling method is squarified. So we are able to see the data in the squares. This is also based on the value that we have it. Total sales by region. Click on make it binary. We can also see it in the binary. Okay, now you see before previously it was square. Alternating columns rows. So we can also see it in the rectangle. Okay, the way we have it. And how much space that we need to have in between each and every tile. Okay, each and every tile. So this is tiling method, which is different from pie chart and donut chart. Data label, if you want to see the number, until and unless I hover over it, I'm able to see the value. So let me turn on the data labels. Now we are able to see the data labels on the bottom. Expand the data labels and we see the data label color coding, make it bold and change the color to black. We can see it in the black color or make it into some other color, more color and make it red. We can also see it in the red color, make it italic, underline and increase the size. Yes, we are able to see the data labels. Category labels, the one which you see Australia, Southwest. So these are all the category labels. I can increase the size of the category labels and also make it into red color. Make it bold, italic and underline. So this is category label that we have it in the tree map. So this is in the tree map. Yes, we got the tree map. Let me right click and click on duplicate. Click on this and let us go for checking other visual, that is funnel chart, or we also have ribbon chart. There is no difference between the ribbon chart and the bar chart. So we can see the ribbons in the horizontal. So the only difference that we have is we can turn on the ribbons or turn off the ribbons. If you turn off, we can see the data in just the way we have the bar chart, we can see it. Okay, the way we have the stacked column chart, we can see it. And clustered column chart, we can see it. The only difference, we can just turn on where is that ribbons? Okay, we do not have the ribbons in here. So let me click on this and we can see the ribbons. Yes, turn on this, it becomes the ribbon chart. Turn off this, it becomes the bar chart. Now you see just the way we can just turn on and turn off the ribbons. Okay, so this is what we have it. And what is the horizontal? Vertical orientation, we can see the vertical orientation of the labels. And the position is auto. We can have whether it is inside end, outside end, or inside center, inside base. Text overflow, we can turn this on and turn this off. Detail label, turn this on, we will get the background color. We can have the background color and whether it is multi-line or single line. So this is what we have it in the ribbon chart. So let me make it into ribbon chart. So here also the same thing, ribbon chart. So let me right click and go for duplicate and let's see what kind of other visuals that we have. Next visual is funnel chart. So I can click on funnel chart and now we will be able to see the hierarchical data from highest to lowest. We can see in the funnel chart, the way we have funnel to filter the data, the shape of the funnel. Okay, the upper will be the more space. Okay, and the lower will be like a small rod. So here also we have the same thing. I can expand the color and the default color. So I can enable show all and I can change the color of the bars, each and every color of the bars. Data labels, we can turn this on, turn this off. Okay, we can see and we can go for the center value, whether do we need to have percentage of first. We can have the percentage out of 100 percentage, how much each and every percentage it is contributing. Okay, how much each and every region is contributing. So let me do one thing. Let me delete this. Let me remove this and select funnel chart. And here I can add Here we can add region and total sales. So we can see the data by region and total sales. Now I can go to the formatting the visual, expand the data labels, data value. What data value? 9.78 million is the data value that we have it. Do we want to see it as a percentage of first? We can also see it as the percentage of first. Okay. And the next one is percentage of previous. And the next one is data value and percentage of first. So we can also see, so how much the value and what is the percentage. Okay, what is the percentage it is contributing. But here the percentage of first. What is the difference that we have? Percentage of first. So comparing with first, what is the percentage? And again, comparing with previous, what is the percentage it is contributing? 40%. And the next one is previously it is 60%. And here if you see 40% and the previous one is 37% and the previous one is 40%. So this is formatting. Okay, this is formatting. Data value and percentage of previous. So what it is contributing. And the values we can increase or decrease. We can have the none and we can go for value. We can go for 2 as the value decimal. Percentage if we have, we can also have the percentage. So it can be easily changed. Expand colors, show all, enable show all. So I can change the color. I can change the color of all the, so each and every individual region. Click on it and make the color changes. Yes, we have made most of the color changes. So this is funnel chart. Category label. So what do we have the category label? So I can turn off, we will not be able to see the, on the whatever the data that we have it on the Y axis. Okay, the region. Conversion rate. Let me turn off the conversion rate. So the way we see the 100% on the top. So this is conversion rate. So turn this on or turn this off. We also have the conversion rate. Out of 100%, how much each and every individual contributing. Okay. Each and every individual, it is contributing. So this is what we have it. It is comparing with the previous. So out of 100%, how much it is contributing. Out of 100%, comparing with the previous, how much it is contributing. So this is what we have it in the funnel chart. So let me rename it as funnel chart. Funnel chart. Yes. The next one is, so we can go through the next one, that is card visual. We have regularly seen the card visual. So I can click on this card and multi-row card. Multi-row card. Click on enter. So we have card visual and multi-row card visual. Okay. Yes. So what is the card visual? Mainly used when we want to, when we need to represent the KPIs, key performance indicator, using this card. Okay. I can look into this card and I can understand what are the totals. Okay. What are all the totals? So I can easily understand. So I can go to the formatting visual, expand the category value, and we have the font style. I can change the font style and increase or decrease the size of the font. Make it bold, italic, and underline. So it is only applicable to the value. Okay, not this one. Okay, the total sales is not getting affected. I mean the text to total sales. So what is the display unit that we need to show? Do we need to have it? None. We can see the complete number. We can see the complete number, complete value. Or if you want to go for 1000, we can also see the data in the 1000 format. And million, yes, we can see the million. Automatically, based on the data, Power BI automatically identifies the value. And decimal, how many decimal do we need to have it? 2 decimal, 4 decimal, we can have it. Okay, that is call out value. Category label. So what do we have the category label? Total sales is the category label. Do we need to have the total sales as the category label or not? So that is, I can turn this on and turn this off. So that is category label. Let us go through the next visual, that is multi-row card. Okay, multi-row card. I can click on multi-row card. I can see the same thing card visual, but we can have it in the multi-row. In the field, we can add multiple. Let me add region and add the total sales. Yes, we are able to see the data under the region. We are able to see the value. We are able to see the value of Canada, Central, France. Let me also add one more. Let me also add under the region. Let me add product category. Okay. Now you see, we are able to see the data by the region. Okay. By the region Australia, what are all the categories it has? Okay. Region Australia has 3 categories, that is accessories, bikes, and clothing. We are able to see the total sales. Let me go to format the visual. Click on this. Call out value. We can increase or decrease the size. Color, we can go for making the changes to the color. Only the call out value, accessories Australia. Category label, I can increase or decrease the font size. Cards, what is the style that we want to see? Border. So do we need to have the border on the top? Okay, let me erase so it would be easy for you to understand. Okay, on the bottom, yes, we can have on the bottom. You see this, you observe it. Okay, this one, this is bottom. The one which you see above, this is top. Okay, you see this one, and here it is. Okay, left side, do we want to have it left side? Yes, we can have it on the left side. Right side, yes, we can have it on the right side. Outline color, when I change the outline color, you will be easily understanding. Okay, now you are able to understand the outline color of the borders. Background color, I can also change the background color. And padding, how much do we need to have? The space in between each and every region category total sales. What is the padding that we can have it? Okay, so let me reset to default. Accent bar, turn this off. The one which you see on the left side, the accent bar. Okay, the one which you see, you observe. Okay, you observe on the left side. Okay, you observe on the left side. If I turn this on, you see this accent bar. These are all the accent bars. You see this black color. This is accent bar. If I turn this off, if I click on it and turn this off, we will not be able to see this. You see, the accent bars we are not able to see. So that is accent bar. Accent bar. So this is about card and multi-row card. Let us go through the next visual. Okay, let us go through the next visual. So that is, let us discuss about decomposition tree. Okay, decomposition tree. Okay, what do we have in the decomposition tree? Let us see that. So let me go to funnel chart and copy the title. Copy this and paste it. Let me write decomposition tree. Decomposition tree. Okay. So what do we have in the decomposition tree? We have analyze by, explain by, and tooltip. Okay, analyze and explain by. So how do we see? What do we have in the tree? Okay, what do we have if we take the tree? Okay, what we can see it on the tree? So tree, this is the tree. Tree has branches. Okay, tree has branches. And the branches can have leaves. Okay, small leaves. Okay, small leaves. The branches can have small leaves. Okay, the way we have the main tree and the multiple branches, and multiple branches can also have the multiple leaves. So here the decomposition tree also works the same thing. Okay, decomposition tree also works the same thing. So how do we want to analyze and explain by? So how do we want to analyze and explain by? So analyze takes the numeric data, explain by takes the dimension data. Okay, analyze takes numeric data and explain by takes dimension data. Let me add the sales amount, total sales. Okay, we got the sales amount. Okay, explain by, what we can add in the explain by? I can add region. Okay, I can add region. So what we have got? We got the plus symbol. Okay, we got plus symbol, so that it can be expanded. Okay, it can be expanded. Let me erase this and what kind of options that we are going to get when I click on the plus symbol. So choose how to split your data. There are three options. High value, we will get the data total sales by higher region value to lower region value. And the next one is low value, lower to higher, and only the region. If I click on region, we will get it by the region. No, I do not want like that. Okay, let me remove this level. We have the level. Next, let me click on this high value. Okay, now you see, as per the higher value, we are able to see the data. Australia, first higher value. Second is Southwest, Northwest, United Kingdom, Germany, France, Canada. No, let me click on remove this level and make it low value. So we can get the data by the lower value. Okay, only lower value. Need to scroll up. Okay, actually we got it from the lower value, but we need to scroll up. Okay, so this is in the next level. Okay, the way you see, okay, you see this small branches. Okay, you see the small branches. Okay, you see the small branches. So it is the branch. Let me add one more level. Okay, in the explain by, let us go to the category. Let me add category, subcategory, product name. Okay, product name. Now let me remove this, the level. Click on this. We got high value, low value, region, category, subcategory, product name. So let us go and expand the region. Yes, that's well and good. The region is being expanded. Okay, click on the plus again and let us go through the next level, that is category. Okay, this is a branch. Okay, this is a branch. What we are able to see, we are able to see the next level, sub branch or subcategory or leaves. Okay, this is branch. And what do we have? I can click on the branch. Okay, if I click on the Southwest, I can see the Southwest sub branches. If I click on the Northwest, I can see the sub branches. United Kingdom, yes, I can see. Yes, now you see, we are able to see it. Next level, I do not want to see the least. Okay, I only want to see the Germany's next level. Click on choose how to split your data. Let us go through the subcategory. Now I can see it by the subcategory. And go click on the Australia. We will be able to see the category and the subcategories. Again, click on this product name. Now you see what are all the related product names that we have it under the Australia. Under the Australia, what are all the categories, subcategories, and associated product names? I can click on this. Now I will be able to see here, Southwest. France, I can see the data by the France. So this is decomposition tree. So what are all the options available in the decomposition tree? Let us check. Go to format visual, expand analysis. Enable AI split, automatic split, analysis type. It is absolute. Let me click on relative. Okay, we are not able to see anything. Let it go for absolute only. Trees. What do we have the trees? We have the density and the default action. Okay, let me click on this, make it dense. Okay, now we are able to see it as a dense. Okay, let me make it sparse. So it is increasing and decreasing. And filter or highlight. Let me click on collapse and disable this. So it is changing. You see, it is changing. So it is coming by higher to lower value. Let me make it this one. Okay, higher to lower value. Let me go for dense. So it will be in the dense. So the size is being decreased. And connectors. Okay, connectors, what are the connectors that we have? So the one which you see, the blue color, this is the connector. Okay, this one is the connector. So what do I do? Let me click on this, make some other color. Okay, you see the connector color has been changed into red color. Okay, the connector color has been changed into a red color. Let me make it into some other color, yellow color. Yes, it has been changed. Let me make it into some other color. Unselected lines. Okay, what are all the unselected lines? Apart from the blue color, okay, selected lines, whatever we have unselected lines, we can see it. We have unselected lines, light gray. Okay, I can make it into black. Now you see the black color has been changed. Unselected colors. Okay, this one is the unselected color. This one is the unselected color. So how can we differentiate between the selected and unselected color? By the selected lines and unselected lines. Default, let me click on round. Okay, now we are able to see the size has been changed into little round color. If I click on this default, we are able to see the default. So this is connectors. Let me click on reset to default. And let me erase this. Bars. Okay, so what do we have in here? We have bars. So the size scale to level maximum. Let me click on top node. Okay, let me click on top node. Let me go here. So top node, it changes. And parent node. So what is parent node? And the next one is level maximum. So this is what we have it. Start, what is the start? And what is the end number? Okay, increase the size or decrease the size. Okay, this is scale to. Colors, we can change the positive bars as this color, negative bars to some other color. If we have the negative numbers, bar background, I can also change the bar background color. Okay, so this is what we have it. Let me click on reset to default. Category labels. So we can increase or decrease the labels. Okay, category labels. Values also, we can increase or decrease the values. Okay, we are able to see headers. We can have the headers. What is the title? We can increase or decrease the header color. And subtitles, we can also increase or decrease the subtitles. Okay, the one which you see, this is headers, region, category. France. Okay, France is selected. Bikes is selected. Road bikes. Now this is subtitles. Okay, I can also lock and unlock. Okay, we can also lock, unlock. If I click on this, so this level is locked. So this level will be locked. So if I click on Southwest, this level, okay, I'm not able to select. Okay, we are able to lock. Okay, so let me change. Yes, I can select. So this is category and subcategory. I cannot delete. Okay, with lock, I cannot delete. If I unlock, I will get the close, remove level. If I lock, I cannot remove. Okay, this is lock and unlock. Conditional formatting, we can also add the conditional formatting. So we have seen that. So this is about the decomposition tree. Okay, I can also undo it by clicking on the top. Okay, the top symbol. Okay, so I can click on this undo. So this is undo option that we have it. Yes, and let us go through the next visual, that is question and answer. Okay, let us go through the next visual, that is question and answer. So let me copy this Q&A. What is Q&A? We can ask questions about our data. Okay, we can ask questions about our data and it can give the response. Question and answer, Q&A. Okay, so question and answer we can ask. Okay, so what we can do here, so what, in order to ask the question, I can click on the question and answer. Okay, it is preparing the question and answers. It also gives some suggestions based on the data. First, Power BI reads whatever the data that we have it. Power BI has a capability of reading the data that we pull from the different sources. You see, question and answers are being, we got the suggestions. First of all, we got the suggestions. Okay, or I can also remove this. Double click so that we can also get the question and answer. What I did not select it from the visualization. I have double clicked. Okay, I have double clicked. I can ask the question about the data. Okay, what is the question I can ask? Okay, total sales by region. Let me type total sales by region and click on enter. Okay, total sales by region. So let's see whether we get it or not. Okay, let's see whether we get it or not. Okay, total sales by region. No, I'm not able to get. Yeah, we got it. You see, total sales by region, we got it. Okay, what we are able to see, we are able to see, you observe the goodness. Okay, you observe the best feature that we have in the Power BI. Okay, best feature that we have it in the Power BI, that is we asked a question, total sales by region. We did not ask, I would like to see it in bar chart, or I would like to see it in pie chart, or anything. We just asked total sales by region. We are able to see the data by region, and we have got total sales. Okay, we got total sales. But what I need to do here, I can do total sales by region. I do not know the much English, but I want to go with Butler English. Okay, I write pie chart. Pie chart, click on enter. Now you see, I have got it by the pie chart. How beautiful it is. Okay, no, I do not want in the pie chart. Let me go for donut chart. Donut chart. Click on enter. Yes, now we got the data by donut chart. Okay, how beautiful it is. And let me write some other chart. Okay, let me only need only value. Let me type only value. Only value. Okay, we got it. Only total value. Okay, let me write only total value. Only total value. Let's check. Now you see, we got the total value. I'm just trying. I'm just giving whether it is understanding or not. I'm trying to question it. Okay, it is answering based on our text. Okay, based on our text. This is also text analytics. One of the feature in artificial intelligence, machine learning, text analytics. It is working on the text analytics. So what do I do here? Now let me write. Let me go for writing bar chart. Let me take the bar chart. Okay, even I said CHAT. Okay, I missed R in CHART, but it understood. Okay, but it understood. Okay, now what do we need to do? Now we can go for, okay, we have an option called as turn this question and answer result into a standard visual. Okay, turn this question and answer into a standard visual. Okay, so what I can do, I can click on the setting. Okay, I can click on the setting. Okay, I can go for writing review questions. I can go for synonyms. Okay, let me take this off first of all. Let me click on turn this question and answer into a standard visual. Yes. How much time did we take to create the visual? So within seconds or less than a minute, we can create by double clicking and enabling question and answer. Okay. Next one is slicers. Okay. Next one is slicer. Complete slicers. Slicers. Okay. What is a slicer? Slicer is used to filter the data. First thing, slicers are used to filter the data that we regularly use to filter the data. Okay, that we regularly use to filter the data. Let me take this visual. Okay, let me take this visual and make it into a table so that it would be easy to slice the data. Increase the font size, increase the global font size to 15. Yes, now we are able to see it. So here I can select the slicer. Okay, I can select the slicer and filter the data. So let me add the category. Okay, let me add the category. Click on accessories. Yes, it is getting filtered. Click on bikes. Yes, it is getting filtered. Click on clothing. Yes, it is getting filtered. But here, if you see, it is only single select. I'm not able to select multiple at a time. Okay, I'm not able to select multiple categories at a time. Let me also add one more slicer, that is region slicer. Okay, region slicer. Let me also add region slicer. And here, let me add category. So category after the region. Okay, now we are able to see category. Let me click on bikes. Okay, or Australia. Now we got bikes accessories. Okay, let me filter out bikes. We got the bikes are being filtered. And also I can click on Australia. Yes, Australia is filtered. Okay, now I want to filter multiple at a time. Go to format your visual, expand the slicer setting. What is the style? There are three styles: vertical list, tile, drop down. Let me click on tile. We get it as a tiles, one after the other. Okay. Now you see we got the tiles. I can click on bike or components, accessories, and clothing. So this is tiles. Next one is drop down. We will get all. I can click on this and expand, select the slicer. Okay, this is another way. Let me click on this, go to Format Visual, expand the slicer setting, and we have an option called as Selection. We have option called as vertical list. Let me click option Selection. Okay, what do we have? Multi-select with control plus click or command plus click. So what do we have here? So we can select it by control and click. Okay, let me click on accessories, control and click bikes, control and click clothings. Okay, but when I'm only clicking, I'm not able to click multiple. I'm not able to select multiple. Okay, so what I do, let me disable this. Okay, and we can also have single select. Okay, we can turn on the single select. Only I can click on single select. Now you see the selection has been turned into circle. You see the symbol is being turned into circles. Okay, previously it was square. This is single selection. Let me turn this off. Multi-select only with control and select, but show selection, select all option. Now I can click on multiple options at a time. And also I can click on select all. Okay, I can click on select all. I want to apply the same thing, same format in this slicer. How can I do that? It's the same option that we have. Let me go to click on Format Visual. Okay, click on Format Painter. Whatever the changes that we did in category, it will be applied in this slicer also. You see, Australia, Canada. Yes, I'm able to select multiple. So this is Format Painter. Same option. We also have it in the Excel. Okay. And next one is slicer header. What do we have in the slicer header? We can change the text, region new. We can also change the font style, expand the size, make it bold, italic, underline. Font color, we can change the font color. Show summary, we can also see. What is the summary? Everything. If I select Australia, yes, now you see we got Australia being selected. If I click on Canada, yes, multiple selection. Now you see multiple selections. Central, multiple selections. And you see the eraser symbol when I selected Australia. You see the eraser symbol. Okay, I'm not able to see. You see the eraser symbol. You see clear selection. That is the eraser symbol is for clear selection. Okay, let me click on this. Now I can clear the selection. That is show summary. We can add the borders on the top, on the bottom, on the left side, on the right side. Okay, we can also add the bottom. Only this is applicable to the header. Okay, to the text. Background color, we can also go for background color. Light background color. Okay, I can also select right to background color. Pending icon, we can also have the icons on the top. Right to left or left to right. Okay, right to left or left to right. Okay, that is icons. So this is, we can also have the values padding. We can increase or decrease the padding in between each and every selection. In between each and every selection. So that is what we have it. Let us go through the next one. That is, we also have other slicers, that is text slicer. Okay, we also have other slicer called as text slicer. Let me click on text slicer. Let me click on text slicer. I can enter some text and I can filter the data. Okay, I can enter some text and I can filter the data. Let me add something in the product name. Okay, let me add product name. Better, I can add product name here. Okay, here what do? I will also add product name. Let me decrease the little size. Okay, let me also decrease the size. Okay, let me move this. Add product name here after the category. Okay, I know the text. Okay, I know the text. Let me write road. Let me type road and click on enter. Okay, whatever the text related to the road, okay, in the product name, whatever the text that we entered, okay, it filters the product name. For example, if I write in place of road, let me write in place of road, I will write bike. Click on enter. Now you see, whatever the text, the product name which has the text bike, it will be filtered out. Okay. Let me write some other. Okay. Mountain. Or I can also write MOUN. That product name column which has the text MOUN, that will be filtered out. HL mountain tire black. Okay. So it is filtering it out. So this is the text filter, text slicer. We can add the text, we can filter by the text. Okay. Let us go through the next one, list slicer. Okay. I can add the fields over here. Subcategory, let me add the subcategory. So we get list. I can click on bottle. I can go through, let me go through format visual, slicer setting. Now you see single select. Let me take this off. Okay, single select. Let me take this off and enable the select all option or single select, force selection. Okay, force selection. Turn this off. Show all option. In the single selection, we can select all, deselect all. Okay, let me turn this off. Restrict to leaf node. Okay, restrict to leaf node. I can select and unselect. Okay, that is single select. Selection. Let me reset to default. Layout. What is the layout that we want to see? Button shown. So it is, what is the buttons? We have increased the button size. What is the space between each selection? It is only one. Now we have selected two. What is the indentation? How much we need to have? No, it is not. Reverse indentation. No, it is not. Indent, no. Let me turn this off. Call out value. What we have, all subcategory, state, I can hover over it. Now you see we are able to get the color, background color. When I'm hovering over it, I'm getting the background light gray color. Okay, let me change the color to some other color. Okay, you see when I'm hovering over it, bold, make it bold. I'm able to get, okay, let me change some other color, red color. Okay, you see when I'm hovering over it, the color is changing. When I'm hovering over it, the color of the selection is changing. Mountain bike, yes it is. Okay, next what do we have? Pressed. Pressed, it is changing. What do we have? Selected. Yes, it is selected. Okay, let me go for next one, mix. And we also have advanced option. What do we have in the advanced option? Hover over it. Okay, advanced option. Let me turn this off. Advanced, let me see what do we have in the advanced. No, I think we do not have anything in the advanced. Let me turn this off. Let us go through the label. We can turn on the labels. Okay, layout. How do we want to have it? Background color, we can have the background color. So selection icon, we can also have icons before. We have the circles. Okay, so we can have the position right side. We can also have the right side selection, the circles, vertical alignment on the gap. Okay, so this is what we have it in the, what is that? List slicer. So this is what we have it. And we also have card new button slicer. We can also have the button slicer. Let me undo this. So it got selected in the same visual. Let me take this off. Yes.
Here
Okay,
we will discuss about the Power BI service. So it is no more called as a Power BI service. So from the current year. So previously it was called as a Power BI service, but the Power BI is integrated in Fabric. So now it is called as a Fabric environment, Microsoft Fabric. So previously it was called like app.powerbi.com. Now it is a fabric.com. So how you are saying that? I mean, whoever, so previously those who want to renew their, for example, every year we pay some amount for Google Drive. So based on the amount, we get some capacity. So here also, those who already have premium per user or premium per capacity license, so they are no more existing. They can renew their But the thing is that they can only renew it for Fabric license. If the new person is trying to get the license, they will also get the Fabric license only. So it is no more called. So Power BI is integrated within the Fabric. Okay. So what we are going to discuss now? So we are going to discuss about the gateways. First thing is that the first concept is gateways. So what is a gateway? Okay, for example, so if you would ask me what is a gateway? So gateway is, okay, so let me explain you what is a gateway. So in the organization we have, so let me open Paint. Okay, let me directly explain over here. Okay, so in the organization we have on-premise data source. So what is that on-premise data source? Within the organization's data. So what are all the on-premise? Excel. Excel is on-premise data source. SQL Server, okay, on-premise data source, which we use the application in our system. Okay, which we use application in our system. SQL Server, SharePoint, any folder, flat files, CSV, Excel, text, PDF. These are all the flat files. So what do we have? So we would have like, so whenever the client, okay, whenever the client opens Power BI service, okay, on the cloud, the report on cloud. So what are their expectation? Their expectation to have that it should be updated automatically. Okay, report should update automatically. Should update automatically. So how does it happen? So how does the report is going to get automatically updated in the cloud without manual refresh? Okay, there are 2-3 ways of refreshing the report. The first way is in the desktop, you can click on the refresh button. The second way is manual refresh, you can click on in the Power BI service. Third refresh is schedule refresh. It is called as, the concept is called as a schedule refresh. Okay, the concept is called as a schedule refresh. Schedule refresh. So how does it happen? By the schedule refresh. But how do we enable the schedule refresh? Based on the gateways. Okay, what is the thing that we need to have? Gateways. Okay, based on the gateways. So we can schedule the refresh. So what is this report on cloud? It is also called as Power BI service. Power BI service. So what is the requirement? The requirement is, okay, the requirement is, so gateway, okay, gateway, this is the on-premise. Okay, let me do one thing. Or let me go to, yeah. So what do we have here? So it is a bridge, for example, it is a bridge, and here is also, it's a bridge, for example. Okay. So what do we need? So it's not a bridge. Oh, I'm sorry. So let me check. Oh yeah, I got it. So what do we need? So we need to, so gateway acts like a bridge between on-premise data source and to the cloud platform. So what do we need to have? So it acts like a bridge between, this gateway acts like a bridge between on-premise data source and the cloud platform. So what does this gateway do? This gateway, whenever we publish the report, okay, whenever we publish the report is published, okay, the report is published, plus whatever the data that we are using behind building the report, the data set will also be published. Okay, the data set will also be published. Nowadays, this data set is not called as a data set. It is called as a semantic model. Okay, semantic model. So we discussed in the previous session when we were discussing about the project, we discussed about all these. What is a semantic model and all. Okay, so what does it do? This gateway, okay, so what do? We schedule the refresh. So client logs in at 10 o'clock. Okay, we need to schedule the refresh at 9 o'clock. Or in the data set, okay, in the SQL server, every day the data is updated at 8 o'clock, 8 a.m. Okay, 8 a.m. every day the SQL server, it is updated. So what do we need to do? The connected report, okay, this report which are using SQL server or the database as the data source, okay, whatever the data that is updated in the SQL server, this should be updated, okay, via gateways. Okay, via gateways. So what does it do? It gets the updated data. Okay, after 1,000 records, 100 records are added tomorrow. This 100 records data should be involved, updated in the report also. So how does it happen? First data set will be refreshed. Always remember, you do not get confused. Okay, it is not the report is refreshed. The data behind it is refreshed, which is the data set. Okay, the data set is refreshed. Whatever the visual that we are using, okay, from the data set. For example, there are 100 columns are available. Okay, 100 columns that we are pulling from the SQL server. But in the visualization, okay, in the visualization, we are only using 90 columns. Okay, whichever the visual that we are using, the column or the measure, okay, automatically once the data set is updated, automatically the values in the visuals are updated. Okay, the values in the visuals are updated. So this happens due to the gateways. Gateways work when we use on-premise at the on-premise data sources. If you use cloud, there is no need of gateways. If you are using on-premise data sources, we can use gateways. So how do we download the gateways? Okay, how do we download the gateways? So let me open any one of the report to open. So how do we schedule the refresh? Okay, let me open any one of the report. So if you see, so we used CoolBev. Okay, what is the project that we used? We used CoolBev. So if I click on, you see, what do we have here? The one which you see in the report, okay, the one which you see this symbol, it is called as the report. The one which you see with the dotted lines, dots, okay. So this is called as a data set. Now it is called as a semantic model. Once this semantic model or the data set is refreshed, the values or the column that is used in the report, it will be refreshed. So this is what we have it. So how do we schedule the refresh? We schedule the refresh based on the click on the schedule refresh. We get into the settings of the report or the data set. So what do we need to do? Expand the gateways. Okay, expand the gateways and cloud connection. Again, there are two types of gateways available. Okay, again, there are two types of gateways. So what is the first gateway? It's a personal gateway. Personal gateway. Second one is standard gateway. Standard gateway. So what is the personal gateway? The way we use in our personal laptops. Okay. So most of the times we go for personal gateways in our laptops. Okay. In our laptops. In our laptops. But in the standard gateway, it is used by the organization. Okay. It is used by the organization. So what do we need to do? We need to download the personal gateway. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to download the personal gateway. So how do you download the personal gateways? So click on the setting symbol. Okay, you have an option called as, okay, let me do one thing. You see the download option? I think I have already downloaded it. Okay, so what is the thing that we want to download? Not in here. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me check it over here. We do not have anything. So let me go to any one of the workspace. So we would get the gateway information. Okay, so gateways and cloud connection. So what it is saying, you don't have any data gateways. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need to click on the install now. Okay, we need to click on the install now. Now you see it is getting installed. Okay, it is getting installed. I have installed multiple times. I may get errors, but in your laptops, in your systems, you try install. Okay, how do you install? Go to the settings of the data set. Okay, click on install. Okay, expand gateways and cloud connection and click on install. Or you can also install by clicking here, download data gateway. Okay, you see the data gateway. Click on this. Okay, click on the data gateways. Then you can easily install it. Okay, or you search for the Power BI gateways. Power BI gateway download. Okay, Power BI gateway download. So if I click on the Power BI gateway, okay, we get some information about the gateways. Okay, so we get the information about the gateways. So what do we have? There are, again, as we discussed, standard mode and personal mode. Okay, standard mode and personal mode. So this is what we go for it. Okay, let it download. So once it is downloaded, what do we need to do? We need to map the gateways. Okay, let's see how it downloads. Okay, let it get downloaded. Yes, once it is downloaded, what is the next thing that we need to do? So we need to map the gateways. Okay, after mapping the gateways, expand the refresh. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to expand the refresh. Okay, and once we expand the refresh, so we have two options. Okay, let me check once again. So I have already scheduled it. Let me click on the schedule refresh again. Uh, Refresh history. Click on the refresh history. So when I downloaded, okay, when I downloaded it, okay, so we got the status completed. Okay, what is the duration? What is the start time and end time? Okay, what is the type? Whether it is a data or query cache. Okay, let it get downloaded. Okay, let it get downloaded. I'll show how to install, and also I'll show. Okay, it seems it is installed. Okay, seems it is installed. So what do you need to do? Yeah, no, it is in progress. Okay, it is in progress. So yeah, it is installed. Click on that. Okay, so whatever it is installed, click on the show in folder or click on that. So what do you need to do? Click on the run. Okay, click on the run. Okay, so it is failed. Okay, the gateway installation failed. Why? Because it is already installed in my machine. Okay, because it is already installed in my machine. So what do you need to do? Okay, so you get run. After you run, it gets installed. Then you enter the mail. Okay, what is the mail? Whatever you created. Okay, whatever it is created. Okay, you click on the account and you see under it, you would find the mail. Okay, enter that mail.com. Okay, domain in that and enter the password, then you click on run, then it automatically installs. Okay, yes, after installation, what do you need to do? Okay, after installation, what do you need to do? As we discussed, there are three types of refresh. Go to Power BI and click on the refresh. Okay, what is this? Refresh schema and data, schema data. Okay, now it is updated. Previously we got a refresh all, cancel refresh. Now we have got every month Microsoft releases updates of the cloud or desktop. So now we got schema and data. Okay, this is the first way of refresh. Second way is, okay, the one which you see refresh now. Let me click on refresh now. Okay, it is refreshing. Whatever I clicked, this is called as manual refresh or demand. Okay, refresh on demand refresh. For example, if you see here on the data set, what do we have? Refresh now, cancel refresh, schedule refresh, and more options. Okay, only the cancel refresh is available only for the data set, that is semantic model. Okay, data set or semantic model. So let me click on refresh the page. So previously what we have seen, we got less than a minute and a minute and a half for refreshing the data set. Okay, so here also let us wait for another half minute. Okay, another half minute. So what do we have? Expand the gateways and cloud connection once you install in your system and map the gateways. Okay, it automatically maps. You need to enter the credentials. You see data source credentials. If it is not enabled, what do you need to do? You need to edit the credentials. Okay, what is the database? We connected to the database that we used. If you remember from our previous session, we used the same database from the SQL server. Okay, we used the same server database from the server. Okay, so let me click on refresh history. Yes, it is completed. What is that? On demand. We manually triggered the refresh. Okay, click on the show. Okay, what do we have got? So we got what is the type, what is the start date, what is the end date, what is the duration. Okay, it is less than a minute or 1 minute 7 seconds, and the status. Okay, it is completed. Yes, it is completed. if it is not completed, we get errors. Okay, we get errors. So what I do now, let us schedule the refresh. It is 6:23. The time is 6:23. Okay, let us start the refresh. Okay, what do we expand the refresh? You find the time zone. So wherever, whichever the location that you are in, you can schedule, you can put the time zone of your own region that you are living in. Okay, so we are from India, you can click on India. So if you are from some other country or some other region, okay, what you can do, Central America. If you are US and Canada, you can put it. UK, you can put some other time. And what is the next thing? Refresh frequency. Okay, there are two frequencies available, daily and weekly. There is no month. Okay, in the Fabric we have, for few data flows we have monthly, but here what do we have? Daily and weekly, two frequencies. And you see time, okay, where we can schedule the refresh. What is the time? Okay, it is already scheduled in the morning 8:30 a.m. Let me click on add time, click on 6:30 p.m. because we are 6 minutes away from 6:30. Okay, let me click on OK. Okay, if you remember from your first class in Power BI, your trainer would have explained you about the license. Okay, Pro, Premium, okay, Pro, Premium, Premium per user and Premium per capacity. Your trainer would have explained, okay, your trainer would have explained about the capacity, the usage of the refresh. Okay, so if you remember, there is a point called as refresh. You can refresh 8 times a day for pro user. If you are a pro user, you can schedule the refresh 8 times a day. If you are premium per user or premium per capacity, you can schedule the refresh 48 times a day. Okay, 48 times a day, which means every half an hour you can schedule the refresh. Okay, so how do we check? Let me test. Okay, let us check. Let us test. Okay, click on add 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, now it is done. Okay, why? So it is pro user. So that is the reason I'm not able to get add another time. Okay, I'm not able to get add another time. So for example, okay, what is the next thing? Send refresh failure or critical warning notification. Okay, there are two options available. The first option is semantic model owner. So whoever developed the semantic model or BI developer, that is the owner. I am the owner. I'm going to get the message from the Microsoft stating that your semantic model or the data set is being failed. Or you can also set the these contact. Whom can I get? So let me click on this. This is another account. Okay, this is another account. Let me go here and add another. Okay, data analytics and BI. Okay, let me click on apply. Okay, please verify all refresh times are valid. Okay, okay, we got one error stating that. So we have applied multiple times. Okay, so let me take this off. Let me remove this. We can remove this and click on apply. So that what happens, whenever the refresh fails, we get the message, we get the mail from the Microsoft stating that your manufacturing cost and production analytics is failed. Okay, and also we get the reasons. Okay, and expand the data connections. Okay, what do we have? Disconnect this item from the data sources if it is edited by anyone who does not have permission to use its data connection. For example, someone from some other organization or within the organization, so they got admin permission by mistake. Okay, so they try to edit this semantic model. Most of the times, 99%, we would not be giving permission to anybody in the organization, but someone. Okay, so when we turn this on, so others cannot edit. Okay, others cannot edit. And also we have another option called as approved for Copilot. Okay, let me click on enable and click on apply. Okay, what is Copilot? Okay, so we are discussing about many times what is a Copilot. Okay, so what happens? So both of them are, you remember that Fentas2, okay, is the domain name. So I'm in Chandra. Okay, I'm in Chandra. So let me go to another Google. Okay,
I'm in data analytics and BI. Okay, it is also FinTask too. Okay, so because I want to show what are all the permissions that we can give. Okay, either ways we can give permissions. Okay, so what I can do, so for example, if someone is trying to give me the permission, okay, someone is trying to give me the permission, what we are looking into, okay, we are looking into the permission, okay, approved for Copilot. So what I do, so I can enter the permission, okay, you see manage access, okay, we are trying to give the workspace access, okay, we are trying to give the workspace access. Click on the manage access. You see Chandra Nitturi is already, I'm the owner, okay. So what do we have? We have data analytics and BI. So for example, I want to give permission, okay, permission to this. What I can do to this workspace, okay, I can add the person, okay, make the person as admin and click on OK. So let us test. For now, let us test. Okay, let us test. Let me go to another Google and click on the workspaces. Okay, and let me refresh the page first. Okay, let's see whether this account is going to get CoolBev or not. Okay, let me click on workspaces. Okay, now you see previously we do not have CoolBev. Let me click on the CoolBev manufacturing analytics. Now you see I am able to see everything because this is a workspace access. Okay, there are again, how do we restrict the report? Okay, there are few ways to restricting the report. Okay, how do we restrict the report? How do you restrict the report? The first and foremost way of restricting the data in the report, okay, data in the report, restricting data in the report is by implementing RLS, row level security. So what is RLS? Based on the roles and responsibilities, okay, roles and responsibilities, okay, responsibilities and privileges of the employee, okay, in the organization, we restrict the data. How do we restrict the data? So we restrict the data in the desktop, okay, in the desktop. We restrict the data in the desktop. Okay, so how do we restrict? So based on the region that the person is working, based on the country that the sales agent is working, what do we have? Based on any state. Okay, so based on the privileges, okay, I am the manager, I look into the state Maharashtra, for example. Okay, so what do? We give only the state equal to, for my name, so you give state equal to MH, so that based on the Maharashtra, I will be only able to see, when I open the report in my desktop, I would be able to see only Maharashtra's data. Okay, only Maharashtra's data. Okay, now you see 6:30, you see it got triggered. Okay, it is 6:31 now. Now you see manufacturing cost and production analytics got triggered. Now you see little buffering. Okay, now you see little buffering. Okay, it is loading. Okay, the data set is getting updated, refreshed. Okay, updated. So what is the next thing? Okay, the next thing is that, okay, report level restriction. Report level restriction. Okay, report level restriction. For example, there are many teams available. Okay, what are all the teams? For example, finance team, sales team, marketing team. Okay, marketing team, or some other healthcare domain. Okay, pharma team, for example, pharma team, or some other team. Okay, supply chain team, or HR team. So there are multiple teams available in the organization, multiple domains that we are working for the organization. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need to create the workspaces for each and every domain. Okay, what do we do? First thing is that workspace. We create workspace. What is a workspace? Workspace is like a WhatsApp group. Okay, so what do we see? Workspace, friends group, family group, apartment group, area group, colony group. Okay, Cheddi gang. Okay, something like that. 10th class, intermediate, or graduation. So what do we do? So the people from 10th class will not be involved in the people of your organization. Okay, your office group. Okay, you do not.
So what do? We restrict them. Okay, 10th class friends should be in the 10th class group. Okay, batch number 2010 to 2012. Okay, something like that. Okay, if you are 10th class. So workspace is like a group. Okay, workspace is like a group. We create workspaces for the finance, sales, marketing, pharma, supply chain. Okay, something like this. So that each and every report, okay, finance report should be in the finance workspace only. Okay, in the technical terminology, workspace is called as a container. Okay, workspace is called as a container. Okay, if you take any community, for example, if you take any community, okay, in your area, okay, if you are living in some other Madhapur or some area, okay, Pune, Mumbai, so you take one community, that community has many buildings. Okay, that community has many buildings. I'm trying to make it easy for you to understand. Okay, that community has many buildings. Okay, so many buildings, okay, each building, for example, each building is an apartment. Each apartment, the flats are owned by the owners. Okay, again, apps. This community is the Power BI service. Many buildings are like a workspaces. App, okay, flat is like a, we create the application now. Okay, we create the application. So what do? Only the owners of that particular 301 or 30 flat of the third floor can access. They have only their key. Okay, they do not have their neighbor's key to open and go. Okay, only the thief can enter. So thief is like cyber attack. Okay, cyber attack. Thief are like cyber attack in the technical terminology. So like that, we have the workspaces. Okay, so what do we do in the workspace? We publish the reports in the workspaces. Okay, for example, so what do we have here? So we have many reports. First thing, let us go one by one. Okay, first thing, let us go one by one. What is the first thing that we want to go? So we want to go through. Now you see it is refreshing. Still it is refreshing. Okay, so you can go to the schedule refresh and click on the refresh history. Okay, you would see show scheduled. Now you see it is scheduled. It is called as a schedule refresh. Start time, it started at 6:31. Okay, 6:31, and it is in progress. It is not ended. It is in progress. Probably it is taking good amount of time. Okay, in the evening time it is taking time to refresh. Okay, so let me go here. First of all, let us discuss about, okay, first of all, let us discuss about report restriction. It's not the data, report restriction. So how do you restrict the report? Okay, how do you restrict the report? For example, if you see here, so in the Cool Wave manufacturing analytics, okay, so what do we have? We have manufacturing cost, manufacturing unit performance analytics. Okay, let me also publish another report. Okay, let me also publish. So what is, yeah, let me also publish this pharma sales dashboard. Okay, click on this. One more thing to remember. Okay, one more thing to remember. Whatever the page that you are in, okay, whatever the page that you are in, if you publish the report to the cloud, when the people open in the organization, the sales overview or whatever the page you have published, that page would be the landing page. Okay, let me click on publish report. Okay, let me click on publish report. So what do we need to do? So let us publish this report to Cool Wave manufacturing analytics platform. For example, we have multiple reports in a single workspace. Okay, multiple domain reports in the single workspace. For example, think, yes, it is published. Okay, yes, it is success. Go to that service and click on refresh. Okay, we published one report called as pharma sales dashboard. Okay, yes, the pharma sales dashboard is also published. Okay, okay, let me go to another report called as insurance premium and payout KPI dashboard, finance domain. Let me also publish it to the same workspace. Okay, same workspace. Click on Cool Wave. Okay, let me click on OK. So what we are discussing now, we are discussing about the report level restriction. Yes, it is published. Let me go here, click on refresh. Okay, so how do we restrict the report? Okay, how do we restrict the report? report level restriction is done. Okay, for example, so in the manage access, so who are all have the access to this? Okay, so data analytics and BI has access. Okay, when I open, okay, when I refresh, now you see pharma sales and other now you see it is loaded. Okay, pharma sales it is loaded. Okay, let me click on refresh. Okay, let me click on refresh. Yes, now you see insurance premium report is I'm able to access. I mean the other user because I gave admin for the workspace. Okay, what did I do? I gave admin for the workspace so that whatever the reports available in the workspace, the admin can see. Okay, workspace level access. This is called as workspace level access. Okay, what is this? This is called as workspace level access. So I gave for the data analytics and BI, I gave admin. So whatever the reports published into this workspace, data analytics and BI can see, okay, can see the report, can edit the report, okay. Admin can have all the access. So I can go to any report, okay, insurance premium and payout, okay. I can click on edit because I'm the admin. Okay, data analytics and BI is the admin so that he can make any changes that he wants to make. He can make it. Data analytics and BI can make it. He can also delete. Okay, now you see, I have the option to delete. Okay, what do we have? I have the option to delete. I can delete. Okay, and now you see, I'm also able to see the refresh. Okay, it is triggered in the Chandra. It is triggered by the Chandra, but data analytics and BI is able to see the refresh. Okay, I can delete it. Okay, the first one is admin. No, I do not want to give him. I do not want data analytics and BI to make the changes. What I want to do, I want to make some changes to go to manage access and make this person as contributor. Okay, make this person as contributor. But before making the contributor, what I want to do here is let me create the application. Okay, because there is an interlink. What we are discussing? Report level restriction. Okay, let me write. Okay, reports. Okay, let me give the description as reports. Okay, I can also add the app logo. I can also select the theme. What is the theme? When someone is trying to open the report, they are going to get. Let me show that what is the app theme. Okay, advanced option. I can also go show Copilot in the app navigation. Let's see what is the use of this. Okay, let me click on add content. Why the next step is add content. Okay, content. What does it mean? So what we are trying to do, I would like to add the reports into this. Okay, let me add 4 reports available. Okay, I do not want to show Coolbev analytics metrics because that is the semantic model. I do not want to show this semantic model to the employees working in the organization. Okay, what is the next thing? Audience. Okay, what I did, whatever the reports available in the workspace, I added in the content. Okay, in the audience, what I can do, I can create the audience. Okay, so let me make it as, okay, let me double click. Okay, make this as finance. Okay, make the audience name as finance. Okay, and click on enter. So what I can do, I can hide other 3 reports, Coolbev reports, okay, FMCG reports, and I can only unhide. Okay, I can only show this report. Now what I can do, let me add data analytics and BI. Okay, let me add data analytics and BI here. Okay, specific user and click on publish this app. Okay, publish this app. The thing is that, okay, okay, let's see what is the what is the behavior in the data analytics and BI. Okay, let me click on the refresh. So what do we need to do? We need to send the app link to the users in the organization. Copy this, go here and paste it over here because this is the link that the person is going to access. Okay, now you see what is the theme color that we selected. Okay, the theme color that we selected, you see the orange color. When the report is opened by the user, he can see that orange color. Now you got one doubt. Okay,
you only give permission to insurance premium and payout. Why these three reports are also he is able to see? Because, okay, because this data analytics and BI is the workspace he added in the workspace. Okay, the person is added in the workspace. So that is the reason the data analytics and BI is able to see all the reports. What do we need to do? Click on the manage access. Okay, remove this. Okay, remove this and go here. Okay, go here and refresh. Okay, go here and refresh. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Let me click on this. Whether I'm able to see? No. Now you see, it may have been deleted or you may not have the access to view it. Okay, so what I did, I removed that data analytics and BI as the workspace, okay, from the workspace permission. Now this person is not able to see. But when the person click on finance, okay, now you see Copilot is enabled. Okay, the person is able to use the Copilot. Okay, the person is able to use the Copilot. What do you see here? If I disable in the manage access, sorry, in the update app, okay, if I disable in the advanced setting, if I disable the show Copilot navigation, click on update app, okay, click on update app, copy this and go here, okay, go here and paste it. The person, data analytics and BI will not be able to see the Copilot. Okay, now you see, doesn't have any permission, send request. Okay, doesn't have any permission, you can send the request. Okay, so let me paste it again. Okay, so let me write, I would like to access the report. Access the report. Let me click on send request. Okay, let me click on send request. So go to workspace. Now you see the cool bev is not able to access by the data analytics and BI. Let me go to Chandra. Okay, let me go to Chandra and click on Power BI. Okay, go to cool bev manufacturing. You see you have app pending access to grant permission. Okay, you will only get when within the organization. You see pending request. What is the pending request? Data analytics and BI is would like to access this report. Okay, pending request. What do you need to do? You need to approve this. Okay, to the audience. There are two audience available. What is the audience? Click on the finance and grant access. Okay, I can go here. Okay, I can go to apps. Okay, refresh it. Okay, refresh it. Click on the apps. Okay, or let me go here or paste the link. Okay, now the person is able to access only the insurance report. Okay, data analytics and BI is able to access only the insurance report. So this is creating the app. What it is called as creating the app. So what is the usage of creating app? Report can be restricted. Okay, for example, in future, okay, let me add one more audience. Make it as pharma sales. Pharma sales. Okay, pharma sales team. Okay, pharma sales team would like to access. Let me disable all. Okay, unhide, hide. Okay, only pharma sales. What do you need to do? You need to add only data analytics. Okay, data analytics and click on update and click on OK. Okay, so the pharma sales team would access the report. Let me click on refresh. Okay, pharma sales. Okay, pharma sales people can access the report. Okay, now you see finance. Next one is pharma sales. Okay, so pharma sales report can be accessed. Now you see pharma sales reports are accessed. So this is the report level restriction. Okay, we can create many audience. Okay, we can create many audience. This is report level restriction. Next one is any doubts till now? All of you, any doubts?
No, sir.
Okay, so this is, yeah, Mahesh, any doubts?
Sir, these are all related to Power BI admin only, right?
Yes, these are all related to administration. So as a BI developer, you need to develop the report. You need to look into the query development. And once you publish the report, you need to look into the administration of the cloud. So the role of the BI developer includes Power BI administration also. Okay, you also need to take care of giving access, creating the workspaces, and also managing the workspace, restricting the data, restricting the reports. So these are all included in the administration.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Okay. The next level is, roles. Okay. Power BI administration roles. So how do you get to know what are all the roles? Okay. Roles of workspace. Okay. Actually, it is called as workspace roles. Okay. Workspace roles in Power BI. Okay. Workspace roles in Power BI. So there are 4 roles available. Okay. There are 4 roles available. The first one is admin. Okay. First one is admin. Second one is member. Third one is contributor. Fourth one is viewer. Okay. The first one, admin, has all the capabilities of updating and deleting the workspace, the one which we have seen recently. Let us go through it again. Okay. What is the role of admin? Update and delete the workspace. Let us go through it. Okay. Let us go again. Okay. Let us go again. So let me go here, copy this. Okay. So from not in here, go to another one. Okay. Go to another one. Click on this data analyst and BI. What I'm doing, okay, in the Chandra, okay, I'm giving manage access. Click on manage access. Click on add people and copy this. Okay, paste it. First is admin. Okay, what is the first option that is available for the role? Update and delete the workspace. I gave data analytics. Okay, I gave data analytics as an admin. So what I can do, the data analytics and BI can update and delete the workspace. Okay, what I can do, I can go to workspace setting. Okay, in the workspace setting, you cannot directly delete the workspace by clicking on the workspaces and clicking on 3 dots. Okay, you need to go to workspace setting. Then scroll down. You have an option called as remove this workspace. Okay, you have an option called as remove this workspace. Okay, so as we are in data analytics and BI, I can delete this workspace. Okay, this is the first role. What is the first role? Update and delete the workspace. Second one, add or remove any user into the workspace. Yes, let me go here. Go to workspace setting, not the workspace setting. Go to manage access. Click on the add people and add any people over here. Okay, any people with the Fenta in your organization, you can add any people. Okay, the second one. And what is the third one? Allow contributor to update the app for workspace. Add member or others with lower permission. Yes, we can do that. Publish and unpublish. Okay, we can also publish the report and we can also unpublish the report to that workspace. Okay, to that workspace. Okay, let us do some changes. Okay, let us make member. Okay, for the admin, yes, we are able to do all the changes. Go to here again, go to Power BI workspace and click on the manage access. Here for the data analytics and BI, make the person as member. After admin, the next level is member. Okay, next level is member. Okay, what I did, I made a data analytics and BI as the member. Let me go here and refresh. Okay, until and unless we refresh, the changes would affect. Okay, yes, I can update. Yes, for the admin, for the member, yes, I can update the app. Okay, what is the next thing? Okay, what is the role that we have for the contributor, for the member? Okay, I can update the app. You see, update the app, it is available for the member. You see, it is available for the member. Okay, I can update the app. Okay, I can update the app. I can click on update. Yes, update the app. For the data analytics and BI, yes, the person can update the app. Okay, what is the next thing? Okay, what is the next thing role? Okay, update the app. Till here we have the common. Okay, add member other people. Yes, I can go to BI, click on the manage access, add people. Yes, I can add some other people. Okay, yes, I can add the people. Member can add the people. Okay, member can add the people. Member can delete the reports and delete the data set. Okay, member can delete the report and delete the data set. Member can also publish the report. Okay, member can also from the desktop. Okay, the person can also publish the report. Okay, add member. Okay, he can add another member. For example, let us do one thing. Okay, let us do one thing. So let me go here, manage workspace. Okay, so click on add people. Okay, click on add people. I can add some other people. Okay, I can add, let me click on some other people. Okay, I can add people. Okay, member. Okay, I can add contributor. I can add viewer. Okay, I can add to this workspace. This is the second one. And what is the next thing that we have? Okay, we can update it. Okay, till here we have all the permission. Okay, till here, okay, we have permission for member. Okay, from here, okay, from here we have the permission for member. Okay, from here, from the third one, allow contributor to update. Okay, from here we have the tick mark. Yes, we can do it. Let us do one change. Let us go here. Click on the workspace, not workspace setting. Click on the manage access. Make him as contributor. The next one is make the person as contributor. Now you observe what do you have? Update app, manage access, workspace setting. 3 options are available. Let me click on refresh. You remember this. Okay. Yes, 3 options are available. Update app, manage access, and workspace setting. Let me click on manage access. Okay. Now you see, I'm not able to, data analytics and BI is not able to add the person. Okay. The data analytics and BI, I'm not able to add people or group in the workspace setting. And let me click on whether I'm able to delete it or not. Yes, I'm able to delete. Okay. For now, let me try deleting pharma sales dashboard. Okay, let's see whether we are able to delete or not. Okay, now you see we are getting one error message. This data set cannot be deleted because it is included in the published app. Try again after unpublishing app or updating the app after removing all the related content. So what it is saying, delete the report in the, okay, now you see we are not able to update. You do not have any dashboard or reports that can be shared through apps. Note, content originating from the organization content pack cannot be shared through the app. So the contributor is not able to update the app. Okay, workspace setting. Yes, there is no permission to make any workspace setting. No options are enabled or disabled. Okay, no permission. Okay, no permission. So this is updating app. Okay, now you observe update app, manage app. Let us go here and let's check what are all the available. So if it is only available, so he can update the app. Share items. Okay, contributors and viewers also share items in the workspace or in the app, including semantic model. If the creator select allow user to share the semantic model. Okay, what it is saying? So if I go to update app, okay, in the audience, okay, in the advanced option, if you give allow people to share the data set in this audience, allow people to build the content in the audience, yes, they can do that. If not, they will not be able to do that. In the content, in the setup, let us see that. Okay, in the advanced option, what do we have? Show items, contact, show specific individual. So what do you see? Show copilot. If we disable or enable, we will get this option, copilot. Okay, and collapse navigation pane by default. What is a navigation pane? The one which you see when you open any application, you see this one, navigation pane, the one which you see, this is navigation. If it is enabled, you can enable, you can see this. Okay, if it is disabled, you will not be able to see the navigation. Okay, that is the option. Install this app automatically. This is global. Allow users to make a copy of the report. If you allow users, yes, you can allow. Okay. This is what the permissions that you can give. Okay. Now what do we need to do? Now you remember. Now you see update app, manage access workspace setting in the data analytics and BI. You see this, okay? You see this. Now let me go to Chandra, okay? Click on the manage access, make the person as viewer. Okay, make the person as viewer. Refresh. Now you see update manage workspace. Okay, let me click on refresh. Okay, now you see update app manage access is gone. Viewer doesn't have any permissions. Workspace setting, no, he can only view. The viewer would not have permission to change any changes. Okay, he cannot edit, he can just see. Okay, he can just view the reports. If I click on three dots, nothing. Okay, delete option. We are not able to delete. We are not able to get any delete option. Anything it is not. We are not able to get anything. Okay, viewer will not be having any permissions. Only the viewer can only see the data. Okay, these are all the permissions that we have. Okay, these are all the permissions that we have. This is the roles of the, okay, this is the workspace roles. Okay, what is this called as workspace roles? Okay, this is about the Power BI service. Okay, this is about Power BI service. Any doubts till now? Any doubts?
Sir,
Yeah.
in a workspace, we are having many reports. So, in order to schedule a refresh every time, we need to install a gateway.
No. There is no need of installing the gateway every time. Once you install the gateway, that is enough. That works for the data set
All
that you have
reports.
in your organization or in the system.
Okay.
One gateway is enough. Yeah, others, any doubts? Any doubts, please?
Sir, for gateway, for prep data only we need gateway, no?
Yes, only on-premise data sources that is used by the organization. For them only the gateway is required. If your data is in cloud, there is no need of gateway. If the organization is using Azure or AWS or some other cloud platforms, then no need of gateways. Any other doubts? We have one concept left. Okay. So let us go through one last concept in the Power BI service. So let us go through one last concept in Power BI service. So that is called as a deployment pipelines. Okay. That is called as an advanced concept, which none of them would explain. So what is that called as? Deployment pipelines. So what is a deployment pipeline? Okay. So if you are in IT industry, any IT industry, or if you are developing any project, you are writing something, you are developing something, okay, anything that you are working. So there are three environments available. Okay, there are three environments available. So the first environment, okay, when you are developing any project, when you are developing any report, okay, that development goes into dev environment. Okay, that is development environment. Just a second. Yeah, I'm sorry. So what do we have? In any IT industry that we go through, okay, there are three environments available. The first environment is development environment. So what do we do in the development environment? Whatever the project that we are developing, okay, whatever the project that we are building, we are implementing, we are developing the project or the report, okay, that report goes to the dev environment. Okay, that report goes to the dev environment. In Power BI, it is called as a dev workspace. Okay, in Power BI, it is called as a dev workspace. The second environment is testing environment. Okay, yes, after the development, okay, the report is developed or the project is developed. So what do we do after development? The unit testing happens. Okay, unit testing. What is a unit testing? Within the team leader, team manager, okay, within the team, the project will be reviewed. Okay, project review. So simply project or report review. Project or report review. Yes, as per the rules and regulations or as per the requirement, okay, yes, the project is good or the report is good, then that report goes into the testing environment. Okay, testing environment. What happens in the testing environment? The UAT happens, user acceptance testing. Okay, user acceptance testing. So what do we have in the user acceptance testing? So user test, okay, user is nothing but the client, okay, or business owner, or stakeholder. What does he do? So he tests, or the client tests the report or the project, whether as per the document that the client gave, whether this report is following or not, or any font size that he want to increase or decrease, or any color changes that they want to make some changes, or any data that they want to implement, or any calculation that they want to that they want us to make. Okay, so color, size, okay, so whatever calculation, okay, calculation, or the output is as per the data validation. Okay, they also do data validation. Okay, yes, the report is good, or we want to make some changes, then again it comes back to us stating that okay, these many changes that you need to do. So what do we do? Again, we make changes. Okay, what do? We do not directly publish that report to the testing. Okay, when we publish that report to the testing, okay, then there will be changes in, then there will be something issue. Okay, then there will be issue. Or for example, yes, that report is tested by the user or the client, then we got approval from the client stating that okay, move it to the production. The third environment is production. Okay, third environment is production environment. So what, we got approval from the client stating that okay, move it to the production. Yes, we moved, okay, it to the production. Okay, after 1 month or 2 months, we got one issue stating that okay, this is the issue that we have got, can you please make some changes? Okay, what do? We get the report from the production. Okay, after making changes, after reviewing it, we do not directly publish this report to the production. Okay, what do? We follow deployment pipeline. We follow deployment pipeline. Why deployment pipeline? In order to overcome the issues like version control. So we can go for version control. Why version control? So it can go through the pipeline. Okay, we will maintain some pipeline. Okay, so every day what do? So if we make any changes to the report, it should go to the development environment. Through the deployment pipelines, it should only go through the testing. Again, through the deployment pipeline, it should go through the production environment, so that three of the environments would be on a single page, on the same page. Okay, on the same page. So that is the reason, in order to overcome such issues, we implement the deployment pipelines. So how do we create deployment pipelines? Let us see that. Okay, how do we create the deployment pipelines? Let us see that. So here, if you see, click on more three dots. You have an option called as deployment pipelines. Okay, you have an option called as deployment pipelines. So what do you see? New pipeline, assign the workspace, second step. Third one, develop and test your content. Fourth one, share with your user.
click on the new pipeline. Okay, what is the pipeline that you want to add? Okay, so let me add cool bev pipeline. Okay, cool bev manufacturing pipeline. Okay, by manufacturing pipeline. So we can add the description. Yes, we can have the manufacturing report, manufacturing reports, okay, cost reports, price reports, okay, price, and what is the next thing? Production reports, okay, production, and click on next. Okay, click on next. So what do we have? So we got development. There are three environments available. Okay, development environment. Second one is testing environment. Third one is production environment. Okay, development, testing, and production environment. If you do not want any one of the environments, for example, you want to have only two environments, test and production. Yes, you can delete development environment. Or you do not want test environment. Only you want to develop the report in the development environment and also test the reports, test the project in the development. Yes, you can do that. Okay. So, but as per the rule, we can have three environments. Let me click on create and continue. Okay. So now you see the new environment, it is created. Okay, the deployment pipeline is created. Let me enable or disable. Okay, this is the new deployment pipeline. Okay, if I enable, now we are going to get new deployment pipelines. Okay, let me disable this and click on. Okay, we are only getting Microsoft Fabric practice. Okay, only one workspace we are getting. Okay, why only one workspace we are getting? So let me do one thing, right click on the duplicate. Okay, right click and click on the duplicate. Because in order to work on the deployment pipelines, the workspace should maintain the capacity, okay, the version. Let me click on the workspace setting, license info. Let's see what is the license info. Now you see for the pro user cannot create the deployment pipelines. Okay, click on the edit and make the person as premium per user or the Fabric trial version. Okay, let me click on start license. Let me click on continue. Okay, for this workspace, okay, we gave premium per user license. Okay, now you see we only got Fabric. Let me click on refresh. Let's see whether we are able to get that workspace or not. Okay, let me click on this. Now you see, now we got CoolBev Manufacturing Analytics Platform. Click on this. Okay, let me click on assign workspace. Now you see, let me click on workspaces. There are only, you remember, there are only three workspaces. Okay, let me click on assign workspace. Yes, we assigned it. Okay, click on show more. So these are all the reports and the data sets available. Okay, these are all the reports, data sets available. Now you see test environment. Let me click on this. If you want to name anything, okay, if you want to name anything, you can name it. Okay, let me name this as any cool bev. Okay, cool bev hyphen test. Okay, and let me write something. Okay, if you set as public, everyone can see. Do not want to do that. Okay, so what do you do? How do you deploy the reports? You check the content, you check the report and the data set. Both you need to check. Okay, so let me exclude. Okay, let us do that. Let me click on all the data set plus reports. Okay, click on that. Whatever the reports that we want to deploy, yes, click on that. You see 10 selected. Okay, 5 reports plus 5 data sets. Click on deploy. Okay, it is asking us continue deployment in case 1 or more items fail. Okay, let me click on continue deploy. Now it is loading, copying the content to this workspace. Okay, let it load. Okay, let it load. It takes time because we are deploying 5 reports. So that is the reason it takes little time. Whatever the workspace that you see the diamond symbol, okay, whichever the workspace you see the diamond symbol, then that workspace got the permission premium per user or premium per capacity. Okay, premium per user or premium per capacity. So what I said, you remember there are only 3 workspaces. Now you see we got one more workspace. Okay, CoolBev Manufacturing Analytics Platform.
coolbev-test. Okay, what is the name? coolbev-test. Now you see, we got a workspace created separately. We did not create. We are trying to deploy the reports, but automatically it is creating the workspace. Okay, either ways we can do it. We can click on the new workspace and deploy the reports, or we can deploy it directly. Now you see, it is saying go to workspace. Okay, let me click on go to workspace. Okay, now you see we got the reports. Okay, we got all the reports available in the workspace. Okay, testing environment. Okay, test workspace. So we developed that. Now it is being pulled into test. Okay, we do not have that. This is the data set. Let me click on the any report. So we got some issue. So maybe due to RLS or something like that. Okay. So we have got issue, but this is how it goes. Okay. And again, yes, we only published or we only deployed it to the testing. Let me go to the deployment pipelines again. So what do we need to do? You see the production. Okay. You see the production. Now you see the production. So what we can do? So expand, show more, and select all the reports and also the data sets. If you do not want few reports, do not check. Okay, do not include. Okay, click on this and click on the deploy. Okay, if you would like to add notes, okay, deploying. Okay, what you can add? Deploying this project to the test, to the production. Okay, so what you can do? Got approval from the client. Okay, yes, got approval from the client. What do you add? You can add the incident number. Okay, incident number, request number, or any ticket related to this project. Okay, and what do you do? So in the next moment when you try to, okay, let me click on deploy. When you try to analyze something, okay, with the proof, you got some proof. Okay, the other people or your manager goes to that request. Okay, it is been approved. Okay, so you have some proof. Okay, now it is getting moved into the production. Okay, from Power BI desktop, okay, we do not directly publish this report to the production after making changes in future. What do? We publish this report to after making changes, we publish this report to development environment. From development, we use deployment pipelines, and that report is deployed into the testing. Yes, once we get confirmation from the client, then that report would go to production. Okay, now you see, let me click on the workspace. Okay, it is created. Yes, it is created. Now you see production. Yes, it is created. Now the reports are getting deployed. Okay, the reports are getting deployed. Okay, now you see the reports are getting deployed. Let's wait for a few seconds. Let it get deployed. Then there will be a clean. Okay, there will be a pipeline between the reports so that the reports will not be, we will not be having any issues in further in when we work on the project. Go to workspace. Yes, the reports are being migrated to this workspace. Okay, click on the workspace setting. Maybe due to license, let me check the license info. Okay, yes, it is premium per user. Now we got all the reports. Okay, now we got, click on the deployment pipeline. Same thing, same permission. If you give member contributor, they may or may not see the deployment pipelines. Even though if they see, they will not be able to deploy the reports. Okay, now you see we got. So you see, okay, we can compare this. Okay, we can also click on this. We can compare. We can unassign, update the app. We can go through the settings. Okay, Now you see everything is perfectly matching. Okay, tick mark, yes, it is published. Okay, yes, it is deployed. Okay, this is about the deployment pipelines. So what we can do here, go to settings. Okay, so we have the description, and let me go to, we can also delete the pipelines over here. So let me click on the production. Okay, show more. Yes, we can see the number of reports, and it is published reports, and the data set is published. Click on the three dots. Okay, if you want to unassign workspace, yes, you can unassign workspace. You can click on the deployment history. Okay, click on the deployment history. What do you see? You see the production deployed to production. You also have the note. Okay, click on this note. Now you see deploying this project to the production, got approval from the client, incident number, request, or ticket. Okay, we can verify in the future.